The story unfolds at Konoha Ninja Academy. Wang Hao, now renamed Kaminagawa Hero after transmigrating, was acutely aware of his location and the grimness of his situation. Unlike those chosen ones who gained a system or bloodline the moment they arrived, Hero's cheatability was practically non-existent. No system to rely on, no ancient inheritance to draw from. His only advantage was a soul for modern society and faint memories of his previous life. He had a clear understanding of his identity as a commoner student, well aware that in the upcoming Third Shinobi World War, nameless nobodies like him would most likely not survive 3 episodes. This survival anxiety, rooted in his knowledge of the original story's history, became the initial driving force behind all his actions. He was neither a hero here to save the world nor a tyrant aiming to dominate. His wish was simple and pure: to stay alive. Under immense survival pressure, Hero's first strategy was to cling to a powerful ally. Like a shrewd investor, he carefully sifted through his classmates to find future blue-chip stocks. However, his analysis was filled with realistic considerations. Hatake Kakashi. Though a powerful ally, he was about to graduate, making it hard to maintain their relationship. Moreover, he was too prominent, easily dragging others into trouble. Uchiha Obito. Behind him lay the quagmire of the Uchiha clan. Getting close to him was tantamount to courting disaster. Yuhi Kurinai Tsurutobi Isuma. The former's clan was weak, while the latter's thoughts were entirely focused on Kurinai, making both difficult to approach. After careful weighing, he set his sights on Might Guy. His reasons for choosing Guy were compelling. Guy was simple-minded and passionate, making it easy to build a sincere friendship. His father, Might Due, was a lifelong genin with a straightforward family background, unlikely to attract excessive attention or suspicion from the higher-ups. Most importantly, Guy's taijutsu path was a visible, broad road to the pinnacle, one that didn't require a special bloodline. This choice fully reflected the protagonist's pragmatism and wisdom. He wasn't looking for the most powerful ally, but the one best suited to him with the lowest risk. Successfully clinging to Might, Guy marked the first milestone on Hero's path to survival, but also immediately pulled him into a whirlpool of youth. Hero soon tasted the cost of his decision. The Might father-son duo's insane training, dubbed youth, surpassed all imagination, nearly breaking his body and spirit. Training at 4 a.m. in Konoha, running 3 laps around the village, thousands of squats. These were not exaggerated rhetoric, but his daily reality. Yet this was also the start of his transformation. Under Might Dewey's scientific, though seemingly crazy, training plan, his physical fitness underwent a leap forward. And half a year later, he successfully opened the first gate of the 8 Gates release, the Gate of Opening. From an ordinary commoner boy, he officially became a reserve for taijutsu excellence. Amidst the grueling training, Hero never stopped thinking. He keenly sensed a fatal flaw in the 8 Gates release, an explosive secret technique, the weakness after activation and the immense burden it placed on the body. At this moment, memories from his previous life became the key to breaking the deadlock. He thought of the martial arts concept of internal energy and boldly proposed a hypothesis. If he could combine internal energy cultivation with the 8 Gates release, using internal energy as support and nourishment, could he overcome its side effects, even achieve the regular activation of all 8 Gates? He was no longer content with merely learning the existing ninjutsu system. Instead, he sought to integrate wisdom from another world to create a power system uniquely his own. After formulating this idea, Hero took immediate action, and the cultivation process was filled with exploration and surprises. He began practicing the internal health techniques he had learned in his previous life. Initially, the slow, seemingly dance-like practice puzzled Might Guy. However, Hero soon discovered its unique effects in the ninja world. It not only quickly relieved fatigue from high-intensity training, but even replaced some sleep, leaving him refreshed and energetic. To his greater delight, he successfully cultivated a sense of chi, and this internal energy triggered a qualitative change in his chakra, transforming it from ordinary gas-like energy into something purer and more condensed like a pool of water. This verified his conjecture. Internal energy and the chakra system were not mutually exclusive, but could mutually reinforce each other. The path of cultivation was not smooth. When he tried to circulate internal energy according to the methods from his previous life, he found that the meridians of his current body were far more complex than before. With no one to guide him, he made a bold and dangerous decision: to channel his internal energy through all the unknown meridians in his body in a full cycle. This process took him an entire day, and ultimately led to the expulsion of a large amount of impurities from his body, completing a transformation similar to tempering the meridians and refining the marrow. This successful adventure not only greatly improved his physical constitution, but also strengthened his confidence in pursuing this path of integration. Though the Might father-son duo couldn't practice this technique, it became his exclusive advantage, laying the foundation for his future distinctive strength. With his initial improvement in strength, Hiro began to proactively plan his survival strategy, and his actions finally entered the sight of Konoha's higher-ups for the first time. To achieve financial independence, unwilling to burden the Might family indefinitely, and seek a safer living environment, performing rank missions in the village was far safer than going to the battlefield. Hiro decided to apply for early graduation. His logic was clear and pragmatic. Becoming a genin and taking on low-level missions would allow him to earn money while avoiding premature involvement in the brutal war. As long as he didn't rush for promotions like Kakashi, he could maximize his chances of survival. This decision demonstrated his profound understanding and execution of the core strategy: lay low and develop. By coincidence, his graduation application was scheduled for the same time as the genius Hatake Kakashi's graduation exam. This coincidence attracted the attention of Konoha's top brass: Third Hokage Tsurutobi Hiruzen, Advisor Mito Kato Hamura, and Shimura Danzo. When faced with Hiro's unremarkable file, the higher-ups' reactions were distinctly characteristic of Konoha's political landscape. It was his identity as a genuine Konoha villager and a rooted commoner that became his best amulet. Hiruzen regarded commoners as the foundation of the village. Hamura approved of his background, and even the suspicious Danzo raised no objections for the time being. This scene profoundly revealed that in Konoha, one's background and political stance could sometimes determine fate more than talent. Unintentionally leveraging this unspoken rule, Keminagawa Hiro safely navigated his first potential crisis. Chapter 3. After becoming an elder of the village, Hiroshi Shinkawa remained unaware of the peril that loomed over him. At present, devoid of power or influence, this very lack became his asset. He was fully aware that Konoha's White Fang would take his own life. However, he refrained from taking any action. Nor did he indulge in the sanctimonious rhetoric about the worthlessness of those who do not cherish their comrades. Given his circumstances, he knew that uttering even a single word in defense of Hatake Tsukumo would surely lead to his demise before the sun rose on a new day. Did he truly believe that Tsukumo's suicide was voluntary? Both the third Hokage and Danzo played insidious roles in this tragedy, especially Danzo who, in his quest to ascend to the position of Hokage, sought to eliminate his most formidable rival. As for the third Hokage, he too tacitly accepted Tsukumo's fate to secure the Hokage title for his own apprentice. The darkness of Konoha was indeed beyond imagination, and Shinkawa shook his head in dismay. While he could not alter the fate of Hatake Tsukumo, he believed he could change the destiny of Might Guy. He aspired to grow stronger, for he could not bear the thought of fleeing when confronted by the 7 ninja swordsmen in a few years. Nor could he stand idly by as Might Guy sacrificed himself before his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the path to self-improvement was the true way forward. Shinkawa considered himself different from Guy. While Guy excelled in taijutsu, his chakra reserves were notably limited, making his initial enrollment quite challenging. In contrast, although Shinkawa was a commoner, he possessed noteworthy potential, which justified his placement in Kakashi's class. His chakra reserves, while not comparable to the elite, were certainly at a level deemed normal. Mastery of the transformation technique was but one reason for his successful enrollment. When Guy learned of his early graduation application, he eagerly sought out their teacher to register, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the office, leaving him in tears as he came to complain to Shinkawa. However, even during normal graduation, Guy's success remained uncertain, so it was best not to intrude at this moment. Undeterred, Might Guy challenged Kakashi to prove his capabilities, yet was met with indifference. Consequently, he turned his challenge towards Shinkawa, who readily accepted, eager to ascertain the extent of his own inner strength. At the very least, he could now open the first gate of the 8 gates freely without concern for the exhaustion that followed. Given some time, he was confident that with the support of his burgeoning inner power, he could permanently unlock all 8 gates. The thought of the overwhelming force that Guy exhibited when unleashing the 8th gate filled Shinkawa with exhilaration. Accepting Guy's challenge, a group of energetic classmates hurried to the training grounds. Shinkawa and Guy stood opposite each other, forming a confrontational seal. Even some teachers were drawn to the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, The third Hokage observed the scene with a smile. Ah, youth. Youth is defined by challenges. Let them come. Konoha whirlwind. Guy shouted as he charged toward Shinkawa. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the prowess of the boy they had previously regarded as the underdog. Yet, Shinkawa was well acquainted with Guy, having engaged in countless sparring sessions, and thus felt no fear. He charged forward without flinching. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, their movements swift and devoid of superfluous gestures. The observing teachers could not help but express their admiration. What a promising talent in taijutsu, especially that Shinkawa. He remains calm and composed, unwavering in defense, exhibiting remarkable finesse. Indeed, it was evident that the aggressor, Guy, appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The third Hokage, too, sensed something unusual. Shinkawa's effortless blocks indicated a stamina that surpassed Guy's. Moreover, his ability to counter Guy's attacks with the most suitable responses hinted at an extraordinary perceptiveness. Guy's speed was remarkable. Yet Shinkawa's capacity to anticipate his every move and select appropriate defenses was something even Kakashi might struggle to achieve. For the first time, the third Hokage began to take Shinkawa seriously. At that moment, Shinkawa counterattacked, grasping Guy's right leg and releasing a subtle burst of energy from his palm. Guy was sent flying across the training ground. Is that the technique of the Hyuga clan? The Hokage's eyes sparkled with interest. How impressive. Nearby, a young child gazed at Shinkawa with wide eyes, while the observing teachers regained their composure, questioning whether this was truly the strength of an ungraduated student. Shinkawa himself was astonished. His previous encounters with Guy had not yielded such results. In earlier duels, even if he managed to withstand Guy's onslaught, it had required considerable effort, and he often found himself at a disadvantage. Yet today, he could predict Guy's every action with clarity. Remarkably, he did not break a sweat throughout the bout. A mere flicker of his inner power had propelled Guy away with great force. Staring at his hands, Shinkawa felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He realized he had made significant progress. However, recalling the cataclysmic jutsu that awaited him later, a chill washed over him. No, I must not be arrogant. Hubris can lead to downfall. As Guy limped back, he remarked, "You truly are someone I respect, Hiroshi. I will strive to catch up." Ah, youth. Youth is defined by the pursuit of greatness. Yet Shinkawa couldn't help but notice Guy's injured state. Under normal circumstances, given Guy's physical prowess, he should not have sustained such damage. As he placed a hand on Guy's injured leg, he was startled to discover that his inner power was damaging Guy's muscle tissue. No wonder this seemingly beast-like individual was so affected by a single blow. After applying pressure to the injury, Shinkawa channeled his inner energy through his palm, dissipating it. Once the energy was expelled, Guy instantly felt a wave of relief. "You can perform medical ninjutsu?" Guy inquired, astonished. Shinkawa blinked in surprise. "No, not at all." Fortunately, Guy, being rather simple-minded, did not press for further clarification. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage silently scrutinized Shinkawa, lost in thought. Shinkawa's recent action bore an uncanny resemblance to the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, characterized by explosive force. However, while the Hyuga style was more aggressive, Shinkawa's approach exuded a balanced and serene energy. "Bring him in," the Hokage commanded. In an instant, a masked Umbu appeared before him. "Go and investigate Shinkawa's background." The Umbu nodded and vanished from the room. Unbeknownst to Shinkawa, this seemingly simple duel had captured the third Hokage's attention. Yet he harbored no concerns. The Shinkawa clan had long been associated with the Senju clan, serving as their vassals before the founding of Konoha. They were, in essence, a legitimate branch of the Hokage lineage, though the Senju clan had since retreated into obscurity, leaving the Shinkawa family in a state of decline, struggling to make ends meet. Who still remembers that they are also among the founding elders of Konoha? Chapter 4. Aspiring to be number 6? How ridiculous. At last, the graduation assessment commenced. Shinkawa Hiro encountered Kakashi once again. Previously, Kakashi exuded a cool demeanor, but now he appeared rather distant. The death of Konoha's White Fang must have deeply affected him. Yet, he merely sighed, hesitant to offer comfort. It seems that many eyes are upon Kakashi now, including that of Danzo. Hiro certainly did not wish to attract Danzo's unwanted attention. Kakashi's prowess was indisputable. His swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp. He swiftly subdued the lower nin during the assessment and graduated successfully. However, it was unusual that Kakashi did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Hiro's match, which left Hiro somewhat flabbergasted. It appeared that his early application for graduation had ignited Kakashi's particular interest. He beamed a broad smile at Kakashi. In an impulsive moment, Hiro shouted as he charged towards the examiner. His movements, reminiscent of Guy's, were strikingly identical, perhaps somewhat foolish. Kakashi subtly rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Guy, who was spectating, exuberantly shouted, "Youth! Youth is about challenges. Hiro-kun, commence your challenge." Hiro was barehanded, while the examiner naturally wielded kunai. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a rule of the examination. He was compelled to use them. With remarkable speed, Hiro executed his techniques, forcefully knocking the kunai from the examiner's grasp. In close combat, he left the examiner no opportunity to form hand seals for his transformation jutsu. The examiner barely withstood a few exchanges before Hiro sent him flying with a single palm strike. This was despite Hiro having retracted most of his inner strength. Fortunately, having sparred with Guy beforehand had made him aware of his own formidable power. Had he instinctively unleashed his full strength, the examiner's portrait would likely have adorned the wall today. A nearby examiner began to announce the time. Hiro exclaimed in shock, "Not 3 minutes of returning energy. Don't speak nonsense. I'm not Shionba." The examiner rolled his eyes and replied, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. What? The battle concluded in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The examiner reiterated. Oh, so that's it. Hiro rubbed his nose. He recalled a time in his childhood when a beggar had told him, "Little brother, I see you are a rare martial arts talent. The peace of the world rests upon you. I have a martial arts manual for sale at a mere $100. That foolish young hero had stolen money from home to buy a tattered book, only to be chased 3 streets by his mother's furious stick. Reflecting on that moment still tugged at his heartstrings. The manual contained methods for various techniques, such as the 18 dragons subduing palms, the northern darkness divine skill, the dragon grasping hand, and the profound darkness palm. Among them, his favorite was the returning energy technique. The surroundings buzzed with chatter. For Kakashi had taken 4 minutes to conclude his battle, yet Hiro had achieved victory in just over 3 minutes. Did this imply that Hiro possessed greater talent than Kakashi? Of course, battles are fraught with uncertainties, and one cannot merely gauge a person's strength by the duration of a fight. Nonetheless, this was a crucial criterion. In this assessment, both Kakashi and Hiro had triumphed through direct confrontation. From this perspective, at least in terms of combat prowess, it seemed Hiro was slightly superior. The assessment concluded, and Hiro achieved his goal of becoming a lower nin. He was now able to accept missions which would improve the lives of Guy and Dai. Having lived with Guy and Dai for a while, Hiro had developed a sense of belonging to their household. However, as a lower nin, he could not operate independently. A supervising teacher and teammates were essential. As he had anticipated, their supervising teacher was a ninja whose name he had never heard before. Although a jounin, he could not compare to the likes of Kakashi in later years. His teammates were also ordinary ninjas without notable renown, albeit older than him. This was advantageous, as it would prevent undue attention, allowing him to develop more discreetly. Yet, the thought of the returning energy technique lingered in his mind. After all, if Fonyuan is a manga where one can cultivate chakra, why could he not practice the returning energy? If he mastered the returning energy and then learned the 5 thunder transformation technique, could he not dominate the world? With the 5 thunder transformation in hand, even Susanoo could be countered, wouldn't it? Just imagining it filled him with excitement. However, mastering the 5 thunder transformation was exceedingly difficult, while the returning energy technique was not so arduous. Ultimately, it involved perfecting the cloud-pressing palm, the wind god leg, and the heavenly frost fist. Then unifying these 3 techniques into one, the returning energy. At present, his jounin instructor was teaching them the technique of walking on water, which would serve perfectly for practicing the wind god leg. Haha, watch me glide over the water. Observe how I leave no trace in the snow. Hiro exclaimed with enthusiasm. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. He had successfully grasped the first form of the wind god leg, the shadow of the wind. This revelation filled him with indescribable joy. Could it be that the techniques from that martial arts manual were indeed attainable? Hiro cheered, his figure darting between trees like a shooting star. His speed exceeded even that of a ninja's short-term explosive acceleration. If he perfected the shadow of the wind, he believed he could rival the speed of the rakeage, save for the flying thunder god technique. After completing his training and wiping the sweat from his brow, Hiro headed towards Guy's home. Today, he had accomplished several lower nin missions and earned some money. He intended to buy some meat to improve their meals. Act upon thought. He activated the wind god leg, disappearing in an instant. His speed rivaled the body flicker technique typically mastered by jounin. After he left, A masked ninja emerged from the nearby foliage, gazing vacantly in the direction Hiro had vanished. Subsequently, this masked ninja swiftly darted towards the Hokage building. The third Hokage, smoking a pipe, listened to his subordinate's report on Hiro. Such strength already? Truly a prodigy. The third mused, though there was no hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. He had already investigated Hiro's background and found no issues, fostering a sense of protective care towards him. After all, he was one of Konoha's early followers, and the emotional bond ran deep. Yet, why did such a formidable talent consistently take on D-rank missions? The third found it puzzling. What ninja would not aspire to elevate their rank? Some even risked their lives to secure missions in hopes of qualifying for the Chunin exams. Yet this fellow, since graduating from the academy, had chosen to embrace a life of mediocrity. He seemed to prefer the path of a lower nin, content to remain in the background. While his two teammates eagerly sought to advance to Chunin, he had inadvertently provided Hiro with several opportunities, nearly spelling out a path for his promotion. Yet this lower nin feigned ignorance, choosing to remain detached from the group. Seeing Kakashi on the battlefield for such a long time, now elevated to the rank of elite Chunin, one cannot help but ponder the contrast with another individual. This fellow, seemingly engaged in frivolous antics day in and day out, employs the most peculiar methods of training. Such irresponsibility is disheartening. There are few diligent youths, and to have one so lackadaisical is indeed a cause of concern for the third Hokage, who can only grit his teeth in frustration. This cannot stand. Under my watch, you shall not merely loaf about, he declared with a sardonic smile. Go forth and inform him that he shall be promoted to Chunin henceforth. The Umbu vanished without a trace, clearly eager to execute their orders. Chapter 5. Pressed into service, Shinkawa, Hiro's mouth hung open in disbelief, the meat in his hand suddenly losing its allure. As he observed the gleeful expressions of the Umbu across from him, the reality struck him. He had been ensnared by the third Hokage's machinations. This is not right. I haven't even taken on a single C-rank mission. By all rights, I shouldn't be promoted to Chunin. The Umbu chuckled lightly, their demeanor relaxed as they stated. This is a special decree from Lord Third. Should you have any objections, take them up with him. With that, they disappeared in a flash. Turning to his companions, Might Guy and Might Kai, he noticed the stars of excitement twinkling in their eyes. Ah, youth. Hiro-kun, you have gained the Third S approval. You are my beacon of inspiration, Kai exclaimed, before darting off. One must not be idle in their youth. I shall train diligently. Hey, it's the middle of the night, Hiro lamented, feeling utterly exasperated, especially since Might Guy had also rushed out to train. Clearly, his promotion to Chunin had ignited a fire in this eternally low-ranking ninja. The following day, Hiro begrudgingly made his way to the Hokage's office to report for duty. Despite feeling as if he had been duped, he mentally cursed the third Hokage 18 times while donning a facade of a false smile as he pushed open the door. Abruptly, he found himself face to face with a towering figure. Looking up, he was met by the gaze of an elderly man swathed in bandages. His triangular eyes fixed intently upon him. Goodness, Hiro exclaimed, instinctively retreating until he found himself seated on the floor. The figure before him was none other than Danzo, the old curmudgeon. The realization that hidden beneath those bandages were transplanted Sharingan eyes sent a shiver down his spine, turning his face pale. Danzo scrutinized him with a single exposed eye, puzzled by Hiro's exclamation, unaware that had he comprehended, Hiro would likely find his likeness plastered on the wall as a warning. Such timidity will not serve you well. It appears you need to enhance your training. Danzo huffed as he brushed past, his tone laced with disappointment. Ah, come in, young one. The third's voice rang out, far more amiable. Rising to stand before him, the third smiled warmly. Now that you are a Chunin, you must shoulder greater responsibilities. Internally, Hiro scoffed, rolling his eyes. Were it not for your meddling, I would never have attained this rank. However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. Giving offense to this old man could lead to undesirable consequences. With an innocent smile, he replied, Of course, Lord Third. I shall take on all the D-rank missions in the village. Cough, cough. The third choked, while the nearby Shirinui Gunma and Mito Menyen gazed skyward, seemingly enthralled by the ceiling. Well, now that you are a Chunin, perhaps it would be wise to delegate these D-rank missions to the younger generation. Especially with a new graduation class approaching, the third suggested, pulling a file from his desk. I have a mission for you, should you be willing. I refuse. Hiro interjected immediately. Fool, whether you wish to or not, you will accept. The third bellowed. Hiro, shrinking back, muttered, "You could have just said that from the start." The third felt the last remnants of his patience evaporate. The influence of the Hokage's faction had waned considerably. Tsunade had left, Jiraiya was off on his travels. And only Orochimaru remained, though even he was a source of uncertainty. The only other capable ninja was Minato, while Kakashi still struggled to recover from the loss of Konoha's White Fang. The third sensed that unless circumstances changed, Kakashi's future achievements would be limited despite his talents, which paled in comparison to those of his father. However, this young man before him was different. The third saw hope in Hiro. He was acutely aware of his growth. And it was for this reason he asserted that, unlike Kakashi, this unassuming youth might reach greater heights. Alas, the boy seemed content to play the fool, engrossed in a peculiar style of legwork that appeared more suited for evasion than combat. The third could not allow such potential to languish. With a sly smile, he considered his next move, sending a chill down Hiro's spine. As Hiro perused the details of the mission handed to him, he nearly erupted in anger. The third had paired him with Kakashi, citing that the latter had difficulty working with others due to his solitary nature. The mission's objective was to focus solely on the task at hand, disregarding the well-being of comrades, resulting in no one willing to team with him. While this was manageable, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Kakashi was currently out of the Land of Fire. The old man had just promoted him to Chunin and was now dispatching him abroad. What is this madness? Do you expect me to reach the Land of Snow in 2 days? Hiro fumed inwardly. Do you have a problem with this? The third inquired, a wry smile on his face. Hiro forced a laugh. Well, the Land of Snow is quite cold, and I fear the chill may make me long for home. Out, the third commanded, pointing toward the door. Make haste. Depart at once, he roared. Hiro fled the Hokage's office, terrified of the old man's wrath. Had he truly expressed a desire to return home? Did the third not understand the fragility of his youthful heart? Back in the Hokage's office, the third seethed as he took a seat. Mito Minion scoffed, such talent squandered in pursuit of frivolity. He ought to be reprimanded. Beside him, Shiranui Gunma remarked, he is still young, full of youthful exuberance. With proper guidance, he will surely find his way. As a direct descendant of the Hokage, Hiro was afforded a certain leniency by the higher-ups, though Minion's discontent stemmed more from disappointment than anything else. Upon returning home to Might Guy's household, Hiro bid farewell to both Guy and Kai. The Hokage had insisted he rendezvous with Kakashi within 2 days, leaving him with little time. Wait a moment. It takes several days for even a Jonin to traverse to the Land of Snow. That old man expects me to arrive in 2 days? This is child labor exploitation. Hiro's expression darkened. The realization that his training of the Futon Shinsaku had been exposed dawned on him. Otherwise, the third would never have made such arrangements. How careless of him to overlook the fact that the old man was a notorious eavesdropper. With clenched teeth, Hiro directed a universally understood gesture towards the Hokage building. Stepping out of the gates of Konoha, I glanced back at the village and murmured, I hope to return alive. I wouldn't want to meet my end just as I step out. Taking a deep breath, I activated the wind god leg, and my figure vanished in an instant, racing towards the front lines with the swiftness of a gale. This was not the leisurely leap of a Jonin, but rather a continuous state of high velocity. Since mastering the wind god leg, I had never experienced such unrestrained running. With each stride, a vague enlightenment began to dawn upon me, and my speed unwittingly escalated. With a long howl, I launched into the air, at one moment seemingly walking on air, as swift as a shooting star, akin to a divine miracle. Chapter 6. An inescapable Kakashi. The records of the Hokage do not specify the number of missions Kakashi undertook between his graduation and the age of 12, but it is certain that his path was fraught with challenges. Had I not gone, others would have been dispatched to rendezvous with Kakashi. Yet, in the original narrative of Naruto, there is no mention of any other individual collaborating with him, suggesting that the person partnering with Kakashi was likely a mere shadow, an unremarkable presence. At this time, Kakashi retained his cold and unfeeling demeanor, prioritizing missions above the lives of his comrades. This thought caused a pang in my heart. It felt as though I was sending someone to their doom. I mentally cursed the third Hokage once more. However, the environment of the Land of Snow could not be more conducive for training the Frost Fist. How splendid it would be to acquire the Ice Release bloodline. With a single strike of my Frost Fist, my opponents would be transformed into popsicles. How magnificent. The Ice God Palm. Now that is an intriguing prospect. Ha ha ha. Here I come, Land of Snow. Meanwhile, in the office of the third Hokage in Konoha, He mused. Has that young lad already departed? Yes, he has set off. Huh. Kakashi is far too solitary. Sending someone alongside him would be wise. That young one is quite clever. With Kakashi around, he may alter his character for the better. The third Hokage puffed on his cigarette, content with his arrangement. Unbeknownst to him, my primary purpose in journeying to the land of snow was to refine the Frost Fist. With no intention of meeting Kakashi, had the third Hokage been aware, he would have surely spat blood in frustration. I recalled that the land of snow seemed to have a special edition tale regarding a princess returning to reclaim her homeland. Could it be that this time coincided with the upheaval during which the Windflower was usurped? Surely, Kakashi was not assigned to escort the Windflower's princess out of the land of snow, was he? No, the timelines do not align. Kakashi is not yet part of the Umbu. But I dismissed such thoughts. My goal was not to seek out Kakashi, but rather to harness the terrain for my training. After 2 days of travel, I finally arrived in the land of snow. I ignored the signals left by Kakashi and proceeded deeper into the country. If I wished to cultivate the Frost Fist, I needed to reach the coldest locales, where the training would yield the best results. At that moment, in a nearby town, Kakashi had been waiting for 3 days, yet the anticipated individual had not arrived. TCH, troublesome. Kakashi rose from his seat and approached another door, knocking lightly. A middle-aged man emerged. Mr. Santai, circumstances have changed. I have decided to leave immediately. Santai looked perplexed. He knew Kakashi was waiting for someone. But it appeared that the awaited individual would not be coming. Since it is just the two of us, we must alter our route. Kakashi continued. Alter our route? Santai questioned, puzzled. Kakashi clarified. If we head south directly, we will inevitably encounter the intercepting forces. Therefore, we shall take the opposite path, moving northward to circumvent them. And then head south. Although this would lengthen our journey, it would allow us to evade the majority of the interceptors, ultimately making it the safest option. Very well. Let us proceed as such. Santai agreed, emphasizing that nothing was more crucial than ensuring the safety of the princess. Soon, a delicate young lady emerged from a room. Her eyes filled with melancholy. She was slightly younger than Kakashi, yet already possessed the nascent beauty of a woman. However, Kakashi did not spare her a glance. His mind too occupied to notice her presence. The group stealthily exited the inn. Santai assisted the princess into the carriage, and they sped off towards the north. As they exited the town, a fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a gust swept aside the carriage's curtain, revealing the princess's exquisite visage. Unbeknownst to them, a beggar had caught sight of her beauty, his eyes glinting with intrigue. 3 days later, a fully armed squadron entered the town, plastering wanted posters bearing the likeness of the princess, Windflower Sakura. At some point, the beggar found himself entranced by the image. His gaze fixated on the substantial bounty depicted, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, I was atop a mountain, enveloped in mist as I practiced. However, the gust of my punch emanated an icy chill. With a thunderous crash, the force struck a nearby boulder, swiftly encasing it in a layer of frost before shattering it into fragments. I was elated. I had officially entered the realm of the Frost Fist. The only remaining challenge was to refine my technique until mastery. I was confident that when I perfected the Frost Fist, I would be capable of encasing 1,000 miles in ice. Ha ha ha. The thought delighted me, and I laughed heartily. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed, shaking the very ground beneath me. I paused momentarily, turning my gaze toward the mountain peak. My eyes widened in horror. An avalanche. How unfortunate I was. Without further thought, I summoned my inner strength, activating the wind god leg to flee down the mountain like the wind. At the base of the mountain, Kakashi and his party were trudging onward. Master Ninja, we have been out for over 10 days, and our rations are running low. Should we not consider heading south? Santai inquired. He was indifferent, but with their supplies nearly exhausted, they risked starvation before the pursuers could reach them. Kakashi pondered briefly before responding. Very well. We will descend southward at the nearby gorge. Just then, a rumbling akin to thunder resounded. Kakashi's expression shifted to alarm as he gazed up the mountain. An avalanche, resembling a tsunami, cascaded downwards. This is bad, a massive avalanche. Kakashi's face drained of color. While he might escape, the princess and Santai would undoubtedly meet their demise. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed a figure racing down the mountain amidst the avalanche. In a moment of distraction, the figure reached Kakashi. I could scarcely believe I had encountered Kakashi here. His masked visage and lifeless eyes were unmistakable. It seemed he was engaged in the protection of someone. Should I assist or refrain? I weighed my options. If I did not help, Kakashi would likely perish here. He might survive, but those he was protecting would certainly meet their end. Conversely, intervening would place me in danger. Even if I managed to rescue them, I could become embroiled in future conflicts, which was contrary to my intentions of remaining inconspicuous. However, when he saw a delicate young girl emerge from the carriage, Hiroshi Shinkawa uttered a curse. He was the sixth son, but he was not devoid of conscience. With a swift motion, a whirlwind suddenly arose. Under Kakashi's terrified gaze, Hiroshi whisked away the three-tailed fox and the princess, soaring into the distance. With a technique akin to a divine wind, he swept away all obstacles. It evoked the image of a great demon descending the mountains to abduct a virtuous maiden. Kakashi had no time to ponder. He sprinted after them. Thankfully, he refrained from shouting, "Halt, demon!" without the burden of the three-tailed fox and the princess. Kakashi's speed surpassed Hiroshi's expectations. At this pace, evading an avalanche was still within reach. Finally, rounding a mountain peak, Hiroshi came to a halt, and simultaneously, the three-tailed fox and the princess landed on the ground. However, they were sprawled on the ground, retching violently. After spinning through the air, feeling dizzy was only natural. At that moment, a flash of steel glinted, and a fierce blade aimed for Hiroshi's head. Chapter 7 Mizuki? Damn it! Hiroshi exclaimed. Then, with a sudden clasp of his hands, he caught Kakashi's blade. It felt as though he had effortlessly intercepted a sharp edge. What? 100,000 cold jokes. Hiroshi mocked his own signature move. A chilling aura coalesced in his hand, creeping along the blade towards Kakashi. Kakashi, slightly startled, released his grip and rolled backward. He began forming hand seals, lightning crackling in his hands. Chidori. Hiroshi was astounded. Had Kakashi already begun to cultivate Chidori at this moment? By the time he regained his composure, Kakashi was charging at him, as though 1,000 birds were singing in his palm. Yet, to Hiroshi, Kakashi's speed seemed sluggish. He sidestepped Kakashi's thrust and deftly struck his hand at Kakashi's neck. With a resounding crash, Kakashi was sent crashing into the thick layer of snow beneath him. Hiroshi shrugged, reached down, and effortlessly pulled Kakashi back up. At that moment, Kakashi radiated a frigid aura, resembling a colossal human popsicle, though regrettably, it appeared rather unappetizing. After a while, Kakashi finally broke free from this state, gasping for breath on the ground. Hey, Kakashi, do you not recognize me? Hiroshi grinned mischievously. Kakashi remained on guard, his expression grave. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly outmatched. The disparity in speed and strength was overwhelming. Who exactly are you? Kakashi inquired. Ah, how disheartening. I knew you wouldn't recognize me. It has only been a few years, Hiroshi lamented. Kakashi had only graduated 3 years prior, yet it seemed he had completely forgotten him. I am Hiroshi Shinkawa. You? Hiroshi Shinkawa? So, you are the one I was supposed to meet. Kakashi realized. Indeed, indeed. Hiroshi was delighted that Kakashi remembered. But just then, Kakashi suddenly launched an attack, the lightning in his hand flaring brightly as he lunged at the unsuspecting Hiroshi. Hiroshi, taken by surprise, instinctively raised his palm, unleashing a surge of internal energy that formed an ice wall before him. Kakashi's Chidori struck the ice wall, but it remained unyielding, even as the chill began pressing toward Kakashi's palm. Startled, Kakashi retreated. At that moment, Hiroshi regained his composure and, still shaken, remarked, Kakashi, I cannot believe you would attack your comrade. It is truly disappointing. Kakashi scoffed, Comrade? Do you think I would believe that? To unleash such a level of ice release without forming hand seals, you are clearly a wielder of a bloodline limit, yet you still attempt to impersonate Hiroshi Shinkawa? Hiroshi's mouth hung open as he stared at Kakashi's smug expression, which seemed to declare, I have seen through you. After a moment, a sly smile crept across his face. Well, those were your words, not mine. It's not that I have disregarded Lord Hokage's orders. When the time comes, should Lord Hokage inquire, you certainly cannot say I failed to meet you. A man must take responsibility for his actions. Haha, I shall take my leave now. You can handle the rest. Hiroshi felt a rush of exhilaration. He had no desire to partner with Kakashi. This guy was a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who teamed up with him was bound to meet disaster. Just when he was struggling to find an excuse to escape, he was fortunate that Kakashi would not acknowledge his identity. If not now, then when? Then, Hiroshi dashed away, leaving Kakashi dumbfounded in his wake. Kakashi stood frozen, suddenly questioning whether he had made a grave mistake. Could it be that he was not the infamous Hiroshi Shinkawa? Kakashi muttered to himself. Looking towards the princess and the three-tailed fox, he noticed they were already shakily getting to their feet, seemingly none the worse for wear. Kakashi's expression darkened. "Hiroshi Shinkawa, you rascal," he fumed. 3 days later, in a small town, before a bun shop, Hiroshi gazed hungrily at the plump buns, swallowing hard. He pulled out his wallet and opened it with a flourish, a bright light blinding him momentarily. Cautiously peering inside, he found it astonishingly pristine, capable of serving as a mirror. Even cockroaches would likely leave in tears. What a blunder! I should have robbed Kakashi. That guy never lacks funds. His stomach growled in protest once more. No mission meant no money, yet he was reluctant to undertake a task. It was far too perilous. But he was also quite hungry. Hiroshi pondered in turmoil. "Do you wish to eat?" A clear voice, sweet as silver bells, chimed beside him. Hiroshi turned in surprise to see a charming young girl, her warm smile brightening the air around her, extending a steaming bun towards him. Staring at her, Hiroshi was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered someone so beautiful. In a daze, he accepted the bun without uttering a word of thanks. The girl chuckled softly, turning and walking away. It was only after finishing the bun that Hiroshi remembered he had yet to learn her name. He slapped his forehead, lamenting, "In my past life, I was a lonely dog. In this life, it seems I remain a lonely dog. How foolish." Glancing in the direction the girl had departed, finding himself with nothing else to do, he decided to follow her. Soon, he came across notices plastered across the streets, and the figure on the poster resembled the princess Kakashi was escorting. Well, it truly is windflower snow," Hiroshi mused, rubbing his nose in disbelief. Suddenly, the sound of neighing horses echoed, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Looking up, he saw thick black smoke billowing into the sky, in a world blanketed in white snow. The smoke was particularly jarring. Faintly, he heard cries of distress. Could it be a fire? Curious, Hiroshi hurried towards the sound. As he approached, he realized this was not a mere accident. Someone was deliberately setting fire to the place. It appeared to be bandits. He saw numerous bandits on horseback, rampaging through the village, slaughtering defenseless civilians. Some of the bandits, grinning wickedly, raised torches to ignite the wooden houses. The air resonated with anguished cries and desperate screams. Those who dare to harbor the Mizuki clan deserve death. A distant voice echoed. Mizuki? The clan known for their ice-release bloodline? Suddenly, Shinkawa hero spotted a familiar figure sprinting towards the outskirts of the village. 2 menacing and avaricious bandits on horseback pursued her. Stunned, Shinkawa realized that the figure was the girl who had once offered him a bun. I did not expect such beauty to exist here. The bandits' eyes gleamed with greed. They took their time, seemingly toying with her. The girl, upon catching sight of Shinkawa, paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of urgency as she shouted, "Run!" Without hesitation, she darted off to the side, unwilling to lead her pursuers to Shinkawa. However, the delay brought the assailants even closer. A hint of despair crossed her face. "Do not worry, I am here," a gentle voice whispered in her ear. She turned sharply, realizing that Shinkawa, who had been at a distance moments before, was now by her side. The 2 bandits had now reached them, and one brandished a knife, aiming for Shinkawa's head. "No," the girl gasped. In that instant, a powerful chill surged forth. Dozens of ice pillars erupted from the ground, impaling the 2 bandits in a blink. Shinkawa stared, dumbfounded, at the panicked girl, his throat dry as he murmured, "You are one of the Mizuki clan?" Chapter 8. Using Kakashi as a shield, I did not intend for this. I am not a monster. The girl, witnessing the gruesome scene, appeared shaken. She collapsed to the ground, her legs retreating from the surface. The commotion had drawn the attention of other bandits, who began to converge on their location. Shinkawa sensed 2 unusual presences swiftly approaching, likely ninjas intent on capturing the girl. He recalled how Orochimaru had once shown particular interest in the Mizuki clan. He hoped it was not that perverse old man. For safety, Shinkawa abandoned any thoughts of eliminating the bandits. Gripping the girl's arm, he activated the wind god leg and vanished from the scene. Moments later, a figure with long hair and a large bow tied around its waist appeared on a nearby branch. Observing where Shinkawa had just disappeared, the newcomer appeared puzzled. Has he vanished without a trace already? The individual licked their lips. Had Shinkawa been present, he would have instantly recognized this person as Orochimaru. Fortunately, Shinkawa had fled quickly. Otherwise, his image would have been pinned to the wall by now. At present, Orochimaru was particularly intrigued by bloodlines. and the ice-release bloodline was too valuable to overlook. As a witness, Shinkawa would certainly become a target for elimination. No matter if the Mizuki clan is absent, there is still the Kagaya clan. Orochimaru muttered softly before vanishing in the blink of an eye. After Orochimaru's departure, another figure emerged, adorned with the forehead protector of the Mist Village. He glanced curiously at the spot where Orochimaru had vanished before shifting his gaze towards the direction Shinkawa had taken. In an instant, he sped off towards Shinkawa's location. Meanwhile, Shinkawa had led the girl to a secluded cave. He kindled a fire, warming the space considerably. The girl sat with her knees drawn to her chest, staring intently at the flames. "What is your name?" Shinkawa inquired. Slowly, she lifted her gaze and replied, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Hikari." "Hikari? Mizuki Hikari?" "No, just Hikari," she clarified, adding, "As for why they call me part of the Mizuki clan, I do not know." Shinkawa scratched his head, perplexed. Was she not a member of the Mizuki clan? Yet, how could she wield ice release? "I suppose I shall have to ask the third Hokage when I return," he thought, shaking off the confusion. "You are not from here, are you?" Hikari asked, her striking black and white eyes fixed on him. "How did you figure that out?" Shinkawa replied. "Your mannerisms differ from ours," Hikari explained. "Astute observation," Shinkawa complimented. "What are your plans now?" he asked, gazing intently at her. I do not know. My home is gone." Hikari shook her head. "Then come with me. We shall return to Konoha. It is much better than here, though that old coin collector, Danzo, may prove troublesome." The last remark was muttered under his breath, but given that Danzo was currently preoccupied with the Uchiha clan, he figured it would not pose a significant issue. As for Orochimaru, he likely was preparing to defect. With that, Hikari agreed. "I will follow you, wherever you go." "I shall go? That is unnecessary. I am not Zabuza, that psychologically troubled fellow," Shinkawa replied, somewhat exasperated. "Zabuza? Who is that?" Hikari asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "Oh, him? He is just a little kid now," Shinkawa replied. Hikari chuckled lightly. "As if you are not a little kid yourself." Shinkawa paused, realizing that indeed, he was still quite young. At that moment, a faint mist began to drift into the cave. Shinkawa dismissed it. Mist was a common occurrence in the land of snow. However, Hikari suddenly tensed, exclaiming, "Someone is coming." "3 of them." Shinkawa was taken aback. "How do you know? Was she perhaps a sensory ninja?" "The mist tells me," Hikari responded. Shinkawa was intrigued. Could she truly sense through the mist? He recalled a technique from his frost boxing style that allowed one to launch attacks while concealed in fog. Indeed, being enveloped in mist granted clarity to all that lay hidden within. Was this not Zabuza's signature silent killing technique? It seemed that Kishimoto had taken inspiration from the Wind and Cloud manga. Now that he had grasped the basics of his frost boxing, it was the perfect opportunity to refine this silent killing technique, or rather, the third form of frost boxing, Frost's Midnight Embrace. With a light chuckle, Shinkawa instructed Hikari, "Stay here and do not move. I will go investigate." He stepped out of the cave, allowing his inner energy to flow and attuning himself to the surrounding mist. Seeking to sense more, time passed, and finally, he could perceive the area within 2 feet, then 3, and soon, a full yard. Once he mastered his energy's interaction with the mist, he could sense everything within a kilometer radius. Just as Hikari had indicated, 3 ninjas were drawing closer to their location, their powerful chakra signatures suggesting they were elite ninjas from the Mist Village. Shinkawa Hiro furrowed his brow. Had the Mist Shinobi already begun to target the bloodline clans? Wasn't it supposed to wait until Obito's betrayal? Had the Mist Shinobi already harbored thoughts of eliminating the Mizuki clan at this juncture? Were they perhaps clearing out the outer members of the Mizuki clan, waiting for the opportune moment to eradicate them entirely? It seemed that the Mist Shinobi's actions against the bloodline ninjas could not solely be attributed to Obito. No wonder the Kagaya clan had rebelled. The grievances ran deep. 3 Mist Shinobi were cautiously advancing. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before them. Instantly, the Mist Shinobi went on high alert, yet saw nothing. A faint, ethereal laughter echoed in their ears. Panic ensued among the 3, who clustered together back-to-back for protection. The mist was a result of their ninjutsu, but they were startled to discover that the chakra within the mist had been expelled. They had lost the ability to sense movements through the fog. What was happening? It felt as though our senses had been restricted. One of the Mist Shinobi exclaimed. Could the opponent be a shadow-level powerhouse? That shouldn't be the case. A remnant of the Mizuki clan hardly warranted the attention of such a formidable foe. However, To silently strip away their perception of the mist could only be accomplished by someone of that caliber. We need to retreat. It is not worth risking our lives over a single Mizuki, one of them suggested. The other two were still pondering the situation. Just then, a hand materialized from the mist and gently patted the top of their heads. Terror gripped the three mist shinobi, for they had not sensed a thing. How could this be? Had he transformed into the mist? Regardless, we cannot afford to engage. Let's flee. Shenkawa Hiro watched as the mist shinobi fled into the distance, letting out a sigh of relief. Among the trio, two were Jonin. Given his current strength, he lacked absolute confidence in defeating both Jonin. Thus, allowing them to retreat was the most reasonable course of action. I must regroup with Kakashi. If those three realize what transpired, I will be in dire straits. He chuckled lightly, deciding that while Kakashi faced the battle ahead, he would provide support from behind. Chapter 9. You continue at this moment. Kakashi was still attempting to shed his pursuers. His plan was sound. However, their exit from the city had exposed them. Primarily, it was due to Kazuhana Yukige's striking beauty, which left a lasting impression. The beggar, enticed by the bounty, had undoubtedly informed the pursuers of their passage. Consequently, a large number of individuals trailed behind Kakashi and his companions. Were it not for an avalanche that had intervened, they would have already been caught. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed. Ice release, Wolf Fong avalanche. Hearing this, Kakashi's heart raced. Although they were close to escaping the land of snow, the surroundings remained blanketed in white. Thick layers of snow covered the slopes, which began to cascade down as if another avalanche had occurred. However, the slopes were not particularly steep. Even if an avalanche were to happen, it wouldn't pose much danger. Yet, the snow morphed mid-descent into the forms of wolves. Countless snow wolves roared as they charged toward them, the haunting howls adding a chilling atmosphere to the scene. The three Taifu displayed despair in their eyes. They were already exhausted, holding on by sheer will. How could they possibly contend with these snow wolves? No, it should be said that it was ninjutsu. The ability to transform lifeless snow into wolves indicated that their opponent was at least Jonin level. Kakashi's hands moved swiftly, performing the shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of smoke, multiple Kakashis encircled the three Taifu and the princess. Their escape was pivotal to his mission's success. Prioritizing the mission, Kakashi chose to confront the danger head-on. Despite the considerable toll it would take, several Kakashis engaged the encroaching snow wolves. The gleaming steel sliced through one wolf, but countless others continued to close in. The ice release was formidable, and coupled with the geographical conditions of the land of snow, it was no wonder they held a significant position in the chaotic world of ninjas. However, Kakashi proved himself a genius, his swordsmanship precise and decisive. Although he hadn't inherited the true legacy of the Leaf's White Fang, he had nonetheless laid a solid foundation from a young age. The aspirations of the White Fang had been for Kakashi to become a master of taijutsu. As for his eventual acquisition of the Sharingan, that was merely fate's whim. At this moment, Kakashi, relying on his strong taijutsu, finally dispatched all the snow wolves surrounding him. Yet, he was now panting heavily. The surrounding shadow clones dissipated into smoke one by one. Unlike Naruto, who possessed an abundance of chakra, Kakashi had limited reserves and had just undergone an intense battle. Managing to defend himself was already an impressive feat. He surveyed his surroundings, a grave expression crossing his face. Three ninjas clad in peculiar armor surrounded them. They were undoubtedly ninjas from the land of snow. The three ninjas from the land of snow looked at Kakashi with mockery. Leaf Ninja, we do not wish to engage you. Surrender them, and we shall allow you to leave. One of the snow ninjas gestured toward the Taifu and the princess. Kakashi replied, taking them away is my mission. Are you asking me to abandon my task? Know this, a ninja who forsakes their mission is nothing but trash. Before he finished speaking, Kakashi's palm crackled with electricity as he charged toward one of the snow ninjas at lightning speed, leaving a fleeting afterimage in his wake. The targeted snow ninja, however, wore a contemptuous smile as he watched Kakashi approach. Kakashi's heart sank, an ominous feeling surging within him. It was then that he was shocked to discover that his Chidori struck the opponent, who exhibited no discomfort. Instead, Kakashi sensed his gathered chakra being absorbed by the opponent's armor. Alarmed, Kakashi retreated, casting a startled glance at the armor. The snow ninja, having absorbed Kakashi's chakra, chuckled ominously, his body crackling with lightning as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was now directly opposite Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi swung his short blade, striking the opponent's armor. The adversary was sent flying by the blow. Immediately, the other two snow ninjas surged forward. The clashing sounds of steel echoed as Kakashi faced off against three opponents. Yet he remained undeterred. His father was the renowned Leaf's White Fang, a powerful ninja once equated with the legendary Sannin. The White Fang had achieved greatness through his mastery of swordsmanship, even earning the honor of wearing part of the Hokage's mantle. While Kakashi still had a way to go before matching the White Fang, he was more than capable of handling these three snow ninjas. To date, he had never lost in taijutsu. No, that was not quite right. He had almost forgotten. He had lost to that old sixth, Shinkawa hero. Upon recalling the name of Kamikawa hero, Kakashi's anger intensified, and the chakra enveloping his white fang grew more potent. With a fierce swing, he struck a blade against a foe's armor. At that moment, he distinctly sensed that the chakra from his short sword was being absorbed once again. Kakashi suddenly realized that his strength was waning, while the three ninjas opposite him only seemed to grow stronger with each exchange. Could it be due to that armor? Doubt began to creep into Kakashi's mind. Ice release, snowflake, shuriken. A sharp command snapped Kakashi back to reality, as countless shurikens formed from ice surged towards him. Earth release, earth flow wall. A resounding roar accompanied the rise of an earthen barrier that thwarted the incoming ice assault. However, those shurikens carved an elegant arc and returned to assault Kakashi once more. Alarmed, he instinctively employed the earth release technique again, for he needed to protect not only himself, but also Sandaime and the princess. Kakashi was panting heavily. The expenditure of chakra was overwhelming. The Hitaki clan possessed limited chakra reserves, and he couldn't withstand such depletions. Since the beginning of the confrontation, he had executed no less than 5 large-scale jutsu, while the 3 opposing ninjas showed no signs of fatigue. What should he do? Kakashi pondered. He could escape alone, but he could not abandon his employer. Suddenly, the thought of Kamikawa hero crossed his mind. If only that guy were here. If he were present, there would be no need for Kakashi to do anything. He could focus on protecting the employer. Alas, that rascal had made excuses to flee. Ice release, ice prison technique. The 3 ninjas from the land of snow shouted in unison. A resounding clang echoed, and an ice prison ensnared Kakashi. It felt as though he were trapped within a block of ice. Shocked, Kakashi activated the Chidori. A blinding white light surged forth, piercing the heavens. Finally, cracks appeared in the ice prison, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to break free. Fortunately, he had mastered this no-hand sign jutsu. Had it been another ninja ensnared in the ice prison, they would have found it impossible to escape. Though he had liberated himself, his chakra reserves were dangerously low. He positioned himself in front of Sandaime and the princess, staring down the 3 approaching ninjas from the land of snow. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Behind him, Sandaime and the princess wore expressions of despair. They recognized that Kakashi was at his wit's end. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. The princess turned and beheld a ninja of similar age to Kakashi cautiously approaching. He bore the same Leaf Village forehead protector as Kakashi. Following closely behind him was a young girl, mirroring his every step. "Oh, Kakashi, we meet again." Kamikawa hero waved at Kakashi and then awkwardly addressed the 3 ninjas from the land of snow. Hello there. I'm merely passing through. Please, continue with your business." Chapter 10. Kakashi as a shield. The 3 ninjas from the land of snow exchanged glances, one of them seething with rage. "Do you think we're fools? You wear a conspicuous leaf forehead protector and then claim you're just passing through?" Even the dogs wouldn't believe that. One of the snow ninjas swiftly lunged towards Kamikawa hero, hands moving rapidly. Ice release, twin dragon decapitation. With a thunderous roar, 2 serpentine forms rose beside Kamikawa hero, transforming into 2 enormous dragons that lunged at him with gaping maws. Wait. Kamikawa hero retreated hastily. The 2 frost dragons were upon him. A blast of snow enveloped the scene, and the snow ninja revealed a sinister smile. Even Kakashi felt a twinge of sympathy. However, protecting his employer remained paramount, and he could not afford to consider Kamikawa hero's fate at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while the snow ninjas were distracted by Kamikawa hero, Kakashi grasped Sandaime and the princess and fled into the distance. "Kakashi, you coward!" Kamikawa hero cursed vehemently. He had sought Kakashi to charge ahead, allowing him to play the coward. Yet upon their first meeting, Kakashi had shielded himself and fled. Who could he complain to now? Was this not the essence of losing the hen while trying to steal the egg? Kamikawa hero was left speechless, as Kamikawa hero berated Kakashi. The three snow ninjas watched him warily. The jutsu of twin dragon decapitation had been shattered by Kamikawa Hero's fists, despite being composed of condensed ice. Such a powerful technique should have been capable of shattering solid stone, yet it had not harmed Kamikawa Hero in the slightest. In that moment, he had merely acted instinctively, delivering a punch to one of the dragon heads, causing an outpouring of inner energy. The imposing dragon heads crumbled into a flurry of snowflakes. As the snowflakes settled, he turned to see Kakashi fleeing with the others, leaving him in a fit of anger. Let us follow them. Kamikawa Hero disregarded the snow ninjas and prepared to depart with the young girl. The snow ninjas were appalled by such blatant disrespect. They had never encountered such an affront. You seek death. One of the ninjas charged at Kamikawa Hero with a steel blade. Kamikawa Hero narrowed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming a seal, preparing to catch the blade with bare hands. His movements were impeccable. The snow ninja's steel blade was firmly clasped between Kamikawa Hero's hands. With a triumphant grin, he revealed a broad smile to the snow ninja. Then, with a surge of strength, the blade snapped in two. Kamikawa Hero then struck the ninja's chest with an open palm. Observing the incoming hand, the snow ninja wore a peculiar smile. Confident that his armor would absorb Kamikawa Hero's chakra, he eagerly awaited the look of shock on Kamikawa Hero's face. Suddenly, he felt an immense force, accompanied by a chilling cold that coursed through his body, plunging him into darkness. Mystical ice palm, Kamikawa Hero remarked coolly. Before the remaining two snow ninjas could regain their composure from the shock, Kamikawa Hero, like a dragon gliding through water, appeared before them, striking with both palms. Mystical ice palm, ice dragons dance. A roar echoed as two icy dragons erupted from the bodies of the snow ninjas. Their pupils widened in terror as they were hurled backward, transforming midair into ice sculptures. The young girl beside them, Chin, gasped in astonishment at Kamikawa Hero's display of power. Kamikawa Hero, equally intrigued, examined his own hands, marveling at the effectiveness of his mystical ice palm. If the twin dragons of the heavens had such prowess, wouldn't they dominate the martial world? After dealing with the three ninjas from the land of snow, Shinagawa let out a grunt and pursued Kakashi. Today, he had been outsmarted by Kakashi, who had played the role of a cunning strategist, leaving him rather displeased. It was unfortunate that Kakashi had not witnessed his unparalleled grace. Otherwise, he would surely speak to him with utmost respect in the future. The thought of Kakashi's respectful demeanor nearly made Shinagawa chuckle. Alas, Kakashi had walked away without looking back, missing the chance to behold his commanding presence. At that moment, Kakashi was wholly focused on the mission, showing no regard for the well-being of his comrades. Finally, 3 miles away, Shinagawa encountered Kakashi once more. Surprised by Shinagawa's sudden appearance, Kakashi found it hard to fathom how the latter had managed to escape unscathed from the encirclement of enemies. Kakashi was proud. If he were alone, he too could have easily emerged unscathed, but it was important to note that Shinagawa had brought along a companion. Kakashi glanced at the young girl, Haru, but saw nothing unusual about her, confirming her as an ordinary person. Pleased with Kakashi's astonished expression, Shinagawa was about to boast when Kakashi suddenly remarked, "You are indeed from the land of snow." Shinagawa almost choked on his breath. "Are you foolish? I am no fool. If you were not one of them, how could you escape their pursuit with an ordinary person?" Kakashi asserted. Shinagawa shrugged, conceding, "All right, your suspicions hold some merit. I find myself at a loss for words." He plopped down onto the ground, disregarding Kakashi, whom he deemed rather misguided. "Indeed, you seem to have run out of words. What has become of the true Shinagawa How?" Kakashi's gaze turned icy. Shinagawa waved his hands dismissively, stating, "I am Shinagawa How." Still unwilling to acknowledge it? "How could I possibly conspire with the people of the land of snow? I can't be bothered to entertain you." He rolled his eyes. Observing Kakashi preparing to make a move, Shinagawa warned, "I suggest you refrain from acting hastily. Be careful lest I lose my temper." Nearby, the young Haru interjected, "Ninja-sama. He doesn't seem like a bad person." Kakashi replied, "It's better to remain cautious. I haven't seen Shinagawa How in years. I cannot be certain that this person before me is truly him." Shinagawa understood that explaining himself to Kakashi would be futile. Such stubbornness was characteristic of him. Thus, they maintained a certain distance as they walked together. When Kakashi moved, Shinagawa followed, and when Kakashi stopped, so did Shinagawa. Their journey remained uneventful. The reason Shinagawa followed Kakashi was twofold. First, to evade pursuit from the mist ninjas. With Kakashi's assistance, he would stand a fighting chance against the two elite mist jonin, which was imperative as they were far superior to the ordinary jonin from the land of snow. He would undoubtedly be outmatched alone and needed Kakashi's strength to compete. Second, Kakashi was heading towards the Hidden Leaf. Following the orders of the Hokage, he was to rendezvous with Kakashi. If he returned, and Kakashi claimed never to have seen him, he would find it difficult to justify his actions. In the ninja world, negligence was not a commendable trait, as it directly impacted one's reputation and could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, he could not allow the third Hokage to learn of his lack of effort. As they approached the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi turned to Shinagawa with a skeptical gaze. "Are you truly Shinagawa How?" Shinagawa nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Haru stifled a laugh beside him. However, Shinagawa had no time to indulge Kakashi's musings. He needed to find a way for Haru to settle in the Hidden Leaf, ensuring that the likes of Danzo would not harbor any unwelcome intentions towards her. Chapter 11. The arrogance of the Uchiha. The guards of the Hidden Leaf were still comprised of members from the Uchiha clan. Shinagawa, Hao, and Kakashi entered the village one after the other. Kakashi and his group were allowed passage without issue, but when it was Shinagawa's turn, he was halted. Furrowing his brow, he noticed Kakashi also came to a stop. Shinagawa had no desire to engage with these lunatics, seeing their gaze fixated on Haru. He felt a surge of discontent. "What seems to be the issue?" Shinagawa inquired. "I suspect she is a spy and must be taken for interrogation." The two Uchiha chuckled, their demeanor mocking. "I have already informed the Hokage of her origins. Are you acting on your own accord or at the Hokage's command?" He countered. "What difference does it make?" One Uchiha sneered. "If it is the Hokage's order, please present the official decree. If not, you surely lack the authority to detain my companion." Shinagawa's mind raced with frustration. Why were they targeting him instead of Kakashi? Had Haru's lineage been exposed? That seemed unlikely. She had not used her ice release abilities throughout their journey. As he scrutinized the two Uchiha, he detected a glimmer of greed in their eyes. Glancing back at Haru, he realized that her pale skin, slender figure, and exquisite beauty, coupled with her enigmatic charm, might have attracted unwanted attention. Their intent to interrogate her was likely a facade. Their true desire was to possess her. Had the Uchiha grown this arrogant? It was crucial to remember that not all in the ninja world were noble. Those of genuine conscience, like the later Naruto, were exceedingly rare, and that rarity imbued them with a purifying influence. Most ninjas were entrenched in darkness, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. The Uchiha clan's arrogance was not solely due to Haru's beauty. It was likely also a reaction to his affiliation with the Hokage, an attempt to undermine him. Though Kakashi was also a part of the Hokage's faction, his resentment towards the village, stemming from the death of his father, the White Fang, might have played a role. Additionally, the Hitaki clan, while few in number, was considered one of the noble families of the Leaf, which the Uchiha would prefer to avoid antagonizing. Shinagawa, however, was a mere commoner, a staunch follower of the Hokage in the past, making him a logical target for their ire. When the second Hokage designated the Uchiha as the village's law enforcement, he likely foresaw their arrogant tendencies. Such individuals in positions of authority only served to breed disdain. The Uchiha massacre, rather than being merely a power struggle among the elite, was a consequence of the prevailing sentiment against them within the village. No one, whether Hokage or other clans, wished to see an Uchiha ascend to the role of Hokage. With this realization, Shinagawa's eyes lit up as he stroked his chin, contemplating the two Uchiha. If he were to express a clear disdain for the Uchiha clan, it could yield political advantages and facilitate his own rise to prominence in the future. At that moment, the two Uchiha had already approached Haru with sinister smiles, intent on seizing her. The young girl Q's eyes were filled with panic, her pitiful demeanor evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. A crowd had gathered around, whispering about the audacity of the Uchiha clan, yet none dared to raise their voices in protest. Meanwhile, Shinshinhao stood there in a daze, clearly stunned by the situation. Kakashi glanced at him with a hint of disappointment, preparing to intervene. However, at that moment, a sharp sound echoed as two Uchiha clan members reached out toward Ki, only to have their arms seized unexpectedly. They turned in astonishment to find Shinshinhao gripping their arms firmly. "In Konoha, do you Uchihas believe you have the right to apprehend others at will?" he demanded. "Especially someone I've brought back, even if she were in trouble. Only under the Hokage's orders do you have the authority to arrest her. If you wish to act against her, please present the Hokage's decree." In the distance, Members of the Umbu had long been observing the scene, and even root agents were watching intently. Upon hearing Shin Chunhao's words, they nodded in agreement, their gazes toward him softening. In the Hokage's office, Zhangqin Xiaochun observed the crystal ball displaying the scene and smiled slightly, saying, "Not bad. He still stands with us." Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, remarking, "This is indeed someone who has emerged from our roots." At the entrance of Konoha, the two Uchiha clan members, feeling embarrassed and enraged, struggled to free themselves from Shin Chunhao's grip. Yet, despite their efforts, he remained unyielding. "How dare a mere Chunin act this way?" one of the Uchiha members exclaimed, followed by a surge of anger. Their inability to escape the grasp of a Chunin would surely portray them as incompetent. Almost simultaneously, both Uchiha clan members drew their blades, aiming for Shin Chunhao's arms. The sudden turn of events shocked the onlookers. Drawing weapons against one's own was a grave taboo. After all, Shin Chunhao was a Chunin, his Leaf Village forehead protector unmistakably signifying his rank. Yet, no one anticipated that the Uchiha would so brazenly turn their weapons on him. Should they strike true, it could very well result in severe injury. "Stop!" Kakashi gasped in alarm, rushing forward. However, the situation unfolded too swiftly, even as Kakashi arrived. It seemed that Shin Chunhao's arm was beyond saving. At that moment, no one noticed the glint of cold murderous intent flickering in Shin Chunhao's eyes. While he preferred to avoid trouble and play the role of the underdog, it did not imply that he was afraid of conflict. If necessary, he would bring the Uchiha's downfall upon them years ahead of schedule. With a disdainful huff, he unleashed his inner power, yanking the two Uchiha clan members off balance, drawing them closer to him. He then took a decisive step forward, his shoulder colliding forcefully with their chests. A resounding crack echoed as several ribs shattered, sending the Uchiha members flying back, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell unconscious upon hitting the ground. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd in shock. Nearby, several Uchiha clan members who had been watching the spectacle were taken aback, never expecting their own to be so swiftly incapacitated. Unable to tolerate this humiliation, they all drew their swords, preparing to retaliate against Shin Chunhao. At this moment, Kakashi arrived at Shin Chunhao's side, ready to confront the encroaching Uchiha clan members. Shin Chunhao glanced at Kakashi, recognizing the wisdom in his choice. Perhaps this was the reason Kakashi ultimately gained the trust of the higher-ups. Otherwise, a person harboring resentment toward the village due to his father's death would not earn such favor, regardless of the third Hokage's regard. Just then, several masked Umbu agents descended onto the scene, their presence unmistakable. "Do you intend to rebel?" one Umbu questioned coldly, eyeing the approaching Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha stood frozen in place, and unbeknownst to them, a large number of Umbu had surrounded the area, their cold gazes directed at the Uchiha clan. An icy wave of hostility enveloping them. Chapter 12. I shall cultivate sage techniques ultimately. A confrontation was averted as an elder from the Uchiha clan arrived to quell the unrest among his kin. After all, no one had died. Shin Chunhao had refrained from lethal force. The two incapacitated Uchiha members would merely require a few days of rest to recover. However, the repercussions of this incident were profoundly detrimental, particularly for the Uchiha clan. Their attempt to wield power to arrest villagers at will ignited unprecedented animosity among the villagers of Konoha, particularly with regard to Kyujin. Such a beautiful and pitiful figure, thoughts of her potential suffering after being seized stirred even the neutral parties to express extreme dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's actions. The villagers' sense of security had been irrevocably shattered, a dire blow indeed. What worth does a law enforcement agency that fails to provide them with security hold? Regardless of how outsiders perceive the Uchiha clan, Shin Chunhao had already escorted Kyuchi to the Hokage's office. He revealed her origins in full to the third Hokage, believing that concealment would not serve him well and could lead to exploitation by certain individuals, such as the old fox Danzo. By presenting the truth openly, he hoped to secure a reasonable arrangement from the third Hokage, thereby instilling a sense of caution in Danzo. "Hokage-sama, I truly am not of the Mizuno-kuni clan," Kyuchi insisted, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge the surname that had brought her misfortune. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and replied, "You are, in fact, a descendant of the Yuki clan. The Mizuno-kuni name is more a label for an organization, as anyone who inherits such abilities is often referred to as part of the Mizuno-kuni clan, regardless of their original surname." The third Hokage glanced at Kyuchi and continued, If you wish to distance yourself from the Mizuno Kuni name, then you may adopt the surname Shinchan. I shall grant you the identity of Shinchan in Konoha. A flicker of joy crossed Kyuching's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage nodded with a smile, and from that moment on, she would be known as Shinchan, acquiring a legitimate identity in Konoha. However, the third Hokage did not assign Kyujin to accompany Shinchan. Instead, he directed her to the Konoha hospital. This relieved Shinchan, as having Kyujin follow him would necessitate additional missions to support a family, which would impede his ability to remain incognito. As someone escorted Kyujin away, it became apparent that the Konoha hospital was in dire need of personnel, and Kyujin's ice techniques would prove useful. Although Tsunade was not frequently present in Konoha due to specific reasons, she occasionally visited the hospital to offer guidance. If Kyujin were to catch Tsunade's attention and learn medical ninjutsu from her, her potential achievements would be boundless. Well then, I have arranged for your companion. Now, tell me about your circumstances, the third Hokage said, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Shinchan. Shinchan feigned ignorance, asking, "My circumstances? What circumstances do I have?" The third Hokage chuckled softly. "When you first met Kakashi in the Land of Snow, you had already been there for over 10 days, correct? Speak freely, what were you doing?" Beside him, the enigmatic Tsunade looked at him with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. "Damn it, Kakashi. Must you be so detailed? You even calculated the time," murmured Kamikawa Hiro. "Come on, what secret are you hiding?" Tsunade asked ominously. "TCH, it's nothing much, just what?" The third Hokage let out a cold snort. Kamikawa Hiro replied, "I only wanted to pick a few snow lotuses to sell. Lord Hokage, you know my humble abode. I'm all alone and often go hungry, just hoping to earn a little extra." He carefully opened a small package and revealed several pristine white flowers. The snow lotuses sparkled and exuded a delightful fragrance, cherished by women for their beauty-enhancing properties. Tsunade's eyes brightened slightly as she cleared her throat and said, "I knew you'd play the poverty card. This time, it's settled. I'll take these snow lotuses." After handing Kamikawa Hiro a banknote, she promptly took the lotuses away with decisive efficiency. By the time Kamikawa Hiro realized what had happened, Tsunade had vanished. He clicked his tongue. "Did I just lose out?" Mito Minya scoffed. "Lose out? You're lucky not to be penalized. Do you even realize you're neglecting your duties?" The third Hokage silently watched as his two advisors orchestrated the small theft of Kamikawa Hiro's snow lotuses. They were rare and highly sought after, scarcely seen even on the black market. He couldn't believe Kamikawa Hiro had gathered so many in just over 10 days. "I must acquire one for myself, or else Tsunade will cause a ruckus." Just as he was about to leave to find Tsunade, he suddenly noticed the bulging tool pouch of Kamikawa Hiro. The third Hokage's eyes glinted as he wrapped his fingers on the table and said, "Bring it out. That has stolen goods." Kamikawa Hiro turned pale. How could it be considered stolen? If he wanted it, he could just say so rather than beat around the bush. But who was he to argue with the Hokage? He conceded. With a face more sorrowful than a frown, he retrieved a snow lotus from his ninja tool pouch, one far superior to the one Tsunade had taken. "Lord Hokage, can't you let me keep one? I still need it to improve my life." "What improvement? Didn't Elder Tsunade just give you a banknote?" The third Hokage retorted, his expression stern. "You know she gave me a banknote, don't you?" The unspoken implication was, "Are you really going to take it for free?" The third Hokage chuckled. "All right, I want to take it for free." Kamikawa Hiro sighed in relief. "How about you select a jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll in exchange?" The third Hokage offered again. Mito Minya rolled his eyes and muttered, "Still 1T pay, trading village techniques for supplies, shameless." The third Hokage pretended not to hear. However, Kamikawa Hiro was overjoyed. "Really? Of course. What do you wish to learn?" The third Hokage replied with a smile. "TCH, do you think I've never seen the Forbidden Scroll?" Kamikawa Hiro scoffed. The third Hokage burst out laughing. "I thought you'd want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique right away." Minato's fame had soared, and his Flying Thunder God technique was the envy of many. But so far, only Minato qualified to learn it. Even a genius like Orochimaru couldn't grasp the basics of the technique. It truly relied on innate talent. The third Hokage pulled out the Forbidden Scroll for Kamikawa Hiro to peruse. Unbeknownst to him, this was a reward for standing up to the Uchiha clan at the village entrance. As he opened the scroll, he was pleased to find the multiple shadow clone technique listed among the jutsu. However, forbidden techniques like impure world reincarnation and the Shiki Fujin were conspicuously absent. It seemed the techniques had been carefully curated. Otherwise, why would they be so readily available for his inspection? Soon, he stumbled upon a forbidden technique left behind by Jiraiya, a method for training in sage arts. Kamikawa Hiro's eyes sparkled. What if he could learn sage arts and retain it in his body like inner energy? Unlike Jiraiya and later Naruto, who could only use sage energy temporarily, he possessed inner energy. If he could store inner energy in his meridians, why couldn't he store sage energy there as well? Or perhaps, he could store it in the chakra points activated by the 8 gates, allowing them to remain open under the influence of sage arts. If one day he developed a dantian and stored a vast amount of sage energy, creating a perpetual cycle with the external world, how magnificent would it be to become a congenital master? The thought of becoming an innate master through the 8 gates thrilled him. Determined, Kamikawa Hiro resolved to train in sage arts. Chapter 13. A firm decision. The third Hokage was quite surprised by Kamikawa Hiro's choice. Instead of selecting powerful offensive jutsu, he opted for a challenging technique that lacked a clear tier system. The difficulty of training in sage arts was immense, even if one succeeded, without corresponding offensive techniques. The full potential of sage arts could not be unleashed. Moreover, training in sage arts was perhaps the most tedious method among the forbidden techniques. However, since Kamikawa Hiro had made his choice, the third Hokage refrained from further comment. If necessary, he could always summon Jiraiya back for assistance and procure some toad oil. Watching Kamikawa Hiro leave, content, the third Hokage muttered, "Is he truly aiming to become a sixth wheel?" After all, Jiraiya had also relied on toad oil to enhance his perception to barely harness sage arts. So what gave Kamikawa Hiro the right to succeed without external aid? The third Hokage suddenly felt weary. Such a promising talent, yet lacking ambition. Indeed, mastering sage arts was no simple feat. He recalled that even with the aid of toad oil, Jiraiya had taken a long time to barely grasp the technique. Kamikawa Hiro, with his formidable perception, after all, he had lived 2 lives, should have some advantage. Yet, he found he could sense natural energy clearly but could not absorb it into his body to form sage chakra. His inner energy, initially cultivated for health, could not carry natural energy. This was quite the predicament. His inner energy had evolved into a form of life essence. But despite practicing Wind God Leg and Heavenly Frost Fist, he had yet to master the Cloud Dispelling Palm. While these were foundational martial arts, their individual power was insufficient to create a significant impact, yet they were prerequisites for mastering the life essence. It seemed that to cultivate Sage Chakra, he had to first master the Cloud Dispelling Palm. He remembered that Bu Jingyun had harnessed waterfall energy to train the Cloud Dispelling Palm, and the most renowned waterfall here was none other than the one at the Valley of the End. However, the Valley of the End lay outside the village, requiring the Hokage's authorization to enter, not to mention dealing with the Uchiha clan. Just the thought of it was exhausting. Yet, training could not be neglected, otherwise he wouldn't be a qualified sixth wheel. Resolute, he hurriedly made his way to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was quite occupied, yet he still managed to meet with him. "Speak, what brings you here? If it pertains to your training, I fear I lack the time to guide you." The third, weary from the burdens of war, had not rested for several days. "No, it is not about training. I seek a pass to enter and exit the gates of Konoha at any time," declared Kamikawa Hiroto. "A pass to enter and exit the gates at will? For what purpose?" The third raised his gaze to meet Kamikawa's. Such a privilege was not easily granted to a mere chunin. The ninja world was fraught with chaos and espionage. Thus, the third could not dismiss Kamikawa's request lightly. "I wish to journey to the Valley of the End to cultivate sage techniques," Kamikawa asserted, showing no intent to conceal his motives. The third contemplated Kamikawa for a long moment before finally conceding. "Very well. However, you shall have but 1 month. As you are aware, our manpower is stretched thin, and after a month, you must be prepared for missions." Watching Kamikawa rush out with enthusiasm, the third allowed himself a faint smile and shook his head. This young man always had a knack for unexpected actions. Let him go. The last mission can be graded as S rank, so a month of recovery is acceptable, the third remarked. The previous mission in the Land of Snow had not only seen him complete Kakashi's task, but also acquire vital intelligence on the Mist Ninja, raising awareness of their movements. It was indeed a significant contribution. Moreover, he was Kamikawa Hiroto, a steadfast direct descendant of the Hokage lineage. The third was willing to grant him such a privilege. Had it been a member of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, it would have been a different matter altogether. Time is indifferent to the rigors of training. Although the third had stated a month, he did not retract the pass even after that period. Most tasks assigned were relatively brief, and Kamikawa understood that this was the third's way of looking out for him. Perhaps it was due to his training in Jiraiya's secret techniques that the old man unconsciously treated him as he did Jiraiya. Kamikawa accepted this kindness, promising himself that when the time came for upheaval in Konoha, he would find a way to protect the third, thus repaying the debt of gratitude incurred today. In a fleeting moment, another year had passed. The Third Great Ninja War had gradually escalated, an extension of the Second Great War, marked by the large-scale invasion of the Land of Fire by the Rock Ninja. Konoha's forces were increasingly strained. Kai, having just graduated, faced his first frontline mission. Yet due to the dire shortage of manpower, most of the participants were Genin, with not a single competent Chunin to be found. While the third furrowed his brow in concern, a knock echoed at the door. Kamikawa Hiroto entered. Third Hokage, allow me to participate in the reconnaissance mission at the front. The third's eyes lit up at this proposal. He recognized Kamikawa's strength. Having him lead the team was an impeccable choice. Compared to Kakashi, Kamikawa's background and abilities were impeccable. Were it not for his disinterest in missions, preferring to remain in the shadows, he would have likely been promoted to Jonin by now. Very well. Your mission will be to guard against potential attacks from the Mist Ninja. The situation there is precarious, and they seem poised for action. The third instructed. Rest assured, I am a Chunin with ample experience. Kamikawa replied confidently. The third regarded him with a peculiar expression. Experience? How many high-level missions have you undertaken? Kamikawa paused. That is of little importance. What matters is that I am indeed a Chunin, is it not? Fine, you shall be their captain. The third dismissed him, relieved that someone was willing to contribute to the village. With him leading the charge against the Mist Ninja, we can be at ease. The third commented. Really? You seem quite confident in him, yet he has hardly ventured out. He has scarcely completed even a C-rank mission. Isn't his experience too scant compared to Kakashi? Tsukikage Koharu expressed her concern. No, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, I trust him implicitly. The third found himself pondering the basis of his confidence in Kamikawa. Though he had not undertaken many missions, he had a perfect success rate in those he did, a rarity indeed. Meanwhile, Kamikawa had returned to his dwelling. Observing the immaculately clean space, warmth filled his heart. It seemed that Kamikawa Haru had visited. Regardless of her busy schedule at the hospital, she always found time to tidy up his room. Indeed, Kamikawa Haru had garnered Tsunade's favor. Each time Tsunade visited the hospital, she would provide guidance to Haru. And now her medical ninjutsu had gained widespread recognition. She was on the path to inherit Tsunade's legacy. Perhaps this was why neither Danzo nor the Uchiha clan had caused her any trouble, which brought relief to Kamikawa. After tidying up, he left a note for Kamikawa Haru and proceeded to the meeting point. He recalled that Might Guy perished during an encounter with the Mist Ninja. Despite single-handedly defeating half of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had ultimately fallen. While he could not alter the fate of the White Fang of Konoha, he was determined to protect Might Guy's legacy. As he arrived at the assembly point, he was taken aback. In his memory, only Kai, Nara Shikaku, and Ebisu had been present during Might Guy's sacrifice. Thus, he had assumed that the forces sent to the Mist Border were minimal. However, he was surprised to find dozens of shinobi gathered, organized into over 20 small teams. Yet, it was understandable. The Mist Village was indeed a ninja village, albeit small, and could not possibly dispatch just a handful of ninjas. Most of these were genin, with Might Guy likely being the oldest present. Captain, Kai shouted as he spotted Kamikawa. The others turned their gazes toward him. However, upon noticing the similarity in age between Kamikawa and Kai, some regarded him with skepticism and disdain. Even if the village lacked Chunin, they believed it unreasonable to appoint a mere child as their captain. Kamikawa noticed their dismissive glances, but refrained from justifying himself. Compared to the rising star that was Kakashi, he was indeed an unknown. Yet, he was now an elite Chunin, and rank bore weight. He had no obligation to prove himself to them. Initially, he had thought he would lead only a few teams, but it appeared he was now to command an entire unit. Who but the Hokage's direct descendant could enjoy such privilege? Old man, you certainly have faith in me. Kamikawa muttered to himself as he gestured for departure. Stepping beyond the gates of Konoha once more, the Uchiha stood guard as usual. Upon seeing Kamikawa leading a unit, their expressions darkened. Their long-standing feud with him had only deepened. His rising status posed a greater threat to them. One could only wonder how they would strategize in light of his newfound authority. Hiroshi Kamikawa does not concern himself with the schemes of the Uchiha clan. Let us not forget that within Konoha, there still exists a root. Although Danzo is rather despicable, his resolve against the Uchiha clan remains unyielding. As long as root is present, even if the Uchiha were to stage a rebellion, they could not swiftly seize control of Konoha's upper echelons. At that moment, the retaliation from Konoha's leaders would signal the demise of the Uchiha. In essence, the Uchiha currently lacks a decisive powerhouse. Even Shursui has yet to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan at this juncture. Later, even when he does awaken it, he is swayed and manipulated by Danzo and the third Hokage, rendering him a hindrance rather than an ally to the Uchiha. The Mist Ninja are located to the southeast of Konoha. Thus, their current direction of movement is naturally towards the southeast as well. There are actually two nations in close proximity to the Mist Ninja, the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpool. After the annihilation of the Land of Whirlpool, it became a territory of the Land of Fire. As for the reason behind the fall of the Land of Whirlpool, it remains a mystery to him, though it is highly probable it occurred during the Second Great Ninja War. Regarding Konoha's lack of aid, there are two conjectures. One is that Konoha was too preoccupied with its own affairs to provide assistance, a scenario that seems quite plausible. The other possibility is that Konoha possessed the capability to intervene but refrained from doing so for some reason. Regardless of the rationale, in the world of Shinobi, one must look after oneself. It would be unreasonable to label the third Hokage and Danzo as villains solely for their failure to send reinforcements. It can only be said that everything is driven by self-interest. Kamikawa's ability to command a legion and elevate his status so dramatically is undoubtedly due to his backing from the third Hokage's faction. In a word, his roots are strong and his connections even more profound than Kakashi's. Initially, he was reluctant to take on such a prominent role. Yet to ensure that Dai does not perish during this mission, he has no choice but to acquiesce. Upon arriving at the border, Kamikawa immediately dispatched personnel to survey and scout the entire border area. This is a considerable undertaking, but as ninjas, the distances are not insurmountable if they exert themselves. With so many individuals spread out, they can effectively support one another. However, from the memories of his previous life, it is certain that Kai and his companions survived this battle, while the fates of others remain uncertain. Judging by the attitude of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it is likely that others perished at their hands. The pressure is immense. Kamikawa sighed. With him leading the team, there must be no mistakes. Should there be excessive casualties, he would find it difficult to explain to the third Hokage upon his return. 3 days passed without incident. On the 4th day, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. A thin mist rose from the sea. 7 figures emerged slowly from the fog, walking upon the water. Behind these 7 individuals followed a large contingent of ninjas. Their appearance was soon detected by Konoha's shinobi, and upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, they were struck with shock. The 7 ninja swordsmen? It is indeed them. Simultaneously, in Konoha, the third Hokage received the news. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Unexpectedly, they are leading the charge. Kamikawa is in grave danger. Tsunade glanced at the intelligence report. Those are 7 elite jonin from the mist, formidable in strength. Coupled with a vast number of ordinary ninjas, the mist is poised to wage all-out war against us. Mito Minion exclaimed. Yet we cannot spare additional troops. Tsunade's brow furrowed. I am merely curious as to why the mist is so unusually mobilized this time. Engaging in a long-distance battle across the sea is a significant military blunder, unless there is a particular ulterior motive. The timing is also peculiar, arriving just as Kamikawa reaches the front lines. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage paused, suddenly rising and declaring, "This is a conspiracy. We have fallen into their trap." Tsunade and Mito stared at the third Hokage in astonishment. The third Hokage's expression darkened. They do not intend to attack us. Their objective is Kamikawa's team, specifically targeting the bloodline limits. Tsunade questioned in confusion. The pursuit of the Mizunashi clan across great distances during the Land of Snow incident was indeed strange, and it was later revealed that the upper echelons of the Mist had targeted not only the Mizunashi clan, but also other bloodline clans. Are you suggesting they are cleansing the bloodline clans? No, it seems more likely they are plundering the bloodlines for some nefarious secret. Thus, the only bloodline clan at the border is the Hyuga clan, Mito stated in shock. The sole bloodline holder accompanying Kamikawa is indeed a member of the Hyuga clan. While there are also recent graduates from the Uchiha clan, they hold little value for plunder. However, the Byakugan is different. any member of the main family can utilize it. Coincidentally, there happens to be a member of the Hyuga main family within Kamikawa's team. We can only draw elite forces from the northern front for reinforcements, Tsunade declared. There is no time. Mito shook his head. Pulling elite forces from the northern front will take several days. In those days, Konoha's lower ninjas would have already suffered total annihilation. Do we not have suitable candidates readily available? Danzo entered the room at this moment. Who else? Tsunade inquired. It seems the Uchiha clan has been rather idle lately. It is time to put them to work. Danzo smirked coldly. The third Hokage contemplated before responding. Most of the Uchiha clan members are already on the battlefield. There are still the new generation, such as the so-called genius Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the third Hokage's hesitation, Danzo's smile turned icy. Sarutobi, your compassion should not be wasted on the Uchiha clan. Tsunade and Mito did not voice any objections. Their stance towards the Uchiha was resolute. Suppression, rigorous suppression, with the hope of total eradication. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui is only a year younger than Kamikawa, while Kakashi entered the battlefield at the tender age of 5. With that thought, the third Hokage's gaze hardened. Chapter 15. They stole the Byakugan as members of the Uchiha clan rushed towards the border. Kamikawa's forces had already launched an assault against the Mist Ninja. Indeed, it was an assault, with merely a handful of lower ninjas confronting 7 elite jonin and nearly 100 Mist Ninjas. Dai, those individuals are mine. Kamikawa pointed at the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, Might Dai was glowing green. He had already opened the first gate of the 8 gates. Kamikawa, they are elite jonin, Dai exclaimed, his mind racing, as he believed it foolish for one person to take on 7 elite jonin unless they were of Kage-level strength. He did not believe Kamikawa possessed such power. When the 7 ninja swordsmen appeared, he had already prepared himself for sacrifice in defense. However, before he could advance, Kamikawa firmly grasped his arm and insisted that he alone confront the 7 ninja swordsmen. What of elite jonin? Are they truly so formidable? Kamikawa regarded the overconfident 7 ninja swordsmen with indifference. Dai wished to say more, but Kamikawa's expression turned serious. This is an order. Dai was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately replied, be careful. With that, he led his team toward the ordinary Mist Ninjas. The 7 ninja swordsmen looked at Kamikawa as if he were a fool. One of the figures wielding a decapitation blade lazily remarked, I will deal with him. My blade has been chipped and requires fresh blood to restore its edge. With that, he swiftly lunged toward Shinkawa Hero, aiming a horizontal slash intended to cleave him in two. At that moment, Mado Dai and the others were also paying attention to the scene. Guy had already opened the 3rd gate, preparing to rush over, determined to prevent any harm from befalling Shinkawa Hero in his presence. To everyone's astonishment, Shinkawa Hero did not evade the blow. Instead, he calmly extended his left hand to intercept the decapitating blade. The Mist Ninja wielding the blade curled his lip in disdain, thinking, you believe you can stop my sword with a single hand? Are you the Hokage? A sharp crack echoed as the blade abruptly halted mere inches from Shinkawa Hero, unable to advance further. Miraculously, he had caught the blade with one hand. As his inner energy surged, he crushed the blade's edge with a resounding crack. This shocking display left all present in utter disbelief, as if they had never truly known him. The 7 ninja swordsmen were especially taken aback. Had he truly shattered the decapitating blade with his bare hands, as if it were mere tofu? As the crowd gaped in astonishment, Shinkawa Hero suddenly grimaced in pain, blowing on the fingers that had just crushed the blade. Damn, I overdid it. Oh, it hurts, I've broken the skin. As he hopped around, tending to his injured hand, an unusual silence fell over the battlefield. Even the combatants engaged in fierce struggle paused to gaze at Shinkawa Hero. Among the Mist Ninjas, a brown-haired girl stared in astonishment at Shinkawa Hero, who appeared to be of similar age. That kid is quite peculiar. We should retreat, murmured an ally beside her. Did we acquire the Byakugan? Almost, but that guy is very cautious, came the reply. Then we can't retreat. He is just a mere child, likely trying to bluff us with some bloodline ability. Tell those 7 not to be cowards. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the multitude of bloodline abilities in the ninja world, and it was not uncommon to encounter 1 or 2 they had never seen before. It was clear that the boy possessed a bloodline ability. Otherwise, who would dare to so boldly block such a formidable strike? After all, it was no ordinary blade. It was the renowned decapitating sword. Shinkawa Hiro was equally unwilling to let the 7 ninja swordsmen escape easily. There were few masters of body techniques, and encountering 7 of them without properly honing his skills would be a disservice to him. His Peikyun palm had already reached a minor mastery, and his internal energy was on the verge of transforming into the 3 points of returning energy. Unfortunately, his heavenly frost fist, wind god leg, and Peikyun palm were not yet fully developed. Thus, independently condensing them into 3 points of returning energy posed a challenge. Seizing the opportunity presented by the pressure from the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shinkawa Hiro resolved to force his internal energy to convert into 3 points of returning energy. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a gust of wind with a powerful slap aimed at the decapitating blade. The path of the blade abruptly shifted, nearly cleaving the approaching ninja wielding the sword of the ghost shark in half. Aha, youth. Youth is all about challenges. Let us engage in a fierce battle of 3,000 rounds. Shinkawa Hiro roared with laughter as he plunged into the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his Peikyun palm unfurling with a fierce wind. His ferocity immediately elevated the morale of the Konoha side to its peak. Youth. Oh, youth. Youth is a challenge. Here I come. Mato Gai's eyes blazed with fervor, his strength surging as he opened the second gate, rivaling the elite Jonin in prowess. Unknowingly, Shiranui Genma, observing Gai's reckless leap into the mist ninja ranks, muttered, "What an idiot." Then, glancing toward Shinkawa Hiro, he added, "Is idiocy contagious?" Meanwhile, a group of Uchiha reinforcements advanced unhurriedly in the rear. Shizune, there is no need to rush. Let them expend their energy against one another. This way, we can achieve greater gains with minimal losses. An elder Uchiha counseled the anxious Shizune. But isn't this unwise? Shizune frowned. What is unwise about it? Do not forget how the village has treated us, and that Shinkawa Hiro is openly at odds with us. It would be best for him to perish here, the elder Uchiha declared. Shizune remained silent, troubled by the severity of the Uchiha's situation with the village. Beside Shizune stood a small figure, Uchiha Itachi. He lifted his gaze to Shizune, then to the elder Uchiha, remaining silent but with a grave expression in his eyes. I will go and take a look. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Shizune finally said. Do as you wish, replied the elder Uchiha. Nodding, Shizune quickened his pace, vanishing in an instant. The elder Uchiha's pupils narrowed slightly, impressed by Shizune's speed, yet he refrained from voicing his regrets, likely knowing only too well what they entailed. After Shizune left, the elder Uchiha gestured for the team to halt their advance. All right, let us rest. There is no need to rush. A cold smirk graced his lips. Itachi silently observed the unfolding events, recognizing this as a grave dereliction of duty. Such conduct should never be tolerated. However, as members of the Uchiha clan, they would not speak of it. Were they to stand idly by as Shinkawa Hiro and his comrades fell in battle? In the borderlands, Shinkawa Hiro fought valiantly against 7 adversaries for 2 days and nights. The ordinary ninjas had long since abandoned the battlefield, expecting Shinkawa Hiro to do the same and bide his time for a strategic engagement. Yet he did not. This battle was under his command. The 7 ninja swordsmen could not extricate themselves from the conflict, for every attempt to distance themselves was thwarted by an unseen force that pulled them back. Shinkawa Hiro intended to use them as a whetstone for his skills, and he would not let them slip away easily. His internal energy was gradually compressing and transforming. This was a critical juncture, and he could not allow the 7 ninjas to escape. He needed to solidify his progress. Both sides now focused their attention on the fierce clash between Shinkawa Hiro and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Was he truly human? The mist ninjas swallowed hard as they beheld Shinkawa Hiro, who had not paused for a moment since the battle commenced. Yet, it appeared that this individual was single-handedly suppressing their pride, the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Konoha side was equally astonished, many of whom had initially underestimated Shinkawa Hiro, now experiencing a stinging dose of reality. Just then, chaos erupted at the Konoha encampment. This is bad. They have seized the Byakugan. A startled cry rang out. Shinkawa Hiro heard this exclamation, and his countenance turned a deep shade of iron. So their true objective was the Byakugan. In the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, it is recalled that the Mist Ninja acquired the Byakugan, although the exact timing eludes memory. It seems that the battle for this precious ocular ability transpired during this period. In my previous life, while watching the animation, I only glimpsed the memory of Might Guy unleashing the 8th gate, alongside only himself, Shiranui Gunma, and Ebisu. However, given the nature of war, it is implausible that only these 3 were present. Undoubtedly, others were involved as well. It is reasonable to surmise that this was the moment when the Mist Ninja seized the Byakugan. No wonder later on, the 7 ninja swordsmen suffered the demise of 7 members at the hands of Dai, while the Mist Ninja refrained from retaliating against Konoha. They had acquired something far more invaluable, the Byakugan. With this thought, Hiroshi Kamikawa's assault became increasingly fierce. He unleashed the cloud-piercing palm, which resonated like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. This time, the energy propelling his technique was not derived from his previous cultivation of health techniques, but rather from the nascent form of the triad of return to origin chi. With a single strike, 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were sent flying, their chests caving in, rendering them on the brink of death. Senior Dai, we will reclaim the Byakugan, Hiroshi Kamikawa proclaimed loudly. Might Dai had already activated the 8th gate, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the retreating Mist Ninja. Kamikawa then turned his attention to the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, sparing no words as he swept them into his grasp. The formidable Suigetsu Hozuki, wielding a gel machine, roared as he aimed a strike at Kamikawa. With a cold snort and an intense gaze, Kamikawa countered with a palm strike. As he unleashed his inner power, Suigetsu Hozuki grinned menacingly, intent on absorbing Kamikawa's chakra with his shark skin. The impact of Kamikawa's palm struck the shark skin with a resounding force, causing it to emit a piercing scream as it shattered. The shark skin was sent hurtling back, crashing into Suigetsu Hozuki, whose eyes bulged in shock as blood spurted forth, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, colliding violently with the nearby Kensho Yamanaka. Their bodies were torn apart in midair, raining down a deluge of blood. The sheer might of a single strike was terrifying. The surrounding Leaf Ninja gazed at Hiroshi Kamikawa in astonishment. To them, he appeared as a demonic entity, effortlessly dispatching elite jonin as if they were mere poultry. Of the 7 ninja swordsmen, 5 had fallen. Among the remaining were the now-destroyed Pipa Shirzong, who had wielded a decapitating blade, and a mist ninja known as Kurakaji Raya, who brandished a lightning blade. Pipa Shirzong, however, had lost the will to fight and fled without a backward glance. Kurakaji Raya was momentarily stunned, a step too late to react. He could not fathom Pipa Shirzong's lack of shame, abandoning the battle so abruptly. By the time Kurakaji Raya sought to escape, it was already too late. Kamikawa descended from the sky like an eagle seizing its prey, placing his palm firmly atop Raya's head. With a swift crack, Raya's neck twisted a full 180 degrees, and he collapsed lifelessly. Kamikawa glanced towards Pipa Shirzong's escape route, initially intending to pursue, but hesitated, concerned for Might Dai's safety. He relinquished the chase and redirected his focus toward Dai. Channeling the triad of return to origin chi into his legs, he dashed across the ocean. Suddenly, a colossal surge of chakra erupted into the sky. Might Dai's presence was palpable. Sensing Dai's immense energy, it was clear he had activated the 8 gates. Kamikawa cursed under his breath. Damn it, don't open the death gate. At that moment, Dai found himself encircled. Among the forces present, only Hiroshi Kamikawa possessed the strength to match him, while the remaining lower-ranked ninjas lacked the capability for such a long journey across the ocean, which explained why Kamikawa had sent Dai alone to pursue. Just one man. Konoha seemed to be devoid of support. Nearby, a middle-aged man beside Terumi Mei sneered at Dai, seemingly utilizing a technique to unlock potential. Be cautious, Terumi Mei advised. Don't worry, he won't stir up any trouble. Miss, take the Byakugan and leave. I will handle this. With that, the middle-aged man charged towards Might Dai. At this juncture, Dai had activated the 7th gate, his strength comparable to that of an elite jonin. He swiftly maneuvered beside the middle-aged man and delivered a powerful kick. The man smirked sinisterly, suddenly transforming into a pool of water. Dai was taken aback, realizing he had been ensnared within the water prison technique. Dai was alarmed, feeling the suffocating grip of the water around him, which not only impeded his breath, but also relentlessly drained his chakra and stamina. The opponent's ability to evade his onslaught and employ the body replacement technique indicated their prowess as an elite jonin. On land, you may have a chance. But in the ocean, what can you use to contend with me? Several mist ninja pressed their hands upon the water prison, firmly maintaining control over it. Despite Dai's struggles, he could not break free, and his strength continued to wane. As he watched Terumi Mei and the others retreat into the distance, Dai seemed to reach a resolution. It appears my youth concludes here. Youth embodies protection. Let me safeguard what I cherish one last time. 8 gates, death? Nonsense. A faint voice echoed from afar, carrying a certain enchantment that interrupted Dai's breath and thwarted his attempt to open the 8 gates. It was Hiroshi Kamikawa. He leaped into the air, launching himself towards Dai. Are you aware of a technique that descends from the heavens? Kamikawa addressed the mist ninja controlling the water prison. I presume you are unaware. Thus, I shall graciously enlighten you. It is the Buddha's palm. In midair, Kamikawa's form resembled a celestial being as he gracefully extended a hand. The triad of return to origin, chi, surged within him. With a resounding boom, the water prison shattered, and the mist ninja surrounding it were sent flying, blood spilling across the sea. Rest for now. I shall take care of the remainder. Kamikawa assured Dai before propelling himself toward the retreating figures of Terumi, Mei, and her entourage. Soon, he spotted their silhouettes. Leave the Byakugan. Trouble. It's that guy? What do we do? A mist ninja recognized Kamikawa, primarily due to the breathtaking confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was impossible not to recognize him. How could he arrive so swiftly? Have the 7 already been defeated? The middle-aged man beside Terumi Mei regarded the approaching Kamikawa with grave concern. Encountering him earlier would have posed a significant challenge, but not now. Terumi Mei scoffed. Do you have a plan? The middle-aged man inquired. Look ahead. Terumi Mei directed. The man glanced forward to witness a vast, dense fog gradually advancing toward them, resembling an insurmountable wall stretching across the boundless sea. A truly awe-inspiring sight. Kamikawa also noted the fog, but remained unfazed. He possessed experience battling within such mists. One of the techniques of the Frost Fist involved launching surprise attacks from within the obscuring haze. With his strength, those individuals might not even have the time to venture into the dense fog. At that moment, a young girl with chestnut hair abruptly halted. Her hands forming a seal. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. Chapter 17. Punishment or Cultivation. Terumi Mei opened her mouth, unleashing a large mass of mist towards Kamikawa Hiro. Startled, Kamikawa Hiro realized the girl's identity. Terumi Mei? Without further thought, he swiftly maneuvered in the air to evade the mist. However, some of the fog emitted from Terumi Mei's mouth still tainted his clothing. To his astonishment, he noticed that the fabric affected by the mist was corroding at a visibly rapid pace. This delay allowed Terumi Mei and her companions to plunge into the dense fog, disappearing from sight. At this juncture, Kamikawa Hiro dared not recklessly pursue them. Who could say what other techniques Terumi Mei had concealed within that mist? That was a jutsu capable of corroding even Susanoo. As a mere mortal, if he were to be enveloped by that fog, would he not become a mere corpse? Though reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that Terumi Mei had succeeded in her escape with the Byakugan. Damn it! How would he explain this to the old man? His head throbbed with frustration as he sighed. Helplessly, he gazed longingly into the fog. Upon his return to the base, he found that the place had been nearly tidied up. The losses in this battle were significant, with over 20 Konoha ninjas sacrificed. Of course, the casualties among the Mist Nin were not few either. With Might Guy, despite being a lower-rank ninja, capable of rivaling even the strongest, the death toll among the Mist Ninjas would not be low. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact remained that the Byakugan had been lost. He had witnessed the Hyuga clan member perish tragically, seemingly ambushed. This was a meticulously planned operation. In his final moments, he appeared to realize his adversary's intentions, even resorting to blinding himself with a kunai. Unfortunately, he could not save his other eye. Damn those Mist Ninjas, we won't let this matter rest. Kamikawa Hiro felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Just then, a light sound signaled someone's arrival. Turning around, he saw someone clad in the Uchiha clan attire. It was Uchiha Shursui. His timing was impeccable. Kamikawa Hiro scoffed. Uchiha Shursui surveyed the gruesome battlefield in silence. Ultimately, he had arrived too late. However, he was astonished that his side had managed to remain relatively intact despite the large-scale ambush. It was almost unbelievable. Yet, it was clear from Kamikawa Hiro's demeanor that he would not be offering any explanations. News of the incident spread swiftly to Konoha. The third Hokage, puffing on a cigarette, contemplated the confidential report in silence. Humph, the Uchiha have indeed turned against us, arriving 2 days later than we anticipated. What are they up to? Danzo fumed. Humph. Is this intentional? Tsunade remarked coldly, her expression grim. If it weren't for Kamikawa Hiro and Might Guy, their team, comprised mostly of lower-ranking ninjas, would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation, as they were the future hope of Konoha. Had the Uchiha arrived just half a day earlier, the Byakugan would not have been lost. This is all the Uchiha's fault. Sarutobi, it is time to make a decisive move. The Uchiha clan is beyond our control. Danzo glared fiercely at the third Hokage. The third remained silent, continuing to smoke. After a while, he finally spoke. Let's wait a little longer. The timing is not right. Our people are on the front lines. After a brief silence, Danzo replied, Fine, then we will decide after the war ends. The repercussions of this incident were exceedingly severe. Although the Uchiha clan provided a reasonable explanation, the higher-ups of Konoha were not naive. Such excuses could not deceive their discerning eyes. A clan that openly defies the higher echelons of Konoha, no matter how powerful, would ultimately meet with eradication. This topic was put to rest. Kamikawa Hiro had not anticipated that the blame for the loss of the Byakugan would be squarely placed on the Uchiha clan, absolving him of any responsibility as the team leader. The third Hokage nodded slightly as he reviewed the report submitted by Kamikawa Hiro. To his surprise, Guy had indeed mastered the 8 gates and had slain 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I recall he was just a lower-ranking ninja, wasn't he? Upon his return, let's promote him to Special Jounin, the third declared. Has the authenticity of this report been verified? Is it possible for Might Guy to possess such formidable power? Tsunade inquired. Not to mention, if it truly is the 8 gates, then it is indeed possible. The Mist Nin are merely a small village. Their so-called elite Jounin are still inferior to us. Mito Minion added. The 8 gates, being a forbidden technique of Konoha, were well understood by them. It was precisely because of this understanding that they did not immediately question the validity of Kamikawa Hiro's report. Little did the third Hokage know that Kamikawa Hiro had decided to attribute all the credit for slaying the 7 ninja swordsmen to Might Guy, who indeed possessed the capability. He chose this course of action to avoid drawing too much attention. Attracting the notice of Danzo and Orochimaru would be disastrous. The thought of being abducted on a moonless night and finding himself on an operating table was terrifying. He currently did not believe he had the strength to confront Orochimaru, a being of superior strength who could not be easily defeated. Using Might Guy as a shield was indeed an appropriate strategy. Kamikawa Hiro and his team soon received orders to return, allowing the Uchiha clan members to take over their patrol along the border. Kamikawa Hiro had no objections. Who would want to stay in such a miserable place? Uncomfortable and unable to rest. Upon returning to Konoha, he heard a curious rumor. For some unknown reason, the village had used the excuse of reconstruction to relocate the Uchiha clan to a secluded corner of the village, far from the center of Konoha. It felt as though they had been exiled. Naturally, this only deepened the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction. However, surprisingly, the Uchiha did not raise a commotion before the Hokage this time. The relocation proceeded smoothly, clearly aware of their own culpability. Entering the office of the third Hokage, Kamikawa Hiro spoke gravely. Hokage-sama, due to my negligence, the Byakugan has been lost. I request that you demote me to a lower rank. Punish me by allowing me to undertake only lower-ranking missions. The third Hokage rolled his eyes at this. How naive. Since you are aware of your mistake, you must make amends. We are in urgent need of personnel at the front lines. You are to go to the front lines this time. Kamikawa Hiro froze at the third's words. Hokage-sama, this isn't fair. I just returned from a mission. Surely I deserve a few days of leave? 3 days. I will only grant you 3 days. The third replied. 3 days? Is that a pittance? No, it must be 3 years. No, 2 years. 3 months would suffice. Get lost. Hurry up and scram. The third's teeth ground together in irritation. TCH, stingy. Kamikawa Hiro muttered as he left the Hokage's office. After he departed, Tsunade remarked, Sarutobi intends to cultivate him vigorously. Doesn't he? Only by going to the front lines can he earn merit and secure a place among Konoha's higher-ups. Even the formidable Sannin attained their current stature through their experiences on the battlefield. Without enduring the trials of war, one lacks the qualifications to rise to the upper echelons of Konoha. The third's arrangement is primarily aimed at helping Kamikawa Hiro accumulate political capital. He is training Kamikawa Hiro. Although it is done discreetly, as a Konoha advisor, Tsunade surely cannot be oblivious to the Hokage's intentions. This fellow is far too languid. He cannot be allowed to remain idle. The third murmured to himself. When Kamikawa Hiro returned home, he found Kamikawa Haru humming a tune while preparing a meal in the kitchen. Upon seeing him enter, a radiant smile graced her face as she said, You're back. Did you know I would return? Kamikawa Haru replied with a slight smile. Don't forget I work at the hospital. The injured from the front lines are sent there first. Kamikawa Hiro suddenly realized that the wounded under his command had arrived at the hospital ahead of him. Hence she was aware of his return. What arrangements does the third have this time? Kamikawa Haru served the prepared food. That old man sent me to the front lines, giving me only 3 days of leave to recuperate. What a miser. Kamikawa Hiro expressed his dissatisfaction. Going to the front lines? It seems things are indeed dire. Kamikawa Haru remarked. Have you been well recently? Me? Quite well. Kamikawa Haru beamed once more, seemingly delighted by Kamikawa Hiro's concern. You don't have to go to the hospital today? Kamikawa Hiro asked, puzzled. No, we need to rest for 2 days. Because we will also be heading to the front lines. Kamikawa Haru explained. Kamikawa Hiro was taken aback. It seems the fighting at the front is quite arduous. Indeed, the medical personnel can hardly keep up with returning the wounded to Konoha. Kamikawa Haru replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Kamikawa Hiro understood that she was a lover of peace, and the war unsettled her. According to the information received, the current commanders at the front were Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. It was during this battle that Minato laid the foundation for becoming the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Kamikawa Hiro knew this was just the beginning. The third great ninja war had lasted for several years. It was not until Obito perished, was revived by Madara, and witnessed Kakashi kill Rin that the war began to draw to a close. At that moment, Kakashi and Obito were cultivating their bonds. Chapter 18. Logistics Team Leader. That night, Kamikawa Hiro sat cross-legged. The 3 parts return chi circulated slowly within him, though merely a nascent form. The level of this chi surpassed his own health-preserving techniques by several tiers. He attempted once more to mobilize natural energy with his inner strength. As the 3 parts return chi functioned, a wisp of natural energy was finally drawn into his body, subsequently transforming into Sage Chakra. With the absorption of the first trace of natural energy, Kamikawa Hiro was astonished to discover signs of his 3 parts return chi transforming into Sage Chakra. He felt an unexpected joy. Once the energy within his body fully transitioned into Sage Chakra, would he not possess the physique of a sage? However, this transformation was exceedingly subtle. It was uncertain how long it would take to complete. 3 days swiftly passed. Kamikawa Hiro set forth once more, leading a contingent of dozens to escort medical ninjas hastily towards the front lines. Upon arriving at the frontline command post, he encountered Orochimaru for the first time. There was something familiar about the aura he emanated, reminiscent of a past encounter, though he could not pinpoint it. You are Kamikawa Hiro. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze fixated on him, sending chills down his spine. This was a formidable individual, capable of even killing his own teacher. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kamikawa Hiro responded. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. In those words, Kamikawa Hiro sensed another meaning. Since you possess leadership experience, like Minato, you shall lead a team and be a captain. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm merely a chunin. I lack the qualifications to be a captain, especially here at the front where there are countless jonin. Orochimaru assigning a chunin as a captain hardly seemed benevolent. Standing nearby, Minato Namikaze interjected with a warm smile. You'll be the logistics captain. Logistics? Kamikawa Hiro's expression fell. Perhaps they viewed logistics as relatively safe, but he knew all too well that during the Third Great Ninja War, logistics was often the most perilous position. After all, it was Minato himself who had stealthily attacked Iwanin's logistics and obliterated the Kamizukabashi to conclude the battle, wasn't it? TCH, you're no saint either. Kamikawa Hiro shot Minato a glare. However, working in logistics would afford him more opportunities to meet Kamikawa Haru, which he could accept. Thus, it was joyfully decided. I shall take command of my team. Kamikawa Hiro snapped his fingers and exited the large tent of the Konoha frontline command post. His teacher held him in high regard. Did you notice anything? Orochimaru regarded Minato with interest. At that moment, Minato was lost in thought, observing Kamikawa Hiro's retreating figure. Sensing a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from him, an energy he had only felt from Jiraiya before, the power of sage techniques. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Minato returned to his senses and replied, Indeed, he is of the same generation as Kakashi and is already capable of leading a team independently, even more outstanding than Kakashi. Orochimaru regarded Minato with intrigue. This was a young man who posed a potential threat to him. Without delving into Orochimaru and Minato's assessments of him, Kamikawa Hiro had already assumed his post. There, he encountered several familiar faces, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Kiba Inuzuka, among others. Kamikawa Hiro knew that in the future, Kiba would suffer from tuberculosis, reportedly due to an injury sustained in his youth. Observing Kiba now, he appeared perfectly normal, suggesting that his injury must have occurred during the Third Great Ninja War. Now that he was to be Kiba's captain, he wondered if he could alter his fate. After exchanging pleasantries with his comrades, he turned to see a pair of ghostly white eyes staring intently at him. "Ghost!" Kamikawa Hiro exclaimed in shock, stumbling backward and landing on the ground. It was only then that he discerned the figure before him was not a ghost, but a ninja from the Hyuga clan. "Phew! You scared me." Kamikawa Hiro wiped his forehead, rationalizing that his reaction was not due to cowardice, but rather an instinctive response from a past life. "Well, perhaps I am still a bit timid." Nearby, Asuma and Kurenai stifled their laughter, while the Hyuga ninja's expression darkened. "Hello, I am your subordinate, Hyugayami." The Hyuga ninja introduced herself, her voice crisp. With her round, cherubic face and short hair, she looked at him with a pout, resembling a tomboy and appearing somewhat adorable. "You're a girl?" Kamikawa Hiro blurted out inadvertently. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyugayami suddenly exploded in anger. Asuma and the others gasped in shock. A Hyuga ninja capable of executing the 8 trigrams palms was undoubtedly of Chunin rank. They watched as Kamikawa Hiro stood there in a daze, showing no reaction to Hyugayami's attack. After all, the 8 trigrams technique was a Hyuga specialty. Once ensnared within its range, escape was impossible, leaving one to endure the blows passively. Meanwhile, 2 other young men with white eyes silently observed the scene, nodding slightly at Hyugayami's demonstration of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. "Not bad, there is some talent there." The esteemed Hokage remarked that Shun Chuanhao's taijutsu bore a resemblance to the style of our Hyuga clan, and suggested that in due time we should provide him with some guidance. Now, I am eager to ascertain the extent of that similarity. At this moment, Shun Chuanhao inexplicably stepped back, evading Hyuga Hanabi's initial strike. His body swayed slightly, as if intoxicated, allowing him to dodge the second blow as well. The 2 young onlookers watching the match exchanged increasingly serious glances. How did he manage to so effortlessly evade the 8 trigrams 64 palms? Shun Chuanhao was wholly focused on observing Hyuga Hanabi as she executed her technique. As a prestigious clan of Konoha, the 8 trigrams palm is indeed the signature martial art of the Hyuga family. Although it is typically employed in conjunction with the Byakugan, Shun Chuanhao was confident he could still target the chakra points without it. Was the acupuncture knowledge he acquired in his previous life merely for show? After Hyuga Hanabi completed her series of attacks, she stood stunned in place. It was the first time she felt truly astonished. The speed of the 8 trigrams palm was extraordinarily swift. How had he managed to evade it? Not only was Hanabi taken aback, but the 2 young men from the Hyuga clan were equally dumbfounded as they watched Shun Chuanhao. Yet the astonishment did not end there. Shun Chuanhao closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before suddenly opening them wide. He unleashed a set of punches. Starting off clumsily, they gradually became fluid, culminating in a subtle resonance akin to the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. Asuma and the 2 Hyuga youths watched Shun Chuanhao in shock. That set of punches encapsulated the essence of our Hyuga clan. Could it be that he created an entirely new martial art merely by observing the 64 palms? Although it was not our clan's gentle fist, it absorbed the quintessence of our techniques. I would prefer to believe he had innate talent. Otherwise, this boy is simply too extraordinary. Of course, Shun Chuanhao did not conjure this out of thin air. It is impossible for anyone to create an entirely new martial art after just a single viewing of the 8 trigrams palm. Not even a genius could accomplish that. Since he successfully cultivated the 3 parts returning to origin energy, he had long been in search of a martial art that resonated with him. Techniques such as the frosty fist, the cloud-pushing palm, and the wind god leg failed to fully harness the power of the 3 parts returning to origin energy. However, upon witnessing the 8 trigrams palm, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Why not merge the frosty fist, cloud-pushing palm, and wind god leg together? Previously, it seemed implausible. But now the unique properties of the 8 trigrams palm unveiled a glimmer of hope. The 8 trigrams palm encompassed punching, striking, and kicking techniques, acting as a conduit that seamlessly intertwined the cloud-pushing palm, frosty fist, and wind god leg. As he attempted to amalgamate them, he was astounded to find success. Chapter 19. Used as bait. Upon finishing, he had not employed the 3 parts returning to origin energy. Nevertheless, the force of his punches was undeniably impressive. Truly, he was worthy of the Hokage's esteem. The 2 Hyuga youths exchanged knowing looks. Shin Chuanhao, however, felt rather indifferent. The unexpected acquisition of a martial art filled him with joy, and he found himself viewing Hyuga Hanabi with newfound favor. With a playful grin, he draped an arm over her shoulder and said, "I am grateful for your kindness. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to ask. I will certainly help if I can." Hanabi, feeling the warmth of Shun Chuanhao's friendly gesture, blushed furiously and retorted, "Humph, who needs your help?" With that, she shrugged off his arm and strode away with a haughty gait. Days passed by in succession. During this time, Shun Chuanhao led a fulfilling life, training, escorting supplies, and nurturing his relationship with Shun Chuanqing. He also crossed paths with Kakashi and, of course, Obito and Rin. Yet every time he encountered Obito, a chill crept down his spine. It was not Obito himself that unnerved him, but rather the unsettling feeling that the old Uchiha Madara had set his sights on Obito. Thus, during their meetings, Shun Chuanhao remained cautious, fearing that he might attract Madara's attention. As the Sharingan is one of the most formidable bloodlines among the Hokage, it is undoubtedly powerful. Though Shin Chuanhao felt confident in his own abilities, capable even of defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen, he still felt a sense of trepidation when faced with Uchiha Madara. He understood that unless absolutely necessary, one must never confront that man head-on. Survival was the true path to victory. Speaking of which, Uchiha Madara was indeed the master of survival, having thrived in the ninja world for so many years, quietly developing his power until he finally set his sights on Obito. Even so, aside from himself, who truly knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive? This alone made Madara an admirable model for Shun Chuanhao to emulate. Contemplating Madara, he suddenly realized he lacked countermeasures against Jinjutsu. Even without Madara, Shursue's Kodoame Tsukimi was an existence of legendary proportions. It could silently alter one's thoughts and control their mind. Ouch! What's wrong? Shin Chuanqing's concerned gaze fell upon him. "Qing, what can be done to achieve immunity to Jinjutsu?" "Jinjutsu?" Qing paused for a moment, then explained. "The application of Jinjutsu involves manipulating the opponent's chakra flow to create an illusion. As long as your chakra is sufficiently strong, the opponent cannot hope to utilize Jinjutsu against you." Shun Chuanhao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if his chakra surpassed that of his adversary, how could they possibly control or influence him through Jinjutsu? His chakra was gradually transitioning towards Sage Chakra. In the later stages, even someone as formidable as Kagaya would find it difficult to employ Jinjutsu against Naruto or Sasuke, who possessed Sage Chakra. Even the 6 paths Madara could not ensnare Guy, who had opened the 8 gates in Jinjutsu. After all, once the 8 gates were opened, one's physical energy became too formidable for the opponent to easily shake. Therefore, if he simply elevated his Sage Chakra, what would he have to fear from Madara? "Ha! Qing, you are truly my lucky star," Shin Chuanhao exclaimed, pulling her into a tight embrace. A rosy hue blossomed on Qing's cheeks, rendering her exceedingly charming. Observing Shin Chuanhao's jubilant departure, a subtle smile graced Qing's lips. In truth, Qing's explanation was not entirely comprehensive. While her statement held true in a conventional sense, it faltered when the Sharingan evolved to the level of the Mangekyo. At that point, the Sharingan possessed the ability to manipulate reality itself, as demonstrated by Izanami and Izanagi, illusions capable of deceiving reality. Nonetheless, since Jinjutsu is inherently deceitful, it ultimately relies on manipulation. As long as one can sever the conditions under which Jinjutsu is cast, one can prevail. Sage techniques fortuitously possess this potential, even without them. Shin Chuanhao would ensure that his sage techniques became powerful enough to resist any Jinjutsu. In the end, wherever his gaze fell, or wherever he stood, all Jinjutsu would falter. Could there be anything more formidable than this? What are Izanami and Izanagi but mere jokes? Ha ha ha. I, Shin Chuanhao, am indeed a genius. With this thought, Shin Chuanhao threw his head back in laughter. The war had now reached a stalemate. After escorting a batch of supplies, Shin Chuanhao found himself with a few days to catch his breath. He immediately immersed himself in training, determined to convert all the chakra within his body into Sage Chakra. He sensed he was merely a hair's breadth away from success. 2 years have elapsed since the acquisition of the 3-point return to vitality, and now there remains but a fraction for the complete transformation of chakra within into Senjutsu chakra. This is distinctly different from Jiraiya and the future Naruto. Such Senjutsu can be freely converted, inexhaustible in supply. It stands in stark contrast to Naruto's inferior version, which can only be sustained for a limited duration. Alas, circumstances often defy expectations. The camp today is unusually quiet. As the captain of the logistics division, Kamikawa Hiro possesses the authority to be privy to battle deployments. The tranquility stems from Konoha's audacious plan devised by Orochimaru, aimed at launching a surprise attack on the Rock Ninja. This scheme is exceedingly bold, and should it fail, the repercussions could be dire. Kamikawa Hiro suspects that the likelihood of failure is considerable. Otherwise, the position of Hokage would not have been relinquished by Minato Namikaze. However, he underestimated Orochimaru's treachery. When a Konoha ninja was hurled into their camp like a sandbag, Kamikawa Hiro finally grasped Orochimaru's true intentions. He had turned their logistics and medical ninjas into bait. Observing the throngs of rock ninja encircling them, Kamikawa Hiro cursed Orochimaru's ancestors. It must be said, this is a feat only Orochimaru could accomplish. At this moment, he regarded ninjas not as human beings, but as mere subjects for experimentation. His sole focus lay in securing victory, with no consideration for the lives that might be sacrificed in the process. A chill swept through the air. From one direction erupted massive ice spikes. This was the medical camp of Konoha. Go to the medical camp. Kamikawa Hiro steadied himself. His priority was to endure until the Konoha forces could launch a counterattack, and in the meantime, to protect his own life to the utmost. Asuma, Kurenai Yui, and Hinata Yemi regarded Kamikawa Hiro as their pillar of strength. Upon hearing his command, they swiftly headed towards the medical camp. Kamikawa Hiro followed closely behind. Upon his arrival at the medical camp, he scanned the area but found no trace of Kamikawa Haru. Where's Haru? His voice was as cold as ice. She has been captured by the Rock Ninja. A trembling injured soldier pointed in a direction, unable to meet Kamikawa Hiro's gaze, for in those eyes, he saw a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Kamikawa Hiro suppressed the murderous intent surging within him. The Rock Ninja had already surrounded the area completely. Both the trees and the ground teemed with foes. A cursory glance revealed approximately several hundred enemies, a formidable force indeed. Among them were 2 jonin who regarded Kamikawa Hiro and the others with disdain. One of them seemed to be aware of whom Kamikawa Hiro was searching for, casually tossing a pouch into the air. It was Haru's pouch. He possessed a matching one. Gazing at the pouch, Kamikawa Hiro emitted a low grunt, lowering his head as he pressed against his chest. Within him, the chakra on the brink of transformation into Senjutsu was tainted by a streak of dark energy. You seek death. Kamikawa Hiro slowly raised his head, his pupils turning crimson. Chapter 20. Unable to ascend to immortality, only to fall into darkness. Were this a world of martial arts, one would know that in this moment, Kamikawa Hiro, amidst tumultuous emotions, had succumbed to darkness. Ironically, he was cultivating the Senjutsu of this world. Since ascension was no longer an option, Kamikawa Hiro had only the path of darkness to tread. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was hastily approaching with reinforcements. He could not fathom that Orochimaru would use the entire medical and logistics divisions as bait to lure the Rock Ninja into attack. He did not deny that it was an ingenious strategy, yet he could not help but acknowledge its cruel and heartless nature. Observing the expressions of the surrounding ninjas, each face was ashen. Orochimaru's plan had even remained concealed from them. Their ire was likely anticipated by Orochimaru, for both the medical camp and logistics contained their kin. Particularly, the logistics division comprised young genin, the hope of their families, now reduced to mere bait by Orochimaru. Behind Minato, 2 Byakugan-wielding ninjas wore expressions of stark pallor, their eyes seething with unbridled rage. The elite offspring of the Hyuga clan were among the logistics division. Should they perish here, the future of the Hyuga clan would suffer a grievous blow. Especially Hinata Yemi, a scion of the main family, gifted and nurtured as a promising individual, poised to become the future matriarch of the clan. They could hardly imagine the repercussions should Hinata Yemi meet her end here. Faster, we must hurry. The 2 young Hyuga, faces contorted with frenzy, raced towards the camp. Behind them, a multitude of elite Konoha ninjas followed suit, driven by a desperate urgency. A cry echoed as someone howled, biting down hard enough to draw blood. exhausting every ounce of potential within. They dared not envision their kin perishing before their very eyes. At long last, they reached the periphery of the camp, but the overwhelming stench of blood plunged their hearts into despair. The camp lay in a terrifying silence. Some could not endure the weight of this blow and collapsed to their knees, their eyes trembling, faces stripped of any emotion but terror. How can this be? Impossible. Where is everyone? Within the camp, not only were there no Konoha logistics personnel, but even the rock ninja were conspicuously absent. This was utterly unnatural. Byakugan, activate. The two young Hyuga activated their Byakugan, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, their gazes locked onto the medical camp, where dozens of figures stood silently, motionless. Surrounding them were numerous corpses. A horrifying thought materializing in their minds. Go. With a swift motion, their figures vanished from sight. Yet upon reaching the medical camp, they were astonished to find the logistics division and injured soldiers standing still, their eyes wide with terror, fixated on a singular direction. Minato Namikaze surveyed the surroundings, his pupils narrowing in alarm. The ground was littered with corpses, yet they were not Konoha ninjas, but rather all rock ninja. There were over 200 of them, their deaths grotesque and tragic. Particularly, two jonin he recognized bore horrid wounds. One had its neck gruesomely twisted, exposing the vertebrae, while another appeared as though drained of all vitality, transformed into a desiccated corpse. What on earth happened? Minato Namikaze inquired, his gaze landing on Asuma. Asuma opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Perhaps the recent events had left him too stunned to respond. Who did this? Minato pressed again. It was us. We did this. They fell into our ambush. A trembling Asuma stammered. Suddenly, Hinata Yemi interjected. Asuma cast a dubious glance at her, but upon meeting her eyes, he fell silent. Indeed, we lured them here. They walked into our trap, an illusion. Thanks to Kamikawa Hero, the sleep-inducing drugs had been extensively employed. At this moment, Asuma's words seemed rather plausible. However, both Minato Namikaze and Hinata Hanabi remained silent, casting a glance at Asuma and Hinata but refraining from further inquiries. What about Kamikawa-ko? Minato directed his gaze towards Hinata Hanabi. He has pursued the rock ninjas. They have abducted Kamikawa Haru. This time, Hinata Hanabi spoke the truth. Nichizuki, Nichiza, remain here. I shall investigate. Minato nodded towards the Hinata siblings, then vanished in an instant. Nichiza, gather the others and clean up. One of the Hinata youths spoke up. Nichiza subtly nodded, comprehending his brother's intent. Eradicate all traces. The news swiftly reached Konoha. The third Hokage, exhaling smoke, appeared quite troubled as he scrutinized the confidential report in his hands. This time, Orochimaru has gone too far. How could he use a bunch of children and injured soldiers as bait? Remarked Tsunade Shokin after reviewing the report. The plan is sound. Yet he failed to consider the repercussions. Mito Tobarama interjected. Setting aside the plan's rationality, the overwhelming dissent we face is already a headache. If Orochimaru continues as the frontline commander, it may incite unnecessary turmoil. Tsunade Shokin added. But who, besides Orochimaru, possesses the capability to lead an army? Have you forgotten about Minato? Minato Namikaze? Indeed, he is a commendable candidate. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Changing commanders at the brink of war is a grave taboo. Yet Minato is an exception, as he is already on the front line and has been serving as Orochimaru's deputy, possessing both the experience and the skill. More importantly, Orochimaru's recent operational strategy has left many of his subordinates deeply dissatisfied. When the higher-ups of Konoha decided to appoint Minato Namikaze to replace Orochimaru in commanding the front line, Kamikawa-ko had already positioned himself before several rock ninjas. Among them, one was shouldering Kamikawa Haru. At that moment, Kamikawa Haru lay with closed eyes. Whether unconscious or deceased was uncertain. Release her, and I shall guarantee you a complete corpse. Kamikawa-ko spoke coldly. One of the rock ninjas sneered. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be a mere child. Heh, if Minato were here, we might have hesitated. But you, a mere chunin, dare to be so audacious? You are simply courting death. With that, the rock ninja drew a kunai and charged at Kamikawa-ko. A peculiar smile graced Kamikawa-ko's lips. As the rock ninja lunged at him, he subtly traced a semicircle with his foot and, with a slight shift, appeared behind the rock ninja, seizing him by the neck. The technique employed was derived from the unique palm technique cultivated by the Hyuga clan. A black-red energy erupted from his palm. The rock ninja's pupils dilated in horror. overwhelmed by a tremendous force, uttering meaningless sounds. Soon after, his body rapidly withered, as if drained of all vitality. With a thud, the rock ninja collapsed, now a desiccated corpse. Meanwhile, Kamikawa Ko's aura surged dramatically. He inhaled deeply, appearing utterly enraptured. Miming divine art. Truly remarkable. He shouted once more, Dragon Capture Hand. As he grasped the air, Kamikawa Haru's body was abruptly drawn towards him. He caught her and gently laid her on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he sighed in relief. She had merely fainted. Having secured Kamikawa Haru, Kamikawa Ko coldly regarded the remaining 2 rock ninjas. Chapter 21. Intelligence can backfire. When Minato Namikaze encountered Kamikawa Ko, he observed him approaching, bearing Kamikawa Haru on his back. Minato scrutinized Kamikawa Ko closely, yet sensed no discrepancies in his demeanor. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? Minato pondered. At this moment, Kamikawa Ko bore no resemblance to someone who had just slain hundreds of rock ninjas. Nevertheless, reassured by Kamikawa Ko's well-being, Minato returned to the camp alongside him without further mention. Meanwhile, on the rock ninja front, Tsuchika Jinoki was in a furious rage. 3 elite jonin, just like that? And not a single survivor among the more than 10 jonin and hundreds of chunin? Impossible, impossible. I refuse to believe it. The sound of a shattered cup reverberated through the room. His subordinates remained silent, heads bowed. After a considerable time, Inoki finally calmed down. Lord Tsuchikage, we no longer possess the manpower to continue military operations against Konoha. After all, there is the Cloud Ninja situation. You wish for me to retreat? Inoki glared menacingly at the speaker. The individual hastily retreated. I shall see who is capable of inflicting such devastating harm upon my rock ninjas. I will ensure they meet a most untimely demise. Inoki levitated and sped towards the front line. For 3 consecutive days, Kamikawa Ko remained within his tent, emerging not once. Inside the tent, he wore a conflicted expression. He had come to the realization that he could no longer cultivate sage arts. His chakra had become entirely unconnected to sage chakra. Authentic sage chakra is white, infused with vibrant life and light. However, the chakra within him had morphed into an eerie dark red, appearing somewhat sinister. He attempted to utilize the secret techniques of sage cultivation to dilute this energy. But it was futile. The energy cultivated through sage arts automatically transformed into this dark red hue, with a tendency toward an even darker shade. In his past life, dark red was synonymous with demonic energy, as depicted in countless television dramas. Was he destined not to become a sage, but rather a demon? Kamikawa Ko felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Scenes from various dramas flashed in his mind, where every formidable demon was ultimately besieged by righteous heroes. No matter how powerful, they were invariably vanquished in the end. Would there come a day when countless ninjas would pursue him, shouting for his demise? Then, a prodigious hero would appear before him, declaring, "Halt, demon! Prepare to meet your end." A shiver ran down Kamikawa Ko's spine. Heaven and earth, are you intent on bringing about my doom? No. If it can be avoided, I must remain low-key and devise a method to conceal my demonic chakra. Otherwise, I might end up against the wall before reaching adulthood. But how to disguise it? What chakra could be black? Let me think. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Storm release? Yes. The manifestation of storm release is accompanied by dark red lightning, which could perfectly mask the malevolent nature of demonic chakra. Moreover, the wielder of storm release would likely launch an assault on Konoha in the near future. As far as he knew, it was Minato who had intercepted the Cloud Ninjas at that time, facing off against the 4th Raikage. One man had managed to suppress both the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. Quite impressive. If he proposed to prepare for the Cloud Ninjas, he would likely encounter the Raikage and his associates. At that moment, acquiring Storm Release would be nothing short of perfect. Although Storm Release is a bloodline limit, if I can simulate Ice Release, then simulating Storm Release should raise no suspicions either. After all, Storm Release is merely a combination of Lightning Release and Water Release. Is it not? As long as one masters the proportional relationships between them, in conjunction with his technique of channeling the essence of 3 parts into the original energy. No. It should now be a harmonious balance of 3 parts returning to demonic energy. Simulating the wind release technique is not an impossible feat. This is the plan. With a newfound sense of purpose, Shinagawa Hiro emerged from his tent, his spirits lifted. Captain Shinagawa. A voice called out nearby. Startled, Hiro turned to see a member of his logistics team. Hello. he greeted in return. Along the way, everyone he encountered stood at attention, offering respectful salutations. The ninja world venerates the strong, and undoubtedly, Hiro was among the strongest. This battle had firmly established his standing and foundation within Konoha. He glanced at the logistics team members, Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi, each of whom would later become prominent figures. Only Kakashi had met an untimely end, and that was due to a reoccurrence of an old ailment, which had led to his defeat at the hands of Madara. With Hiro now present, the likelihood of Kakashi suffering severe injuries was drastically reduced. It was unlikely he would resemble the frail figure of the past. Furthermore, after thwarting the Cloud Ninja's incursion, nearly all of Konoha's future luminaries were now his subordinates. Perhaps even the third Hokage had not anticipated how inadvertently he had allowed Hiro to amass such a substantial political foundation. Upon entering the command center, Hiro noticed two figures, Minato Namikaze and a person with an impressive top knot, likely Jiraiya. Lord Minato, I've heard reports of Cloud Ninjas stirring with intentions to attack. I wish to head to the front lines to prepare for their assault. What are your thoughts on this? Hiro stated directly. Minato paused, momentarily taken aback, as he had been troubled by this very matter. With Orochimaru reassigned, his manpower was lacking. Although the Cloud Ninja had not invaded the Land of Fire, precautions were necessary. With Hiro volunteering for the task, Minato felt a wave of relief. Excellent. I was struggling to find someone, and since you are willing, that is splendid. Concerns about Hiro's abilities? He dismissed them. After all, Minato was no fool. The demise of those hundreds of rock ninjas had been suspicious, and while he lacked concrete evidence, he had his suspicions. How many men do you require? About 10 will suffice, Hiro replied. Very well, I shall provide you with 20. Minato agreed readily. Soon, Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, and others appeared before him. This time, Shinagawa Sena did not accompany them. As the finest medical ninja present, her skills were invaluable at this critical juncture. Minato would not allow such an exceptional medical ninja to remain idle, especially considering the uncertainty of a potential invasion by the Cloud Ninja. With a swift motion, Hiro addressed the 20 assembled men, his spirit soaring. Let us depart. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Observing their departure, Jiraiya remarked, You have high hopes for him. Indeed, he is far more talented than Kakashi. Minato replied. Jiraiya appeared taken aback. Is that so? This is the first time I've seen you express such admiration for someone. You are new here and might not grasp the circumstances fully. Have you not noticed that even the proud Asuma and his peers listen to him with respect? Minato explained. Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, I have seen respect in Asuma's eyes. It is indeed remarkable. Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, has always been proud and rebellious. When has he ever shown such respect for anyone? Jiraiya was astonished to see Asuma express such deference towards Hiro. Meanwhile, Hiro felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. He wondered if his presence would deter the Cloud Ninja from attacking Konoha. If he did not intervene, how could he conceal the mysterious aura of demonic energy that surrounded him? Hiro was trapped in a misconception, operating under the belief that his darker side would be rejected. Yet he overlooked the fact that this was the ninja world, where true demonic entities existed. For instance, the wraiths were genuine manifestations of malevolence, and to ordinary citizens, tailed beasts could also be seen as monstrous beings. Although his transformation was shocking, it was merely perceived as an enhancement of potential within the context of the ninja realm. Hiro was, in truth, only frightening himself, unable to shed his overly cautious mindset. If he had realized that his attempts to hide his dark chakra were insignificant to others, he might have found humor in his predicament. Ironically, he had become the very thing he sought to avoid, rushing headlong into the fray. On the third day following Hiro's departure from the front lines, he received alarming news that Tsuchikage, Inoki, had personally arrived at the front lines to investigate the deaths of numerous Jonin and elite Jonin. Relieved, Hiro understood that he was not yet ready to confront such powerful figures. Particularly with Inoki at his peak, a single dust release technique could obliterate him. His previous victories over the rock ninja Jonin were due to their being ordinary ninjas without bloodline limitations. If he were to encounter an elite Jonin with such abilities, his survival would be uncertain. For instance, should he confront a fully realized Itachi, his only recourse would likely be to flee, as the power of Susanoo would render him nearly invincible. Hiro was self-aware, recognizing that his current skills and physical prowess were insufficient to challenge Susanoo's might. This illustrates the potency of bloodline limitations. When he was effortlessly repelled by Terumi Mei's boil release, it was a similar principle. Despite her weaknesses, her bloodline limitations were formidable, compelling him to retreat. It is no wonder that ninjas are so fervent in their admiration for those who possess bloodline limitations. Orochimaru, after all, was a fervent researcher of such abilities. To thrive in the ninja world, Hiro realized he lacked the powerful techniques that could decisively alter the course of battle. Perhaps wind release could indeed unlock new potential for him. Through mastery of wind release, he could cultivate the 5 thunderclaps technique, rendering the once mighty Susanoo as fragile as glass. Hiro chuckled to himself, reveling in the thought. What could possibly be so amusing? Asuma and the others watched him, puzzled by his peculiar laughter. What happened with Inoki in the end? Hiro deftly changed the subject. What else could happen? With Lord Minato here, he caused much trouble. Kakashi replied. Indeed, Lord Minato is truly formidable. Hiro expressed his genuine admiration. The essence lies primarily in restraint. Although the third Tsuchikage possesses unparalleled offensive power, his reaction speed pales in comparison to that of Lord Minato. Fortunately, he has the ability to fly. Otherwise, during their last confrontation, Lord Minato could have severely injured him. Asuma remarked, one cannot deny the sheer brilliance of the Flying Thunder God technique. While you are channeling your dust release, the Flying Thunder God can appear beside you thrice. How can one possibly contend with that? However, there is one caveat. The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God is exceedingly high. Thus, when the third Tsuchikage initially offered him a choice, he opted for the more versatile path of cultivation in the arts of immortality. Is the Tsuchikage still at the front lines? Hiroshi Kamikawa inquired once more. No. According to the latest reports, it seems the Cloud Ninja have made a move and attacked the Rock Ninja, compelling the third Tsuchikage to return to confront the Raikage. Kamikawa scoffed. Have those Cloud Ninja lost their minds? Their arrogance is astounding, attacking the Rock Ninja while simultaneously provoking Konoha. I cannot fathom their peculiar line of reasoning. Although there had been a moment of peace negotiations between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja, it occurred only after the Third Great Ninja War. Under the guise of negotiation, the Cloud Ninja abducted Hinata Hyuga, and in the end, the third Hokage had to sacrifice Hayashi Hyuga. The thought of it is disheartening. Presently, the battles on the front lines have reached a critical juncture. It is likely that soon, Minato will propose a strategy to sever the enemy's supply lines, leading to the renowned Battle of Shinobi Bridge. Following that battle, Konoha would witness the emergence of 2 heroes wielding the Sharingan, Obito Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. Kamikawa was aware that there had to be some machinations orchestrated by Madara behind the scenes, yet he felt too intimidated to speak or act against it. He was not timid. Given his current strength, how could he possibly contend with Madara, who knew how many trump cards that man possessed? Obito, I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. However, Rin's death is still a year away, and if my strength is sufficient then, I will save her. Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Asuma landed beside Hiroshi Kamikawa. I just received news that a small Cloud Ninja squad is approaching our direction. Really? That is splendid. Kamikawa's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the day he had been awaiting. Let us go and meet them, he declared, preparing to leave. Wait. Our mission is to stand guard. If we encounter a surprise attack from the Cloud Ninja, it should be left to Lord Minato to handle, right? The situation at the front is favorable. If Lord Minato were to come here, it might disrupt the ongoing battle. A mere squad of Cloud Ninja is something we can manage ourselves. Kamikawa was adamant about preventing Minato from coming. If Minato arrived, how could he pursue the mastery of wind release? That man could frighten away enemies in mere minutes. How could there be any chance of success? Seeing Kamikawa's determination, Asuma and the others had no further objections. In this matter, Kamikawa's word was law. They raced forward and soon intercepted the Cloud Ninja squad, which had already breached the borders of the Land of Fire. Swiftly, Kamikawa positioned himself in front of the young A. Behind A trailed Killer B. However, Kamikawa's gaze was not on them, but rather on the small figure behind them, Darui, the wielder of wind release. Do you remember what I instructed? I will hold these 2 back. You take this opportunity to capture that one. Kamikawa whispered to Asuma. Kurinai Yuhi, Hiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Without her Byakugan, they could not effectively block the Cloud Ninja's passage. Asuma and the others nodded, puzzled by Kamikawa's keen interest in the child. Was there some peculiar fascination at play? The thought sent a shiver down Asuma's spine. TCH, a bunch of children. Is there no one left in Konoha? sneered at Kamikawa and his companions. A group of mere children is sufficient to deal with you. Kamikawa chuckled lightly. Arrogant, was known for his fiery temper, quick to resort to combat when provoked. In an instant, he dashed toward Kamikawa, delivering a straightforward punch, an approach characteristic of the Raikage. Other Cloud Ninja looked on derisively at Kamikawa and his group. Even without utilizing chakra, A's speed was astonishing, a testament to his formidable physique akin to that of a tailed beast. Regrettably for him, he had chosen to confront Kamikawa. In a fraction of a second, Kamikawa sidestepped, leaving the Cloud Ninja in shock as he swiftly maneuvered to A's side. What? How is this possible? Someone gasped. Kamikawa showed no mercy, delivering a swift knife-hand strike aimed at the future Raikage. Only then did A's face betray a flicker of shock as he abruptly unleashed a surge of lightning. Vanishing from sight, Kamikawa's strike barely grazed A's forehead. Do not underestimate me. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Kamikawa smiled at A scoffed, enveloped in lightning as he prepared to get serious. I refuse to believe anyone can match the speed of lightning. The moment his words fell, his body vanished again. This time, however, Kamikawa remained still. Smirked, confident that his opponent would not even have a chance to react. He was self-assured, which was precisely why he felt emboldened to lead a squad in a surprise attack on Konoha. He intended to demonstrate to the ninja world that the Cloud Ninja were the true rulers of this realm. At that moment, A's fist was poised before Kamikawa, ready to shatter his skull. In an instant, those surrounding them would likely have no inkling of what transpired. This was the pinnacle of speed. Yet, A soon found himself astonished as his fist halted just a centimeter from his target. No matter how hard he exerted himself, his fist remained immobile. At that moment, Kamikawa turned his head, grinning at Hey, have you seen 100,000 cold jokes? My signature move, 100% mid-air white blade catch. Chapter 23. Capturing Darui. A frigid chill spread from A's palm to his arm. This ice was not the usual icy blue, but a dark crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence. A was taken aback, retreating hastily. Kamikawa then released A's hand, allowing him to distance himself. He observed that A intended to sever his own hand. His objective was wind release. There was no need to provoke A to the point of enmity. Otherwise, if the Cloud Ninja were to wage an all-out war on Konoha, the current strength of Konoha would likely falter. This was also why the third Raikage still lived. Had he fallen to the Rock Ninja, Kamikawa would not have been so lenient with A. After all, who could argue with such a formidable lineage? Hey, don't cut it off. It'll be fine in a moment, Kamikawa urged as he saw A still intent on severing his frozen right hand. Fortunately, he had not unleashed the full power of his freezing palm. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated to a deadly conclusion. If the Eight Tails went berserk here, it would not be his concern, but Asuma and the others would surely bear the brunt of it. Upon recollecting the figure of Killer B, I was struck by the absurdity of the scene. His mouth clamped around a blade, while his legs bent, clutching another knife, as he rolled toward me like a plump hedgehog. Alas, it seems you have failed to grasp the true essence of unarmed combat against a blade. Just as Hiroshi Kamikawa uttered these words, Killer B's advance abruptly halted. His numerous blades were flawlessly ensnared by Kamikawa, exemplifying the very definition of unarmed defense against an armed opponent. How infuriating! In that instant, Kamikawa delivered a powerful kick to Killer B's chest, sending him hurtling away. Haha, engaging in taijutsu with me? You are merely showing off in front of an expert. Witness my might, the great raging dragon, and the grand law of the universe. With a sinister grin, Kamikawa charged towards A and Killer B. Beneath his feet, the faint outlines of the 8 trigrams appeared, reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams 64 palms. However, unlike the Hyuga, he had ensnared most of the Cloud Shinobi within his attack, leaving Darui bewildered and standing helplessly outside. Unbeknownst to Darui, Asuma, Kurenai, and Yugao were slowly closing in on him, wearing peculiar smiles. At this moment, Kamikawa had pushed his taijutsu to its zenith. Both A and Killer B were masters of physical combat, as were all Cloud Shinobi. To engulf so many within his assault could be seen as a bold overreach. The rapid movements dazzled the onlookers. Then, in a flash, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted. A was enveloped in a rich blue armor, which absorbed Kamikawa's strike, before delivering a devastating punch to Kamikawa's shoulder. Like a cannonball, Kamikawa was propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder with a thunderous impact, sending dust swirling into the air. A and his companions were left panting. This had been the most intense and exhilarating confrontation they had ever experienced, the sensation of fists meeting flesh igniting their blood. A, radiating with lightning, found that his Raijin armor had ascended to a new level. I cannot believe my Raijin armor has evolved, A exclaimed, gazing into the dust. This was all due to the prowess of this leaf ninja. Such a young shinobi wielding such power could become a threat to the cloud. This boy cannot be allowed to live. He must be eliminated today. With that, A dashed toward the cloud of dust. With another resounding crash, A pierced through the enormous rock. The fierce winds dispersed the dust, but to their astonishment, there was no trace of Kamikawa. Where is he? Has he fled? When did that happen? The Raikage was utterly stunned. The confidence he had just summoned lay shattered at his feet. Kamikawa had vanished in the instant A collided with the rock, his speed astonishing. Even I only sensed a slight anomaly. The 8 tails within Killer Bee rumbled. Brother, the strength of the leaf exceeds our imagination. Prolonging this engagement would be detrimental. Killer Bee interjected, or remained silent, turning to survey his team. Suddenly struck with a realization, where has Darui gone? Oh no, Darui must have been captured by the enemy. Someone exclaimed. Ah, this infuriates me. The leaf is pushing too far. A seethed with rage. Losing a wielder of a bloodline limit ignited his fury. We must retrieve Darui. A insisted, unwilling to relent. Yet, at that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before them, another cloud shinobi. Lord A, the third Raikage is surrounded by the rock shinobi. The situation is dire. We implore you to return to Cloud Village to oversee the situation. The shinobi reported. What? O was incredulous. After much deliberation, A and his companions reluctantly abandoned the search for Darui and chose to retreat. After they departed, a figure quietly emerged. Kamikawa, now rather disheveled. Having reached his limit without revealing his darker side, he had narrowly escaped death from A's last strike. That punch had been akin to receiving a full-powered Rasengan, no less. Damn it. Pride and arrogance nearly led to my demise. I have been injured and bled. Now I understand my limitations. Kamikawa wiped the blood from his lips and trudged back to the encampment, where Darui was bound and hanging from a tree. Well, little Darui. Let us see what kind of spark you can produce for me. He chuckled, approaching Darui. As dark lightning shot into the sky with a crackle, Asuma, Kurinai, and the others looked on in astonishment as Kamikawa approached, his hair charred and smoke wafting from his mouth. Indeed, the power of storm release surpasses that of ordinary lightning, Kamikawa remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Asuma inquired, how do you plan to handle him? This individual possesses a unique identity, with a bloodline limit, and the cloud will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Thus, once I achieve my objective, I shall release him, Kamikawa replied. Asuma exhaled in relief. Instigating a war over a single person was not worth the risk. However, Asuma's naivety was evident. For the sake of bloodlines, the mist shinobi had slaughtered entire clans. What would the leaf shy away from? Yet, Darui's level of storm release was not particularly impressive. The leaf had little interest in him. Can you truly replicate storm release? Asuma queried. Not necessarily. My Kamikawa clan possesses the innate talent for imitation, but it is not without its limits. Abilities such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and the Genjutsu of the Kurama clan cannot be mimicked. However, external expressions like ice release and storm release have a certain probability of success in imitation. Asuma nodded, having no doubt regarding the Kamikawa clan's abilities. After all, the ninja world was vast, filled with the extraordinary. For Asuma, the talent to mimic bloodlines, while rare, held little value, especially given the high chance of failure. If they were truly formidable, the Kamikawa clan would not be left with only Kamikawa himself. In the days that followed, Kamikawa endured a barrage of lightning strikes. Finally, a significant report arrived. The third Raikage had perished, overwhelmed by 10,000 rock shinobi. It sounded almost unbelievable, yet such was the word circulating in the outside world. And he chose to accept it, for indeed, the third was dead. Although the rock had triumphed, they had suffered severe losses. The leaf had stealthily attacked the shinobi bridge. Just as depicted in the original tale, Obito was still considered dead, and Kakashi was left reeling, engulfed in confusion. Due to his possession of the Sharingan, Kakashi had to rely on the protection of Minato to safeguard that precious eye. Consequently, the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the Hokage lineage intensified, while Kakashi, now in possession of the Sharingan, began to gain the trust of the leaf's higher-ups. After all, he was no longer susceptible to being swayed by the Uchiha. Chapter 24. Bold, cunning, and unashamed on this day, under the watchful eyes of Asuma and the others, Kamikawa finally mastered storm release. His hypothesis had proven correct. While bloodlines could not be replicated, understanding that storm release was a fusion of lightning and water attributes, and then merging them through the three-point return of magic energy, allowed him to simulate storm release successfully. Ice release was not included in this achievement, as it was an inherent effect of the Frost Fist, entirely distinct from this endeavor. In future battles, he could use the wind release as a guise, allowing him to recklessly wield his own demonic energy without the fear of being labeled a monster. It was rather frustrating to think that his once pure chakra had been tainted, transforming into this sinister magical energy, forcing him to expend considerable effort to conceal his true nature. This was in stark contrast to his desire to remain inconspicuous. The war had finally come to a close, and upon returning to Konoha, they received a jubilant welcome. Minato Namikaze, with his sunny disposition, was quite popular among the villagers. However, it must be acknowledged that Orochimaru had also made significant contributions during this conflict. His cunning strategies, albeit sinister, instilled fear in others, and coupled with his snake-like demeanor, it was unsurprising that he lacked popularity. Yet, it seemed that Orochimaru was indifferent to such matters, likely consumed by his frenzied human experiments at this point. His defection was likely imminent within the year. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, Rin was also likely ensnared by Obito during this time, and met a tragic end at Kakashi's hands. One could also foresee the impending conflict with the Cloud Village seeking the Byakugan, followed by the Nine-Tails attack and the Uchiha clan's Night of Annihilation. It was imperative to devise a plan to escape Konoha. Otherwise, how could he achieve his aim of remaining inconspicuous? They wouldn't dare to interfere with his affairs. In his mind, Kamikawa Hero was incessantly strategizing. Kamikawa Hero, you performed admirably this time, not only safeguarding the camp, but also thwarting the surprise attack from the Cloud Ninja while capturing one of their bloodline limit users. I am considering appointing you as a captain in the Umbu. The third Hokage's voice resonated in his ears. What? Captain of the Umbu? Isn't that tantamount to signing my own death warrant? If I become the captain, there will be no escaping the responsibilities that come with it. You are setting me up. Old man, Kamikawa Hero exclaimed, quickly looking up at the third Hokage. Well, since you've agreed, it's settled. The third Hokage nodded solemnly. Wait, that's not what I meant. Do you have any objections? The third Hokage inquired with a sly smile. Kamikawa Hero stiffened momentarily, then forced a laugh. No objections. He lowered his head, internally lamenting the situation, feeling oppressed by the old man who wielded his age as a shield to impose his will. What are you muttering about? The third Hokage's voice suddenly boomed beside him. Startled, Kamikawa Hero looked up to find the third Hokage looming over him with an authoritative gaze. Ah ha ha. I was merely extolling your wisdom and strength, venerable Hokage. Truly, the captain of the Umbu is a role meant for no one else but me, haha? He said insincerely. At this, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted from grim to cheerful. I have high hopes for you. Your first mission will be to handle the matter of Darui and return him to the Cloud Village. Kamikawa Hero pouted in dissatisfaction. We just returned. And you're sending me out again? What happened to your conscience? Did a dog eat it? Of course, you can negotiate the resources. But the village will only receive 60%, the third Hokage added. At this, Kamikawa Hero paused. Then his face lit up with joy. Ah, you said it first. I didn't pressure you, so don't go back on your word. You can't deceive me, old man. The third Hokage, amused, smacked Kamikawa Hero on the head. Get out of here quickly. Excitedly, Kamikawa Hero dashed out of the Hokage's office, exhilarated by the newfound power he held in negotiations. Are you sure there's no problem leaving this to him, Sarutobi? Tsunade questioned. Rest assured, Danzo will accompany him. The third Hokage replied, shaking his head. Danzo? But if he goes, who will be in charge? Tsunade pressed. Of course, it will be Kamikawa Hero. Danzo is merely an aide. You've placed too much emphasis on him, Sarutobi. Too much? No, I want to demonstrate that my lineage of Hokage lacks no talent. The third Hokage asserted. In the younger generation, there was Minato Namikaze. In the youthful cohort, there was Kamikawa Hero and Kakashi. He intended to show certain individuals that the strength of his Hokage lineage was unassailable. This arrangement also served as a deterrent to others. The next day, with enthusiasm, Kamikawa Hero prepared to take Darui to negotiate with the Cloud Village. The chosen location was in the Land of Rain, a region notorious for its calamities. One could only wonder if Nagato had managed to eliminate the salamander fish by now. Upon entering the Umbu's headquarters, he encountered Danzo, the old schemer. "Lord Danzo, what brings you here?" Kamikawa Hiro greeted with a strained smile. "I'm here to assist you," Danzo replied calmly, devoid of any anger. Why would you need me to take the lead?" Kamikawa Hiro countered, his face showing distress. "Enough with the pity act. I'm here as your aide." "Simply to fill in the gaps," Danzo scoffed. "Oh, really? You have no reason to lie to me." With that, Danzo rose and headed towards the exit. Kamikawa Hiro shrugged and followed Danzo to the land of rain. As they journeyed, he couldn't help but notice that while Danzo was indeed cunning, he was still acting in the interest of Konoha at this moment. He was not yet the man who would stop at nothing for the sake of the Hokage. All of Danzo's motives seemed directed towards eradicating the Uchiha clan. Observing Danzo's increasingly tense demeanor, one couldn't help but wonder how many Uchiha had already fallen victim to his machinations. Were the Uchiha pitiful? Perhaps. Their tragedy stemmed from a lack of competent leadership. Without a strong leader to suppress their ambitions, their desires swelled until they became unmanageable. As he regarded Danzo, he thought of Shisui. In his view, Shisui was far more suited to lead the Uchiha clan than Fugaku. What Shisui lacked was robust support. The higher-ups in Konoha did not back him. And without the ability to command the Uchiha clan's influence, he could not alter their fate. Perhaps the Uchiha were not yet beyond redemption. This thought flickered through Kamikawa Hiro's mind as they arrived in the land of rain. He had initially suspected Danzo had ulterior motives for coming here. But Danzo made no moves, devotedly fulfilling his role as an aide. Danzo sat in a chair, eyes closed, listening to Kamikawa Hiro negotiate with the Cloud Ninja. "Enough. Do you think you can disrespect me? Let me make it clear. I have your precious man in my grasp. What right do you have to dictate terms to Konoha?" Kamikawa Hiro declared, his foot on the table, voice cold. "If we cannot reach an agreement, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." Danzo's cheek twitched. He was unsure who had initiated this emotional appeal. Danzo believed the Cloud must offer 10 million Ryo to consider the task complete, with his bottom line set at 8 million Ryo, given that they were dealing with a bloodline user. However, who could have anticipated that Kamikawa Hiro would demand a staggering 100 million Ryo? Danzo suddenly felt diminished, his perspective constricted. He had underestimated this young man, who had adeptly identified the Cloud's Achilles heel, rendering them hesitant to engage in conflict. Kamikawa Hiro regarded the Cloud delegation with a smirk. Noting the absence of A and Killer B, they must have been embroiled in a struggle for the Raikage position. Truly believing that the third Hokage's death was the result of a protracted battle with the Rock Ninja, the intricacies of the situation were far more convoluted than they perceived. Yunrin certainly lacked the audacity and strength to engage in battle at this moment. He could manage those individuals, but perhaps binding them together would yield greater rewards. The members of Yunrin shuddered involuntarily under Shun Chuanhao's gaze. It seemed that Danzo also grasped Shun Chuanhao's intentions. His lips twitched, revealing a genuine admiration for Shun Chuanhao's audacity, cunning, and shamelessness. Chapter 25, A Knife in Hand. "I am the fish on the chopping block." Ultimately, Yunrin conceded, settling on a transaction of 80 million Ryo. The news reached the third Hokage in Konoha, who sputtered his tea in disbelief. "How much?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed. 80 million Ryo. The Umbu replied cautiously. "What the hell?" The third Hokage rarely used such language. "Haha, what was your price in mind?" Mito Minyen inquired. "Did we not agree on 5 million Ryo? I was concerned that the boy would ask for less, which is why I sent Danzo along." "Wait, how much did I promise that boy?" The third Hokage suddenly recalled. 40%, chimed in the nearby Tsunade, teasingly. 40%? That means over 30 million Ryo is gone. Good heavens, does that mean he's richer than I am now? The third Hokage fumed. Tsunade and Mito Minyen exchanged eye rolls, gazing skyward. Darui was no ordinary bloodline ninja. He was a wielder of storm release, a ninja with infinite potential. Considering future achievements, he was worth more than a tailed beast. The 80 million was Danzo's final offer. If it were up to Shun Chuanhao, even 100 million would have been accepted by Yunrin without hesitation. Having received Darui, the Yunrin members departed hastily, fearing that lingering too long might seal their fate. Shun Chuanhao wore an expression of regret, lingering on the departing Yunrin with reluctance. Danzo's lips twitched in anxiety, fearing Shun Chuanhao might act rashly. Konoha had just emerged from a fierce war and was not eager to provoke conflict anew. Thankfully, Shen Chuanhao restrained himself. With matters settled, they should have returned home. However, Danzo suddenly mentioned he had business in the land of rain and instructed Shen Chuanhao to take the Umbu members back. Danzo and his team departed, leaving Shen Chuanhao in suspicion. Did Danzo have ties with Hanzo? Was Nagato still alive? Or was this the moment Hanzo eliminated Yahiko? Should he follow? No. That was the Rinnegan, an existence even more formidable than the Sharingan. It was wiser to avoid such entanglements. Accepting his role as the sixth wheel, he resolved not to involve himself in such matters. With a decision made, Shen Chuanhao prepared to leave, but not before indulging himself. 80 million Ryo, with 60% allocated to the village, left him with over 30 million Ryo, transforming him into a newly wealthy man. A delightful feeling. Ha ha ha. With wealth comes enjoyment. Let us go soak in a hot spring for some wellness. Shen Chuanhao declared exuberantly. That might not be possible. An Umbu interjected suddenly, their voice somewhat familiar. Shen Chuanhao looked at the masked Umbu with suspicion, then glanced at their hair color, tentatively asking, Kakashi? The Umbu did not deny it, shrugging. The third Hokage has ordered that we return immediately after negotiations conclude. Shen Chuanhao was left speechless. His gaze shifted to another Umbu, a girl with chestnut hair. He recalled that Yuzuki Yugao was also Umbu, one of the few female members. You can't be Yuzuki Yugao, can you? Shen Chuanhao asked, resting his hands behind his head in exasperation. Surprisingly, the girl did not deny it. Good grief, are all my classmates here? He mused, exasperated. Yuzuki Yugao joined the Umbu much earlier than in the original story, suggesting that the third Hokage had become less reliant on the Uchiha clan due to his influence. In the original tale, a squad leader of the Umbu was supposed to be Shisui. Unexpectedly, he found himself in that position. While Yuzuki Yugao joined after Itachi left the Umbu, the signs indicated a shift in the third Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha compared to the original narrative. Whether this change was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. No, the third Hokage's decreased reliance on Shisui and Itachi stemmed from ignorance of their talents. He could not afford to be foolish. He had to ensure that Shisui and Itachi joined the Umbu. They were the last line of defense. Yes, that is my decision. Shen Chuanhao affirmed. What decision? Yuzuki Yugao inquired. If you act recklessly, I swear I'll tell Sister Hikari. Shen Chuanhao stiffened slightly. Hey Yugao. How can you see me that way? Am I that kind of person? I don't know, we're not familiar. She retorted. Shen Chuanhao was momentarily petrified. Not familiar? Indeed, they were not. He had graduated early. It seemed his plans for escapades were doomed. However, there was no way he would return early. Soon, Kakashi and Yugao began to chuckle helplessly. Shen Chuanhao indeed did not wander aimlessly, but like an ordinary person, he only traveled a little each day. He named it experiencing local customs, using that as an excuse, while indulging in feasts in every town they passed. 10 days had passed, and they had yet to reach the borders of the Land of Fire. Kakashi and the others felt helpless. After all, he was the captain now. However, Shen Chuanhao soon found himself in a less cheerful situation. He encountered Danzo once again. This time, Danzo returned, his expression even grimmer. Only a third of the root members he brought back. The rest were lost, or perhaps would never return. Shen Chuanhao dared not speak or inquire, merely continuing to travel alongside Danzo. With Danzo's constant, cold scrutiny, Shen Chuanhao had to abandon his thoughts of wandering and adhere to the path. While he suspected that Danzo's recent actions were likely related to Nagato, it was none of his concern, and he had no desire to ask. He preferred to remain an indifferent observer. Yet, the more he wished to remain uninformed, the more knowledge he inadvertently acquired. One night, urgently needing to relieve himself, he stood beneath a large tree. By chance, he overheard Danzo whispering with the root members. He was surprised he could hear them from this distance. Those eyes must undoubtedly be the Rinnegan. Danzo's voice carried. What shall we do now? We must find a way to seize the Rinnegan. Danzo's tone was fierce. But those eyes are too powerful. Even Hanzo is no match for them. If we attack head-on, the losses will be substantial. Then let them expend their strength against one another, and we shall reap the benefits. Danzo replied ominously. But will Hanzo act according to our wishes? If he allies with the wielder of the Rinnegan, it poses a significant threat to us in Konoha. Thus, we need someone to sow discord between them. Do you have someone in mind, my lord? Indeed, there is a suitable candidate, whose strength is also sufficient. He enjoys playing the sixth wheel. Let him continue in that role, but not in Konoha, rather, in the Land of Rain. Danzo chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Shun Chuanhao felt a pang of discomfort. Wasn't this description of him? Are you referring to that individual? However, at his current position, only the third Hokage can command him, right? Will he heed your words? Esteemed elder? Every individual possesses a vulnerability, and he is no exception. Let us not forget that he is not alone. For there exists someone dear to him in the hospital. Danzo lowered his voice. Upon hearing this, Kamikawa Hiro's expression instantaneously turned icy. He was undoubtedly referring to Haru. To threaten him with Haru's safety aligns perfectly with Danzo's character. It appears that Danzo remains true to form, consistently eliciting contempt. This man has no moral boundaries. Individuals like him can only be eliminated, as collaboration is utterly implausible. After this encounter with Danzo, the faint semblance of goodwill that Kamikawa had felt vanished without a trace. On his way back, Kamikawa began to assess whether he truly stood as Danzo's equal. After much deliberation, he despondently concluded that neither his influence nor his personal combat prowess seemed sufficient to suppress Danzo. After all, Danzo is a powerful figure on par with the third Hokage, a member of the elite at the apex of the pyramid. In the future, even Sasuke, upon acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, found himself at a disadvantage against Danzo. Had it not been for Obito and that girl, Kaguya, Sasuke would have been eliminated long ago. Danzo's demise would be a foregone conclusion. Unable to confront Danzo and lacking a reliable faction, although he had led many, they all currently heeded the third Hokage's command rather than his own, Kamikawa Hiro. To truly possess his own power, he must first elevate himself to a significantly higher status. At present, he is merely a team leader, not even the head of the Umbu. How could he possibly contend with Danzo? After much contemplation, the only viable option seems to be a trip to the land of rain. Lacking strength renders one subject to manipulation. As for defection, what a joke. Does one truly believe that being a rogue ninja is an easy path? The most successful rogue ninja from Konoha is Orochimaru. Alas, that was merely the third Hokage's reluctance to pursue him out of sentiment for their master-apprentice bond. Subsequently, he failed to decisively hunt him down, thus allowing Orochimaru to become Konoha's most accomplished rogue ninja. In later years, even someone as formidable as Itachi was merely a pawn of Konoha, wasn't he? Being a rogue ninja, especially one from Konoha, is tantamount to courting death. At his current position, he is least suited to becoming a rogue ninja. Chapter 26. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Having come to this realization, he no longer found himself entangled in doubt. As the knife is wielded by another, he is but a fish upon the chopping block, devoid of qualifications to resist. Yet, it would be acceptable to garner some benefits. He need not seek monetary gain. 30 million ryo would suffice to sustain Haru for a lifetime. If money is out of the question, then surely obtaining some secret techniques would be permissible. His own cultivation methods had reached a dead end, or rather, had been rendered ineffective. Therefore, acquiring a Flying Thunder God technique should not be unreasonable, right? Unreasonable? Well, fine. It's not unreasonable. At that moment, Danzo glared at Kamikawa, his face contorted in annoyance, but he was ignored by Kamikawa. The following morning, after Kamikawa had overheard Danzo's schemes, Danzo approached him as expected. As he had surmised, Danzo intended for him to infiltrate the Land of Rain and sow discord between Hanzo and the Akatsuki organization. This was the negotiation phase. It was unclear why Danzo placed such trust in him, even divulging matters regarding the Rinnegan. If necessary, should he fail to acquire the Rinnegan, he could destroy it. Danzo ominously stated to Kamikawa, "You hold me in too high regard. Do you truly believe I possess such strength?" Kamikawa rolled his eyes. This time, Danzo did not react with anger. He rubbed the area of his injury, seemingly weighing the fact that Kamikawa indeed lacked the requisite power. The minimum requirement was to ensure that Hanzo and the Akatsuki could not unite, and he must find a way to eliminate Hanzo. This time, Kamikawa did not object. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Eliminating Hanzo is not impossible." "Very well, I accept. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Haru," Danzo assured him. Kamikawa squinted, silently cursing, "You shameless old man." However, he managed a light chuckle and said, "Then I shall rely on you, Lord Danzo. When might I receive the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Right now?" Danzo replied, producing a scroll from his sleeve, upon which a large character for seal was inscribed. "Goodness, you carry that with you at all times?" Kamikawa was genuinely astonished. "Take it or leave it. It's yours." Yes, haha. Lord Danzo is truly formidable. Kamikawa flattered him. This time the timeline is not particularly pressing, but you need not return to Konoha. I will have Kakashi disguise himself as you to maintain secrecy. With that, Danzo departed, leaving Kamikawa alone in a somewhat desolate state. What a dismal scene. Ha ha ha, the Flying Thunder God technique is in my grasp. And I am leaving that treacherous land of Konoha. Delightful. Kamikawa soared with joy. As for Haru's safety, there was no need for concern. Danzo would ensure her protection to keep him in check, making Haru safer than ever during this time, even foregoing any missions that would require her to leave the village. With a smile, Kamikawa opened the scroll, only to pause in confusion. Is this truly the Flying Thunder God? It seems rather dubious. According to his memory, the Flying Thunder God technique relied on rune positioning for teleportation. The most challenging aspects were perception and transmission. Yet, as he examined the scroll, it never mentioned runes. It commenced with instructions on how to open a space. However, having never encountered the Flying Thunder God himself, he was uncertain if this was indeed the technique. Kamikawa scratched his head, steeling himself to read on. Meanwhile, on the path back to Konoha, Danzo wore a peculiar smile. My lord, is it wise to give him that secret technique? It has been determined that it cannot be cultivated, making it worthless. Exchanging a worthless technique for his compliance in executing tasks is quite advantageous, Danzo remarked. However, that technique genuinely pertains to spatial manipulation, should he master it. Impossible. The second Hokage spent many years researching it, and only developed the Flying Thunder God through inspiration from that technique. Do you believe he possesses the second's aptitude? Danzo scoffed coldly. Kamikawa, of course, remained unaware that he had been deceived by Danzo. He was not practicing the Flying Thunder God technique at all. In truth, this secret technique had no connection to the Flying Thunder God. It was merely that the second Hokage, inspired by this technique, had subsequently created the Flying Thunder God, nothing more. However, Kamikawa was oblivious to this fact. At this moment, he was diligently cultivating the secret technique that Danzo had given him. The descriptions were profoundly intricate, yet he grasped them all. Why? One cannot navigate the ninja world without a few tricks up their sleeve. Among them, the most challenging aspect, perception, became the easiest for Kamikawa. After all, having lived 2 lives, his spiritual awareness was innately powerful. The subsequent training demanded patience. It could not be accomplished overnight. After half a month of training, Kamikawa finally emerged from his tent for the first time. Suddenly reminded of something, he let out a lamentation. Damn it! I made a grave mistake. I've lost everything, and no money was left for me at all. This could very well cost me my life. Kamikawa bemoaned his plight. Nevertheless, returning to Konoha was not an option. With a resigned sigh, he continued on toward the land of rain. In order to conceal his identity, he endured the hardships of traveling, living like a wild man. Finally, after several days, Kamikawa traversed the dense jungles and re-entered the land of rain. At this moment, he was dressed in tattered clothes, resembling a beggar. Fortunately, he had hunted some game, which could fetch him a bit of money at the market. As for inciting discord between the Akatsuki organization and Hanzo, was there truly a need to stir trouble between them? A person of Danzo's disposition would probably remain oblivious even in death to how much Nagato valued Yahiko. Perhaps, in Danzo's eyes, if their interests aligned, even a sworn enemy could become an ally. Such is the demeanor expected of a true warlord. He speculated similarly about Nagato and Hanzo. However, Nagato was not a warlord. He was merely an ordinary man who cherished familial bonds, and Yahiko held an irreplaceable position in his heart. The moment Yahiko perished, any possibility of cooperation between Nagato and Hanzo vanished. This task was essentially a freebie. There was no need for any action. He merely had to survive until Nagato dealt with Hanzo, and then he could return triumphantly. The thought alone could provoke a chuckle. Hey, kid, that stuff belongs to me. A coarse voice echoed beside him, rousing Shinkawa Hiro from his reverie. Turning to look, he was momentarily stunned to find a ninja from the land of rain. The ninja brazenly seized the game from Hiro's hands, evidently pleased with the deer. 200 Ryo. Thank you. Hiro quickly interjected. What? You dare ask me for money? The rain ninja mocked, glancing at Hiro with disdain. The bystanders began to discreetly retreat. 200 Ryo is hardly excessive. That deer alone is worth more than that. Hiro scratched his head. A gasp arose from the crowd, astonished by Hiro's audacity to speak to the rain ninja in such a manner. Umph, you are the first to dare demand money from us here. The ninja displayed a sinister grin and kicked towards Hiro. Hiro was bewildered. Shouldn't selling something warrant payment? Were they attempting to rob him? What made ninjas so formidable that they could simply take from others? Why was there not a single ninja from Konoha who would dare such a thing? Without money, one would be forced to leave. It seemed the Akatsuki's ability to flourish in the land of rain was not without reason. Hanzo's eventual demise was hardly surprising. He had lost all support, and no one would aid him. It was no wonder that the once semi-divine ninja had to rely on Danzo's backing to kill Yahiko. And even then, he had only managed to eliminate Yahiko. At that moment, just as the rain ninja's foot struck Hiro, a paper shuriken flew through the air. With a muffled thud, it sliced through the ninja's throat. The villagers, witnessing a death, fled in chaos, leaving the scene in disarray. A figure approached Hiro, asking, "Would you like to join us?" Chapter 27. I joined the Akatsuki. The newcomer wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds and had light blue-purple hair. A delicate blue flower adorned their head, and their gentle, alluring countenance was fixed upon Hiro. Hiro blinked in surprise and pointed to himself, asking, "Are you speaking to me?" "Yes. Do you wish to join us? To change this world of cannibalism and create a perfect, peaceful, and happy nation." Hiro's mind momentarily stalled. What was happening? One of the leaders of the Akatsuki was inviting him to join? Should he accept or decline? If he refused, he would remain in the land of rain with no one to provide for him. "All right, I accept," Hiro decisively concluded. At the very least, he would have meals provided. As long as he kept a low profile and remained a peripheral member of the Akatsuki, there should be no danger. Unfortunately, he underestimated his own abilities. During training, a beast attacked, and in a moment of carelessness, he ended up killing it and became a squad leader. While leading a reconnaissance mission against the rain ninjas, his acute hearing caught a confidential conversation, promoting him to captain. A month later, when the rain ninjas launched a surprise attack on the Akatsuki, he did nothing, even as he watched several honest comrades perish at the hands of the rain ninjas. In a moment of compassion, he saved someone, thus becoming an internal member. Thankfully, he was not a core member. Otherwise, he would have to confront Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, who would see right through him. "Hiro-kun, it's time for a mission." A young Akatsuki member looked helplessly at the languid Hiro basking in the sun. "A mission? What mission? I'm not going if it's going to be that arduous." Hiro rolled over, continuing to laze about. "If you don't go, Conan will know and will strip you of your internal member status." The other replied, "Stripped or not, I still won't go." Hiro retorted, further solidifying his lazy resolve. Better to be expelled and stay far from Nagato for a longer life. Little did Hiro know, at that moment, in a concealed corner, Nagato, no, at this moment, the impersonated Nagato, stood alongside Conan, quietly observing the lethargic Hiro. Hiro's strength is advancing rapidly. He easily killed a Chunin last time, Conan remarked. However, he is quite lazy and refuses to do anything all day. If I weren't keeping tabs on him, I wonder how many complaints would have been lodged against him. Conan shook her head in exasperation. Let us observe him for a while longer. What we are undertaking is perilous, and lacking strength is unacceptable. If it comes to it, we shouldn't let him go on missions. He can always eat here, Nagato suggested. He gazed at the lethargic Hiro, his expression distant, as if he saw a flash of orange hair reminiscent of another. Wanting to lounge about. Not a chance. He is under my charge, and I will take full responsibility for him. With that, Conan swiftly appeared beside Hiro, grabbing him by the ear with her delicate hand. "Ow, ow, ow. Conan, let go. That hurts." Hiro yelped. "Good, you know it hurts. Beginning today, I will subject you to rigorous training. If you fail to meet the standards, you know the consequences." Conan's gaze was intense as she fixed it upon Hiro. "Conan, that is not fair. I just want to eat and wait to die," Hiro murmured. Conan's eyebrows furrowed, and she seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. Hiro screamed in fright as he dangled in the air. They arrived at a waterfall, where Conan released him, tossing him directly into the water. "Do you see the rocks at the bottom of the waterfall? Sit there for 15 minutes. You may leave only once you accomplish that." Hiro grumbled. "Is it really necessary to be this harsh? What do you think? I'll give you half a month, if you can't manage it. I'll hang you up to dry." Conan replied coldly, a paper rope writhing in her hand. Fine, I'll do it," Hiro replied, feeling quite aggrieved. Slowly, he began to crawl towards the rocks at the waterfall's base, but before he could get close, he was swept away. "Concentrate your chakra and regulate your breathing," Conan instructed from the side. As Conan guided him, Hiro was astonished to realize that the training methods closely resembled those of cultivation. He suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the technique Jiraiya had imparted to them, designed to help them quickly gather chakra. Jiraiya likely trained in this manner to master sage techniques. Conan's instructions were far more detailed than what he had read in the sealing book. Instinctively, Hiro followed Conan's guidance, and he was astonished to find that his absorption of natural energy had accelerated more than twofold. Is this training method an improvement made by Jiraiya? Setting aside his doubts for the moment, Kamikawa Hiro devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Finally, at a certain moment 10 days later, he trembled all over as natural energy began to converge at the first of his 8 chakra gates. Naturally, upon entering his body, this energy transformed into a dark crimson demonic aura. Nevertheless, this represented a significant advancement, as he had previously been unable to gather this energy within his chakra points, only managing to condense it at the dantian like ordinary chakra. If, according to Conan's training method, he were to fill all 8 of his chakra points with demonic energy, would he not then be able to establish a grand cycle with natural energy? At that point, his energy would become inexhaustible, achieving a state that surpassed even that of a tailed beast. Only by reaching that level could he hope to ensure his own survival in the ultimate celestial battle, right? Conan returned to the site, her eyes widening with surprise as she observed Kamikawa Hiro diligently practicing beneath the waterfall. She hadn't expected him to reach this stage so quickly. Unbeknownst to her, Pain appeared behind her. His potential is exceptional, but he is quite lazy. If properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become a formidable ally, Conan remarked. Pain nodded in agreement, acknowledging that compared to others, Kamikawa Hiro was indeed a more reliable asset, being one they had personally trained. Bring him to see me when you have the chance. It is time for him to take on some responsibilities, Pain instructed. Conan pondered for a moment before turning her gaze to Kamikawa Hiro. Understood. I will take him to meet you in 3 months. Pain nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Kamikawa Hiro felt a surge of energy within him, an overwhelming impulse to let out a howl. Rising to his feet, he released a torrent of energy, causing the waterfall to momentarily halt with a thunderous roar. Leaping onto the shore, he exclaimed, "Sister Conan, how about that? Am I impressive?" He looked at her with pride. Conan, with a hint of indulgence in her eyes, replied, "This is just the beginning. Do not let pride consume you." A bewildered Kamikawa Hiro asked, "Just the beginning? Next, we will train your control." Control? Conan directed him towards a large stone nearby. "Do you see that boulder? You must stand on the water above it. Only when you can maintain stability, there will you have completed my training." "Sister Conan, are you sure that is a stone?" he questioned. "Of course. Are you afraid of such a small stone?" "Small?" Kamikawa Hiro approached the towering boulder, which loomed over him, and felt a wave of despair. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his inner power, managing to lift the stone with great effort, his legs trembling beneath him. Conan, glancing at the modest stone that barely reached his knees, opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from correcting him. 3 months swiftly passed. Kamikawa Hiro, now adept at balancing on the turbulent waters beneath the waterfall, was finally ready to meet Nagato in his true form, not as Pain. At that moment, Nagato stood on a high platform, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. "Nagato, are you still troubled by how to deal with Hanzo?" Conan inquired. "Indeed. It is impossible to seize control of Amigakure without incurring significant costs. We have no choice but to resort to brute force. Must we truly go to such lengths?" Conan seemed reluctant. Every position is occupied by Hanzo's men. The only way to take full control of Amigakure is to eliminate them all. That's the most foolish approach, isn't it? Kamikawa Hiro interjected. Nagato turned to Kamikawa Hiro. "Do you have a solution?" "Certainly. Given Hanzo's current prestige, it would be easy to undermine him." "Very well. I will entrust this task to you," Conan suddenly declared. "Hey, Sister Conan, are you trying to wear me out?" Kamikawa Hiro protested immediately. "What? Are you unwilling?" "Unwilling," he replied decisively. Conan was momentarily speechless. Nagato scoffed from the side. "All right, I am willing." Kamikawa Hiro quickly changed his tune, watching him dart away. Conan couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you have feelings for him?" Nagato asked. Snapping back to reality, Conan hesitated before replying. "Perhaps. Don't you think his laziness resembles Yahiko's at times?" Nagato fell silent at her words. Yahiko would often lounge carelessly in the sun, radiating warmth and brightness. Kamikawa Hiro possessed a similar aura, carefree and unconcerned, and, like Yahiko, he had remarkable talent for training. While Conan and Nagato shared their thoughts on him, Kamikawa Hiro found himself deep in contemplation. If he wasn't mistaken, Obito would soon join the Akatsuki under the alias of Tobi, accompanied by Kagaya. While he had no qualms about Kagaya, he wondered if Obito would recognize him upon their meeting. Would his demise be inevitable then? Fortunately, time was still on his side. Rin was still alive, and Obito had yet to succumb to darkness. He needed to resolve matters here before Obito's arrival. His assistance to Nagato would only extend to eliminating Hanzo. In Konoha, Hikari walked alone down the street. The third Hokage was set to announce his retirement. With two candidates vying for the position, Orochimaru, his most prized disciple, and the rising star, Minato Namikaze. Although Minato was a newcomer, his sunny disposition had garnered overwhelming support. While Orochimaru, despite being more qualified, had few backers, likely due to his gloomy nature. The recent bait incident at the front lines had further fueled resentment among many ninja clans towards Orochimaru, who seemed indifferent to who would become Hokage, seldom seen in public. These were significant matters, but they hardly occupied Hikari's thoughts. What concerned her more was the recent spate of mysterious disappearances among ninjas, followed by the discovery of their bodies, devoid of organs and exhibiting impeccable surgical precision. This situation had instilled widespread panic, with the hospital becoming a key focus for the Umbu's thorough investigations. As such, surgical skills could only be acquired through specialized training. As she strolled down the street, Hikari suddenly paused, sensing a dangerous gaze upon her. She instinctively looked up in the direction of the threat, but saw nothing amiss. Just as her guard lowered, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body going limp and falling backward. A tall figure emerged slowly from the shadows, approaching her with a greedy glint in his serpent-like eyes. The wielder of ice release, how perfect a specimen for experimentation. It was none other than Orochimaru. Just as he intended to take Hikari away, three masked figures suddenly appeared before him. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo-sama has ordered that you must not touch her. And if I refuse? Three members of the Root organization did not hesitate. Their figures flickered as they launched an attack on Orochimaru. One of the Root members was enveloped by a swarm of insects that spread towards Sho's body, a precaution against Orochimaru's deadly intentions. The fierce sounds of combat drew the attention of others. A flicker of anger surfaced in Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo, you are indeed willing to invest, he remarked, before vanishing from sight. Orochimaru could never have anticipated that Danzo would dispatch 3 elite jonin to protect a medical ninja. With his strength at the level of a Kage, dealing with 3 elite jonin would have been effortless. Alas, this was Konoha. Soon, a multitude of Umbu appeared, but tranquility had already returned to the area, with only Sho lying unconscious on the ground. One of the Umbu, clearly recognizing Sho, exclaimed, "Lord Sho?" In the Root organization, Danzo's expression darkened. Orochimaru had slipped from his grasp. It seems you cannot be allowed to live. Soon, a momentous event that would reverberate throughout Konoha occurred. Orochimaru defected. Consequently, Jiraiya, who had long been absent from Konoha, returned to pursue Orochimaru. The third Hokage suffered a tremendous blow, aging significantly, and formally abdicated. Minato Namikaze was inaugurated as the fourth Hokage. The events that transpired could not remain concealed and swiftly reached the ears of Shinagawa Hiro. Learning that Sho was safe brought him a sigh of relief. Since Danzo had fulfilled his promise, he too could not afford to disappoint him. With his influence, Shinagawa Hiro swiftly positioned members of the Akatsuki organization in various key departments of the Rain Village. Hanzo's power structure was subtly undermined by Shinagawa Hiro's machinations. Now, it seemed that only Hanzo's personal guard remained obedient to him. Shinagawa Hiro's subtle yet effective approach garnered admiration from Nagato. This way, when he eliminated Hanzo, the Rain country would remain unaffected, minimizing the losses for the resource-strapped nation. Had he undertaken the task himself, achieving such perfection would have been impossible. Well done. Nagato commended Shinagawa Hiro, who had begun to be regarded by Konin with the same esteem as Yahiko. Though still young, his unwavering concern for the common people mirrored that of Yahiko. With footsteps echoing, Shinagawa Hiro entered the cave, the light from outside casting an orange hue upon his hair. As he approached, both Nagato and Konin were momentarily entranced, mistaking him for Yahiko. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Shinagawa Hiro inquired, bewildered by their expressions. Konin chuckled softly at his confusion. "Is something the matter?" she asked. "Indeed, there have been some developments," Shinagawa Hiro replied, his demeanor turning serious. What has caused such a change in your expression? Nagato asked. I suspect that Hanzo may have colluded with the Mist Ninja, Shinagawa Hiro revealed, producing a small scroll. Nagato raised his hand, and the scroll floated into his grasp. As he unfurled it, his pupils narrowed slightly. Hanzo is seeking assistance from the Mist Village to quell the rebellion? It seems he does not trust Konoha and has turned to Mist for aid. Nagato scoffed. What do you propose? He asked, turning to Shinagawa Hiro. We can no longer afford to wait. Hanzo must be eliminated swiftly to seize the initiative. Shinagawa Hiro urged. Very well, let us act today, Nagato declared, rising and striding toward the exit. Watching Nagato and Konan depart, a flicker of determination crossed Shinagawa Hiro's eyes. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the scroll was reduced to ashes. I apologize, Mist Ninja. It seems you will have to bear this burden. Chapter 29. I will hold Danzo accountable. Shinagawa Hiro initiated a long-planned scheme. By the break of dawn, the leadership of the Rain Ninja village had been completely overhauled. Yet, all organizations functioned in an orderly manner, without a hint of disturbance. The populace remained blissfully unaware that their rulers had changed. Hanzo's demise was hastened. As Shinagawa Hiro could no longer afford to linger, the plan against Rin was set into motion. It was uncertain whether it was Zetsu controlling the Mizukage or Madara exerting his influence. However, Shinagawa Hiro was determined to attempt to prevent Rin's death. He entered Pain's office. Leave the matters concerning the mist to me, Shinagawa Hiro stated. Oh, I have never seen you so proactive, Pain remarked with a smile. I simply wish to take a stroll and clear my mind. You know how dreary the weather is in the rain country. Shinagawa Hiro shrugged. Very well. How many people do you need? No, I require only myself, he replied, inwardly contemplating. How can I return to Konoha with a large entourage? That works. I trust in your abilities, Pain conceded. However, before you leave, I have a request. What is it? I wish to learn the summoning technique. Pain paused, surprised. That is quite simple. No, I mean, could you summon me as a summoning beast a few times? Pain furrowed his brow in confusion. Perhaps others can only summon specific beasts, but I believe you can summon me as a beast. The Rinnegan's powers are formidable. Summoning through the Rinnegan is not ordinary summoning. The summoned creatures of the Rinnegan are not only powerful, but can even summon certain objects. Thus, summoning a human is also feasible, an ability far beyond conventional summoning techniques. The purpose of this request stemmed from his critical stage in mastering space ninjutsu, particularly the pivotal aspect of controlling spatial traversal, without personally experiencing the sensation of spatial movement. How could he master space ninjutsu? After much deliberation, it became clear that only Nagato possessed the strength to facilitate such an experience. Of course, there was also the Cloud Ninja's technique, but his relationship with them was far from amicable. Very well, that is not a problem, Pain replied after a moment of contemplation. He stood and gently touched Shinagawa Hiro's forehead, a complex seal appearing upon it. I am about to begin, Pain announced. Commence. Shinagawa Hiro's consciousness expanded as he prepared to meticulously experience the process of spatial traversal. Summoning technique. With a bang, Shinagawa Hiro vanished from his location, reappearing beside Pain in the animal path. Again, he exclaimed, summoning technique. Bang. Once more. Summoning technique. 3 days later, Shinagawa Hiro, thoroughly satisfied, set off on his journey home. Ahahaha, my splendid life begins now, he proclaimed joyfully. Entering a barbecue restaurant, he called out, Boss, 5 plates of grilled meat, please. The sizzling meat, dripping with juices, filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Ahahaha, grilled meat is my favorite. He carefully picked up a piece of meat, savoring it slowly as he closed his eyes to relish the moment. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The cacophony that had once filled the air seemed to vanish in an instant. What was happening? He slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by Konan's soft, amber gaze. Sister Konan? Shinagawa Hiro questioned, turning to survey his surroundings. Wasn't this his office in the Land of Rain? Beside him sat Pain and several other members of the Akatsuki, all watching him with keen interest, along with his half-eaten barbecue. What on earth had transpired? Shinagawa Hiro mumbled incoherently. Konan smiled gently and replied, Oh, it's nothing. Pain gave me the summoning technique, so I thought I'd give it a try and see if I could summon you here. At her words, Shinagawa Hiro's body stiffened slightly. What? So, my journey over the past few days was for naught? And what if you summoned me while I was bathing? My privacy, my privacy. Konan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Humph, who would want to watch you bathe? Don't worry, I was just experimenting. Now, hurry and get lost. With that, Shinkawa was unceremoniously tossed out by Conan. At that moment, in the barbecue shop, the owner let out a wail. Ah, someone has dined and dashed. How shameless. But before he could finish his lament, Shinkawa's figure reappeared out of thin air. Perhaps even Pain was unaware that Shinkawa had already begun to master the space-time ninjutsu. As long as he left behind a trace of his presence, he could instantaneously arrive at any location within his line of sight. Its practicality surpassed even that of the Flying Thunder God technique by several degrees. One could only wonder what expression Danzo would have if he knew that what he had discarded as worthless had been successfully cultivated by Shinkawa. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he wandered aimlessly through the marketplace. Suddenly, a tall figure with white hair, adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the kanji for oil, caught his eye. Jiraiya? Shinkawa was taken aback. How could he encounter Jiraiya here? The latter appeared dejected, still struggling to recover from the shadow of Orochimaru's defection. Unconsciously, Shinkawa followed him. As a character who enjoyed immense popularity in later manga, it was only natural for him to pay attention to Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not linger in the town, but headed straight for the outskirts. Shinkawa's curiosity intensified. This behavior was uncharacteristic of Jiraiya, who would typically seek solace in a tavern with a drink or two. Come out, follow me. Jiraiya halted in his tracks. Shinkawa had no choice but to step forward. Who are you, and why are you following me? Jiraiya inquired, his aura radiating a suffocating presence. Fortunately, having faced Conan and Pain, Shinkawa managed to withstand this pressure. Greetings, I am Shinkawa, a leaf ninja, he announced. You are Shinkawa? Jiraiya repeated. Indeed. Even Lord Jiraiya knows of me. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, suddenly charging at Shinkawa. Taken aback, Shinkawa instinctively retreated. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows that lasted for dozens of rounds. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through as Jiraiya formed a wind sphere in his hand. The Rasengan, and pressed it down towards Shinkawa. Shinkawa rolled backward, and in a flash, 5 ice shields erupted from the ground to block Jiraiya's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The ice shield shattered, but the 5th shield finally managed to withstand the Rasengan. What? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Although he had not used his full strength, this was not something an ordinary ninja could withstand. He hadn't expected that this young lad could endure for so long against him. Judging by his age, he should be comparable to Kakashi, yet his strength surpassed that of Kakashi. Lord Jiraiya, why must we resort to violence upon our first meeting? Shinkawa lamented. Do we need a reason to apprehend rogue ninjas? Rogue ninja? Who? Me? A rogue ninja? Shinkawa pointed at himself incredulously. Indeed, you are officially regarded as a rogue ninja of the leaf. Shinkawa's mouth twitched. That old scoundrel Danzo has led me astray. I can tolerate it. But I shall seek retribution. The mountains remain while the waters flow. I bid you farewell. Shinkawa declared, fuming, as he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Jiraiya, preparing to return and confront Danzo. Return. Jiraiya called out loudly. Huh, what is it? Shinkawa was bewildered, still intent on seeking out Danzo. I was just joking with you, Jiraiya replied. Oh, you were joking? I was merely confirming your identity. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Then the rogue ninja claim was a joke too? The rogue ninja status is indeed real. Goodness, I'm leaving. Shinkawa turned on his heel. It's a rumor deliberately spread by the Hokage, Jiraiya added. Huh. Shinkawa was utterly bewildered. Your prolonged absence may attract attention. Hence the rogue ninja label to throw others off the scent. Jiraiya explained. Throw others off the scent? Yes, originally it was Danzo's plan. But it seems it was not utilized. Jiraiya shrugged. Shinkawa pondered this revelation, gradually coming to a realization. Danzo's initial intent had been to incite discord between Hanzo and the Akatsuki. Fearing that Hanzo might secretly investigate his identity, Danzo provided him with a rogue ninja status to confuse Hanzo, thereby securing his trust as a safeguard. However, he had not anticipated that Shinkawa's breakthrough would not lie with Hanzo, but rather within the Akatsuki, where he was personally recruited by Conan. Thus, the rogue ninja identity had rendered itself useless. This secret was likely known only to the true higher-ups of Konoha, and Jiraiya happened to belong to that echelon. That being said, I cannot continue with this rogue ninja status. How will I survive in Konoha? Fear not. Those ninjas who can infiltrate the Empire are treated with special care. Once your mission is complete, Your position in Konoha will be unassailable, serving as your most precious political capital for life. Jiraiya gazed at Shinkawahiro with a hint of envy. Really? Shinkawahiro scratched his head skeptically. I feel as though you are deceiving me. Deceive you? Is there a need for that? Do you know why Danzo's position in Konoha is unshakable? Is it because he was the second Hokage's disciple? No, it's because Danzo has made tremendous contributions to Konoha. That is the foundation of his standing, not merely a hollow title. So, Danzo, that old schemer, shares a similar experience to mine? Jiraiya smiled without responding. Then what brings you here, Lord Jiraiya? Research material? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. I have tracked the trail of Orochimaru to this place. I wish to inquire why he has taken such a path. I would prefer to believe he is like you, but alas, he is not. Jiraiya stated gravely. Oh, I see. In that case, I shall not involve myself. I will return to the village. Shinkawahiro said. It would be wise for him to keep his distance from a confrontation between two powerful individuals. Their battles were of no concern to him. Trying to leave? Too late. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Huh. You cannot conscript me. I am no match for Lord Orochimaru. Shinkawahiro hastily declined. His goal was to become the 6th Hokage, and he absolutely could not participate in a battle of this magnitude. Not necessarily, how Koen? A sinister voice echoed. Shin Chuanhao froze, recognizing it unmistakably as Orochimaru's. Turning around, he indeed found Orochimaru perched upon a large tree, gazing down at them. Shin Chuanhao slapped himself, muttering, curiosity, huh? Now there's no escape. It was his excitement upon seeing the immensely popular Jiraiya from his previous life's manga that had compelled him to follow, but he had not anticipated encountering Orochimaru. Was this what they meant by curiosity killed the cat? Jiraiya smiled knowingly, remarking on Shun Chuanhao's personality, which matched what his teacher had described, always eager to meddle. Yet if not compelled, would laze about indefinitely. Orochimaru, why did you betray the village? Jiraiya's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Because Konoha can no longer harbor my heart. Orochimaru declared. What is your heart? My heart is eternal. Shun Chuanhao mused, observing the exchange between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Puzzled by the notion of an eternal heart. Was this akin to the Titanic? He envisioned Orochimaru, long hair billowing, standing on a grand ship, arms outstretched against the wind, with Jiraiya embracing him from behind. The image was shocking. Shin Chuanhao hastily shook off the disturbing vision. What is the matter, Haokuen? Do you have a different opinion? Orochimaru inquired. Opinion? No, I'm not thinking about anything. Shin Chuanhao quickly replied, then hesitated. I seem to have heard that you've crossed paths with Shin Chuanqing. Indeed. The wielder of the ice-release bloodline is a rare and perfect specimen. Orochimaru chuckled. Very well, then I shall act without hesitation against you. As soon as he spoke, Orochimaru's expression shifted, and he vanished from sight. In his wake, a bolt of dark lightning struck the spot where he had stood, incinerating the branch to ashes. With a roar reminiscent of dragons and tigers, Shun Chuanhao surged forward, reaching Orochimaru in an instant. He struck down with his palm. With a thud, Orochimaru transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution technique. Truly worthy of an elite shinobi, his mastery of the technique is remarkable. A blade of light sliced toward Shun Chuanhao's back. Imbued with lethal intent, for Orochimaru, unlike Jiraiya, would not show mercy. With a quick snap, Shun Chuanhao caught the blade empty-handed. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock. He could hardly believe that Shun Chuanhao had caught the kunoichi sword barehanded. Even Jiraiya's expression turned grave. This was no ordinary blade. The kunoichi was extraordinarily sharp and contained other formidable powers. It was unfathomable to them that anyone could catch Orochimaru's sword unarmed. A streak of black lightning surged along the blade toward Orochimaru. He hastily abandoned the kunoichi, but his right hand was already scorched. Shun Chuanhao seized the kunoichi, determined not to grant Orochimaru another chance to reclaim it. The sword resembled the one Orochimaru had wielded in his fierce battle against the four-tailed Naruto, a treasure of remarkable durability that could even extend in length. Swinging the kunoichi felt effortless, his inner energy flowing seamlessly into the blade. A fine sword. I shall take it. Shin Chuanhao exclaimed joyfully. Orochimaru regarded Shun Chuanhao with a hint of wariness in his serpentine gaze. Haokuen, it has been a while, and your strength has become formidable enough to make even me cautious. Orochimaru remarked. Hidden shadow snake hands. Without affording Shun Chuanhao the chance to respond, Orochimaru unleashed several serpents from his wrist, lunging toward him. Shun Chuanhao retaliated with a strike. Ice God Palm. A crack resounded as the massive serpents transformed instantly into ice sculptures, the dark frost creeping toward Orochimaru's arm. With a disdainful snort, Orochimaru abandoned the serpents and retreated into the air. Shun Chuanhao did not pursue, aware that it was not because he surpassed Orochimaru, but rather that Jiraiya had been restraining most of Orochimaru's focus, preventing him from unleashing his full power. He was astute enough not to recklessly charge in, knowing that if Orochimaru retaliated with full force, he would be the one at a disadvantage. The ensuing moments were filled with Jiraiya and Orochimaru reminiscing. Regardless of whether he stayed or left, Orochimaru ultimately departed. Shun Chuanhao did not chase after him, understanding that Jiraiya had intentionally allowed Orochimaru to escape. Had Jiraiya truly wished to stop Orochimaru, he would have invited Shun Chuanhao to join him in the effort, especially since Shun Chuanhao had already demonstrated his capabilities. Yet throughout, Jiraiya had never extended such an invitation. The bond between Jiraiya and Orochimaru ran deep. In the original narrative, even after Orochimaru had slain the third Hokage, Jiraiya did not take lethal action against him, nor did he pursue him. During the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, Jiraiya appeared more concerned with civilian casualties than with the third Hokage's fate, suggesting perhaps his disapproval of the third Hokage's perspective on the village. The sacrifices of White Fang, the loss of the fourth Hokage, the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, all these events had likely wounded Jiraiya's heart profoundly. Watching the injured Jiraiya leaning against a tree, Shun Chuanhao gazed into the distance where Orochimaru had vanished. Jiraiya-sensei, what are your plans moving forward? Shun Chuanhao approached. Of course, I'm off to gather materials. Jiraiya forced a smile. Aren't you returning to Konoha? No, just tell the old man I'm not coming back. Jiraiya's tone was melancholic. All right then. Shun Chuanhao did not press further. He understood that with Jiraiya's departure, the next time they would meet would likely be at Naruto's graduation. It's been a fateful encounter. I heard you're training in sage arts? I am training, but it's proving futile. It's not sage, but rather demonic. Shun Chuanhao thought to himself. I can teach you a simple technique to effortlessly combine ninjutsu and sage techniques. Would you like to learn? Shun Chuanhao's eyes lit up. Of course. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. With a solid grasp of sage arts, Shun Chuanhao could wield its power, yet he often felt it cumbersome to apply sage techniques through ninjutsu. Thus, he primarily utilized taijutsu in conjunction with sage arts. If he could learn the proper techniques for sage arts from Jiraiya, he would possess significant combat prowess even without hand-to-hand combat. Reflecting on Naruto's devastating Rasen Shuriken, which seamlessly infused sage arts and other powers into ninjutsu, he shyly asked Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sensei, could you also teach me the method for training the Rasengan? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You are quite the greedy one. Very well. I shall agree. Thus, another 10 days of training commenced. After this period, Jiraiya set forth on his quest for materials, while Kamikawa Hiro made his way to Konoha. Upon arriving at the gates of Konoha and beholding the familiar scenery, Kamikawa felt a sense of ease. Of course, it would have been perfect had the guards not been Uchiha. Before he could even step through the gates, he was encircled by a throng of Uchiha. Kamikawa Hiro? That's me. A rogue ninja? Who? You. Am I a rogue ninja? Indeed, you are. Right. I suppose I am a rogue ninja now. Kamikawa scratched his cheek, nearly forgetting Jiraiya's earlier words. Currently, only a handful knew he was not a rogue ninja. To the average person, wasn't he indeed a rogue? However, he now resembled a beggar. So how did they recognize him? Aren't the Sharingan users supposed to have poor eyesight? When did their vision become so acute? Kill on sight, commanded a squad leader from the Uchiha police force. Kamikawa stepped back. Don't be rash. I'm quite formidable. If I end up crying from the beating, don't call my parents. This is a final warning. How dare you attack my vital parts? Shameless and despicable. Come at me, and I shall retaliate. With a loud thud, the gates trembled. Villagers peeked out to see Kamikawa rubbing his nose while surrounded by the Uchiha police force. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Kamikawa's expression stiffened. Didn't we agree not to call my parents? A commotion erupted within the gates as numerous Uchiha police rushed forth. This time, they were all elites, those with 1, 2, and even 3 tomo in their Sharingan. Being stared down by those afflicted with the red-eye disease was somewhat intimidating. Their gazes held cruelty, sinister smiles, and a sense of vindication. In any case, none of those expressions were amicable towards Kamikawa. The Uchiha clan members simultaneously performed a jutsu with their hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the Uchiha exhaled massive fireballs aimed at Kamikawa. What a deep-seated grudge, Kamikawa remarked. His fingers trembled slightly as dark, icy crystals materialized around him. The fireballs shrank upon contact with the obsidian ice until they vanished completely. Kamikawa inhaled deeply, a look of intoxication gracing his features. The energy from those fireballs had not dissipated. Instead, he had absorbed it. Since his sage power had transformed into magical energy, absorbing the enemy's jutsu should be a standard procedure, wouldn't it? With Jiraiya's guidance, he could now attach the legendary Northern Darkness technique to his ice release. Impressive, to say the least. The Uchiha clan members turned pale, drawing their blades as they prepared to charge at Kamikawa. At that moment, a few masked Umbu appeared on the scene. Stop! The Hokage wishes to see him. One of the masked individuals declared. We Uchiha have the right to apprehend rogue ninjas. An Uchiha protested against the Umbu's interference. The Umbu captain turned to the protesting Uchiha. Inahoshi, I'll say it once more, this is the Hokage's order. Inahoshi's expression changed slightly as he seemed to deduce the Umbu captain's identity. With a cold huff, he waved his hand, and the Uchiha clan members retreated. Kamikawa patted his chest. You nearly scared me to death. That was a blade. The Umbu captain looked at Kamikawa, noticing the almost mocking glint in his eyes, and lowered his head. Please. The Hokage is still waiting for you. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he was greeted by the newly inaugurated fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Beside him sat the third Hokage, who had now taken on the role of advisor. You have finally returned? The third Hokage remarked with a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, he appeared considerably aged, lacking the vigor he once possessed. It seemed that Orochimaru's departure had profoundly impacted him. Had I delayed any longer, I would have become a rogue ninja myself. Who would I turn to for justification? Kamikawa mused, rubbing his nose. Ah, you've come to lodge a complaint. I merely provided you with a safeguard back then. We can simply revoke your rogue ninja status now. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Kamikawa then recounted the events in the Land of Rain in detail. However, he refrained from mentioning Conan and Pain's ambitions, as Pain had yet to commence his quest for the tailed beasts. Naturally, he would not speak of events that had not transpired. He even omitted the name Akatsuki, referring to the organization in a more general manner. Eliminating Hanzo was already a significant achievement. The higher-ups of Konoha were indifferent regarding who would lead the Rain Village from that point on. Just then, the door creaked open, and Danzo entered, leaning on a cane. Chapter 32. What? You want me to lead route? You've returned. You executed this mission admirably, Danzo remarked, regarding Kamikawa with the gaze of one appraising a rare treasure. The intensity of his stare sent a chill down Kamikawa's spine. Realizing the inappropriateness of his gaze, Danzo smiled and shifted his attention to the fourth Hokage. Hokage, how do you plan to arrange Kamikawa hero? Minato pondered for a moment, seeming somewhat indecisive. Danzo continued. The Umbu captain position is currently held by Kakashi, with Shursui as a squad leader, and Itachi is also in the Umbu. There seems to be no suitable position available for Kamikawa. Kakashi, being the fourth disciple, naturally garnered more trust from Minato. It seemed that Shursui and Itachi were part of the fourth's effort to win over the Uchiha. Since assuming office, the fourth had adopted a much gentler approach towards the Uchiha, perhaps stemming from his past connection with Obito. The death of Obito had left Minato with a sense of guilt towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, it was evident that the Umbu had no position for Kamikawa. Surely, they could not relegate him to a mere ordinary Umbu. As for the position of a regular Jonin, it was decent, yet it distanced him from politics, leaving him to merely obey orders, which was not befitting for someone who had rendered great service to Konoha. However, Kamikawa did not share this sentiment. His aspiration was to be an ordinary Jonin, allowing him to earn a living without being ensnared in Konoha's dark politics. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Danzo interjected once more, I have a suitable position in mind. Both the fourth and the third turned to Danzo. Kamikawa's heart sank. Whenever Danzo spoke, it rarely boded well. Quickly, he asserted, I believe being an ordinary Jonin is quite sufficient. There is no need for prolonged deliberation, is there? At this, Danzo remained silent, instead casting a knowing glance at the third Hokage. The third Hokage shook his head. Others may do so, but you cannot. Huh. Why not? Am I not even qualified to be an ordinary jonin? Kamikawa muttered. No, you've misunderstood my point. Your identity, status, and contributions to Konoha. If you were merely to become an ordinary jonin, how would others perceive it? They would claim the village is ungrateful, that it mistreats its heroes, and that we are envious of talent. In terms of status, Kamikawa had been the logistics captain during the Third Great Ninja War. Although he held the title of logistics captain, his status at that time was on par with that of Minato Namikaze. During the surprise attack by the Mist Shinobi, he served as the commander and successfully thwarted their offensive. Furthermore, his infiltration into the Rain Village caused significant turmoil, ultimately leading to the downfall of Hanzo. These accomplishments are certainly comparable to those of Minato. If he were merely an ordinary jonin, it would likely leave others from different clans feeling disheartened. At this moment, the third Hokage turned to Danzo and inquired, "What are your plans?" Danzo chuckled softly. "My roots are in need of a leader." "What nonsense is this? Roots? A leader? Is he jesting? How could I ever join the roots?" Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiroshi Kamikawa felt utterly bewildered. What sane individual would wish to associate with Danzo, let alone become a leader of the roots? The third Hokage did not respond immediately, but fixed his gaze upon Danzo. Rest assured, his position here is different. He will not be marked with a cursed seal. Danzo assured, he will be the highest-ranking leader within my hierarchy. The initial purpose of the roots was to cultivate the umbu for the Hokage, but over time, it had become Danzo's personal domain. Nevertheless, the responsibility of supplying talent for the umbu still existed at this juncture. Danzo's arrangement appeared to position Hiroshi Kamikawa as an instructor for everyone within the umbu and the roots. The fourth Hokage and the third nodded in agreement. The fourth then spoke. "Very well. This indeed seems like a commendable arrangement." Afterward, he glanced at Hiroshi Kamikawa. If Hiroshi is willing to accept, is he still the same Hiroshi? Just as he was about to respond, the third Hokage interjected, "There's no need to solicit the opinion of this old sixth. Whether he likes it or not, he must comply." The third seemed to have a firm grasp on Hiroshi's character. "I refuse," Hiroshi retorted defiantly. "Refusal will result in a salary deduction. After all, your last proposal is still under my purview." The third Hokage smirked coldly. "Is this blatant bullying? Do you have any objections?" "All right, I will comply," Hiroshi conceded, albeit with a sense of indignation, fighting for his own finances. Minato Namikaze wore an awkward smile, remarking, "Hiroshi-kun, you truly are a person of genuine sentiment." "Bah, what genuine sentiment? I'm doing this for my money," Hiroshi grumbled internally. Danzo cheerfully guided Hiroshi towards the roots base. After some necessary explanations, he allowed Hiroshi to return home. The house remained clean and tidy, indicating that Haru had been visiting frequently. Just as he pondered about Haru, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure stepping into the room. It was Haru. Upon seeing Hiroshi, her eyes sparkled with surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Hee Haru, I'm back," Hiroshi exclaimed. Haru dashed forward and embraced him tightly. Hiroshi was momentarily taken aback, but gently patted her back. That evening, as Haru prepared dinner, she hummed a cheerful tune. Watching her busy in the kitchen, Hiroshi felt a rare warmth in his heart. He began to understand the profound sorrow that Obito must have felt upon losing Rin. Rin's death had stripped Obito of all his attachments. That very feeling must have been utterly heart-wrenching. After a 3-day respite, Hiroshi assumed his new position, becoming the highest authority in the roots, second only to Danzo. He found himself observing a younger individual demonstrating wood-release techniques. Could this be the future Yamato? To his surprise, Danzo was completely unreserved, allowing him to witness even this concealed aspect of the roots. "Hiroshi-kun, what is your perspective on the village?" Danzo inquired. "Konoha is the strongest," Hiroshi confidently stated. Danzo remained silent, pressing for more specifics. "We possess the finest shinobi, the most formidable bloodlines, and the largest population. What more could one desire? However, there is one point I believe you have overlooked, Hiroshi-kun." "What is it?" "Those powerful bloodlines are difficult to control. They can turn against their masters." Danzo's gaze darkened. "Are you referring to the Uchiha?" Hiroshi did not mince words. "Not just the Uchiha, but also the Hyuga. They may outwardly obey, yet they secretly consider themselves superior," Danzo remarked. Hiroshi fell silent, pondering whether this was the very reason the third Hokage had sacrificed Hisashi. Observing Danzo's sullen expression, Hiroshi suddenly chuckled. "This is not the Danzo I know." What do you mean, Hiroshi-kun? Danzo-sama, you seem fearful. This is not the mentality expected of a strong leader. If the first Hokage were here, he would never entertain such thoughts. Danzo's pupils narrowed slightly at his words. Only the weak would concern themselves with whether they can control the blade in their hands. You, Danzo-sama, have lost the spirit of a true strongman. Hiroshi asserted. Hiroshi-kun, do you understand what you are saying? Of course. In a flash, Danzo made his move. Hiroshi chuckled lightly and engaged. The training ground of the roots transformed into their battleground. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo bellowed. 3-point return energy. A transparent shield enveloped Hiroshi. The vacuum sphere struck the shield and was instantly absorbed. Wind release, vacuum slash. Wind release, vacuum shuriken. Hiroshi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who knew wind release could be wielded in such a manner? It appeared he too needed to get serious. Cloud-piercing palm. The sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger howling erupted as the violent gust from his palm dispersed the vacuum slash. Wind godleg. He effortlessly evaded the vacuum shuriken. There was no choice. The vacuum shuriken's precision and speed were formidable. While its power might not surpass that of the spiraling shuriken, it was far easier to execute and control. Hiroshi believed that the potential of the vacuum shuriken extended far beyond this. Members of the Roots surrounded the training ground, and their combat continued unabated from morning until afternoon. Hiroshi remained vibrant and spirited, showcasing his true capabilities. Danzo eventually ceased his attacks. Recognizing that he had not exerted his full strength, he regarded Hiroshi with a calm demeanor, surprised by Hiroshi's formidable prowess that exceeded his expectations. Since you have raised the significance of strength to the village, I shall grant you the opportunity to demonstrate it, Danzo declared before departing. Hiroshi turned to the surrounding Roots members, who knelt respectfully before him, proclaiming, "We greet you, Lord Hiroshi." Chapter 33. If we are to act, let us make it grand. Danzo had now arrived in the Roots' secret chamber, accompanied by a figure clad in a long trench coat. "My lord, is it wise to collaborate with him? He seems to oppose your methods." Danzo replied, "No, his approach is aligned with mine, and even more radical. However, radicals are difficult to control." Control? Why would I need to control him? He will not be a hindrance, for he has no interest in that position. Conversely, with his assistance, our path will be much smoother. His capabilities far surpass those of Kakashi. Humph, the fourth made a grave error by not utilizing him. At this moment, Hiroshi was devoid of Danzo's sinister intentions. Now that he had arrived in the Roots, he vowed not to perpetuate the inhumane, insect-like training methods that had long characterized it. Those trained in such a manner would inevitably develop psychological issues. To foster loyalty, nurturing a group of psychologically troubled individuals is a poor strategy. It is far more effective to inspire them with a vision of the future and cultivate a shared objective. In simpler terms, it is akin to brainwashing. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent several months within the Roots. The battle with Danzo solidified his reputation. Now, as he leads the Root, he does so with remarkable ease. Just after delivering an impassioned speech to a group of newcomers, he received a summons from the Hokage. It appeared a mission was at hand, and due to a shortage of personnel, the Hokage had turned to Root for assistance. Haokuen, based on the information you provided last time, we have indeed noticed some unusual movements from the Mist Ninja. They launched a surprise attack on the border and captured Rin. Kakashi has already gone to rescue her. But I worry we lack sufficient manpower, so I hope you can lend a hand. Shinkawa stared at the fourth Hokage, exasperated. Did I not mention that only experienced ninjas should be dispatched for reconnaissance? What purpose does it serve to send a mere girl like Rin? On the day of their return to Konoha, he submitted an action report, detailing the reasons behind the Mist Ninja's unusual activity. His intention was to urge the fourth Hokage to take the matter seriously and send Season Jonin to alter Rin's fate. However, to his dismay, the fourth Hokage seemed indifferent. It's not entirely the fourth's fault. After the Third Great Ninja War, we are severely understaffed. All reconnaissance missions have fallen to the likes of Rin and other Chunin. The third Hokage interjected. Insufficient manpower is merely an excuse. Root currently has several capable members. Shinkawa countered. The third and fourth Hokage fell silent, fully aware of their reluctance to utilize Root's personnel. The new recruits are of good quality and still undergoing training. They can be utilized. Shinkawa insisted. Whether they chose to do so was beyond his concern. As he exited the Hokage's office, every ninja he passed paid their respects, including many of his former subordinates. Little did Shinkawa realize the depth of his standing within Konoha. Yet, there were exceptions, such as the Uchiha clan, from whom he sensed hostility. Those unruly children are due for a lesson. A good beating will suffice, he mused. Upon reaching Root, he and his team set off toward the Mist Ninja's territory. Rin's fate as a vessel for the tailed beast was set. It seemed the only option left was to seal the beast within her, making her a true Jinchuriki. However, the curse seal from Madara or Zetsu posed a significant issue. Without resolving the curse seal, sealing the tailed beast would be impossible. Contact our people in the land of water immediately. Find Tsunade. Shinkawa commanded coldly. Understood. Someone promptly relayed the order. The search for Tsunade had long been a precautionary measure for such a day. It appeared the preparation was not in vain. He hoped Tsunade remained in the land of water. Given its proximity to the mist, there was ample time to reach it. If Tsunade were absent, Rin's safety would hang in the balance. Meanwhile, at Root, Danzo found the day unusually quiet. Why is it so tranquil today? Did Lord Hao not take a team to the mist? Someone ventured to ask. I know that, but I meant to inquire why it is so silent. Danzo insisted. Lord Hao took a team with him. How many did he take? 200. 200? Danzo's cane fell to the ground, unnoticed. What is he planning? Is he merely rescuing someone? Or is he declaring war on the mist? Danzo roared. The third Hokage nearly choked on his smoke upon receiving the news. 200 elite ninjas are enough to incite a war. He chuckled bitterly. The fourth Hokage sighed, reluctantly issuing several commands to prepare for an impending battle. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Who is Shinkawa now? The deputy commander of Root, and yet they treat me as a child? Sending just 2 or 3 to handle the situation. I must take matters into my own hands. How else can I assert my identity? On the Mist Ninja's side, even Uchiha Madara could not have anticipated that Shinkawa would act so unpredictably. By the time the Mist received word, their outer defenses had already crumbled. However, their Mizukage remained conspicuously absent. Mizukage, they have breached our defenses and infiltrated the village. A Mist Ninja rushed into the Mizukage's office. Yet, the young Mizukage's expression was enigmatic as he simply replied, understood, without further elaboration. After dismissing the reporting ninja, the Mizukage's eyes, one bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan, began to spin slowly. As the Jinchuriki, he had the 3 tails sealed within Rin. It was fortunate for him that he remained alive. But he lacked the capacity to engage in battle. Similarly, Madara, who controlled Yagura, was nearing death himself and needed to conserve his energy to instruct Obito. He could not afford to intervene directly. Shinkawa had accurately assessed this situation and boldly launched a surprise attack on the mist. Wind release, vacuum bullets. He snorted coldly. He was not merely blowing air, but utilizing the principle of the 6 paths of the divine sword, extending his finger to unleash a barrage of wind bullets. One by one, they shot forth like bullets from his fingertip, piercing through one of the mist's elders. The attack was reminiscent of wielding a submachine gun, cutting down all in his path. Shinkawa relished the thrill of the battle. Boil release, haze technique. Terumi may charge toward Shinkawa. Wind release, vacuum shuriken. Shinkawa retorted sharply. A sound like countless ants scuttling filled the air as dozens of vacuum shurikens materialized around him. Go, Shinkawa commanded. Unleashing the shurikens towards Terumi Mei. The ensuing gust of wind dispelled her haze technique, causing Terumi Mei's pupils to dilate in shock. At that moment, a figure rushed forward, pushing Terumi Mei out of harm's way, only to be sliced into dozens of pieces by the vacuum shurikens. The shurikens continued their relentless path, tearing through everything in their wake. Such a spectacle left not only the mist's inhabitants in awe, but also the members of Root who accompanied Shinkawa, all astonished at his might. Do you truly believe the mist has no defenders? A sudden voice thundered. Several figures dashed from within the village, their formidable presence palpable. Shinkawa narrowed his eyes, sensing that the true battle was about to commence. One among them delivered a powerful kick to the side of a vacuum shuriken, sending it flying. A figure brandishing a large sword stood firm against another vacuum shuriken, while the rest were swiftly neutralized. So, this is the pinnacle of Mist's combat prowess. He mused. You leaf ninja are far too arrogant. They shouted, surrounding Shinkawa. Shinkawa chuckled lightly. Arrogant? You Mist have repeatedly attacked us. Do you not consider that arrogance? You have stolen Byakugan, captured my comrades, and launched repeated assaults on the land of fire, causing us immense losses. Do you truly think Konoha is so easy to bully? At this moment, Am I not justified in my stance? The expressions of the Mist's leaders darkened. They had opposed the earlier assaults on Konoha, yet the Mizukage had stubbornly insisted on the attack, only to return with a girl. This time, they had stirred a hornet's nest. Why waste words? Eliminate him. One of the Mist ninjas shouted, and they charged at Shinkawa Hao, intent on delivering lethal blows. How dishonorable. A group of adults ganging up on a mere youth? Shinkawa Hao exclaimed in disbelief. The outcome of this encounter hinges on whether he can astonish them. I hope I do not falter. Shinkawa Hao muttered, swiftly bringing his hands together and exclaiming, mystical technique, spiral sphere. As his words echoed, a resonant hum filled the air. Several spirals, each the size of a room, began to levitate around Shinkawa. The energy contained within them was truly formidable. With a commanding shout of go, the spirals hurtled towards the Mist Village. Should they land there, the devastation inflicted upon the village would be incalculable. Although this strike may not rival Pain's almighty push in ferocity, it was still sufficient to obliterate half of Mist Village. The Mist elite, who had been advancing toward Shinkawa, were taken aback and forced to abandon their assault, redirecting their focus to intercept the spirals. This was the advantage of fighting in enemy territory. One need not restrain oneself. While the adversary must tread cautiously, Shinkawa turned to the root members behind him, who appeared frozen in shock, and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Regaining their senses, the root members promptly turned to flee. If they did not escape the wrath of the Mist Ninja, they would surely meet their end here. Damn it! Come back and lend me a hand. I am utterly exhausted. Shinkawa lamented, watching the indifferent retreat of his comrades. Realizing they had overlooked the toll his formidable jutsu had taken on his body. In the Hokage Tower, the third and fourth Hokage were left dumbfounded by the reports from the Mist. He attacked Mist Village and succeeded? They wished to negotiate peace? The ruler of the water country is willing to pay a hefty compensation? Compensation for whom? For us? How much? 200 million? Lord Third, please refrain from curse words. The messenger cautioned before departing. The third, fourth, Tsunade, and Mito Gate stared at each other, wide-eyed. They had initially prepared to reprimand Shinkawa upon his return for his reckless actions. However, what could they do now? Punishing him would likely incite opposition from the entire village. They were at a loss on how to address Shinkawa. After this event, Shinkawa's position was firmly established, unassailable. His influence had grown independent of Danzo and Minato, compelling both to heed his counsel moving forward. In the route, Danzo was grinning from ear to ear, elated by the triumph. This battle was initiated by the route, marking its most glorious moment. His status as the route leader would undoubtedly ascend. If only I had insisted he bring more people. Imagine the accolades we could have garnered. Danzo mused. The individual beside him twitched at the comment, but remained silent, perhaps recalling who had scolded Shinkawa for taking too many with him. At the border of the fire country, Shinkawa had been lying on a hammock for 3 days, his limbs wrapped in bandages. His first attempt at wielding such powerful jutsu had left him fatigued and injured. A single unmastered spiral sphere had resulted in a muscle strain due to his eagerness to impress. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A girl in a black kimono with short hair approached, carrying a bowl. "Jean, are you here to administer more medicine?" "I just had some." Shinkawa grimaced. Tsunade commanded, "Drink it, whether you like it or not." With that, she pinched Shinkawa's mouth and forced the medicine down his throat. "Ugh, it's so bitter. Can't you be a tad gentler?" he protested. With narrowed brows, Tsunade retorted, "Do you dare claim I'm not gentle?" She pinched his bandaged arm, eliciting a pained yelp from him. "What are you whining about? Do not flaunt what you cannot handle. To attempt such uncontrollable mystic arts without the necessary skill is foolhardy." At that moment, a golden-haired beauty entered. It was Tsunade. "How is Rin faring?" Shinkawa inquired. Tsunade's expression darkened. "While I have sealed the tailed beast, the curse mark on Rin's heart continues to affect the seal. If we cannot eradicate that mark, Rin will remain in peril. How long can the seal hold?" "At most 3 months, Tsunade replied. "Ugh, so nothing changes?" Shinkawa scoffed. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, just lamenting." Shinkawa sighed. He had strived earnestly, yet he felt powerless to alter Rin's grim fate. "Actually, there may be a solution." Tsunade suddenly spoke. "Oh, do enlighten me. I have heard that Orochimaru is quite knowledgeable about curse marks. He may possess the means to eliminate the one in Rin's heart." "That is hardly reassuring." "Orochimaru is a rogue ninja." Tsunade fell silent at his words. "Let Rin accompany me. Should an emergency arise, I can respond promptly." Tsunade eventually suggested. I have no objections. I trust you will keep a watchful eye on her, Shinkawa conceded. Rin's safety appeared assured under Tsunade's care. However, the absence of a trigger for Obito's transformation concerned him. If not Rin, who would serve as the catalyst for Obito's descent into darkness? Shinkawa did not underestimate Obito's potential for villainy. He would not dare to dismiss Madara's capabilities. Enough of this. If Madara, the king of survival, takes notice of me, my fate would be sealed. Shinkawa resolved. He could not afford to exhibit excessive concern for Rin, lest it arouse suspicion, particularly from Madara. 3 days later, having nearly fully recovered, Shinkawa led the route back to Konoha. Concurrently, news of Mist Village's devastating losses from Konoha's surprise attack began to circulate. In the land of rain, Konan pondered the news. Could this be his doing? That remains uncertain, Nagato replied. You could always inquire directly. Back in Konoha, Shinkawa was teasingly complimenting Haruka. Haruka, your cooking is exquisite. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Of course, it was merely jest. He had no intention of embracing her. As a longtime bachelor, his bravado did not translate into action. Haruka shot him a playful glare. Just then, Shinkawa suddenly vanished. Startled, Haruka searched the room, finding no trace of him. Calming herself, she speculated, space ninjutsu, or perhaps summoning. Meanwhile, Shinkawa found his lips pressed against something soft and fragrant. How could this be? He hadn't embraced Haruka. How could he be kissing her? Opening his eyes, he was greeted by familiar light purple hair and a pair of amber eyes, now tinged with annoyance. With a loud thud, Shinkawa was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Sister Konan. Shinkawa Hiro clutched his chest, gasping in shock as he stared at Konan across from him. Had he just kissed her? Konan glared at Shinkawa Hiro, snorted in annoyance, yet ultimately refrained from striking him again. With a playful grin, Shinkawa Hiro inquired, I wonder what matter has summoned you, Konan? We merely wish to ascertain whether the incident involving the Mist Ninja Village was orchestrated by you, came the voice of Nagato from the side. Only then did Shinkawa Hiro realize that not only was Konan present, but also Nagato and the elusive Zetsu. The appearance of Zetsu heightened Shinkawa Hiro's vigilance. This individual was far too cunning. Did Zetsu's arrival imply that Obito had also joined the Akatsuki? If he encountered Obito, would his true identity be exposed? Just as his worries materialized, the door creaked open, and a figure wearing a spiral mask entered, locking eyes with Shinkawa Hiro. Chapter 35. The Ninetales revealed him? The man now known as Toby scrutinized Shinkawa Hiro with suspicion. Is he our new member? No, he is an old member, predating all of you, Pain interjected. Toby cast a deep glance at Shinkawa Hiro, but chose not to speak further. Shinkawa Hiro felt a wave of relief wash over him. Toby had not recognized him. After all, their encounters had been infrequent, and he had graduated years prior, leaving little time for them to reconnect. Furthermore, following his separation from Minato, Shinkawa Hiro had been dispatched to infiltrate the Land of Rain. Although the time apart was not extensive, the changes were significant, at the very least. Shinkawa Hiro had grown considerably taller. Coupled with Toby's condition under Madara's control, it was only natural that he would not recognize him. I did indeed intervene in the affairs of the Mist Ninja Village, Shinkawa Hiro admitted, having ruthlessly provoked Konoha, where he also held a grudge against the Mist. Having lost his Byakugan there, a blend of new and old grievances. Shinkawa Hiro? You share a name with him. Toby exclaimed. No, I am Kawaguchi Hiro, distinctly different. Shinkawa Hiro quickly clarified. Why are you so anxious? With your strength, being half as formidable as Shinkawa Hiro would be impressive, yet you seem to think highly of yourself. Konan remarked sarcastically from the side. It seemed she still held a grudge. Shinkawa Hiro offered an awkward laugh and lowered his head. Enough of that. It's not that you lack skill. Your wind release is nearly on par with his, so practice diligently, Konan said, seeing Shinkawa Hiro's dejection and offering comfort. Does this mean you're not angry with me anymore, Konan? Get lost. All right. Shinkawa Hiro nodded eagerly and exited the room. At that moment, Toby spoke up. How is his strength? Acceptable, Nagato replied. Oh, he has earned the acknowledgement of our leader. Toby exclaimed in surprise. In that case, we can reduce the number of recruits we seek, Toby stated. No, he is not under our consideration. Konan interjected abruptly. Toby was taken aback. Why not? There is no reason, Konan insisted. Toby turned to Nagato for clarification. Nagato waved his hand, signaling the assembly to disperse, leaving only Konan behind. Do you wish to shield him from these matters? Nagato asked. Konan gazed at Nagato, her eyes filled with pleading. Is there no other option? Seeing the earnestness in her eyes, Nagato turned his head. This is my choice. Only by allowing the world to suffer can they appreciate the value of peace. Konan lowered her head. Fine, I will support you, but I do not wish for Hiro to be involved. Nagato replied. Very well, let him remain in Konoha, doing nothing but observing the movements of the Nine Tails. Shinkawa Hiro returned to Konoha, and his mother, Shinkawa Haru, felt her anxiety dissipate. She refrained from inquiring about the events that had transpired, as the gravity of Shinkawa Hiro's solemn expression suggested the matter was indeed serious. Shinkawa Hiro's mood was far from pleasant. After all, Nagato had chosen to tread down a familiar path. Whether it was due to his own subjective beliefs or the influence of the Rinnegan, the arrival of Toby signaled the beginning of their recruitment efforts. Once they gathered sufficient members, the next step would be locating the Jinchuriki for the purpose of sealing the tailed beasts. Alas, they had ultimately arrived at this juncture. Shinkawa Hiro sighed, sensing that Nagato was not inherently malevolent, yet once he wielded the Rinnegan, he would no longer be his own master. Madara would undoubtedly ensure that Nagato, as a pivotal figure, remained under his control. Thus, Nagato's actions had been predetermined from the outset, merely serving as preparations for Madara's resurrection. The most pitiable was Konan, who had forsaken her own thoughts to assist Nagato, dedicating herself entirely to him, an unfair burden for her to bear. Toby, no matter the havoc you wreak beyond these walls, should you dare to harm Konan, I shall make you regret ever existing in this world. Shinkawa Hiro declared coldly. Days turned into weeks as Shinkawa Hiro trained a multitude of root members. Danzo held Shinkawa Hiro's abilities in high regard, and under his tutelage, the root members experienced remarkable growth. Shinkawa Hiro's position within root had become unassailable. Perhaps it was due to his association with root that Minato was not entirely trusting of him. The third Hokage had several times implied to Minato the significance of Shinkawa Hiro, yet the fourth Hokage dismissed these concerns, having ascended to the role of Hokage. His status dictated that he would only elevate those he was close to. One emperor, one courtier, was not merely an adage. Shinkawa Hiro's capabilities were undeniably impressive, yet he had entered root before making a firm decision. Of course, all of this was the doing of Danzo, whose presence was perpetually grating. At that moment, Danzo was in his office, venting his frustrations about Shinkawa Hiro. The fourth is too naive, completely manipulated by the Uchiha. Why do you say that? Shinkawa Hiro inquired. Does he truly believe that by winning over Shursui and Itachi, he can mend relations with the Uchiha? If that is not naive, then what is? I suspect Shursui and Itachi are merely spies within the Uchiha clan. Shinkawa Hiro was taken aback, surprised by Danzo's acute perception. Indeed, from his previous life watching the anime, he knew that Shursui and Itachi were indeed spies of the Uchiha clan. However, one sought to please both sides in hopes of peaceful coexistence, while the other had been brainwashed, completely turning against the Uchiha and collaborating with Toby to annihilate their clan. Setting those matters aside, Danzo's suspicions regarding Shursui and Itachi were valid. The Uchiha would not abandon their rebellion simply because the fourth Hokage had taken an interest in them. Thus, Danzo's assertion of the fourth's naivety was also correct. Minato had enjoyed immense popularity in Shinkawa Hiro's past life, largely due to his character, striking appearance, and remarkable flying thunder god technique. However, in terms of managing the village, the fourth Hokage was woefully inadequate, relying on personal charisma to govern a village, especially one filled with dark-hearted ninjas. Was he jesting? People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Self-interest is the eternal theme. Kushina was nearing her time to give birth. The Nine Tails incident was on the verge of unfolding. Shinkawa Hiro had repeatedly requested that Root safeguard Kushina's safety, yet the fourth Hokage only trusted his own Umbu, rejecting all of Shinkawa Hiro's pleas. Ultimately, the location for her delivery was kept secret even from Root. At this moment, Shun Chuanhao knew that any further approach would likely arouse unnecessary suspicion. Distrust towards Shun Chuanhao equated to distrust towards the Root. Perhaps this was the reason why Danzo did not show his face when the fourth Hokage met his demise. Danzo, that old miser, did not intervene during the Kyuubi incident. His betrayal of the fourth was possibly his greatest act of goodwill. Alas, fourth Hokage, I offered you an opportunity, but regrettably, you could not seize it. Shun Chuanhao was utterly unaware of the location where Kushina was to give birth. That place was meticulously arranged and guarded by Kakashi, the fourth's direct successor, known only to a select few, none of whom included Hao. Lacking this knowledge, he was powerless to prevent Obito from unleashing the Kyuubi. Once released, the fourth would undoubtedly attempt to seal it once more, sealing his fate. He had initially believed that his arrival could alter the fourth's destiny, but the inertia of fate proved overwhelmingly strong. He found himself excluded from the unfolding events. Such is the absurdity of life, Hao lamented. The fourth was beyond salvation. His current objective was merely to minimize civilian casualties. 2 days passed. As night fell, a blood-red moon rose slowly into the sky, casting a strange atmosphere over Konoha. Hao stepped out of his room and gazed at the crimson moon. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the night. The immense form of the Kyuubi materialized. A tempest arose. Flames raged uncontrollably. He finally beheld the full manifestation of the Kyuubi. At this moment, the Kyuubi was indeed in its complete form, unseparated by Minato into its dual aspects. Hao fully comprehended the Kyuubi's formidable power. As its tail swayed gently, a fierce wind erupted, demolishing surrounding buildings and uprooting towering trees as if they were mere blades of grass. The Kyuubi's chakra radiated an intense, searing heat, igniting any structure that came into contact with it. "What is that?" Hikari exclaimed in terror, gazing at the colossal creature before them. "Never mind what it is, Hikari. Return to the hospital. It may soon become very busy." Hikari nodded and vanished in an instant, racing towards the hospital. He recalled how the third Hokage and others intervened to drive the Kyuubi away from the village's periphery, ultimately leading to the fourth's decisive action to teleport the beast outside the village. The hospital, located in the heart of Konoha, remained a safe haven during the Kyuubi incident. With Hikari secured, Hao took a deep breath and sped towards the Kyuubi. A multitude of Konoha ninjas surged forth to confront the Kyuubi, their numbers still considerable. Regrettably, the events of the Kyuubi incident in the original narrative claimed the lives of too many ninjas, delivering a heavy blow to Konoha. This may also explain why the third Hokage chose to avoid conflict with the Cloud Village by ceding a portion of the daylight. Approaching the vicinity of the Kyuubi, Hao finally felt the overwhelming presence of the strongest tailed beast. The mere sight of its immense form left one breathless. With a gentle flick of its tail, numerous ninjas were sent hurtling through the air, and those touched by the Kyuubi's chakra were incinerated to ashes. Hao caught sight of the three-tomo Sharingan gleaming in the Kyuubi's eyes, a discovery that did not escape the notice of the already arrived third Hokage. Uchiha? The third's pupils constricted. No, that cannot be. To control a tailed beast requires the fabled eyes. No Uchiha possesses such eyes at this time. Hao, you are to monitor the Uchiha for any unusual movements, the third commanded, a fierce expression crossing his face. Kill if necessary. Upon hearing this, Hao donned the root mask, nodding at the third before vanishing from sight. The third roared as he brandished his extendable staff, striking the Kyuubi with tremendous force, causing even its colossal form to stagger backward. The third Hokage, in his prime, truly deserved the title of the strongest Hokage. It was no wonder that even Orochimaru dared not confront him at this moment. When the third was resolute, Orochimaru stood no chance. Meanwhile, at the root, all members were prepared for action. After all, Danzo was not one to remain indifferent while the village faced destruction. He refrained from acting solely because the losses in Konoha had not yet crossed his threshold of tolerance. Deep down, he had his own calculations. Perfect, let's split our forces. Half will accompany me to monitor the Uchiha clan. Hao declared. Is half sufficient? Danzo approached. It is more than enough. Hao replied. Danzo, that old miser, must not be contemplating the elimination of the Uchiha at this juncture. It was hardly an opportune moment. Hao quickly led a portion of his team away from the route. With the current mobilization, he no longer required Danzo's consent. It was curious that someone like Danzo, who held power in such high regard, was so apathetic. After Hao's departure, one of Danzo's aides remarked, Sir, do you think Lord Hao is? Danzo shook his head. Do you find him too audacious? Indeed. Rest assured, he harbors no such ambitions. Believe me, should I request it, he would promptly withdraw from the route without a moment's hesitation. Is that truly possible? Have confidence, remove the doubt. At this moment, I am the one pleading for him to remain in the route, while he insists on staying here. With that, Danzo turned and made his way to his office. The route's current position was unparalleled, all thanks to Hao. Particularly, the raid on the Mist Ninja had elevated the root's status above that of the Umbu. Though Danzo was not the Hokage, he held authority equal to that of one. For significant matters, the Hokage had to consult him, a situation that had been unthinkable previously. All of this hinged on Shun Chuanhao's presence in the root. Should he depart, the root would swiftly regress to its former state. With a soft rustle, the members of the root arrived before the gates of the Uchiha clan. I have prepared the kunai for you. Should danger arise, infuse your chakra into the kunai, and I will arrive promptly, understood? Yes, Lord. The root members bowed respectfully to Shun Chuanhao, then swiftly dispersed to closely monitor the Uchiha's every move. Shun Chuanhao was aware that the Kyuubi's release was not orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. However, he could not ascertain whether they might act out of line. After all, with his arrival, the dynamics within Konoha had shifted dramatically. The butterfly effect left Shun Chuanhao unwilling to gamble on the Uchiha's subsequent actions. In a previous life, it was speculated that Uchiha Fugaku had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with Itachi, the Uchiha clan possessed two Mangekyo, granting them significant combat prowess and the potential for rebellion. Given the current discord between the Uchiha and himself, combined with his own meteoric rise, the Uchiha were under immense pressure. It would not be far-fetched for the Uchiha to resort to desperate measures and attempt rebellion. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you do not rebel today, I shall devise a way to preserve the Uchiha clan. Shun Chuanhao silently resolved. Arranging matters here. He spoke to those beside him. Keep a close watch. I shall investigate elsewhere. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the Nine Tails. The battle raged on. Yet, apart from the third Hokage's attacks that inflicted some damage upon the Nine Tails, the other ninjas seemed to be courting death. Their kunai and shuriken assaults were nearly ineffectual against the beast, failing even to distract it. The colossal-tailed beast bomb began to coalesce. From such a distance, Shinkawa Hiro felt a shocking energy emanating from within that sphere. He could only imagine the despair of the ninjas gathered near the beast. Although Shinkawa Hiro believed himself to be quite formidable, in comparison to the Nine Tails, he felt utterly insignificant. The seemingly boundless chakra of the beast enveloped him in a sense of hopelessness. It was rumored that the third Raikage could subdue the Eight Tails with his bare hands. Whether this was true or not, Shinkawa Hiro knew he could not restrain the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails could not be killed, only sealed. How could one engage in battle under such circumstances? Sighing, he lamented the vast gulf between him and the pinnacle of combat power. He pondered the immense strength of the first Hokage, who had treated the Nine Tails as if it were a mere toy. Casting aside these thoughts, Shinkawa Hiro vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing near the Nine Tails. The tailed beast bomb was on the verge of being unleashed, and it seemed that the Konoha hospital would be caught in its wake, while Minato had yet to make an appearance. He dared not gamble on whether Minato would arrive in time. The third Hokage stood rigidly beside him, transfixed by the looming threat of the tailed beast bomb, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Anyone confronted with a fully formed tailed beast bomb would be taken aback. Its power was on an entirely different plane than that of the ninjas present. At the very least, this tailed beast bomb could level several small mountains without breaking a sweat. Shinkawa Hiro snorted, channeling his sage and demonic powers. Sage art, sage demon spiral sphere. A massive spiral sphere, infused with dark red energy, materialized in Shinkawa Hiro's hand. He vanished and reappeared before the Nine Tails, delivering a tremendous blow to its jaw. The impact sent the gargantuan beast soaring backward, lifting it off the ground. The energy of the tailed beast bomb dissipated under the force of his strike. It's Lord Shinkawa Hiro. Someone recognized him. Lord Shinkawa Hiro has arrived. We are saved. Another exclaimed, tears streaming down their face. Lord Shinkawa Hiro is magnificent. Long live Lord Shinkawa Hiro. He will surely vanquish the Nine Tails. Shinkawa Hiro rolled his eyes at their enthusiasm. Me, kill the Nine Tails. Are you certain it isn't the Nine Tails that will eliminate me? Your confidence dwarfs even mine. The Nine Tails emitted a pained roar, its expression momentarily dazed, the Sharingan flickering in its eyes. Could it be that my power is sufficient to awaken it from Tobi's control? He mused. Let's find out. Super large-tailed beast spiral sphere. A low hum filled the air, and silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the spiral sphere that towered even larger than the Nine Tails itself. Shinkawa Hiro was truly risking everything. The power within him was rapidly depleting. At that moment, he wished fervently for a tailed beast of his own, one that could provide him with an inexhaustible supply of energy. Alas, he was merely a mortal. Even his formidable strength had its limits. With only 3 chakra gates fully opened, he was far from achieving a complete cycle. Only by completing the cycle could he draw strength from nature, ensuring a perpetual supply. At that point, he would not need a tailed beast, for he would embody one himself. Lost in these thoughts, Shinkawa Hero surged into the air and forcefully pressed down upon the Nine-Tails' head. The earth trembled, mountains quaked, and the sky seemed to collapse as the Nine-Tails' massive body was ground against the ground by the immense spiral sphere. Fear flickered in the beast's eyes. It sensed a genuine threat to its life, fearing it might perish at the hands of the one wielding the spiral technique. However, the Nine-Tails was overthinking the situation. The sphere rapidly diminished in size before vanishing entirely. Shinkawa Hero, like a leaf caught in the wind, plummeted towards the earth, directly into the gaping maw of the Nine-Tails, which had forgotten to open its mouth. Unbeknownst to it, Shinkawa Hero had exhausted all his power, leaving him incapable of sustaining the spiral sphere any longer. Oh no! The golden staff is extending. The third Hokage suddenly regained his composure and barked an order. The staff in his hand elongated swiftly, reaching Shinkawa Hero as he fell. The top of the staff sprouted 2 plush hands, which grasped Shinkawa Hero and pulled him safely beside the third Hokage. Are you all right? The third Hokage inquired. I'm out of energy, Shinkawa Hero replied. Get him away. The third Hokage commanded loudly. Instantly, several ninjas rushed to carry Shinkawa Hero away from the chaos. Once they had evacuated him from the scene, the remaining ninjas turned their attention back to the Nine-Tails. The Sharingan in the beast's eyes had vanished. It had finally liberated itself from Tobi's control. The colossal fox lay there, staring blankly at the sky, its chest marked with a massive wound inflicted by the spiral sphere. Given its remarkable recovery speed, the wound would take at least half a day to heal completely. The Nine-Tails exhibited a mix of confusion, relief, and overwhelming fear at having survived. Though it would not truly die, the pain was very real. Sealing team, the third Hokage bellowed. With a flurry of movement, several Konoha ninjas armed with large scrolls descended, unfurling them in an attempt to seal the Nine-Tails once more. Regaining its senses, the Nine-Tails glared at the humans attempting to bind it again, its anger rekindled. It was the Nine-Tails, proud and mighty. Such arrogance would not permit it to be treated like a mere object once again. Having finally emerged, it would not surrender without a fight. After all, tailed beasts were tailed beasts. Ordinary sealing techniques could not contain the Nine-Tails, even though it had just suffered a near-fatal blow. It was not something easily subdued by mere seals. The Nine-Tails struggled against the binding symbols, the sealing attempts faltering. From atop Hokage Rock, Shinkawa Hero quietly observed the writhing Nine-Tails. He had exhausted his strength and was not on the brink of death. Thus, the ninja who had carried him away brought him to this vantage point. From here, he could survey all of Konoha and witness the distant struggles of the Nine-Tails. The fourth Hokage had yet to appear, indicating that he was still engaged in battle with Tobi. The outcome remained uncertain. However, the fourth was likely to have the upper hand, being a seasoned ninja whose Flying Thunder God technique was not inferior to Tobi's Kimui. One could not help but admire the second Hokage's ingenuity. He had gone to great lengths to develop forbidden techniques specifically to combat the Uchiha clan. Such animosity towards the Uchiha was palpable. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose nearby, drawing Shinkawa Hero's attention. Someone was fighting. He squinted, wondering if it might be the fourth engaged with Tobi. The truth was soon revealed as 2 figures shot out from the dust cloud and landed not far from him. Shinkawa Hero sighed in exasperation, pondering how he seemed to encounter every crisis. Would he be forced to engage Tobi after dealing with the Nine-Tails? He certainly lacked the strength for such an endeavor. The fourth Hokage appeared somewhat disheveled, yet the situation for Tobi was equally dire. Moments ago, he had been struck by a Rasengan. Tobi's gaze shifted toward Kamikawa Hero, who was fortunately adorned with a distinctive mask from the root. The two exchanged long, intense stares until Kamikawa, feeling the strain in his eyes, turned to find the fourth had vanished. Good grief, Kamikawa thought, a torrent of frustration flooding his mind. You don't even consider my current state. Am I truly a match for this overpowered individual? I always believed Danzo was an old fool, but it seems the fourth has also fallen into the same trap. He muttered to himself. Nearby, the ninja guarding Kamikawa froze. There were few in Konoha who dared to insult both Danzo and the fourth, yet here stood this man. How about a deal? You take your own path, and I'll take mine." Kamikawa chuckled in the face of Tobi's ominous glare. Tobi regarded Kamikawa with a discerning expression. "Fear not, Lord Kamikawa, I am here," said the vigilant ninja, drawing his kunai and eyeing Tobi warily. Kamikawa sighed in exasperation. "I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing the ninja's declaration, Tobi's gaze sharpened. This individual was a potential obstacle in their pursuit of the Nine Tails and must be eliminated. "You are Kamikawa hero?" Tobi inquired. "How absurdly obvious." Kamikawa scoffed inwardly before responding. "If I say I am not, would you believe me?" He recognized that confrontation was inevitable, yet he needed to devise a method to harness energy. Having refrained from absorbing the Ninetales' energy during their previous encounter to avoid revealing his dark techniques, now felt like a grave error, suppressing the aches in his body. He rose with renewed vigor and confronted Tobi. "Are we going to dawdle or fight? If you have the skill, then come at me." Tobi, taken aback by Kamikawa's sudden audacity, was cautious, hesitant to approach. But could he afford to stand idle? Fire release, violent dance of flames. Tobi activated his Sharingan, enveloping Kamikawa's surroundings in a space of kamui. A fire dragon erupted from Tobi's mouth, charging toward Kamikawa through the distorted space. For an ordinary person trapped in kamui, escape was impossible, and they could only passively endure. Yet, Kamikawa showed no intent to evade. As the roaring fire dragon approached, a sly smile crept onto his lips. With a swift motion, a wall of black ice materialized before him. "You think an ice wall can withstand my fire technique? How naive." Tobi sneered. The fire dragon collided with the ice wall, but something strange occurred. The dragon seemed to vanish into a dark void, leaving no ripple upon the surface of the ice. Tobi's pupils constricted in disbelief. "Impossible?" Kamikawa inhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction washing over his face. Indeed, as expected of a shadow-level powerhouse, the energy within that flame is remarkably pure. The energy he had expended during the Ninetales encounter was swiftly replenished. The North Sea Divine Art was a passive skill. He could absorb energy without expending stamina. What a delight! Is this truly your level of power? With this, how did you manage to hold out against the fourth for so long? Did he perhaps go easy on you? Who exactly are you to the fourth? Kamikawa questioned. "I have no relation to him," Tobi replied, each word deliberate. "Well then, if that's the case, why the outburst?" Kamikawa grinned mischievously. "Fire release, great fire annihilation," Tobi roared, his temper flaring. And then, silence fell. "You are indeed troublesome." Tobi seemed to regain his composure in an instant. "Just average," Kamikawa replied, nonchalantly cleaning his ears. "Since you are so difficult, I shan't engage further. I wonder if everyone in Konoha is as obstinate as you, like those in the Konoha hospital." Tobi's demeanor shifted. Knowing full well the implications of his words regarding Kamikawa's connection to Hikari, it was a cunning threat. At that moment, the ninja guarding Kamikawa performed a series of hand signs. Earth release, stone pillar prison. With a thunderous boom, four colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling Tobi. Electric currents surged through the pillars, aimed directly at him. To the astonishment of the guarding ninja, the electricity penetrated Tobi's form without inflicting any harm. "How is this possible?" he gasped. "Good earth release ninjutsu, but unfortunately for you, it has no effect on me," Tobi retorted, unfazed, as he calmly stepped out of the stone enclosure. The guarding ninja lunged forward, kunai in hand, aiming for Tobi's head. To the ninja's horror, the kunai passed through Tobi's head as if it were merely air. Turning around, Tobi found himself unharmed, a mocking glint in his eyes. He looked toward Kamikawa, only to find him utterly composed, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Tobi's surprise was palpable. "You seem unfazed by this." "Surprised? How could I not be surprised? Are you merely a projection from another dimension?" Tobi's pupils narrowed in realization. "You know? How could you possibly know?" "No. Know what?" "I know nothing." Kamikawa shrugged. "Humph," Tobi scoffed, producing a slender, black, sharp-tipped rod. With a swift motion, he evaded the guarding ninja's assault, aiming the rod toward him with ferocity. Yet, to his astonishment, the guarding ninja vanished into thin air, leaving Tobi's strike unfulfilled. Suddenly, he turned to see the guarding ninja standing behind Kamikawa, equally bewildered by how he had arrived there. Tobi was left utterly shocked. "Space ninjutsu? How could this be? Nothing is impossible." Kamikawa's voice echoed in Tobi's ears. Tobi felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was propelled backward, crashing violently against the rocks behind him. Without even glancing back, Kamikawa struck again, frost palm. A muffled grunt resonated through the air before silence reclaimed the scene. I possess intimate knowledge of you, while you remain utterly oblivious to me. Kamikawa felt a sense of relief. His final strike, executed with precise awareness of spatial dynamics, had severely injured Toby the moment he activated Kimui. Yet Toby had ultimately managed to escape. The only reason Kamikawa was able to land a blow was that Toby, in his shock, had remained in a physical form during the attack. Having dealt with Toby, Kamikawa collapsed onto the ground, the energy he had absorbed now fully depleted. This high-stakes combat was incredibly taxing, Kamikawa lamented, glancing once more toward the direction of the Nine Tails. With his assistance, Konoha had regained its footing, and he decided to take a step back. For someone whose ambition was merely to be the sixth, he had achieved more than he had ever hoped for. At that moment, a subtle stir coursed through his heart, and his gaze abruptly shifted towards the Uchiha clan. Could it be that they could no longer suppress their urges? In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside a member of Root, who was already lifeless. The chill in Kamikawa Hiro's eyes deepened. He glanced towards the Uchiha territory, which lay shrouded in darkness and silence. He called upon the members of Root using a secret technique. With a few soft sounds, all the members had gathered, awaiting his command. Kamikawa Hiro pondered. He could not believe that the Uchiha would rebel at this moment. The commotion within the Uchiha clan did not suggest impending revolt. Yet with one of their own dead, they could not be absolved of suspicion. Once he issued his orders, it would be a matter of survival for either the village or the Uchiha. Just as he was about to give the command, a familiar energy wave suddenly surged from deep within Uchiha territory. Though fleeting, Kamikawa Hiro keenly discerned that it was Obito. Had Obito contacted Uchiha Fugaku, or had he attempted to incite Fugaku to rebel, only to be rebuffed? Could this explain why he later allied with Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha? There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. In his previous life, he found Obito's extermination of the Uchiha perplexing. Was senseless aggression not the hallmark of madness? Some might argue it was a trait inherent to the Uchiha, yet he disagreed. Everything is driven by self-interest. Obito's unleashing of the Nine Tails and his coercion or seduction of the Uchiha towards rebellion were highly probable. He believed that the Uchiha still held value for him at present. It seemed he had likely been rejected by Fugaku, rendering the Uchiha devoid of worth and instead a hindrance to him, thus leading to the eventual collaboration with Itachi in the Uchiha's destruction. This rendered everything quite logical. Of course, these were merely the speculations of Kamikawa Hiro. He needed to substantiate this hypothesis. Otherwise, the death of the Root member could not be explained. Wait here, I shall investigate. If I do not return within the hour, show no mercy, Kamikawa Hiro commanded. Understood, my lord. The members of Root were bound to execute his orders unconditionally as he leaped towards the Uchiha clan. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku did not seem surprised by Kamikawa Hiro's arrival. I was unaware, Lord Kamikawa, that you had urgent matters at this late hour. Has anyone visited? Kamikawa Hiro inquired. Uchiha Fugaku's face momentarily stiffened. Isn't your presence here answer enough? As Kamikawa Hiro observed his surroundings, an icy chill caught his attention, characteristic of the ice god Palm. There was no doubt that Obito had been there. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's concealment of this fact was intriguing. It appeared the Uchiha clan remained in a state of indecision. Outside, a few soft sounds broke the silence, as someone whispered, Lord Clan Leader, are you unharmed? Clearly, Kamikawa Hiro's appearance had unsettled the Uchiha clan. To Uchiha Fugaku, Kamikawa Hiro stated, I merely sought a moment of solitude. I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished into thin air. Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly, his hand tightening into a fist. This was a demonstration of power. Or perhaps a warning. I am unharmed. Everyone return. No one is to step outside the clan's gates without my command. Chapter 39. The nature of love and suffering. When Kamikawa Hiro reappeared outside the Uchiha encampment, he beheld Danzo, accompanied by a multitude of Root members. It seemed he too had received word. What news? Danzo inquired. Rest assured, all remains relatively stable, Kamikawa Hiro replied, observing the shadowy countenance of Danzo. With the Nine Tails present and suffering heavy losses, have you contemplated the repercussions of engaging the Uchiha at this juncture? Danzo gritted his teeth, but ultimately refrained from issuing the command to attack. He turned and departed with his entourage. Kamikawa Hiro exhaled a sigh of relief. Engaging in battle, especially against his own kin, was not an easy task for him. Since the Uchiha had not rebelled that night, he would strive to protect them, unwilling to let the innocent civilians of the Uchiha clan suffer. The Uchiha clan was vast, and only a small faction wished to incite rebellion. Yet, they occupied positions of power and influence, disregarding the plight of ordinary Uchiha members. Raising his gaze, he noted the distant sounds of conflict diminishing. The situation with the Nine Tails appeared to be concluding. Kamikawa Hero sighed. The outcome for the fourth Hokage seemed grim. Even if Konoha managed to subdue the Nine Tails, the fourth would inevitably need to select a host. Kushina was likely no longer viable. Even if she had survived, her body, having just given birth, could not endure such strain. Instead, Naruto, with his newborn vitality and the unique heritage of the Uzumaki clan, was the sole candidate remaining. Kamikawa Hero was disinclined to involve himself in such matters. He had done all that was within his power. The rest was beyond his control. Conversely, he was more concerned for the safety of Haru. In an instant, he arrived at Konoha Hospital, where he found Haru diligently tending to the injured. It appeared that the coming days would be quite demanding for her. After observing for a while, fatigue set in. His own energy reserves were still depleted. Returning to his residence, he indulged in a much-needed slumber. The following morning, news arrived. The fourth Hokage had perished, and Kamikawa Hero felt a profound sense of helplessness. He believed the fourth had chosen death due to Kushina's demise. As an age-old saying goes, what is the nature of love? That it compels one to forsake life and death. The fourth Hokage, too, was a romantic at heart. Otherwise, given the circumstances and his brilliance, he should have devised a better solution. After attending the fourth's funeral, Kamikawa Hero secluded himself in his room. He slept for 2 consecutive days, during which time he dismissed requests to meet from both the Umbu and Root. It seemed that Danzo and the third Hokage were vying for the position of Hokage. Danzo held considerable trust in him. Within Root, he was second only to Danzo himself, and logically, he should support Danzo's bid for Hokage, positioning himself as the leader of Root, a perfect scenario. However, let us not forget that the third Hokage had elevated him from obscurity, nurturing his potential. Now, both sought his allegiance, likely to secure his support. Yet, he had no intention of taking sides. In truth, he was disinterested in political machinations. He preferred to remain uninvolved, leaving them to their own devices. If he could distance himself from the political core, it would be ideal. He could then spend his days at home with Haru. Due to Danzo's aggressive tactics, it appeared that the third had not ascended to the Hokage position as smoothly as depicted in the original narrative. However, compared to the third, Danzo's approach was far more radical and not universally accepted. Additionally, following the recent Nine Tails incident, Danzo had remained conspicuously absent, leading many to criticize his failure to intervene. This garnered greater recognition for the third, who had fought bravely on the front lines. Ultimately, the third Hokage prevailed by a narrow margin, reclaiming the position of Hokage, while Danzo became the highest-ranking official beneath him. When Kamikawa Hero next encountered Danzo, he appeared deeply aggrieved, seemingly displeased with Kamikawa Hero's lack of support. However, was he unaware that his silence in choosing sides served as the greatest assistance to Danzo? Yet, Danzo seemed to think otherwise. Shinkawa Hero glanced once more at Danzo's heavily bandaged arm and shook his head. Danzo was truly unfit to become Hokage. Should he ascend to that position, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rebel. Even if Konoha managed to suppress them, it would lose its status as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Naturally, this election had also brought about adjustments to Shinkawa Hero's position. His visit to the Root to meet Danzo was meant for a handover. He had been appointed as the head of the Umbu by the third Hokage. Danzo did not oppose this. In fact, he seemed eager for Shinkawa to exit the Root. Thus, the golden period of camaraderie between Shinkawa and Danzo had come to an end. At the same time, Konoha required a strong figure to stabilize the hearts of the people, and Shinkawa Hero was the unequivocal choice. Both Shursui and Kakashi paled in comparison to him. For Shinkawa, transitioning from the Root to the Umbu was a natural progression, as the members selected for the Umbu were trained by him and posed no loyalty issues. Furthermore, the third Hokage's trust in him surpassed that of the fourth. At that moment, the third Hokage faced the dilemma of how to deal with the Uchiha clan. The Nine Tails incident had escalated the village's distrust of the Uchihas to its peak. Sitting in his chair, smoking, the third Hokage still harbored a reluctance to take action against the Uchiha. The recent event had already cost the village a significant number of personnel. Losing the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly plunge Konoha's strength into a nadir. There is no need for deliberation. The Uchiha clan must be eliminated, Danzo proclaimed loudly. The two Konoha advisors remained silent, turning their gazes toward the third Hokage. He in turn lifted his head to Shinkawa Hiro, who had been silent thus far. Hiro, what is your perspective? The third Hokage inquired. Me? If the Hokage trusts me, I will handle the Uchiha matter. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I assure you it will not be worse than the current situation. Shinkawa Hiro replied. Both the third Hokage and Danzo were momentarily taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Shinkawa proactively take on a task. And what is your opinion? Danzo asked. My opinion lies between you and the Hokage. Shinkawa Hiro replied with a subtle smile, offering no further explanation. Very well, this matter is entrusted to you entirely. The third Hokage decreed. Danzo's expression flickered, revealing the turmoil within him. Shinkawa naturally noticed Danzo's demeanor and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Danzo's failure to secure the Hokage position once more and the subsequent blame for disregarding the village's welfare had evidently struck a deep blow to his psyche. It was at this juncture that Danzo began to resort to unscrupulous means. On a secluded mountain path, Shursui had just returned from a mission when a familiar figure emerged ahead. He looked at the person, surprised. Danzo-sama? Shursui queried, gazing at the suddenly appearing Danzo. Shursui, how did the mission go? Danzo asked. It was completed successfully. I was unaware of your presence here. Danzo-sama, Shursui responded. I am here specifically to wait for you. I have a very important task to assign to you. Danzo announced. An important task? Shursui questioned, puzzled. With so many subordinates and the formidable strength of the root, why seek him out specifically for this assignment? He was nominally part of the Umbu now. Step closer, I shall disclose the details of the task. This mission can only be accomplished by you. Danzo insisted. Only I can complete it? Is it related to the Uchiha clan? Shursui speculated internally. The mention of the Uchiha caused a flicker of unease in Shursui's expression. He had always been caught between his clan and the village, and the internal conflict weighed heavily on him. Why had Danzo sought him out this time? Shursui approached Danzo respectfully and asked, Danzo-sama, what is the task? Actually, I wish to borrow something from you. Danzo replied. Something? What is it? Your eyes. Danzo suddenly struck. Shursui could never have anticipated that Danzo would attack him so unexpectedly. Taken by surprise, his right eye was forcefully gouged out by Danzo. He stumbled backward, but a multitude of root members had already begun to encircle him. Chapter 40. Am I so devious? Enduring the excruciating pain, Shursui drew the blade from his waist. Why? He demanded, one eye fixed intently on Danzo. Why? Because your eyes are far too terrifying. Such dreadful eyes should not be wielded by the Uchiha clan. Danzo declared. No, that is not the true reason for your desire for my eyes. You are merely finding excuses for your greed. It does not matter. Kill him. Danzo commanded the root members with a wave of his hand. Yet they underestimated Shursui's strength. In an instant, Shursui was not one to be trifled with. At that moment, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui's power was not inferior to Danzo's. Had it not been for Danzo's ambush, the outcome could have been quite different. Shursui broke free from the encirclement, swiftly dispatching several root members with his blade. Activating his single eye, he summoned Susanoo, reaching the second stage. His Susanoo radiated a verdant glow, adorned with a Taiji symbol on its chest. The overwhelming aura left Danzo astonished. Within Susanoo, Shursui gazed at Danzo with a mix of fury and sorrow. He yearned to end Danzo's life. Yet doing so would irreparably damage the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. He hesitated. Just then, he suddenly clutched his eye, his body going limp. Poisoned. Shursui gasped in terror. Humph, realizing it now is too late. Danzo observed coldly. The illumination of Shursui's Susanoo flickered uncertainly. With a fierce shout, he wielded Susanoo's great blade downward. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. As the smoke cleared, Shursui's figure had vanished. Danzo's face turned ashen. You fools, pursue him. We cannot allow him to return to the village. The root members immediately chased after the direction in which Shursui had fled. Gasping for breath, Shursui felt the toxin slowing his movements. At last, he arrived at his destination, a secret training ground where he had practiced with Itachi. A smaller figure was training there, and the agile silhouette brought a sense of relief to the remnants of Shursui's vision. A muffled groan escaped his lips. Who? Itachi instantly appeared near Shursui. Upon seeing the wretched state of Shursui, Itachi's pupils dilated in shock. What happened? What transpired? Itachi exclaimed, stunned. It was Danzo. Shisui managed to say. Itachi found it hard to believe. How could this be? Did we not agree? Indeed, we agreed that my eyes would halt the Uchiha clan's rebellion, but alas. Danzo-sama does not trust me. Shisui lamented. Itachi, I cannot return. Should I do so, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly clash with the village, a scenario I wish to avoid. I want to entrust my remaining eye to you. You must use it to protect our village, Shisui implored. Itachi stood rigid, uncertain of how to respond. Itachi, the village's safety is now in your hands, Shisui said, a smile gracing his lips. He had already lost his sight, and his body plummeted toward the cliff. He could not return to the Uchiha, at least not while alive. He must create an illusion, preventing the Uchiha from overreacting to his death. All of this depended on Itachi. I apologize, Itachi, for subjecting you to such immense suffering. Shisui sighed inwardly. No. Itachi knelt on the ground, his expression wrought with anguish. Shisui was not only his brother but also his mentor. The bond between them transcended ordinary comprehension. Yet today he was forced to witness Shisui's demise before his very eyes. Blood streamed from Itachi's eyes as the three tomo gradually connected, an eerie power surging within him. Shisui sensed this aura, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Shisui felt an unexpected presence beside him, catching his falling form. Is it not a pity to die like this? A somewhat familiar voice echoed. With a soft sound, Uchiha Shisui found himself back on the cliff once more. Itachi's gaze shot towards the reappeared Shisui, and beside him stood none other than the hero of Konoha, the prodigy, and the current head of the Umbu, Kamikawa Hiroshi. Just as Danzo stated, your eyes are too terrifying. As long as they are in the hands of Uchiha, the higher-ups of Konoha will never feel at ease. Kamikawa Hiroshi spoke. Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately became wary, readying himself for defense, uncertain whether Kamikawa was friend or foe. Rest assured, I am not your enemy. If I were, there would be no need for such elaborate efforts to save Shisui. Kamikawa Hiroshi replied with a slight smile. Itachi remained silent. Hand over Shisui's eye to me. Kamikawa Hiroshi turned to Itachi, extending his right hand. Itachi drew a kunai. Are you coveting Shisui's eyes as well? I want to take it for free. In exchange, I will provide Shisui with a brand new pair of eyes. Though they may not match his, their quality is still commendable. As he spoke, Kamikawa Hiroshi produced a small vial containing a pair of Sharingan. I obtained this from the roots, Kamikawa Hiroshi announced. As he spoke, he handed the eyes to another individual approaching, Kamikawa Haru. Haru promptly assisted Shisui in the installation of the eyes. With her expertise as a medical ninja, Shisui's eyes were quickly restored, the wounds invisible to the naked eye. Furthermore, she also purged the toxins from Shisui's body, thanks to Tsunade's guidance. Haru dismissed the toxins as trivial. Shisui recovered and began to acclimate to his new Sharingan. Lord Kamikawa Hiroshi, what is your purpose in saving me? For the Uchiha. Kamikawa Hiroshi shrugged. He extended his right hand toward Itachi once more. Although he did not believe Shisui's eyes could disregard the disparity in rank and manipulate others' wills at will, he remained cautious. No one wished to be unconsciously controlled. This was also the reason he did not intervene, fully aware that Danzo would target Shisui. The atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Shisui spoke. Itachi, give him the eyes. You are no match for him. Kamikawa Hiroshi, displeased, retorted. Such words make me sound like a villain. I merely made a promise regarding the Nine Tails that day. If the Uchiha made no unusual moves, I would strive to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Nothing more. Kamikawa Hiroshi declared. What else with those looks? Do you think I'm some hidden big boss? He then glanced at Haru, lightly touching his cheek. Do I appear that sinister? Haru smiled gently. Yes, considering your time in the roots. TCH, as if I wanted to be there, he said, suddenly pulling out a mirror from his pocket, gazing at his reflection and muttering. Quite handsome, quite imposing. Whereas the sinister part? Haru shook her head in exasperation at Kamikawa Hiroshi's vanity. How do you intend to handle my eyes? Shisui inquired, looking at Kamikawa Hiroshi. Of course, I shall destroy them. What? Save them for the new year. Shisui regarded Kamikawa Hiroshi silently for a moment before stating, I hope you will transplant this eye. What nonsense. Absolutely not. I don't want to become a one-eyed Kakashi. My eyes are perfectly fine. Why would I need a replacement? Kamikawa Hiroshi quickly refused. However, that eye serves as a final safeguard. It would be a waste to destroy it. Shursui remarked. Then, how about we keep it for now and use it when needed? No, that technique requires time and chakra to nurture. It cannot be used at will, not even by me. Shursui insisted. Kamikawa Hiroshi hesitated. And Shursui continued. With Haru's medical skills, you will not suffer the same side effects as Kakashi, and it will not be noticeable in your daily life. The illusionary abilities of that eye are exceptionally potent. Even you, Lord Hiroshi, may find it challenging to withstand its genjutsu. Furthermore, no one can guarantee that another formidable illusionist from the Uchiha won't emerge. Possessing that I will enable you to counter all Uchiha genjutsu. Ultimately, Kamikawa Hiroshi relented. Fine. I accept. Chapter 41. Acquiring two little brothers influenced by the comics of his previous life, who wouldn't he desire a pair of extraordinary Sharingan. Kamikawa Hiroshi was no exception. His reluctance to transplant Shursui's eyes stemmed from one simple fear: pain. The thought of having his eyes extracted and replaced was terrifying. Fortunately, this time Haru was the surgeon. Utilizing ice release to numb his nerves, he merely felt a cool sensation, and then the eyes were switched. The instant the new eyes were fitted, Kamikawa Hiroshi felt a surge of magical power merging with the ocular prowess. A wholly new sensation enveloped his body. He had not anticipated that his body would not only accept Shursui's eyes, but adapt to them even better than his own. His vision significantly improved, allowing him to predict the trajectory of falling leaves with a mere glance. It was a feeling of control, mastery over all that he could see. No wonder Danzo was so enamored with the Sharingan. Perhaps it was also due to this sensation of omnipotence. He even felt that if he were to employ the Kodoame Tsukumi, he might not require any cooldown period. Kamikawa Hiroshi cast a curious glance at Shursui, who possessed such power yet willingly chose to sacrifice himself for the village. It seemed his mind was indeed clouded. From this perspective, one could not help but admire the third Hokage and Danzo for successfully brainwashing Shursui and Itachi. As for himself, devoid of any desire for power in this world, merely wishing to play it cool, he was the least likely to be influenced. What should I do next? Shursui inquired regarding Danzo. I will handle matters concerning Danzo. Kamikawa Hiroshi replied with a cheerful smile, firing a signal flare. Soon, members from the roots gathered around. Upon seeing Kamikawa Hiroshi, they immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Hiroshi. Yes, stand aside. Kamikawa Hiroshi instructed. The root members exchanged glances before stepping aside. Shortly after, Danzo arrived, his pupils slightly constricting upon spotting Kamikawa Hiroshi. Kamikawa Hiroshi offered a slight smile. Lord Danzo, is there a misunderstanding? Why would you target my people? Hiroshi-kun, you should know my intentions. Danzo began. I do not wish to know. Your actions against my people demonstrate a blatant disregard for my authority, and we must bring this matter before the Hokage. Kamikawa Hiroshi replied. Danzo, do you understand the consequences of letting him go? Danzo pointed at Shursui, momentarily taken aback upon realizing Shursui's eyes were intact. Enough staring. I helped him acquire a new pair. I know what you are concerned about. The other one is with me. Kamikawa Hiroshi revealed a vial, though it contained only his own eyes. Jisue, a beacon of righteousness, aware of our apprehensions, willingly relinquished his own sight. Such a selfless individual, devoted to the welfare of the village, surely deserves respect and elevation, does he not? Danzo cast a cold gaze at Kamikawa Hiroshi, retorting, do you believe that once the arrow is loosed, it can be retrieved? Your words hold no weight. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage has explicitly entrusted me with the handling of Uchiha matters. You are overstepping your bounds. Kamikawa's tone turned frigid. Before Danzo could respond, Kamikawa continued. This matter ends here. I do not wish to witness any further bloodshed. As the current head of the Umbu, Kamikawa stood on equal footing with Danzo and was not beholden to his whims. The atmosphere crackled with tension, beads of sweat forming on the brows of the root members nearby. Should a confrontation arise, would they act or remain passive? Inaction would mean defying Danzo's orders. A fate worse than death upon return. Engaging would likely seal their doom here. The tension peaked. You shall regret your choice today. Danzo scoffed before turning away. Kamikawa narrowed his eyes at Danzo's retreating figure. He sensed a flicker of murderous intent from the old man. It seemed he must remain vigilant against this aged schemer. Had he not demonstrated considerable prowess during the Ninetales incident, Danzo may have indeed struck him down. The failure to achieve the Hokage position had warped Danzo's psyche, driving him to forsake his previous dedication to Konoha for ruthless ambition. Jisue, do you see? You will soon have a backing. I shall ardently support you and Itachi. From now on, speak with conviction within the clan, for I desire to see you both wielding influence. Jisue and Itachi lifted their heads in unison, gazing at Kamikawa. Only when you ascend as clan leaders will the Uchiha have a voice, will they not? Kamikawa smiled gently. I understand. I shall secure authority within the clan, cultivate my own influence, and ensure that all Uchihas recognize our integral role within the village, devoid of animosity. Kamikawa murmured. Are the obstinate factions aware of how to proceed? If not, inform me. This is my envisioned path to preserving the Uchiha clan. We understand. Itachi and Jisue exclaimed. Indeed, harmonious coexistence is our ultimate goal. With your capabilities, there is no need to shed blood within the clan. Kamikawa offered to impart his wisdom, emphasizing the importance of education from a young age, instilling a love for the village and family in the next generation. As Kamikawa expounded on his so-called experiences, Jisue and Itachi listened with wide-eyed fascination. Thus, peaceful unification is the inevitable trend. While force may be necessary at times, our baseline must be the preservation of civilian interests. They are innocent and deserving of compassion. Lord Hiroshi, we comprehend our course of action. Jisue and Itachi declared excitedly, perceiving a tangible route to reconcile the clan with the village. Kamikawa turned and noticed their adoring gazes fixed upon him, causing him to shiver. Am I truly that handsome? He pondered, skeptically touching his face. Jisue and Itachi would return, proposing entry into the police force, where Kamikawa would undoubtedly lend his support. It was crucial to eradicate the corrupt elements within the Konoha police, showcasing a responsible and equitable service to the people. This would reshape public perception of the Uchiha clan and lay the groundwork for future harmonious integration within Konoha. This endeavor would be a lengthy journey. Just as Kamikawa had previously stated, the Uchiha situation would not deteriorate further, merely requiring time. Having resolved this matter, Kamikawa exhaled in relief, confident that under the diligent efforts of Jisue and Itachi, the Uchiha would find their rightful path. Yet, unexpectedly, he had acquired a Sharingan. Jisue's eyes, an unforeseen boon. He had long feared being ensnared by Genjutsu. Despite his formidable chakra, he should remain unaffected by any illusion. However, tales from his former life had elevated the Sharingan to an almost mythical status, boasting a myriad of bizarre abilities. How could he not be concerned? Now, with the might of the Sharingan at his disposal, the matter no longer posed a threat. He could devote himself entirely to enhancing his strength, for only with sufficient power could he secure his position. The conflict with the Nine Tails had revealed his shortcomings. A single Rasengan had nearly drained his energy without inflicting significant damage upon the beast. In comparison to the first Hokage, he suddenly felt like a mere amateur. How would he fare in future cataclysmic battles? He recalled the existence of enemies on the moon. Could his frail limbs withstand such a challenge? Too weak, far too weak. I cannot compare to those titans. Kamikawa lamented. Chapter 42. Not a single normal one as the current head of the Umbu. Kamikawa was obliged to report daily to the Hokage. Setting aside other considerations, this alone rendered the role of Umbu leader unappealing. Despite the considerable authority it conferred, it clashed entirely with his laid-back disposition. He had hoped to master the shadow clone technique to indulge in idleness, only to be met with a shocking revelation. He was utterly incapable of learning it. Due to the peculiar nature of his chakra, he could not separate it. Attempting to do so would likely result in dire consequences. What is magic, if not rebellious? Would a clone imbued with magical energy and independent thought willingly return to its original form? The resulting entity would not be a mere clone, but a formidable adversary. To enhance his strength, would not his own clone seek to consume him? The thought alone was terrifying. Word quickly spread that he could not cultivate the shadow clone technique, a skill nearly every Jonin had mastered, thus becoming a source of humiliation for Kamikawa. Aside from Guy offering a sympathetic pat on his shoulder, others like Asuma and Kurenai stifled their laughter upon seeing him. The image of a once mighty Umbu leader, who had single-handedly confronted the Nine Tails, now blushing for having failed to create even a single clone, was too comical to bear. Not only his old classmates mercilessly mocked him, even the third Hokage regarded him with an odd expression. Kamikawa felt quite disheartened, concluding that the shadow clone technique simply did not suit him. The third Hokage acknowledged this with a grimace. Kamikawa muttered that he ought to study the supreme secret technique of the magic sect, which could transform one into myriad forms. Alas, he lacked the requisite strength to attain such mastery. That was the realm of high martial arts in a fantastical world, far beyond his current capabilities. Were he ever to successfully master techniques akin to swordsmanship, capable of slicing through foes from miles away, or even higher-level secrets such as the divine elephant suppression technique, empowering every cell with the strength of a divine beast to obliterate a planet with a mere gesture. Am I getting ahead of myself? He shook his head abruptly, questioning his own thoughts. How had he become consumed by such chaotic musings? It seemed he had fallen into a trance. How, do you have any thoughts? Inquired the third Hokage. Huh, what? I have no objections. Shinkawa quickly shook his head in response. The third Hokage gazed at him in silence, pondering whether choosing this individual as the head of the Umbu was a grave mistake. Since you have no objections, you shall lead the team to the land of hot water, the third Hokage declared. Wait, the land of hot water? What is going on there? Shinkawa looked at the third Hokage with confusion. Two lines of tension appeared on the Hokage's forehead. Kakashi, would you kindly explain? Yes, Lord Third, Minister. We have recently noticed unusual activities in the ninja village of the land of hot water, particularly concerning those with bloodline limits. It seems to be related to the massacre of bloodline ninjas that occurred a few years ago by the Mist Village. Kakashi explained. The third Hokage hopes you will handle this matter. Related to bloodline ninjas? Shinkawa echoed. Indeed, we suspect they may be conducting some form of experimentation on bloodline ninjas. Experimentation? In a small village like the land of hot water? Shinkawa pondered, tapping his forehead. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, Haiden, a uniquely special character in the Naruto universe, who possessed an immortal body. Could it be that someone is capturing those bloodline ninjas for the purpose of experimentation, aiming to create immortality? Shinkawa felt a chill of realization. This pursuit mirrored Orochimaru's ambitions, and they had succeeded, having crafted Haiden, the embodiment of immortality. This involved a critical organization known as the Evil God Cult, whose experiments granted Haiden his immortality. The terror of such an organization, capable of influencing a ninja village and slaughtering numerous bloodline ninjas, was unimaginable. In the original Naruto narrative, it was merely Haiden's entrance that revealed the Evil God Cult's existence, with only a cursory mention of the sect's description. But could such a powerful cult be dismissed as insignificant? Was Haiden the only successful product of their endeavors? Who would believe that? Shinkawa leaned towards the notion that Haiden was the least valuable among them, released only due to his lack of worth. In this world, the Shinigami truly existed. The corpse demon technique could summon the Shinigami. Ignoring the formidable power of the Nine Tails and sealing it away demonstrated the Shinigami's might. Was the evil god akin to the Shinigami, originating from another realm? Kakashi, please remain behind. I shall take Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy for a stroll, the third Hokage instructed. And I must forewarn you, this task is not as straightforward as it appears. Prepare yourself for the possibility of failure. The third Hokage was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Shinkawa exhibit such a lack of confidence. Yet, he nodded, not wishing for how to be harmed during this mission. With a decision made, Shinkawa stood to leave, needing to prepare and bid farewell to Kurenai, as this assignment would undoubtedly be lengthy. As he reached the door, he abruptly halted. The Uchiha clan? Rest assured, I know how to handle it. The third Hokage assured him. Shinkawa narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded before exiting the room. Let us hope you truly know what to do. I cannot afford for my plans and efforts to go to waste. He muttered inwardly. He held little trust in the third Hokage, who, despite his virtues, had lost his decisiveness in old age and had become soft-hearted, easily swayed by Danzo's manipulations. Upon returning home, Shinkawa contemplated for a moment and ultimately called Kurenai to him. After I depart, Danzo will likely make some moves. His mind is consumed with the Sharingan, and he may attempt to target the Uchiha clan again. If anything transpires, remember to inform me. He handed Kurenai a jade pendant, saying, You know how to use this, correct? Kurenai nodded. Remember, Danzo's words are not to be trusted. After instructing her, Shinkawa vanished in an instant. Arriving at the meeting point, he found Asuma already there, sitting on a rock, gazing at the sky in a daze. Asuma, what's the matter? Did you have another argument with the third Hokage? Shinkawa inquired. Asuma, being somewhat rebellious, did not fully endorse the so-called will of fire espoused by the third Hokage. Moreover, he felt that the respect others afforded him was largely due to their reverence for the third Hokage, a notion that was difficult for the prideful Asuma to accept. With an exceptional older brother and a father who was the Hokage, he felt overshadowed and more ordinary by comparison. He yearned to prove himself, but struggled to find the right path. It was perhaps during this tumult that he had a falling out with the third Hokage, leaving home to pave his way in the Land of Fire as one of the 12 Guardian Ninja. As Shinkawa was his former classmate, he could not help but be concerned for him. Thus, he had decided to bring Asuma and Kurenai along this time, although initially, he had only intended to take Guy. He hoped to leverage the evil god cult to see if there was a chance for Guy to overcome the dreadful aftereffects of the 8 gates. If Guy could remain unscathed after opening the 8 gates, his potential would be limitless. He wondered if, in the later stages, Guy could potentially defeat Madara using the 8 gates. Though it might be improbable to do so in one attempt, perhaps 2 attempts would suffice. Imagining the scene of that crimson dragon sweeping across the battlefield ignited passion within Shinkawa. Let us go, youth. Youth holds boundless possibilities. Youth is a challenge. Ha! He laughed heartily, encouraging Asuma. How could youth be tardy? I cannot believe I am late. Guy exclaimed, rushing in and bursting into tears upon seeing Shinkawa. He then embraced him tightly. Shinkawa stiffened, his face paling. Get off me. A grown man should not be hugging another man. How splendid it would be if Kurenai were the one embracing me. He kicked Guy away. At that moment, Kurenai arrived just in time, her face turning crimson upon hearing Shinkawa's words. Asuma gritted his teeth. How? Shouldn't you explain this to me? Explain? Sure, if you can catch me. Shinkawa laughed boisterously and took off running. Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chased after him, leaving Asuma bewildered and feeling that the prospects of this mission appeared grim, for apart from Kurenai, none of his teammates seemed normal. Chapter 43. My Underwear. The land of hot water's hot water village is renowned for its abundant natural resources and is also known as a village that has forgotten the ravages of war. Due to the presence of volcanic craters, it is teeming with hot springs and baths, making it famous throughout the ninja world. This allure has drawn a multitude of merchants to invest and develop the area. Beyond the baths, the village is famed for its casinos and tourism, rendering the land of hot water a rare affluent nation, and hot water village is particularly prosperous. Tsunade often frequents this locale, indulging in gambling and enjoying life. To visit the land of hot water without soaking in its hot springs would be a wasted trip. Is this acceptable? Guy, still somewhat naive, questioned, feeling a twinge of unease about enjoying a funded excursion. Why not? This is also an excellent place to gather intel. Shinkawa replied. Asuma was reveling in the experience, lounging beside the bath with his eyes half closed. Based on the information we have, we are still uncertain about the location of the mysterious experimental site. We can only rely on our efforts to gradually inquire. The villagers of hot water should possess some knowledge, Shinkawa stated. But what? Asuma probed. But it will be quite challenging to extract information from their lips. Shinkawa concluded. The cult of the evil deity is shrouded in mystery, and it undoubtedly possesses methods of control over individuals. It is not merely a matter of them being unable to locate someone. Even if they do find them, that person would remain silent. Much like the curse of the tongue once placed upon the roots, should one utter forbidden words, they would suffer a wretched demise. Given that the cult is labeled as sinister, their means of manipulation are likely to be exceedingly sophisticated. Thus, acquiring information from them is an arduous task, which explains why he perceives this mission as protracted. For the following half-month, they quietly sought news about the enigmatic laboratory, yet regrettably, they found nothing. Shinagawa was equally perplexed. While the cult had not been located, he had stumbled upon Tsunade's whereabouts. Moreover, there were also Shizune and Noera Rin. It's her. She owes money, and that plump sheep cannot escape. Someone shouted. Tsunade was dashing ahead, with Shizune and Rin closely trailing behind. Soon, a throng of loan sharks appeared in pursuit. Tsunade, possessing the robust physique of a ninja, quickly outpaced her pursuers. Are they still on my tail? Tsunade peeked around a corner. No, I led them away with my shadow clones. Shizune replied. Ah, my clever Shizune. Tsunade beamed, her spirits lifted. Shizune and Rin exchanged exasperated glances at Tsunade's sudden exuberance. Lady Tsunade, we truly have no money left, not even for lodging. Tsunade stiffened slightly at this revelation. Not to worry, I'll borrow some from someone soon, she declared boldly. Do you think anyone would lend us money? Shizune inquired. Tsunade awkwardly chuckled. At that moment, Shinagawa peeked from the shadows, saying, Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade turned, her expression one of confusion. As he emerged, Hiro remarked, "It appears you have forgotten me, Lady Tsunade." "Have I? Should I know you?" Tsunade replied. "Oh, you are." Shizen suddenly realized. Hiro's face lit up with surprise. It seemed Shizen recognized him. "You are? Who exactly?" Shizen asked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Hiro fell silent. "Hiro-kun?" Rin instantly recognized him. Hiro felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he had been acknowledged. "Yes, that's me," he quickly affirmed. "Oh, Hiro, I remember now. The foolish one who injured himself." Tsunade recalled. Hiro could only respond with silent gratitude for being recognized. "Yes, I am indeed that fool," he admitted, pinching his nose. "Lady Tsunade, I have something to discuss with you," he began, but before he could continue, Tsunade extended her fair hand toward him, shaking it playfully. "What is this?" "Money first. How can I assist you without payment?" she asserted confidently. "But I haven't even mentioned what I need yet," Hiro protested. Tsunade chuckled lightly. "I meant the money from last time. We can settle this one later." "What?" Hiro was utterly flabbergasted. "Hurry up, 1,000,000 Ryo." "What? 1,000,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Hiro was nearly leaping in disbelief. "Robbing is a splendid idea. Let us start with you." Tsunade cackled. Slowly advancing towards Hiro, her fist clenched. Hiro's face turned pale as sweat poured down. He regretted coming to see Tsunade, uncertain if fleeing now would be timely. Bang! Hiro yelped in despair. "Ah, is this all? There's no money in my socks. Oh no, my secret stash." He lamented. "There's truly nothing in my underwear." Shizun and Rin covered their eyes, yet their fingers peeked through, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Finally satisfied, Tsunade rose, glancing at the bills in her hand with a pleased expression, while Hiro curled up in a corner, dejected. "Given your earnestness, come with me. I shall treat you to a fine meal, my treat." "Ha ha." Tsunade laughed heartily as she exited. They arrived at an inn and settled in. Tsunade's demeanor shifted as she asked, "Now, what do you wish to discuss?" "I would like to inquire about the cult of the evil deity," Hiro replied, detailing the cult's secret experiments involving bloodline ninjas. Tsunade's expression grew serious. "The cult of the evil deity is indeed so peculiar?" she exclaimed. "But why have I not heard of this cult during my time here?" Tsunade pondered. "Is it truly that concealed? Even you, Lady Tsunade, have not come across it? I have heard rumors of ninjas mysteriously disappearing, but we paid it no mind. Could it be related to the cult?" Rin interjected. Please elaborate," Hiro urged. "It's not so much that they disappeared. I witnessed a ninja, seemingly possessed, ignore his companion's pleas and stride into the woods beyond the town, never to return." "Did his comrades not follow him?" Hiro inquired. "They did, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. They scoured the entire forest, but found no sign of him." Hiro furrowed his brow. Could this be the work of space-related ninjutsu? He speculated. But the vastness of the woods made such a disappearance implausible for just anyone to accomplish. He thought of Obito but quickly dismissed it. Obito was likely busy gathering forces for the imminent capture of tailed beasts. Yet, who else could wield such advanced spatial techniques? "I've heard a peculiar tale about the woods surrounding the town," Shizen chimed in. "Pray tell," Hiro urged. "It is said that a child accidentally lost their way and wandered into the forest. However, when that child emerged again, many years had passed, yet he remained unchanged, as if only moments had passed. These are mere local legends. We never took them seriously." Hiro was astonished. Was this not reminiscent of the tales he had heard in his previous life, where a day inside a cave equated to a century outside? Could it be that a malevolent deity truly lurked in the shadows? If so, this matter was beyond his capabilities. Chapter 44. Speculation. "Are you frightened?" Tsunade asked with a playful smile. "A bit," Hiro admitted. "Ha ha. If such wonders existed, would they still hide in this insignificant land of hot water?" Hiro was taken aback. Indeed, if such marvels were real, why would they skulk in the shadows? Their current strength must be limited. Thus, these events are not as bizarre as they seem. You simply have yet to uncover the truth behind them, much like a magic trick, merely an illusion, Tsunade concluded. Hiro was in awe. She was indeed a formidable figure, seasoned by years of experience. "What shall we do next?" he asked. "We? No, it is you. What you do next is your concern. Have you eaten enough? If so, be gone," Tsunade retorted, her demeanor shifting once more. "Alas, Sai, do you not see that we are all women? Is it truly your intention to seek shelter here?" With a thud, Kamikawa Hiro was sent flying. As he soared through the air, he cried out. But I haven't eaten yet. Whose fault is that for not eating? I provided. Tsunade replied lazily. Kamikawa flailed his arms towards Tsunade's abode, gesturing wildly with internationally recognized signs, yet he dared not utter a sound. He feared Tsunade might emerge to strike him. After all, this fierce woman had even dared to rummage through his underwear. What would she not do? Returning to his own lodgings, Kai and the others also arrived, still empty-handed. All the information I received from Lady Tsunade points to the woods outside the village. However, it is quite ordinary for civilians to enter those woods. Nothing unusual seems to occur. Kamikawa pondered aloud. How about this? Tomorrow we shall inquire with the companions of the missing individuals to see if there are any common traits among them, or if they are perhaps bloodline ninjas. This notion had not crossed their minds. Could it be that the cult of the evil deity is only interested in bloodline ninjas? Asuma opened the door. We shall find out tomorrow, but some individuals have already left the hidden hot springs village, making them difficult to locate. Yuhi Kurenai added. There is no need to question everyone. We can simply ask one. I recently heard that the heir of a merchant caravan has gone missing after lingering here for half a month. The caravan has been searching for their heir without success. We can start our inquiries with them. Yuhi Kurenai suggested. The following day, Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma set out, while Kai was inside his room, performing one-handed handstands. Having reached a count of 153, observing Kai drenched in sweat, Kamikawa felt a profound sense of admiration. A laggard who had risen to the level of a super shadow through sheer effort. Many were helpless against the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet Kai had nearly kicked his way to a grand conclusion with the 8 gates. Should such a person attain immortality, their power would be unfathomable, a veritable human nuclear weapon, capable of infinite reuse. The very thought was terrifying. From this perspective, Kai's potential for growth surpassed that of Kakashi. If he were to attain immortality, he would truly be the king of all kings. Who in the shinobi world would dare to challenge him? By midday, Asuma and Kurenai returned. What did you discover? Kamikawa inquired. The heir is not a bloodline ninja, but rather an ordinary person. Asuma responded. This revelation shattered their previous assumptions. Not a bloodline ninja? This cannot be correct. Kamikawa expressed his confusion. Yuhi Kurenai then added, however, I did uncover something unusual. What is it? The heir is a bastard child, seemingly unable to be recognized as legitimate due to his mother's mysterious origins. A mother of unknown origin. Indeed, it is said that the heir's mother is quite peculiar. She rarely leaves her home and has a fondness for cool places. Even during the sweltering summer, passing by her residence brings a refreshing chill. Kamikawa immediately thought of Kamikawa Haru, who also exuded a cool aura. Could it be that the heir's mother belonged to the Mizuno-kuni clan? Perhaps their interest extends beyond mere ninjas, as long as there exists a bloodline gene? Kamikawa speculated silently. Yet this remained mere conjecture, and further inquiries were necessary. Let us venture out, Kamikawa declared as he stepped through the door. Where to? To the casino, the tavern, or perhaps the bathhouse? Kamikawa chuckled lightly. Asuma, you are familiar with the bathhouse. Where shall you gather information? The bathhouse. Kurenai's brows furrowed. Kamikawa had specified the bathhouse, not the public bath. She shot a fierce glare at Kamikawa and then cast a sidelong glance at Asuma. Asuma, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, quickly interjected. Do not heed his nonsense. I am not familiar with that place at all. Yuhi Kurenai scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Asuma's words. Kamikawa, sensing he had stirred trouble, chuckled. Haha. I was merely jesting. I am quite familiar with the bathhouse. Is that so? Let's see just how familiar you are. I shall accompany you. Yuhi Kurenai, for reasons unknown, was not only unappeased but seemed even more incensed. You go to the tavern, she directed at Asuma. Asuma shot Kamikawa a look of resignation before hastily departing. Kai, you shall head to the casino. Yuhi Kurenai then turned her gaze to Kai, who swiftly vanished from sight. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai resembled a terrifying mother dinosaur. Instilling fear, Kamikawa, head drooped, followed in her wake toward the renowned high-end establishments of the land of hot water. Upon entering, a wave of heat enveloped him, accompanied by enticing fragrances and the presence of graceful maidens. The women here wore scant attire, their figures enchanting as they moved with a captivating sway. Oh, what a handsome young lad has graced us. A sultry woman approached him, and Kamikawa was taken aback. He had not anticipated such modern establishments within this world of shinobi. Before he could respond, he felt a sharp tug at his ear, His face forcibly turned away, and the alluring woman vanished, replaced by the furious visage of Yuhi Kurenai. "Do not mind us. We are merely here to sit," she exclaimed, forcefully guiding Kamikawa's head into her bosom as she led him to a nearby bar. "How dare you gaze so brazenly? I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets," Yuhi Kurenai declared. Kamikawa felt utterly perplexed, unsure why Yuhi Kurenai reacted so vehemently. Should she not be addressing Asuma? Yet, understanding that women often defy reason, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. "Have you heard? The people of the Hidden Hot Springs village have been slaughtered." "The Hidden Hot Springs village? What transpired?" "I know not. It seems a creature clad in darkness attacked the village, leaving only a few survivors." "A creature?" "It is said that this monster wields a large scythe, which has turned red from the blood of its many victims." "Alas, what has befallen the Hidden Hot Springs village? Once, there were holy envoys, and now there is a monster. Tranquility is but a distant memory. Yet, this place is still preferable to many other nations. At least we are not embroiled in war. You are unaware that the land of fire and the land of lightning are also unstable, and conflict may erupt at any moment. How many years have we fought? When shall we find peace?" Kamikawa pondered. The Hidden Hot Springs village, the monster, the scythe, could it be that fool Haydn? He speculated. Yet what of the holy envoy? "Let us go investigate the Hidden Hot Springs village," Kamikawa declared. Chapter 45. Again to the Hidden Hot Springs village not long after departing. A raspy voice called out from behind, "Miss, please hold." Kamikawa and Yuhi Kurenai turned to see an individual clad in white robes and a hooded cloak standing behind them. The figure's face was obscured, rendering it impossible to discern gender or age. However, Kamikawa keenly noticed the glimmer in the figure's eyes as they gazed at Yuhi Kurenai. "I feel a profound connection between you and my teachings," the figure proclaimed. "A connection, you say? If there is a connection, it is between her and me. Who are you to intrude?" Kamikawa retorted with a huff. The cloaked figure turned to Kamikawa and said, "What would a mere mortal know of the greatness of my teachings? Your presence beside this lady is an affront to her." Upon finishing his words, the man in white gestured towards Shinagawa Koichi, and a peculiar fragrance wafted from his sleeve. Shinagawa Koichi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Poison. His heart raced with alarm, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the eyes of Yuhi Kurenai, once vibrant, became vacant, reflecting a devout expression akin to that of a pilgrim as she gazed at the man in white. "Tonight, I shall take you to where you belong. You will attain immortality and enter the embrace of the divine." The voice of the man in white was laced with seduction. Yuhi Kurenai murmured, "I wish to attain immortality and enter the embrace of the divine." The man in black nodded slowly and gracefully departed, his form dissolving into the air. Meanwhile, Shinagawa Koichi, who lay on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, pondering the spot where the man in white had vanished. He turned to Yuhi Kurenai, whose gaze remained somewhat vacant. "Such potent toxins, I almost fell victim myself. This toxin possesses an enigmatic allure." It is worth noting that Kurenai is a Jinjutsu user. In truth, the poison that entered Shinagawa Koichi's body was swiftly devoured by his dark chakra. His feigned unconsciousness was merely a ruse. However, to provoke such a reaction in his dark chakra, this toxin is no ordinary poison. It resembles an energy. It is akin to the neurotoxins of my past life, capable of influencing one's mind. Shinagawa Koichi gazed into Kurenai's eyes, and his left eye emitted a faint crimson glow. Activating his Sharingan, he erased the imprint left in Kurenai's mind. Her vacant expression instantly transformed into clarity. "What just happened?" Kurenai inquired. "Reflect on it. I have left you a memory," Shinagawa Koichi replied. Soon, Kurenai grasped the entirety of the recent events. "How is that possible?" "That toxin is incredibly potent," Kurenai expressed, a shiver of fear coursing through her. "The craft of poisoning is indeed a ninja's forte. However, in my previous life while watching Naruto, I rarely witnessed depictions of poisoning, possibly by Kishimoto's design. Even when it appeared, it was made clear, as with Hanzo and the Sand Ninjas. Yet, the ninja world is shrouded in darkness, and the use of poison is widespread, albeit often employed in despicable ways. After all, ninjas are not noble practitioners. To put it plainly, they are assassins, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. The grim and sordid nature prevails. Unlike figures such as Naruto, the fourth Hokage, and Jiraiya, who are truly anomalies in the ninja realm. Could he be a messenger of the holy? Shinagawa Koichi speculated. So he has set his sights on me? Kurenai conjectured. But you are not a bloodline user, are you? It seems our initial assumptions were indeed erroneous. I wonder if this holy church and the evil god cult are related. Shinagawa Koichi remarked. In fact, I am a bloodline user. Kurenai suddenly declared. What? Shinagawa Koichi stared at her in astonishment. Do you think our family's jinjutsu talent came from nowhere? Kurenai responded. Shinagawa Koichi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be from our ancestors? Indeed, my ancestors belonged to a family with jinjutsu bloodline, closely related to the Kurama clan. Kurenai explained. Shinagawa Koichi understood, realizing why Kurama Yakumo later became Kurenai's disciple. There was indeed a deeper connection. What shall we do now? Kurenai asked. Naturally, we shall turn the tables. Shinagawa Koichi replied. Upon returning to the inn, Shinagawa Koichi summoned Asuma and Guy, detailing the situation they had encountered. No, we cannot allow Kurenai to take risks. Asuma opposed. Why not? Did you not say that once a person enters the jungle, they will vanish instantly, making it futile for us to follow? Asuma voiced his concerns. I have considered this issue. Therefore, I will leave a mark on Kurenai. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly. What mark? A unique mark that belongs solely to me. Shinagawa Koichi said mysteriously. Clang. Ouch. Shinagawa Koichi crouched down, cradling his head as he looked at the suddenly irate Kurenai. Why did you hit me? Who told you to tease me? Kurenai responded. Tease. I was unaware. Shinagawa Koichi retorted, speechless. Raising his head, he noticed Asuma also wore a shocked expression. I was referring to a spatial mark, a spatial mark. Where did your thoughts wander? Shinagawa Koichi seemed to comprehend. You should have mentioned you could perform space ninjutsu. Asuma interjected. What need is there to mention it? Have I not said before that I can perform space ninjutsu? No. Asuma Guy? And the others all shook their heads in unison. After some contemplation, Shinagawa Koichi realized he had indeed never demonstrated space ninjutsu in front of them, primarily because he had few opponents worthy of such a technique. They finalized their plans, and the night swiftly approached. Should we notify Tsunade-sama? Asuma asked. Shinagawa Koichi recalled Tsunade rummaging through his underwear and shuddered. No, having too many people is not advisable, especially with Rin, a ticking time bomb. We mustn't let the Three Tails appear and obliterate us all. The thought of the Three Tails within Rin sent a chill down Asuma's spine. They had all experienced the Nine Tails incident, and they were acutely aware of the beast's might. Just as they were conversing, Kurenai suddenly stiffened slightly. Shinagawa Koichi keenly sensed her anomaly. Is he coming? I hear the sound of a flute. Do you hear it? Kurenai asked. Flute? I hear nothing. Guy scratched his head. Asuma listened intently and shook his head at Shinagawa Koichi. It seems only Kurenai can hear it. Shinagawa Koichi concluded. Go on, it must be him. Kurenai rose, pushing open the door and stepping outside, gradually fading into the night. Asuma's eyes betrayed his concern. Is everything all right? Do not worry. Without me, nothing will go awry. Shinagawa Koichi assured him. After Kurenai had walked for a while, Shinagawa Koichi and the others ventured towards the outskirts of the town. In the distance, they could still see Kurenai's silhouette. Suddenly, Shinagawa Koichi felt a familiar energy fluctuation characteristic of space ninjutsu. His eyes brightened, and he swiftly arrived at the spot where Kurenai had just been, now empty. Observing the footprints left behind, it appeared as though she had vanished into thin air. Indeed, it was space teleportation. Shinagawa Koichi declared. Can you sense Kurenai's location? Asuma asked anxiously. Shinagawa Koichi concentrated, then placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder and another on Guy's. Vanishing from their original position, when they reappeared, they found themselves before a dilapidated village. Gazing towards the village gate, the words to no Sato emerged faintly. To no Sato? How could it be here? Shinagawa Koichi pondered, perplexed. He had assumed the testing ground would be far from the land of soup, yet here it was. Had the Mist Ninjas gone to such lengths to capture bloodline users only to deliver them to no Sato? They had claimed to be a village distanced from war, yet in reality, it was merely a puppet ninja village of the mist. The village was eerily quiet, with a lingering scent of blood that could not be dispelled. Suddenly, Shinagawa Koichi recalled the news he had heard today. Someone had slaughtered all the inhabitants of Tenosato. It seemed the news was true. As they walked into the village, the streets were lined with collapsed buildings. The houses, predominantly constructed of wood, exude an antique charm. Blood is splattered on the doors and walls, emanating a foul stench. Under the pallid moonlight, the scene takes on a sinister aspect. Where's home? Asuma anxiously glanced at Kamikawa Hiro. Hiro's gaze flickered. He sensed that the presence he had placed upon Hong was now alarmingly faint, as if shrouded from perception. Yet, how could this be? Unless the individual was not of this realm, he should not be unable to discern Qing's precise location. In such a brief span, having vanished with Qing, the entrance must be nearby, Hiro declared. But how to search? This place is vast. We might search for ages. Asuma replied. Do not fret. I possess a method, Hiro stated, as the demonic energy within him coalesced in his Shursui's Sharingan. The eye emitted a faint crimson glow, rapidly morphing into 3 tomo. Then continuing to evolve and spin until a taiji symbol appeared within Hiro's pupil. This was Shursui's kaleidoscope form. Hiro had fortuitously discovered that this eye could perceive illusions, distinguishing between the virtual and the real. Nothing within the continuum of time could evade its gaze. He wondered if Shursui was aware of this ability, or if it had manifested through the fusion of his eye and demonic energy. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he suddenly directed his gaze skyward, towards the position of the moon. There it is, the entrance. Hiro smirked coldly. Indeed, there exists another space here, akin to a subspace, reminiscent of Obito's Kamui. Let us proceed. Hiro placed his hands once more on Asuma and Kai's shoulders. However, just as he was about to activate the space ninjutsu, he suddenly felt a constricting pressure in his chest, letting out a grunt. He heard a light chuckle. Who might this be? Ah, a ninja from Konoha. The laughter resonated in each of their ears, yet when Hiro looked around, he found no trace of a soul. Who dares to lurk about? Hiro demanded sternly. I stand before you. Can you not see me? Came the soft reply. Hiro was taken aback. Suddenly, a hand materialized from the void before him, striking fiercely against his chest. A tremendous force surged from that palm. Hiro was sent flying, crashing through 2 rows of houses before finally halting. How swift! Hiro gasped. The hand was ghostly pale, resembling that of a corpse, yet its striking power was terrifying. Had Hiro not cultivated his demonic energy and mastered the 8 gates, this blow could have claimed his life. Asuma and Kai quickly approached Hiro's side, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, yet they perceived nothing. The only means to sense the opponent's movements was through the Sharingan. The taiji symbol within Hiro's left eye rotated slowly. At one moment, he was startled and struck Asuma, pushing him aside. Just as Asuma vacated his position, a flash of blade light zipped past. Cold sweat trickled down Asuma's forehead. He had been utterly oblivious. How does one combat an invisible foe? Open the doors, the rest door, the birth door, the injury door, Kai shouted, activating the 4th gate of the 8 gates. A massive aura enveloped the area. Suddenly, a ghostly hand appeared behind Kai's head. Hiro was alarmed and struck out instinctively with a palm. This was his quickest reflex. The rising cloud palm. Boom. The palms collided. Only then did Kai realize the imminent danger, abruptly retreating from his spot. Even his beast-like instincts could not perceive the direction of the attack. The opponent's speed was too formidable. What a fearsome adversary. You two must leave this place at once, Hiro commanded. At this juncture, Asuma and Kai had become liabilities. Hiro, leave. That is an order. Hiro's tone was icy. You wish to depart after coming here? Under Hiro's watchful gaze, a blade of light descended towards Asuma and Kai's heads. It was the same knife, appearing simultaneously in 2 locations. Asuma had no time to react. Kai sensed the danger, yet his speed was insufficient for effective evasion. Hiro let out a cold snort. Suddenly, Asuma and Kai's figures vanished. Spatial transfer? Quite an impressive spatial skill. The voice remarked nonchalantly. Alarm bells rang in Hiro's mind as he vanished from sight. In the silence that followed, a wooden post beside him was silently severed in 2. Comparable to Kamui's skill? Are you Obito? He. The figure laughed, yet offered no answer. No, you are not Obito. Hiro dismissed his own conjecture. Time is of the essence. If this drags on, Han will be in peril. With a surge of power, Hiro's left eye's taiji symbol spun wildly. His form vanished suddenly. Dark lightning flickered in the void, striking down, creating ripples in the air. Come forth. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall force you out. Hiro's voice rang out fiercely. Celestial demonic technique. 9 heavens, thunder. Hiro's tone was frenzied. Countless strands of dark lightning, as thick as barrels, descended with ferocity, warping the very fabric of reality. Boom. At last, a fissure appeared in the void. Without hesitation, Hiro plunged into the rift. Celestial demonic technique. Vacuum shuriken. A faint sound echoed, akin to fabric being torn. The rift widened further, and two figures tumbled out. One was Hiro, while the other was a being entirely shrouded in white, with horns adorning its head. Though humanoid in form, it was profoundly different from any ordinary human. Possessing Byakugan akin to the Hyuga clan, Hiro's pupils narrowed slightly. The Otsutsuki clan, how could this be? Could the so-called evil god merely be a ploy of the Otsutsuki clan? What? Are you astonished to see me? Indeed, I am taken aback. Where have you brought me? Hiro demanded sternly. Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Boom. Hiro suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. So swift. Terror gleamed in Hiro's eyes. Die. The figure reappeared before Hiro. At this moment, Hiro, much like Kai, sensed the opponent's movement, yet his body could not respond in kind. Gritting his teeth, Hiro's left eye's taiji symbol continued to spin. Byetian God. The fastest thing in the world is not speed, nor space, but thought. Thought transcends space and time, existing in another dimension. While his body could not react in time, his mind could. The Otsutsuki's expression faltered, and it ceased its assault. Shouldn't you assist me in opening that door? Hiro addressed the Otsutsuki. Chapter 47. A blessing or a curse. The Otsutsuki's face contorted with struggle as he slowly turned his gaze towards the moon above. The Byakugan suddenly activated, revealing a portal in the void. It was unexpected that the key to this door was the opponent's Byakugan. The earlier attempt to bring Asuma and Kai into this realm had failed, likely due to the interference of the opponent's Byakugan with the spatial transfer. The terror of their Byakugan was not inferior to his Sharingan. Without further hesitation, Kamikawa realized he could not ascertain how long the other deity could control the situation. He had to rescue Hong swiftly. His form vanished abruptly, reappearing beside Hong, but he found her body riddled with tubes, an unknown liquid seeping into her. A chill gripped Kamikawa's heart as he swiftly severed the tubes with his blade. However, upon contact with air, the liquid within vaporized instantly, inadvertently inhaling it. Panic surged within him, and he hastily held his breath, but it was too late. His body began to sway unsteadily. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain anchoring him to consciousness. Cradling the unconscious Hong, he prepared to flee. Upon turning, he discovered the vast cavernous space around him, filled with numerous transparent coffins, each harboring individuals similarly afflicted, their bodies punctured by tubes of various colored liquids. As he attempted to activate a spatial ninjutsu to escape with Hong, a sudden heaviness struck his chest, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. Staggering a few steps, he collapsed to his knees. Finding himself unable to utilize any ninjutsu, his own dark chakra lying dormant. A sinister giggle echoed nearby. Kamikawa looked up to see a figure in a white coat approaching leisurely, holding a syringe filled with golden liquid. This is my special concoction. It's unfortunate they didn't trust me. Since you're here, let us test it on you. With that, the needle plunged into Kamikawa's back, injecting the entire contents into his body. Kamikawa let out a howl as the liquid coursed into his heart, igniting a fervor within him. Resolving not to delay any longer, he activated the spatial ninjutsu, vanishing with Hong in an instant. The figure in the white coat merely chuckled, observing Kamikawa's departure. When Kamikawa reappeared, he found himself in a hotel in the land of hot water. Faintly, he glimpsed Tsunade's face before succumbing to darkness. Upon awakening, he realized they were no longer in the same hotel in the hidden hot water village. The surroundings felt unfamiliar. Where am I? He croaked, his voice hoarse. A gasp came from beside him as Rin rushed over. You're finally awake, she exclaimed joyfully. How long was I out? Half a month, Rin replied. To be precise, it's been 17 days. Tsunade's voice chimed in. Lady Tsunade, you're here? Kamikawa asked, surprised. Tsunade stepped closer, observing him critically. You possess quite a robust vitality. Do you realize that when I found you, you were barely clinging to life? Your ribs were shattered, and yet you managed to survive. Indeed, it was a miracle. Had it not been for Shursue's godlike Jinjutsu, his survival would have been uncertain. What about Hong? Kamikawa suddenly inquired. Tsunade paused, contemplating her response. What has happened to Hong? He pressed, anxiety rising within him. Do not worry, she is fine, though her body has encountered some issues and is currently under observation, Tsunade reassured him. Relieved, Kamikawa sighed. That's good, that's good. Where exactly are we? He asked again. This is a small town on the border of the land of fire. We couldn't remain in the land of hot water any longer. Given your condition, It's evident our adversary is formidable, Rin explained. Tsunade regarded Kamikawa with a serious expression. Do you feel any discomfort at present? Me? I feel fine, apart from still lacking strength. Kamikawa replied. Tsunade's countenance grew grave. What's wrong? I sense that your body is undergoing some unknown transformation. Transformation? What? Kamikawa leapt up, rushing to the mirror. Upon seeing his handsome visage, he sighed in relief. This is still my appearance, but why has my hair turned to silver blue? I look even more dashing. Behind him, both Tsunade and Rin rolled their eyes. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily checked his pockets. Thank goodness, all is well down there. The absence of any change in his vital regions eased his mind entirely. You need to know when to stop, you fool. Tsunade fumed. With a crash, Kamikawa flew out the door, colliding forcefully with the wall outside. Ah, Rin exclaimed, rushing over to check on him. She pulled him down from the wall, and he was indeed plastered against it. Are you all right? Rin asked, concerned. I'm fine, I feel nothing. Did Lady Tsunade go easy on me? Kamikawa replied, stretching his limbs, feeling no discomfort aside from his weakness. Whether I went easy on you, I am well aware. Are you cognizant of the anomaly afflicting your body? Tsunade stepped outside, standing before him. Did you not notice the peculiar spot on your forehead? Kamikawa, bewildered, touched his forehead, feeling a slight protrusion. Images of the Otsutsuki he had battled in the hidden hot water village flooded his mind, their horned visage etched into his memory. Could it be that I am becoming like him? Is the Otsutsuki clan not extraterrestrial, but rather artificially created? Or perhaps the one I fought was merely an experiment and not truly of their lineage? As he recalled the eerie appearance of that Otsutsuki, Kamikawa shivered involuntarily. With skin as pale as death, devoid of hair, with horns sprouting from its head, it was a grotesque sight. How could he face the world should he transform into something so monstrous? The thought gripped him with fear, and he implored Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, you must have a solution. Tsunade's expression grew grave. No, I truly have no remedy for this. Your situation is far more complicated than Rin's tailed beast. It can't be, Kamikawa exclaimed. Why not? The tailed beast is merely a mass of energy that can be sealed away. However, what is wrong with me? Kamikawa interjected. Your predicament is more intricate. It seems as though something is continuously consuming and altering your cells, resembling an unknown virus. I regret to say, I am powerless to assist you. Kamikawa felt as though lightning had struck him. The sky is falling. The earth is collapsing. I am doomed. The people have departed. The tea has cooled, and my portrait shall soon be affixed to the wall. I shall die with my eyes wide open. Oofed, you want to die? You'll probably outlive most people. Tsunade observed him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Really? Of course. If you were to transform into a mindless beast or something akin, it would be better to perish. Shinkawa Hiro, filled with inexplicable indignation, pointed at Tsunade and exclaimed, If you cannot speak, we can remain silent. Alas, my fragile heart. Chapter 48. The burden of a dying beast soon. A matter arose that plunged him into deeper despair. Shinkawa Hiro discovered, to his dismay, that he could no longer utilize ninjutsu, whether it was wind release or space ninjutsu. Even the heavenly frost fist lost its previously ice-like effect due to the transformation of his inner power. It felt as though all his efforts had reverted overnight to a state of liberation. Coupled with the changes in his hair, he felt as if he had become an entirely different person. However, he found solace in the fact that his physical prowess had significantly improved. Although he was devoid of chakra, he still possessed demonic energy within him. This energy was pure, untainted by chakra. He communicated this discovery to Tsunade, but refrained from labeling it as demonic energy, instead referring to it as a form of internal essence. Tsunade, equally perplexed, speculated that he might only be able to access chakra once his body had undergone complete transformation. How long will that take? Hiro inquired. It's uncertain, perhaps days, years, or even a lifetime. Tsunade's response felt like a hollow reassurance. Hiro sighed in frustration, deciding to treat it as an uncompleted game, ready to start anew. Tsunade-sama, we have been away for over 2 months. It is time to return. Will you join us? Hiro asked Tsunade. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, No. If I return, certain individuals may not take it well, and besides, there's Rin. Returning could lead to numerous complications. Hiro understood. Rin still harbored the three tails within her, and given its unstable nature, a return would likely result in her imprisonment, or worse, forceful extraction of the three tails, which would indeed be troublesome. Since that is the case, we shall return. The matters here exceed our capacity and must be set aside. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Hiro gathered Asuma and others who had been scouting for information, and they officially embarked on their journey back to Konoha. Hiro, have you noticed that Tsunade-sama looks at you oddly? Asuma spoke up during the journey. Hiro widened his eyes in surprise, staring intently at Asuma. Don't let your mind wander. Don't you think that since your hair has changed, you bear a resemblance to someone? Who? The second Hokage. Asuma declared. The second? I suppose there is a slight resemblance, but I am far more handsome. Hiro retorted, while Kurenai, grinning, added, I told you so? The second and I are worlds apart. How could we be similar? However, Hiro, you can no longer utilize ninjutsu. Asuma revealed a look of concern. The ninja world is inherently a ruthless society. Hiro's position as the head of the Umbu was a testament to his formidable strength, which deterred any malicious intent from lurking individuals. If news of his current condition were to spread, those with ill intentions might seize the opportunity to eliminate him. These realities were evident to Hiro, being the son of the third Hokage. Individuals like Guy and Kurenai seemed oblivious to such matters. Even upon hearing Asuma's warning of potential threats against Hiro, they displayed confusion. Yet Hiro remained unfazed. Did they truly believe that his current inability to wield ninjutsu rendered him weak? Such naivety was laughable. Setting aside his previous reliance on ninjutsu, he still possessed a singular eye of Shursui. Though he could not utilize ninjutsu, due to the mysterious liquid, the power of this eye had far surpassed its former capabilities. Upon returning, he intended to acquire Shursui's other eye. Only with both eyes combined could he fully unleash their potential. Ah, youth. Guy, let us commence a youthful sprint. Hiro bellowed, kicking up a cloud of dust as he raced toward Konoha. Yes, youth embodies challenge. I am here. Guy responded, equally ignited with fervor. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances, noting that these matters seemed to have little impact on Hiro. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Hiro released a sigh of relief, fearing that Danzo might take action against the Uchiha during this time. Just as he entered the gate, he was halted once more. Who are you? Do you possess identification for entering and exiting Konoha? The Uchiha gatekeeper blocked Hiro's path. Rubbing his head, Hiro replied, Have I changed so much that you cannot recognize me? The Uchiha scrutinized him carefully, his gaze darting to the figure on Hokage Rock, then sharpening as he demanded, Who exactly are you? Hiro, exasperated, produced his identification. I am Shinkawa Hiro, the head of the Umbu. The Uchiha member paused momentarily, scrutinizing the credentials before suddenly drawing his blade towards Hiro. The identification is genuine. Yet you do not resemble the person depicted. Do you take me for a fool? Hiro stiffened, glancing at his identification, where his photograph depicted a different appearance. Is it merely a change of hair color that warrants such seriousness? Hiro muttered. Fortunately, Guy arrived shortly thereafter. After a while, Asuma and Kurenai also arrived and, after some explanation, they were finally allowed entry into Konoha. Do not be upset. The Uchiha clan has behaved this way for quite some time. Asuma remarked. Upset? No. I am not upset. I find it rather gratifying. Hiro replied. Don't you think the current Uchiha are more responsible? Aside from inquiring about identities, they did not engage in any undue actions. Hiro remarked. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan's police chief has taken down several Uchiha miscreants. Are those who bully and assault civilians? Indeed, this new police chief seems to have the interests of the common people at heart. However, I heard rumors that there is unrest within the Uchiha, and the newly appointed police chief was nearly assassinated. The reasons remain unclear. Well, that is a matter for a prominent clan, and it does not concern us. Hiro strolled down the street, absorbing the news with a slight smile. It seemed Shursui and Itachi were doing well. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found not only the third Hokage present, but also Danzo. Naturally, the absence of Narashikaku and Mito Gate, Yin was noted. I have heard that your mission ended in failure, and you have sustained severe injuries? Danzo initiated the conversation. Indeed, Hiro affirmed. Asuma has already conveyed this information to Konoha via the Ninja Hawk. Danzo, well aware of the situation, was not surprised. I have also heard that you are unable to perform ninjutsu at present. Danzo continued. That is correct. Hiro responded. Sarutobi, it has become evident. I believe Hiro is no longer suitable to serve as the head of the Umbu. Danzo chuckled lightly, turning to the third Hokage. Hiro realized that they had been waiting for him here. In Danzo's eyes, a person stripped of chakra was deemed unworthy of attention. The others who had accompanied Hiro, including Guy and Asuma, looked on in shock at Danzo's blatant disregard. What does the Hokage mean? Shinkawa Hiro did not retort, but instead gazed at the third Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, the third replied, I am truly sorry, Hiro, but given your current circumstances, it is indeed impossible for you to assume the position of Umbu captain. Hokage-sama, Hiro was gravely injured for the sake of the village. Is this not a rather disheartening decision? Asuma exclaimed. The third sighed, remaining silent. Asuma, the role of Umbu captain is of utmost importance. One without strength is ill-suited for such a position, interjected Tenten. We sympathize with Hiro's plight, but rules are rules, remarked Mito Menka. Ninjas are mere tools. If they are useful, they are employed, and if not, they should be discarded. Danzo sneered from the side, adding, since Hiro is no longer the Umbu captain, you should not retain that item. Hand it over to me. What item? Shinkawa Hiro feigned ignorance. You. Danzo scoffed, glancing at Asuma and the others, swallowing his words. All right. Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, you may leave for now, the third commanded. On what grounds? Asuma protested. This is an order. The third retorted coldly. Kurenai tugged at Asuma's sleeve. With a huff, Asuma exited the Hokage's office. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Asuma turned back, disappointment evident in his eyes. Is this village truly worth protecting? He questioned. Kurenai and Guy remained silent. Shinkawa Hiro had made numerous significant contributions to Konoha, rescuing the village from peril on several occasions. Not to mention the incident with the Nine Tails, where his intervention saved countless innocent lives, exhausting his chakra and nearly succumbing to the beast's wrath. Yet, for a singular mission failure and subsequent injuries, he was stripped of all titles. Danzo's intentions suggested he sought to seize something vital from Hiro. Was this village, so heartless and ungrateful, still worthy of their dedication? Asuma did not return to the Sarutobi clan. Instead, he walked out of Konoha's gates, disappearing into the woods. He intended to visit the capital of the Fire Country, possibly never to return. Kurenai and Guy did not dissuade Asuma from his decision. In fact, there was a hint of envy, for not everyone could leave Konoha so freely. No wonder Lady Tsunade was reluctant to come back. There was nothing here worth cherishing or defending. Kurenai vanished in a flash, having achieved great personal growth through her recent endeavors. Her physical capabilities had significantly improved, and she was now on par with Guy, her reflexes surpassing those of most taijutsu practitioners. At least while Guy had not activated the 8 gates. Defeating Kurenai was an impossible feat. Guy watched Kurenai's swift departure, then glanced at the Hokage building, leaving with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense. I will not relinquish Shirsue's eyes, Shinkawa Hiro stated calmly. Directing his gaze at Danzo, Danzo dared to demand Shirsue's eyes here, which indicated that the third was aware of Danzo's previous actions against Shirsue and tacitly approved of them. Hiro suddenly understood that the third's tolerance towards the Uchiha clan was not due to concerns about the clan's potential threat to the village's strength, but rather a desire to control them, viewing them as mere puppets. Consequently, any unfavorable factors would be eliminated, even if Shirsue sided with him. The third would not trust any Uchiha, including Itachi in the end. Ultimately, when the third realized he could not control the Uchiha, he coerced Itachi into eliminating his clan, sparing not even the innocent. The most revolting aspect was their pretense of acting for the village's sake. Were the Uchiha not members of Konoha? Hiro also pondered whether Itachi's actions against the Uchiha were influenced by Danzo's manipulation through Shirsue's ocular genjutsu. Otherwise, Itachi's behavior seemed utterly irrational. At that moment, Hiro began to doubt whether the Uchiha and the village could coexist. You are no longer the Umbu captain. Keeping that eye is perilous. You must surrender it. Danzo insisted firmly. That eye is mine. Impossible. Danzo roared, rising abruptly. What does the Hokage intend? Hiro inquired, not looking at Danzo but at the third. If the third agreed, then Hiro would sever all ties with Konoha. Such a village was not worth his efforts. After a moment of reflection, the third remarked, given Hiro's contributions, let that eye serve as a reward. Danzo shot a sharp glance at the third. The third met his gaze unflinchingly. For him, it was better to keep the eyes separate, as entrusting them to either Danzo or Hiro would leave him uneasy. All right, Danzo, this matter is settled, Tintin suddenly interjected. Danzo scrutinized the third and then Hiro, snorting disdainfully as he leaned on his cane and departed. Hiro then turned to the third and asked, what are your plans for me moving forward? Hiro, what do you propose? Ideally, a position that offers financial reward without the need for labor. Hiro replied, I intend to appoint you as the chief of Konoha's police force. From now on, you will handle all matters concerning the Uchiha, the third announced. At these words, Hiro's eyes narrowed slightly. The third's intentions seemed dubious. The police force was still under the Uchiha's domain, and appointing him as the chief would undoubtedly provoke conflict. Moreover, the third was aware that Hiro could no longer utilize his chakra and had significantly diminished strength. By placing him in the police force, it appeared the third sought to eliminate him through the Uchiha's hands. Did they intend to exploit him? Should he perish within the police force, they would have countless justifications to eliminate or control the Uchiha. Despite his youth, Hiro's reputation in Konoha was unparalleled. Who could forget his ambush on the Mist Ninjas or his battle against the Nine Tails? The third likely valued this aspect, intending to leverage his prestige against the Uchiha. Should the Uchiha turn against him, they would find themselves utterly isolated. The plans devised by Shisui and Itachi to rehabilitate the Uchiha's reputation would become a grand farce. Oh, truly, the third is cunning and calculating. I am in awe. Hiro marveled internally. Yet they had underestimated one critical factor, his capabilities. Very well, I accept. From this day forth, I shall be the chief of Konoha's police force, fully responsible for all internal security tasks, Hiro said with a light chuckle, turning to leave the Hokage's office. Watching Hiro's departing figure, the third sighed. Is this truly wise? Tenten questioned. The issues concerning the Uchiha are becoming increasingly complicated. I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, the third expressed with a look of deep concern. He knew this would undoubtedly incite the discontent of radical elements within the Uchiha clan. However, the third remained silent, as everything was understood without words. Are you not concerned that he might align himself with the Uchiha? It is implausible. He harbors animosity towards them, and let us not forget, he is not alone. He has Haru to care for. The sordid nature of politics is laid bare at this moment. Shinkai Hiro will remain oblivious to the fact that the third Hokage intends to use Haru as leverage against him. At this juncture, he has returned to his abode, where Haru eagerly greets him. Upon seeing her safe and sound, Shinkai Hiro feels a surge of joy. When he mentions that he is no longer the captain of the Umbu, Haru excitedly exclaims, Does this mean you can remain at home and not undertake any missions? Perhaps not, but I am spared from the village's tasks. I am now the chief of the Konoha police force. What? Haru is taken aback. It is common knowledge that Shinkai Hiro has enmity with the Uchiha. Because of him, he nearly eliminated 2 members of the Uchiha clan and has previously bested a group of them at the village gates. They harbored deep resentment towards him. To allow Shinkai Hiro into the Konoha police force is tantamount to sending him to his demise, is it not? Chapter 50. Who can outplay whom? Whether he is destined for demise or not is uncertain to Shinkai Hiro. All he knows is that he is now seated in the captain's office of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi kneel respectfully before him. Rise. For I am not significantly older than you. Let us dispense with such formalities henceforth, Shinkai Hiro states. He cannot abide the antiquated customs that demand one to kneel at the slightest provocation. You must have a fair understanding of my situation by now, he asserts, glancing at Shisui and Itachi. Indeed, it has spread throughout the Uchiha clan even before your arrival. Shisui replies, curious about the rapid dissemination of this news. TCH. The third and Danzo are rather impatient. Shinkai Hiro scoffs. I know some members of your clan will surely be discontented, but I do not wish to elaborate. Nor should you attempt to intervene. Shisui and Itachi exchange a puzzled glance, looking at Shinkai Hiro with confusion. Rest assured, I have my own plans. You need only focus on your responsibilities, Shinkai Hiro assures them confidently. However, regarding your safety, I believe it prudent to assign some protection. Shisui insists. Assign protectors? Whose men? The Konoha police force? Shisui reiterates. Fear not. These individuals are trustworthy. Shinkai Hiro shakes his head. No need for that. Simply carry on as usual. Shisui and Itachi share another glance, reluctantly departing. Meanwhile, a clandestine meeting is convened within the Uchiha clan. I never expected he would truly come. What is he afraid of? It is the order of the Hokage. The Hokage? Humph. When did he gain the authority to arbitrarily place his people within the Uchiha? I have heard he was injured on his last mission and can no longer utilize chakra. Isn't that a mere waste? To have a waste lead our Uchiha clan. The Hokage is truly overstepping. What shall we do now? Eliminate him. Let the Hokage's faction know we are not to be trifled with. But Shursui and Itachi may not agree. Then we shall bypass them. Can they really follow that waste for 24 hours? Even Shursui and Itachi are a disgrace to us, obeying that waste. However, the latest news indicates he refused Shursui's offer of protection. This is a blessing for us, Uchiha Inohara remarked, his eyes glinting coldly as he gestures at his throat. The Uchiha present exhibit excitement. These individuals are staunch loyalists of the Uchiha clan and are indeed fanatics. This faction is vast. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku was compelled to yield to this faction to convene a rebellion meeting. The power of this faction is significant, not due to their numbers, but because they hold substantial influence among the Uchiha elite. At this moment, Shinkawa Hiro addresses Shursui and Itachi within the Konoha police force. They wield the power of discourse and create the illusion of a formidable Uchiha rebellion. In truth, the common Uchiha harbors little animosity towards the village. They are merely bound by the rhetoric of the upper echelons. Shinkawa Hiro continues, of course, I do not deny the discontent harbored by Danzo's faction towards the Uchiha. Thus, to ensure the Uchiha's preservation, both factions must be eradicated. May I inquire how you intend to proceed, Lord Hiro? Shinkawa Hiro smiles subtly. What will I do? Nothing at all. Shursui and Itachi are left perplexed once more. Their comprehension of Shinkawa Hiro is diminishing. Shinkawa Hiro continues his routine at work, enjoying 2 months of tranquility. During this period, the reputation of the Konoha police force has risen significantly within the village, gradually reshaping the perception of the common folk. This is largely due to the fact that the current head of the police force is Shinkawa Hiro. His remarkable achievements during the Nine-Tails incident have etched his name in the memory of the villagers. Upon learning that Shinkawa Hiro has become the police chief, the commoners are filled with joy. The Konoha police force is intrinsically linked to their lives. However, Shursui and Itachi's foundation remains fragile, with only a handful of followers. In the 3rd month of Shinkawa Hiro's tenure, Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly found an excuse to withdraw a substantial number of members from the Konoha police force. Shursui and Itachi rushed to discuss countermeasures. I never anticipated my father would act in such a manner, Itachi reveals, his eyes filled with sorrow. This is not your father's decision. Someone has exerted pressure upon him. Shinkawa Hiro responds. What shall we do now? Without personnel, our police work cannot proceed, and the police force will become a mere shell. Shinkawa Hiro shakes his head. As you just stated, this is the Konoha police force. Since it is the Konoha police force who decreed that only members of the Uchiha clan may serve. Shursui and Itachi's eyes widen in realization as they turn to Shinkawa Hiro. A sly smile spreads across Shinkawa Hiro's face. Soon, a notice is affixed to every bulletin board in Konoha. Konoha police force recruitment information. The Konoha police force is openly recruiting. It calls for ambitious and idealistic individuals to join the Konoha police force and contribute to the beautification of Konoha. Recruitment criteria include ages 16 to 30. Conditions and benefits are clearly outlined. Some, upon viewing the announcement, can hardly believe their eyes. This is serious. Simultaneously, various clans receive this information. Those who feel stifled within their families rush to investigate. Many from the Inuzuka clan arrive, along with members from various other clans. The Konoha police force presents a lucrative opportunity. There are no village missions to undertake, yet a substantial monthly income awaits. It is particularly appealing to those who may lack exceptional strength but aspire to live a good life. Shinkawa Hiro's initiative has left not only the Uchiha clan, but even the 3rd Hokage astonished. Is this truly permissible? While this disrupts the plans of the 2nd Hokage, it undeniably represents an opportunity to weaken the Uchiha clan. After all, the recruitment notice also states that those with experience will be given priority. Isn't this referring to the former law enforcement personnel? Consequently, this instills a sense of crisis among the Uchiha clan. Those who were misled into abandoning the police force now regret their decisions deeply. Some individuals, undeterred by opposition, have rejoined the police force. Naturally, Kamikawa Hiro welcomes this, for his plan hinges on enlisting such individuals. In a rare move, the Konoha police force has expanded to maximize recruitment. To facilitate this, Kamikawa Hiro has firmly pressed the 3rd Hokage for additional funding, which the Hokage reluctantly agreed to, allocating more monthly expenses to the police force. Of course, the scope of the police force's work has also broadened. In addition to maintaining public order and apprehending criminals, they now also engage in legal education, mediating civil disputes. as well as traffic and fire safety duties. In no time, the security in Konoha has greatly improved, with crime rates plummeting to their lowest. Unexpected incidents are now handled more promptly, earning the strong approval of the villagers. Everyone is required to contribute a nominal fee, allowing them to confidently enjoy the services provided by the Konoha police force. The third Hokage and Danzo are astonished to discover that the developments have slipped beyond their control, as the police force has unwittingly taken charge of taxation. The police force's expenditures no longer rely on the village's allocations. A group of fools, adept at manipulation yet utterly clueless about finances, has overlooked such a substantial benefit, fixating instead on the mission payments for ninjas. What a wasted opportunity. Kamikawa Hiro, brimming with pride, had noted the tax shortfall upon his arrival. Unlike other ninja villages, where the abundance of ninjas results in poor management and no taxation, Konoha stands apart as a thriving commercial hub, akin to a bustling city from a past life. Besides ninjas, a significant number of ordinary citizens engage in business, all of whom require protection and services. This sector's tax revenue is not insignificant. Chapter 51. Not impossible to defeat you. Wealth brings strength. The image of the police force has transformed significantly. After all, they serve those who pay, thus their commitment to duty must be unwavering. This creates a virtuous cycle: good reputation, excellent service, and easier earnings. A plaque proclaiming their dedication to serving the people has been erected. Many aspire to join the Konoha police force, with some clan youths vying fiercely for positions. Naturally, most appointments are allocated to Shursui and Itachi, who have garnered substantial support from the younger generation of clansmen, establishing themselves as leaders among the youth. The Uchiha clan, aside from a few diehard individuals, has largely been won over by Shursui and Itachi. Tangible benefits are the most effective means of persuasion, far more than empty promises. A grand vision is meaningless if unattainable. Uchiha Fugaku observed Itachi, hesitating to speak. "Father, do you have something to say?" Itachi prompted. "What are your thoughts on Kamikawa Hiro?" Fugaku inquired. Itachi silently gazed at Fugaku, seemingly waiting for his next words. "Is someone attempting to usurp the position of head of the Konoha police force from me or Shursui?" Itachi spoke. Fugaku fell silent. A fleeting hint of sarcasm flickered in Itachi's eyes, quickly vanishing. "So, father, are you still contemplating a conflict with the village?" "No. You should know I have no such intention. Yet your actions suggest otherwise." "Father, why do you lack your own convictions?" Hesitation in decision-making has led the Uchiha to this predicament. "Itachi, is this how you speak to your father?" Fugaku replied, visibly angered. "I apologize, father. I merely state a fact. Have you considered the fate of the Uchiha clan if you continue to be a puppet, merely following others' methods? As long as you and Shursui support, father." Itachi abruptly raised his voice to halt Fugaku's words. "Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Do you realize how naive this thought is? Not to mention, Kamikawa is not someone Shursui or I can shake." Itachi asserted. "How is that possible? He is just a useless person," Fugaku retorted. Yet, Itachi said no more and rose to leave. Upon exiting the room, he encountered his mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Her face bore a look of concern as she hesitated to speak. "Mother," Itachi greeted respectfully before walking out the door. Mikoto entered the room to find Fugaku seated with a dark expression. "Itachi," she began. "Let him be. I hope he does not come to regret it," Fugaku replied. As evening fell, Kamikawa Hiro sauntered away from the Konoha police headquarters. Indeed, it was a grand building, with newfound wealth. He naturally aimed to construct an imposing edifice brimming with righteousness. The completion of this structure not only showcased its grandeur, but also served to stimulate Konoha's internal demand. As he walked, he suddenly sensed a stillness enveloping the area. A sly smile crept across Kamikawa's lips as he glanced to the side, where several figures emerged. The scarlet Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, spun gently. "You couldn't resist, after all," Kamikawa remarked. One individual's eyes narrowed slightly. "You knew we would come?" This time, Kamikawa felt a wave of annoyance. "Was that difficult to deduce? How lacking in intellect are you?" "Humph, just bluster from a useless person, nothing more," one person scoffed, and without further ado, rushed towards Kamikawa. Kamikawa stared at the oncoming figure, nearly laughing at their blatant disregard for him. He remained rooted to the spot and swung a punch. Bang! His fist connected with the opponent's left eye. You can see me?" the rushing Uchiha exclaimed in shock. Bang! Another punch landed on their right eye. "Impossible. I cast an illusion on you." You shouldn't be able to see me, the Uchiha shouted. Perhaps you cast it. But did you check whether I fell under your illusion? Kamikawa replied, speechless. What? He can resist illusions? Impossible. Someone gasped in astonishment. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Kamikawa, instantly engulfing him. So what? Immunity to illusions means nothing if you still perish under ninjutsu. I hear his partner is quite attractive. If he dies, she won't be spared either. Are you referring to that medical ninja? Indeed intriguing. Let's go now, one exclaimed. The opponent is also an ice release ninja. We can relish the duality of fire and ice. Hee, you may enjoy that, but we can't let him die so easily. It's best to capture him and train him well. Yes, that's the plan. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. A cold voice echoed. From a dark corner of the street, Kamikawa slowly emerged. Not dead yet. What does it matter? I can kill you again. This time, we shall break his legs and sever his tongue, forcing him to witness how we toy with his beloved. A group of men surged towards Hiroshi Kamikawa. Hiroshi calmly remarked, "This is the first time I've genuinely contemplated taking a life." He slowly advanced toward the assailants. Boom. One person was sent flying back, his chest completely caved in. Boom. Another struck the ground with a thud, his body grotesquely bending at a 30-degree angle. Boom. A third's head was sent soaring, his expression still bearing a trace of confusion. Boom. Another's skull was brutally pressed into the stone beneath him, twitching twice before falling silent. The last man gazed at Hiroshi as if beholding a demon. These individuals were all elites, distinguished shinobi who had awakened their Sharingan. They belonged to the Uchiha clan, yet now they fell like chickens to slaughter. You are not a useless fool. You haven't lost your chakra. One exclaimed in shock, staring at Hiroshi. Who said that? While I cannot utilize chakra, it does not mean I cannot vanquish you. Hiroshi replied coldly. An Uchiha, attempting to flee, leaped into the air. However, in the blink of an eye, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. It was the Kusanagi sword. By manipulating the sword to shorten its length, Hiroshi gave it a slight shake, instantly cleansing it of blood. The number of elite Uchiha shinobi was dwindling. Losing 5 in one fell swoop left them unable to contend with Shursui and Itachi. Disgusted, Hiroshi glanced at the lifeless bodies before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in a mysterious room of the Uchiha clan, Shursui and Itachi stood silently at the doorway. As the door opened, they peered inside, where 2 elderly men sat at the main seat, surrounded by several Uchiha clan members. Itachi observed them, his Sharingan's tomo slowly rotating and connecting, transforming into a kaleidoscope. Simultaneously, Shursui's eyes displayed a peculiar pattern, distinct from Itachi's. His were the fabled eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thunder rumbled ominously, illuminating Shursui and Itachi's faces with flashes of lightning. The Uchiha clan felt the thunder that night was particularly loud, and the rain fell with unusual intensity. Yet by the next day, the sun shone brightly, as if the tempest of the previous night had merely washed away the dust from the sky. The heavens appeared exceptionally clear, and the air felt remarkably fresh. Uchiha Fugaku had spent the entire night in his room. The tea in his cup had long since cooled. Yet he remained motionless. It was not until the door swung open that Uchiha Mikoto entered, cradling a babbling Sasuke. Itachi just came by. He said he can help you manage clan affairs, so you needn't overexert yourself anymore. Fugaku turned to Mikoto, a flicker of melancholy crossing his stiff face. He stepped out of the door. Outside, the bustling clan members wore joyful smiles, a sight he had not witnessed in quite some time. Perhaps I am truly unfit to lead the Uchiha clan. Chapter 52. The ownership of public opinion. As the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. The Uchiha clan's crooked growth stemmed primarily from Konoha's unjust treatment of them. This root issue can be traced back to the second Hokage, who harbored dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha. Throughout his life, he developed jutsu specifically designed to counter the Sharingan, instilling an ingrained animosity toward the Uchiha. This mindset was also passed down to his disciples, such as Hiruzen and Danzo. Thus, since Hiruzen's ascension, the oppression of the Uchiha clan has been unceasing. Danzo, in particular, has been far more aggressive in his targeting of the Uchiha than the third Hokage. As circumstances evolved, Konoha's upper echelons exhibited little fundamental change in their attitude towards the Uchiha. If they wished for the Uchiha to coexist peacefully within Konoha, a shift in perspective was imperative. The first phase of this task was nearly accomplished, bolstered by the formidable interventions of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, which had eradicated the obstinate elements within the clan. What remained depended on Konoha's response. Should Konoha continue to treat the Uchiha in this manner, rebellion would inevitably arise, for the root of the problem lay within Konoha's leadership. At the root, Danzo was seething with rage. He had never anticipated that the foundation he had meticulously cultivated over decades would be dismantled in such a short span of time. He had expertly exploited the Uchiha's pride, successfully isolating them. In essence, he had severed the Uchiha clan's foundation. The moment the Uchiha drew the ire of the populace would be the moment of their demise. Yet, so little time had passed, and everything had shifted. The once proud Uchiha had lowered themselves to mingle with the common clans, rendering his years of effort futile. Manipulating public opinion had always been his forte. Through it, he could condemn anyone to death, much like the infamous Konoha White Fang. Public opinion was his most potent weapon against the Uchiha. But what was happening now? In just a few days, he had lost this advantageous tool, which infuriated him. What is Hiroshi Kamikawa doing every day? Danzo's cold voice echoed. Sir, Lord Hiroshi spends his days in the office, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Danzo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the continued reverence shown towards Hiroshi. However, Hiroshi's influence within Root was deeply entrenched, bolstered by a loyal following. Danzo contemplated eliminating these individuals, yet they were promising young talents. Removing them would likely send Root's strength plummeting back to square one. What is this newspaper you speak of? Danzo diverted the topic. It is the monthly commercial bulletin we receive, but Lord Hiroshi refers to it as a newspaper. He was intrigued by such trivialities. Danzo's eyes reflected confusion. The bulletin was merely a form of entertainment for ninjas, devoid of substantial content, mostly filled with advertisements. It was distributed weekly or sometimes monthly, serving merely to attract customers. Danzo had not anticipated Hiroshi would take an interest in such material. So he does nothing all day? Indeed, Lord Danzo. All tasks are performed by Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and the newly promoted Kuruma Kairi. Kuruma? The Kuruma clan? Yes, sir. How did they get entangled with Hiroshi Kamikawa? The Kuruma clan had once been a prestigious family in Konoha, adept at using Jinjutsu, initially able to stand toe-to-toe with the Uchiha clan. Their Jinjutsu was a form of bloodline limit, rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. The most notable technique was Kuruma Yagumo, which could manipulate reality through Jinjutsu, controlling a person's five senses. Even Yuhi Kurinai's Jinjutsu paled in comparison to Kuruma's. However, this clan possessed a critical flaw. Their physical constitution was lacking. Following the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, the Kuruma clan rapidly declined, losing their former glory, fading from the gaze of Konoha's upper echelons. The once prosperous clan now faced decline. Yet, survival necessitates sustenance. With the clan devoid of a single commendable jonin, entry into Konoha's higher ranks was unattainable. In desperation, their attention turned towards the Konoha police force, which was actively recruiting. Embracing a spirit of trial, Arima Sayun enlisted in the police department, and to her astonishment, she soon garnered the trust of Kamikawa Hiroshi. Due to her diligent nature as a woman, she was appointed as his secretary, a role akin to that of an advisor to the Hokage, though designated differently. Since Sayun's arrival, Kamikawa had found himself considerably more at ease, a testament to the advantages of having a capable secretary. At that moment, within the Konoha Police Department's building, in Kamikawa's office, Arima Sayun gracefully entered. Sir, all the individuals you wish to recruit have been gathered. They are all clever young people. However, I am curious as to why you refer to them as paparazzi? Setting aside his newspaper, Kamikawa turned his gaze towards her. It is a matter of nostalgia. The paparazzi is a legendary organization. A moment of reverie crossed his visage before he returned to the present. Nonetheless, you executed this task admirably. At his praise, a blush graced Sayun's cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. You appear much healthier today, Kamikawa remarked. Thanks to your wellness techniques, our family's physical condition has greatly improved. We are no longer the ailing shadows of our former selves. As long as it proves beneficial, that is what matters, Kamikawa sighed in relief. The Arima clan, once a prominent family, was a worthy ally, yet their physical constitution posed a significant challenge. With a spirit of experimentation, he had shared the wellness techniques with Sayun, not anticipating that even those like Kai, experts in physical arts, would struggle to master them, while the Arima clan thrived. Under the influence of these wellness techniques, Sayun's physical prowess had notably enhanced, rendering her akin to an ordinary individual. Following Kamikawa's endorsement, she disseminated the techniques within her family, leading to a remarkable improvement in their overall health within mere months. Consequently, several members of the Arima clan were able to join the Konoha police force, aligning themselves under Kamikawa's command. This was a form of allegiance. Henceforth, the Arima clan would unwaveringly follow Kamikawa. It remained uncertain whether it was the effect of the wellness techniques, but both Sayun and her sister, Arima Yayun, awakened their bloodline limits. Not only the two sisters, but several others from the Arima clan also exhibited signs of awakening, much to Kamikawa's unexpected delight. Sir, as per your instructions, we have acquired and established several newspapers, and I have arranged for your recruits to be placed within them. However, I am puzzled as to why you would invest heavily in these seemingly feudal newspapers. Sayun inquired once more. Feudal? Not at all. They serve a significant purpose. Not only will they generate revenue for us, but they will also become an unparalleled weapon in our arsenal. Kamikawa replied with a subtle smile. Noticing Sayun's confusion, he elaborated. Once the paparazzi are adequately trained, we shall let them operate freely, paying them according to the established rates for information. And the journalists? Do they cover the same content as the paparazzi? Sayun questioned. Journalists are a formal organization. They cannot be equated with the paparazzi. Sayun, inform Shursui and Itachi that from now on, journalists with credentials may freely enter any crime scenes or areas of sudden incidents they oversee. Understood, sir, she responded. Turning to leave, Kamikawa then turned his gaze towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, stroking his chin as he murmured, Danzo, you old coin, adept at manipulating public opinion. To counter you, I must disarm your weapon. This unparalleled instrument of influence shall henceforth belong to me. Chapter 53. I generally do not smile unless unable to restrain myself under Kamikawa's stewardship. Konoha's first truly significant newspaper was published. The initial month was complimentary, and naturally, it garnered immense popularity. Upon opening the paper, the villagers of Konoha were astonished to find content that starkly differed from the previous official reports. Journalists were dispatched to the front lines, documenting first-hand accounts from various scenes. Accidents, fires, trials, and arrests, all reported promptly. This sparked considerable interest among the populace. Subsequently, the sensational stories from the paparazzi further enhanced the newspaper's appeal. It featured not only celebrity updates and family feuds, but also intriguing anecdotes and bizarre cases. In a short span, the Konoha newspaper became a must-have leisure item for its residents. Merchants, recognizing the opportunity, eagerly invested substantial sums in advertisements, each vying for a spot. Indeed, it would be difficult not to profit. Kamikawa mused as he leisurely sipped tea in his office. Uchiha Shursui and Itachi were left utterly astounded by the newspaper's revenue. We simply cannot refuse this money. Failing to collect would prompt merchants to throw tantrums on the ground. They gazed at Kamikawa in sheer admiration. Sir, what shall we do next? Shursui inquired. Next, we must release some pertinent information regarding Danzo. Kamikawa chuckled softly. Today, Kakashi, having finished breakfast, stared vacantly out the window. He had become the captain of the Umbu, holding powers equivalent to that of a minister, though his reputation did not yet warrant an official title. In Konoha, aside from Kamikawa, anyone in that position would surely feel restless. Turning to a nearby desk, he noticed a familiar photograph quietly displayed. Gazing at the smiling face within the image, a flicker of anguish crossed Kakashi's eyes. Forgive me, father, only now do I comprehend your actions. I am sorry. The words of Obito echoed in his mind. A ninja who prioritizes missions over comrades is worthless. But a ninja who disregards the lives of their companions is even less than worthless. Alas, I learned this too late. After freshening up, he gently pushed open the door, which creaked softly. Youth, oh youth, it is the sound of running. The familiar sounds of exuberance faded into the distance. A smile crept onto Kakashi's lips as he opened the courtyard gate, catching a glimpse of a green figure disappearing from view. Turning towards the mailbox, he noticed the usual newspaper sticking out. It had become his routine to read the paper to stay informed about the happenings in Konoha. Opening it, he was immediately greeted by the headline. Hokage Building. Police Minister engages in verbal duel. Outnumbered, taxation powers inexorably seized. Kakashi shook his head, having personally witnessed the unfolding events. Several elders of Konoha were envious of the police department's tax benefits, uniting to pressure Kamikawa. Danzo, in particular, was the most agitated. Had it not been for the intervention of the Hokage, a confrontation between Kamikawa and Danzo would have ensued. Ultimately, Kamikawa reluctantly acquiesced. But the village was compelled to increase the funds allocated to the police force by 20%. An agreement was reached between both parties. Kakashi shook his head, recalling the sight of Shinagawa Koichi pinching Danzo's nostrils with one hand while the other tugged at Danzo's hair in a fit of rage, nearly bursting into laughter. Danzo's face had turned a ghastly shade of green in that moment. It was astonishing how, even without chakra, Minister Shinagawa's reflexes remained remarkably swift. Fortunately, the journalist who captured the moment was forcibly detained by the third Hokage, and the photographs were destroyed. Otherwise, the image of Shinagawa and Danzo in a brawl would have spread throughout the Land of Fire, indeed, across the entire ninja world. Of course, it would be nearly impossible to find another soul bold enough to confront Danzo in front of the Hokage and other esteemed figures. As Kakashi perused the newspaper, flipping to another page, his pupils constricted slightly. A name he was all too familiar with appeared in the headlines. Konoha Whitefang's suicide shrouded in mystery. Why did the legendary ninja, Konoha White Fang, take his own life? How could the comrade he saved turn against him months later? Was Konoha White Fang's demise voluntary or coerced? Kakashi meticulously read each word, his pupils trembling slightly. By the end, his expression turned to one of agitation. And in a fit of emotion, his Chidori crackled to life, reducing the paper to ashes. This can't be true. This cannot be real. Meanwhile, the same newspaper found its way into the hands of other prominent families. The head of the Hyuga clan gazed at the report, a look of dawning realization crossing his face, as if many lingering doubts from that time had finally found answers. Riku frowned at the article. Alas, the truth is like fire. It cannot be concealed forever. With his intellect, he could easily discern the peculiar circumstances surrounding Konoha Whitefang's death. Yet he had refrained from speaking out then, and even now, he opted for silence. The true power of this newspaper lay in its ability to manipulate public opinion. How naive I was to overlook this potent weapon, Riku mused. With the release of this paper, the atmosphere in Konoha turned ominous. According to its claims, all fingers pointed towards Danzo, the leader of the root. The motives and processes listed were exhaustively detailed, leaving Danzo at a loss for a rebuttal. In the depths of the root, Danzo seethed with fury, his face contorted in rage. Who did this? Sir, it appears the newspaper is managed by the Konoha police force. Shinagawa Koichi? Could it be him? No, that doesn't seem right. When Konoha Whitefang's incident occurred, wasn't Lord Koichi only 5 years old? Someone interjected. Danzo paused, realizing the truth. So many years had passed, and Shinagawa Koichi could not possibly be aware, having been just a child at the time. If not him, then who? Search every inch until I uncover the culprit. Danzo roared. Yes, sir. At that moment, the instigator, Shinagawa Koichi, wore a mischievous grin while reading the newspaper. Dare to encroach upon my tax revenues? I will not let this slide. Would they seal the newspaper office? I would welcome such an attempt. Shinagawa chuckled softly. Shirzue looked on, puzzled. If they proceed, it will only implicate him further. Ah, I see, Akamaru explained. Shirzue understood now. This is the power of public opinion. He was adept at manipulating it. Yet these were mere trifles compared to a serious campaign of influence. A second chapter awaits, detailing the saga between him and Orochimaru. Yes, that is indeed the title. Shirzue and the others stared wide-eyed at Shinagawa. What are you looking at me for? Don't be infatuated. I'm merely a legend, Shinagawa declared, narcissistically stroking his own cheek. Just then, a figure rushed in. Minister, Kakashi seeks an audience. Shinagawa was taken aback. That was rather swift. Let him in. Kakashi barged in, clutching a newspaper, pointing to the Konoha White Fang column. Tell me, who is the pure-hearted flower? Uft. Akamaru couldn't contain a laugh. As Kakashi turned his gaze, he quickly apologized. I'm usually not one to laugh, unless I can't help it. Ultimately, Kakashi left without uncovering the identity of the innocent flower, disappointment weighing on him. Yet a seed of curiosity had been planted. If he sought the truth, clarity would soon follow. Indeed, the next day, a ninja met an untimely demise. In the ninja world, death was a commonplace occurrence. However, the identity of this fallen ninja was particularly notable. He was the very one saved by Konoha White Fang, and he had stood to accuse him. Everyone assumed Kakashi was the perpetrator. Yet, Kakashi adamantly denied any involvement, complicating matters further. Given Kakashi's status in the Umbu, the investigation naturally fell upon Shinagawa Koichi. Kakashi was temporarily detained. A sly smile crept across Shinagawa's face as he turned to Shirzue and Itachi. Do you understand what needs to be done? Shirzue hesitated. Rest assured, I do not wish to frame anyone. Simply investigate the identity of the killer thoroughly. Shinagawa instructed. Shirzue nodded and departed. Watching Shirzue's retreating figure, Shinagawa shook his head. Shirzue was too naive, unfit for leadership among the Uchiha. His gaze shifted to Itachi. While Itachi possessed his own convictions, he was still too young and easily swayed. It seemed imperative to nurture their development. Yet upon reflection, perhaps Shirzue's innocence was precisely what the Uchiha needed in a leader. A cunning individual like the third would bring no benefit to their clan. His position was not solely within the Uchiha or the village, but rather in a space between both, observing if they could coexist. Casting aside such tangled thoughts, his primary objective was to dismantle Danzo. With him around, the Uchiha and the village could never harmonize. Concurrently, journalists swarmed the scene. The involvement of Kakashi and Konoha White Fang, both figures of considerable notoriety. Particularly Kakashi, the youngest Jonin, could not fail to attract attention. Consequently, journalists began to report on the unfolding events. Meanwhile, paparazzi launched their own inquiries, fabricating a myriad of stories, some based on scant evidence, to fill the pages of the newspaper. The entire village was captivated by the developments, eager to learn the true cause of Konoha White Fang's death. However, on the third day, an even more explosive revelation emerged. An attack had been launched against Shirzue's Konoha police force. The assailants wore masks and exhibited formidable strength, eluding capture. In Konoha, only one individual possessed such prowess. Aside from the Umbu, it could not be the Umbu, as Kakashi belonged to that group, and they would not act without the Hokage's orders. This incident became the headline story, accompanied by an illustration depicting part of a mask. The material and patterns of this mask seemed to be known only to those within the root division. Jishui said nothing, but his silence only served to validate this notion. After all, Danzo has harbored dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha clan for quite some time. It is only natural that Jishui would fear Danzo. Who would have thought Danzo could be so treacherous? A voice whispered from a tavern. Shu, keep your voice down, or they'll hear you. Came a warning from another. Ah, how magnificent was the Konoha White Fang. He achieved unparalleled glory, earning a portion of the Hokage's sleeve. Indeed, according to reliable sources, given the circumstances of that mission, preserving one's own personnel was the correct choice, yet he was unjustly vilified. Yes, he single-handedly thwarted the Sand Ninja's ambush and eliminated several of their prominent generals. His contributions cannot be understated. Yet, such a remarkable individual was driven to his demise. One cannot fathom the thoughts of the perpetrator. Do you think he could be a spy? Hush, you're being reckless. This is not a matter to be discussed lightly. It could cost lives. That individual must harbor ulterior motives. When the Nine Tails appeared, even the third Hokage was on the front lines, while the enemy seemed invisible. Indeed, your words ring true. Why did he not reveal himself? I heard he visited the Uchiha clan, seemingly with intentions detrimental to them. Does he wish for more chaos within Konoha? His intentions are nefarious. The current Konoha police force is no longer what it once was. Public perception has entirely shifted, and the Konoha police, representing the Uchiha, is now a threat to its own integrity. Such discussions were taking place in every corner of Konoha. Shin Chuanhao cast a cold smile towards the direction of Root. Danzo had made a grave error. This master of manipulating public opinion was oblivious to the fact that it is more crucial to guard against the mouths of the people than to shield against the rivers. He still intended to act against Jishui to conceal his own misdeeds. In retrospect, this situation had become a noose around his neck. The developments unfolded rapidly. All evidence pointed towards Danzo. Some even formally proposed to relieve him of his position as the Root Elder. At this juncture, the third Hokage finally recognized the gravity of the situation and took decisive action to suppress it. Although no one opposed the Hokage's intervention, the matter could not be quelled until the truth was unearthed. To soothe the sentiments of certain individuals, the third Hokage ordered a restriction of some of Root's powers and reassigned several Root ninjas. Shun Chuanhao swiftly took action, citing the lack of elite personnel in the police force as a pretext to absorb this contingent of Root ninjas. Among them was Yamato, who possessed would release. Much to Shun Chuanhao's delight, as he had personally overseen this group during his time in Root. They quickly became loyal members of Shun Chuanhao's faction. Just as Shun Chuanhao was poised to capitalize on this momentum to entirely dismantle Danzo's influence, the Cloud Ninjas suddenly arrived, proposing an alliance with Konoha. Upon receiving this news, Shun Chuanhao was momentarily taken aback and turned to Hinata Yemi beside him, inquiring, "Does your Hyuga clan have a young lady?" Hinata Yemi had recently joined the Konoha police force, or rather, was dispatched by the third Hokage as an undercover agent. Shun Chuanhao held no objections. Such maneuvering was standard practice for a Hokage. However, sending a Byakugan user raised his eyebrows. Was it necessary to report on his undergarments too? Hinata Yemi responded to Shun Chuanhao's query. Indeed, she is the legitimate daughter of Lord Hinata, named Hinata. Hinata, Hyuga Hinata, Shun Chuanhao affirmed. He was puzzled by why Hinata Yemi placed such emphasis on Hyuga Hinata. Is your clan planning to host a full moon banquet soon? Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You should soon receive an invitation, Hinata Yemi replied. Just then, Ji Shuei entered. Sir, the Hokage summons you. Shun Chuanhao narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared the Hokage intended to assign him the task of welcoming the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja's intentions were likely hostile, likely stemming from their previous grievances. In their view, Konoha had suffered significant losses. The fourth Hokage had perished, the Sannin had departed, and the Nine-Tails incident had decimated a substantial portion of their elite forces, rendering them unable to compete with the Cloud Ninja. They would certainly seek to assert their dominance over Konoha. Shun Chuanhao smirked coldly. Who will trample whom remains to be seen. Attempting to intimidate me with war is a grave miscalculation. While the fourth Hokage had indeed fallen, the losses from the Nine-Tails incident were not as dire as depicted in the original narrative. Moreover, during his time in Root, the influence of Root was not comparable to that in the original storyline. The Sannin may have left, but outside, there was still Rin, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, providing a significant deterrent. The Uchiha clan was also in dire need of a battlefield to solidify their position within Konoha and establish their foundation. Everything indicated that the Cloud Ninja's threats of war against Konoha were, in fact, a boon for Shun Chuanhao. Chapter 55, reinstated upon entering the Hokage's office. The third Hokage regarded Shun Chuanhao with a complex expression. Just as Shun Chuanhao had surmised, the Hokage had initially intended to utilize him as a pawn, believing the Uchiha clan would go to great lengths to eliminate him, providing a convenient pretext to eradicate the Uchiha. However, since Shun Chuanhao's induction into the police force, events had unfolded beyond the Hokage's control. Not only had Shun Chuanhao reformed the police force, but he had also successfully altered public opinion towards the Uchiha clan. He absorbed numerous ordinary ninjas into the Konoha police force, rapidly strengthening its ranks and generating revenue. Taxation and media revenue alone had created substantial wealth for Konoha. The Konoha police force achieved self-sufficiency, no longer reliant on the village. At this point, the police force had liberated itself from the constraints imposed by Konoha's higher echelons. The individuals the Hokage initially anticipated would act against Shun Chuanhao from within the Uchiha clan had vanished without a trace, and the Uchiha clan showed no signs of reaction. This could only imply two things. Either the number of Uchiha who disappeared was minimal, or Shun Chuanhao's actions were swift enough to prevent any response. Could such feats be accomplished by someone deemed a mere waste? How could a so-called failure achieve such success? How could he compel Danzo into a corner? The third Hokage found himself unable to fathom the depths of Shun Chuanhao's capabilities. Fortunately, he remained steadfast in his allegiance, even if the worst were to occur. The position of Hokage would still be retained within the Hokage's lineage. This was precisely why he decided to reinstate Shun Chuanhao. It was not out of a desire to preserve talent, but rather because he realized he had no suitable successors. The Sannin had departed. Kakashi was too inexperienced compared to Shun Chuanhao, and Danzo was excessively selfish and radical. After much contemplation, the third Hokage concluded that no one was more suited for the position of Hokage than Shun Chuanhao. Shun Chuanhao's influence had solidified. He had no alternative. For Shun Chuanhao was indeed the only choice. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. Shun Chuanhao waved his hand before the third Hokage, who seemed lost in thought upon seeing him. As the third Hokage reflected, he found himself momentarily entranced by the presence of Shinagawa Hiroshi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his predecessor, the second Hokage. This sentiment was shared not only by him, but also by the young Kashin Haru and Mito Gate Inn, who stood in a state of mild reverie. Shinagawa Hiroshi. having occupied a position of power for an extended period, unknowingly exuded an air of authority. Coupled with his subtly similar appearance to the second Hokage, the trio found themselves perceiving echoes of the past in Shinagawa Hiroshi. You have likely surmised the purpose of your summons, the third Hokage began. Is it concerning the alliance with the Cloud Village? Shinagawa Hiroshi inquired. The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with approval. Indeed, I entrust this matter to your complete discretion. Shinagawa Hiroshi, however, did not immediately acquiesce, instead probing. What do you mean by complete discretion? Concerning any occurrences following the arrival of the Cloud Village, the third Hokage clarified. A smirk graced Shinagawa Hiroshi's lips. Very well, I shall remember your words, and I trust that you will not falter when the time comes, esteemed Hokage. The third Hokage, taken aback, pondered, falter? It is merely a negotiation. How could one falter in such a context? This is not a battle. How many personnel can I expect from you? Esteemed Hokage? Shinagawa Hiroshi queried. How many do you desire? Came the response. Negotiations, after all, benefit from a larger presence to convey gravitas, Shinagawa Hiroshi remarked. The third Hokage regarded him with suspicion. Very well, aside from the Umbu, you may allocate personnel as you see fit, but only for the duration of negotiations and strictly for matters pertaining to them. Thank you, esteemed Hokage, Shinagawa Hiroshi replied before departing. As he observed Shinagawa Hiroshi's retreating figure, the third Hokage contemplated, why did Shinagawa Hiroshi, who once boldly ventured to negotiate with the Cloud Village in the Land of Rain, now appear so circumspect in our domain? Perhaps it is related to his diminished strength. Once a prodigy, he has now become somewhat of a shadow of his former self, which must weigh heavily on his heart. Midogate interjected, it appears this is not the case. He does not seem fearful. Rather, he exudes a sense of eagerness. In the third Hokage's mind, Shinagawa Hiroshi had transformed into a great gray wolf, while the Cloud Village delegates became a plump white rabbit. The anticipation Shinagawa Hiroshi felt for the negotiations resembled that of a wolf yearning to pounce upon a delectable rabbit. The third Hokage shook his head, dismissing the unsavory imagery. What arrangements will Sarutobi make for him? Kashin Haru mused. I share your concerns. With his cunning and guile, he could easily ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet he lacks the necessary strength. A Hokage unable to wield chakra would surely become the subject of ridicule among other ninja villages, and might even become a target for assassination. Midogate added. However, this is not a decisive factor. If his personal strength is lacking, we shall bolster his protection. If a Hokage can be easily assassinated, then our existence in Konoha becomes futile, Kashin Haru asserted. Haruka, you seem to have quite a favorable view of him. The third Hokage noted. Perhaps. I see in him a reflection of the second Hokage, both equally defiant, both possessing unwavering confidence. It seems that under his guidance, unexpected successes are always within reach, Kashin Haru replied. The third Hokage and Midogate fell silent. The memory of the second Hokage's demise casting a lasting shadow over their hearts. Meanwhile, Shinagawa Hiroshi returned to the Konoha police headquarters, invigorated. His spirits lifted further upon viewing the tax revenue reports on his desk. Logistics have always been the backbone of warfare. While Konoha might have been cautious in the past, now even the tax revenue alone could finance a military campaign. With soldiers, supplies, and manpower at their disposal, any sacrifice of lives in exchange for a hollow peace would be a disgrace to all of Konoha. Is Kakashi free now? He inquired of his assistant. Yes, Minister, came the reply. Excellent. Inform him to report to me tomorrow, and also summon Shursui and Itachi to meet with me. Kakashi has just been released. He is not yet considered part of the Umbu, so I doubt the third will object. In the afternoon, as Hinata Yemi had predicted, the Hyuga clan delivered an invitation, coinciding with the arrival of the Cloud Village delegation. Shinagawa Hiroshi chuckled softly, recognizing their timing was certainly calculated. Shursui, what do you think accounts for their punctuality? He asked, a smile lingering on his lips. Shursui pondered, lost in thought, yet remained silent. Minister, are you suggesting that we have spies from the Cloud Village within Konoha? Itachi suddenly interjected. Shinagawa Hiroshi turned an appreciative gaze towards Itachi. Indeed, for this negotiation, you shall not accompany me. Instead, team up with Yemi to uncover this traitor. Both Itachi and Yemi nodded in agreement. Shinagawa Hiroshi then addressed Shursui, saying, your greatest flaw is your naivete. You perceive all people and matters with undue kindness. While this is acceptable for an ordinary person, it renders you inadequate as a ninja. It was precisely your innocence that left you vulnerable to Danzo's machinations. Had you unleashed your full power then, you would have matched Danzo's strength, yet you nearly fell victim to him due to your naivety. Observing Shirsue's stunned expression, Shinagawa Hiroshi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Join me for this negotiation. Witness the true nature of the ninja world. Observe how those who smiled warmly at you in the morning can reveal their venomous fangs by nightfall. Chapter 56. The Hinata Incident at last. The representatives from the Cloud Village arrived. Shinagawa Hiroshi had positioned himself outside the gates of Konoha, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As the noon hour approached, however, no sign of the Cloud delegation appeared. Frustration began to brew among the assembled onlookers. Isn't the Cloud Village being rather presumptuous? One grumbled. Indeed. How dare they keep our minister waiting for so long? Their arrogance is palpable. Another echoed. Strange, considering the minister's temperament. Why is he so composed? Someone else remarked. Shinagawa Hiroshi, lifting his gaze slightly, retorted, Is it not your own inadequacy that has led to this? If each of you were a powerhouse of strength, they would not dare to humiliate me so brazenly. Hearing his words, the gathered Konoha ninjas hung their heads in shame. It dawned on them that their minister had endured such indignities for their sake, a humiliation they would carry for a lifetime. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They could not meet Shinagawa Hiroshi's gaze. He had sacrificed so much for Konoha, battling the Nine Tails, standing against the Cloud Village, and risking his life as an undercover agent in the Land of Rain. Yet now, due to unforeseen circumstances, he found himself diminished in strength. It was their duty to protect their minister, yet their inadequacies had allowed him to bear such disgrace. Shinagawa Hiroshi, unaware of the impact of his words, smiled and dismissed the matter. Little did he know that this very statement would resonate in the future, as Konoha nearly launched an assault on the Land of Lightning, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Finally, the Cloud Village representatives made their way towards Konoha. 8 individuals approached, none of whom Shinagawa Hiroshi recognized, indicating that these were not key members of the Cloud Village. It was evident that the Cloud Village held Konoha in low regard, as evidenced by the disdain evident in the leaders' eyes when they regarded the gathered ninjas. The individuals from the hidden Cloud Village cast fierce glares at the tardy arrivals from the hidden Leaf Village, unfazed by these scrutinizing gazes. The Cloud Shinobi regarded the Leaf Village as nothing more than a paper tiger, merely posturing without true strength. Ah, the esteemed envoy has finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence, exclaimed Kamikawa Hiro, stepping forward with enthusiasm. The Cloud Shinobi looked at him with disdain. You are Kamikawa Hiro? The Leaf villagers seethed with anger at the lack of honorifics in the Cloud Shinobi's address. Indeed, I am. May I ask how to address your esteemed self? I am Damas, the leader of this alliance. Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Damas. Please, allow me to guide your party through the gates of the Leaf Village. The sight of Kamikawa's subservient demeanor filled the Leaf villagers with despair, some trembling with rage. The negotiations that followed echoed this dynamic, with the Cloud Shinobi adopting an almost condescending tone in their discussions with Kamikawa. They spoke of the benefits that the Leaf Village would receive from an alliance, benefits that were essentially gifts bestowed by the Cloud Shinobi, who expected the Leaf to pay their dues in return, namely, an annual tribute of 200 million ryo in exchange for the Cloud's protection. Kamikawa refrained from outright rejection, instead opting for a protracted bargaining process, further reinforcing the Cloud Shinobi's perception of the Leaf Village as weak and floundering. I have heard that the Hyuga clan is hosting a full moon banquet. I wonder if we might be permitted to attend? Damas suddenly inquired after the meeting. Of course. That would be our honor. Someone, please inform the Hyuga clan leader that we have esteemed guests from the Cloud Village. Kamikawa replied eagerly. Damas nodded in satisfaction. And as he departed through the gates, Kamikawa could not suppress a cold smile. They were clearly after the Byakugan. Meanwhile, news of this exchange reached the third Hokage and his advisors, who were puzzled by the Cloud's request to participate in the Hyuga banquet. An uneasy feeling settled within them, though they could not pinpoint the source of their discomfort. Nevertheless, they fully supported Kamikawa's conciliatory approach to the Cloud Shinobi, as they were inclined to form an alliance, understanding that some sacrifices might be necessary. However, this scene was not lost on the reporters, who captured Kamikawa's subservient posture and the Cloud Shinobi's arrogance, complete with images for the front page. Among the headlines was a quote from Kamikawa, "Isn't it because you lack strength? If each of you were a shadow-level expert, they would not dare to insult me so. That very day, the paper circulated throughout the Leaf Village, and by the following day, it had spread across the entire Land of Fire. Witnessing their hero being so belittled, the shinobi of the Leaf Village were consumed with shame. Some wept bitterly, denouncing the Cloud Shinobi for their audacity. Even ordinary citizens struggled to reconcile the image of their amiable, bridge-building police chief being treated in such a manner. A wave of indignation swept through the Leaf Village, quietly spreading to every corner of the Land of Fire. On the third night of negotiations, a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan's compound. The clan was eerily quiet, as the aristocratic members adhered to a strict schedule and had retired early. The only exception was Hyuga Hizashi, who silently observed his stumbling nephew, Hyuga Niji. The main family sought to impose restrictions on Niji's freedom, but the clan head, out of affection, had postponed the decision. However, it was inevitable. Suddenly, a faint noise from outside captured Hizashi's attention. Cautiously, he stepped out of his room. Though his Byakugan was not activated, his vision surpassed that of ordinary men. He clearly saw a figure fleeing, closely pursued by his brother, Hyuga Hayashi. Not good, Hizashi exclaimed as he leaped into action. The Hyuga clan was soon roused, with numerous clan members rushing out of their rooms, yet they found nothing amiss. Hizashi eventually caught up with Hayashi, who was cradling the newborn Hinata. Surrounding them were several masked figures. Without hesitation, Hizashi launched his attack. 8 trigrams, air palm. One assailant was sent flying through the air. In response, Hayashi also struck back fiercely. Both Hizashi and Hayashi were elite Jonin-level experts, and together they swiftly dispatched the surrounding attackers. Just then, reinforcements arrived, including members of the Leaf Police Force. Kamikawa strode forward and, upon seeing Hayashi holding Hinata, exclaimed loudly, "How dare someone plot against our Byakugan?" His voice resonated, attracting the attention of nearby reporters. Who is so audacious? Shirzue. Shirzue immediately stepped forward and pulled back the masks of the black-clad figures. Upon seeing their faces, his pupils dilated in shock. Envoys from the Cloud Village. An uproar erupted among the bystanders. Their negotiations had been a ruse, with the true intention being the theft of the Byakugan. Such insolence towards the Leaf Village was intolerable. Did they truly believe the Leaf had no capable defenders? By the time the third Hokage and his advisors hastily arrived, it was too late. The news had already spread. The following day's newspapers ignited public outrage. The repeated humiliations inflicted by the Cloud Village left the Leaf villagers at a loss for how to respond. Despite the Hokage's efforts to contain the situation, could it truly be suppressed? As word leaked from the Land of Lightning, demanding that the Leaf Village surrender the perpetrators. The pent-up frustrations of the Leaf villagers erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Chapter 57. If you wish for war, then let it be war. The third Hokage and his advisors wore grim expressions. They were unwilling to instigate conflict, even contemplating the swift resolution of the matter by offering up Hayashi. Kamikawa smirked, having anticipated this very maneuver. If I had not prepared for this, all my efforts would have been rendered a farce. Hokage-sama, the time has come when the situation has become dire. Turning against our own at this juncture would be unwise. But failing to quell the anger of the Cloud Shinobi could trigger war. Have you considered the consequences? The third Hokage retorted. They stood in the hall of the Hyuga clan, where the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The Hyuga clan felt no courage to resist before the Hokage. I will take my brother's place. We bear a striking resemblance. Let me die in his stead. Hizashi stepped forward. The third Hokage's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Humph. Kamikawa scoffed, gazing at Hizashi. Whether you live or die is your concern. The fate of the Hyuga clan is not my burden. However, the decision to engage in battle is not ours to make. As he pushed open the door, the clamor of public outrage surged. Hokage-sama, do you dare to make your decision public? Kamikawa inquired. The third Hokage's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. We can handle this privately. Is that so? It is too late. Hokage-sama, you previously stated that this alliance would be handled without reservation. At this moment, Kakashi and his companions should have already arrived at the border of the Land of Thunder. The third Hokage swayed slightly upon hearing this. Outside, an envoy from the Cloud Village approached with an air of arrogance, looking down upon the third Hokage and his entourage, demanding results and expressing their impatience, stating that their time was precious and should not be wasted here. Shinkawa Hiro, with a light chuckle, stepped forward and said, "Results, you say? Humph. If you refuse to comply, We will not hesitate to engage in battle. We have amassed a formidable force at the border. You ought to understand the consequences." He added, "The consequence is your demise." With that, he swiftly seized the envoy by the throat and, with a sharp twist, snapped his neck. The remaining Cloud Ninja were taken aback. But before they could gather their wits, the Konoha police force acted decisively, eliminating them on the spot with precision and efficiency. The vast war machine of Konoha began to mobilize. Countless citizens contributed supplies to support the frontline troops, and immense military forces began to assemble. A grand procession departed from Konoha village, marking the largest military mobilization Konoha had ever initiated. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, as such a large-scale movement sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. All the ninja villages turned their gaze toward this unfolding event. Upon witnessing the assembled might of Konoha, many gasped in astonishment. "Has the Land of Thunder stirred a hornet's nest?" Someone remarked. "Does the foolishness of the Land of Thunder truly believe Konoha can be easily bullied? The Cloud Ninja are courting death." This incident quickly spread through the Land of Fire via newspapers, exposing the entire sequence of events to the light of day. The despicable actions of the Cloud Ninja were intolerable not only to the Land of Fire, but also to the Land of Wind, which offered support to Konoha. Simultaneously, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, filled with fury, mobilized the entire nation for this impending war. What does national mobilization entail? In addition to the ninja forces, there are over 1 million soldiers and warriors, not counting additional reinforcements. The Land of Thunder was left dumbfounded. How could they possibly compare their national strength to that of the Land of Fire? The daimyo of the Land of Thunder promptly dispatched a stern secret missive to the Cloud Ninja, forbidding any escalation of hostilities and even withholding financial allocations to the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, Kakashi, leading a large contingent of ninjas, launched a surprise attack on the Cloud Ninja gathered at the border, with Uchiha Fugaku prominently in tow, alongside the Inuzuka clan, the Moonlight clan, and numerous elite members extracted from Danzo's rude organization. The Cloud Ninja had grossly underestimated both the quantity and quality of Konoha's forces. As this contingent of Cloud Ninja was systematically eliminated, the Fourth Raikage finally realized the Land of Fire was indeed prepared for war. His earlier assessments of Konoha had been entirely misguided. He had inadvertently brought calamity upon himself. Due to the relationship with the Rock Ninja, the commotion in the Land of Fire had drawn the attention of the Land of Earth, which began to quietly gather forces, poised to launch an assault on the Land of Thunder. This infuriates me. It infuriates me. The Fourth Raikage, AI, smashed everything in sight. He had intended to solidify his position by stepping on Konoha's shoulders, but now it all seemed lost. He was uncertain how his opposition would exploit this situation. "My lord, we cannot afford to engage in this war." A beautiful woman interjected. "No, we must fight. Send Killer Bee to the front lines." "My lord, we have received word that Tsunade from Konoha has already reached the front lines, accompanied by the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails." The mention of the Jinchuriki was akin to a nuclear bomb. If they possessed one, surely they would have one too. "More importantly, my lord, Uchiha clan members are also at the front." This message was conveyed at the peril of our own men. The Raikage's pupils constricted slightly. The secret of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan's ability to control tailed beasts was no longer a mystery among the elite of the ninja world. Deploying the Eight Tails to the battlefield could either be a blessing or a curse. If the Eight Tails fell under the control of the Uchiha, this conflict could devolve into a war of annihilation. Could the Raikage afford to take such a gamble? Even if he could the entirety of the Land of Thunder bear that risk? Their actions had already marked them with disgrace from the very beginning, losing the support of the people. Can a war waged without popular backing ever be won? The logistics of war have always been paramount. With these thoughts, the Raikage slumped back into his seat, experiencing once more the bitter taste of failure. This humiliation surpassed even that of the last encounter with Darui. Shinkawa Hero, it is you again. You infuriate me." The Raikage nearly coughed up blood in his fury. At this moment, Shinkawa Hero lay comfortably in the office of the Konoha police headquarters. Kurumo Ayun, by his side, poured him a cup of tea. "My lord, are you not concerned that the Raikage might take matters into his own hands?" Ayun inquired. "That possibility cannot be dismissed. But I must admit, I am rather hoping he does." "My lord, you are not one to relish war, are you?" "Who says this is about war? I am merely suggesting that if the Raikage comes, they should prepare to appoint the Fifth Raikage." Ayun seemed puzzled. "Does the Raikage not know about Itachi and Shursui unlocking their Manjikyu Sharingan?" Aya nodded. And does he remain unaware that Jiraiya has also reached the border in pursuit of Lady Tsunade? Furthermore, does he know that Uchiha Fugaku has activated his Manjikyu? 5 powerful figures among the Kage. Ayun gasped in astonishment. Thus, this battle would not come to pass, for the initiative had never rested with the Land of Thunder, but rather with our Land of Fire. Shinkawa Hiro chuckled softly. As the foremost ninja village, Konoha must possess a certain level of strength. In the original narrative, it was due to the third Hokage's compromises and erroneous choices that they lost Shisui, Hayashi, Fugaku, and Itachi, which indirectly led to Tsunade and Jiraiya's complete disillusionment with Konoha's affairs. This rendered Konoha vulnerable, plunging it into a phase of talent scarcity. Now that he, Shinkawa Hiro, was here, he would ensure that the third Hokage would not tread the same path. With those individuals still alive, which ninja village would dare to face the wrath of Konoha alone? It is indeed a pity that the Raikage miscalculated from the very beginning. Chapter 58. Upon my return, I shall have a word with him. The outcome of this war unfolded as Shinkawa Hiro had anticipated, a thunderous roar with minimal rainfall. The Land of Thunder opted for compromise, willing to apologize for its actions against Konoha and offer compensation. As a result, the Cloud Ninja gained nothing from this incident. In fact, they suffered the loss of over 100 of their own, including several elite jonin, an undeniably heavy toll. Conversely, the Land of Fire not only reclaimed its losses from the Land of Thunder, but also received substantial reparations. It is no wonder some individuals find war appealing, for the profits are far too easy to acquire. It is said that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was grinning so widely that his eyes nearly disappeared. Among the 5 great nations, he seemed to be the most carefree of all the daimyos. On a secluded path at the border, Tsunade was venting her frustration. What was Shinkawa Hiro thinking, making me wander around here only to return? What is there to see in this godforsaken place, devoid of any decent scenery? Shizune and Rin closely followed behind Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, we won't be at a loss. After this brief detour, we will have earned 1,000,000 ryo, Shizune remarked. Humph. Were it not for the lure of wealth, I would not be at the beck and call of that boy. It infuriates me, and just wait until I confront him. Tsunade seethed. How could she be unaware of Shinkawa Hiroshi's intentions? He merely sought to leverage her influence to intimidate the Cloud Ninjas. Not only her, but Rin was also ensnared in his scheme. After all, Rin was now the host of the Three Tails. She herself couldn't fathom why she had come here. Upon hearing rumors of an impending conflict between Konoha and the Cloud, was it for Konoha? No, it was for the money, Tsunade reasoned. Suddenly, Tsunade halted, her keen eyes scanning the dense forests on either side. This desolate wilderness, with towering trees and overgrown grass due to years of neglect, appeared increasingly forlorn as the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue through the leaves. Come out, you sneak, Tsunade called out. In response, Shizune and Rin promptly positioned themselves protectively in front of Tsunade, casting wary glances around. Haha, truly, Lady Tsunade, nothing escapes your gaze. A figure clad in black materialized before her, exuding an overwhelming scent of blood, a short blade strapped to his back. Who are you? Tsunade demanded coldly. Who I am is of little consequence. I have come to take the Three Tails. The black-clad figure lunged towards Rin with blinding speed, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Rin's pupils constricted, fixated on the hand reaching out towards her. Unbridled audacity, attempting to seize someone in my presence. Tsunade's fury ignited. In an instant, she teleported before Rin, unleashing a powerful punch at the assailant. At that moment, the figure seemed to anticipate her move, hurling a water pouch. The pouch burst with a resounding boom, and Tsunade's punch struck him, sending him staggering backward, a foul liquid spraying into the air. Tsunade swiftly retreated, but in her haste to protect Rin and Shizune, she was a fraction too late. The liquid splattered across her fair cheek, a familiar metallic scent invading her nostrils. Tsunade's pupils widened in horror as she touched her face, the crimson hue staining her palm. Trembling, she was overtaken by an unspeakable dread. Blood, blood, this is blood. Lady Tsunade, Shizune cried, positioning herself in front of Tsunade. Rin, take Lady Tsunade and flee, quickly, Shizune shouted. You think you can escape? Too late. The black-clad figure laughed maniacally. I never expected one of the legendary 3, Tsunade Senju, to be squeamish about blood. Ha! He brandished his short blade, charging at Shizune with astonishing speed. Shizune's face contorted with terror. It was too fast. She barely managed to parry the first strike, but the second blade plunged toward her chest. The disparity in their abilities was insurmountable, and she could not evade. A sickening thud echoed. Tsunade's body jolted, her gaze snapping to Shizune, where blood was blossoming. Shizune, Shizune. Tsunade's heart shattered. The one who had always been by her side. The one who cared for her, the one who wandered for her sake, was now slowly collapsing before her eyes. The blood seeping from Shizune's chest was a stark reminder of the grim reality. Rin dashed forward. Lady Tsunade, you must escape. Rin roared, seemingly ready to unleash the three tails within her. No, don't. You'll die? Tsunade screamed silently, unable to voice her plea as she watched Rin charge defiantly at the assailant. Another sickening thud resounded as blood flowed from Rin's neck. Ah! Tsunade howled, clutching her head, her trembling form gradually stilling. She slowly lifted her head, an aura of power emanating from her, characteristic of one at the level of a Hokage. You shall perish. Tsunade's voice, now frigid, echoed. The black-clad figure dropped Rin's lifeless body, his attention drawn to Tsunade's transformed presence. You're not squeamish anymore? When you meet death? Asked the Grim Reaper. Tsunade's voice was devoid of warmth. With the ground trembling beneath her, she surged toward the assailant. His eyes widened in shock, barely managing to raise his blade for defense. The clash was thunderous, the blade shattering upon impact, sending the figure hurtling away. Coughing, the figure expelled a mouthful of blood as his mask slipped, revealing his face. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Kakashi? She uttered. Kakashi, weak and breathless, managed a faint smile in response. Though not at his peak, he faced one of the legendary three, and the gap in their strengths was evident. Why have you done this? Tsunade's gaze bore into Kakashi. I was merely following the orders of Director Shinkawa Hiroshi. Kakashi responded. Shinkawa Hiroshi? Why? Tsunade grasped her chest, anguish flooding her expression. He wishes for you to return to Konoha. Why did you harm Shizune? Tsunade's fury ignited as chakra surged within her. Kakashi, terrified, waved his hands defensively. I did not harm Shizune. I merely hypnotized her. Rin was also hypnotized by my Sharingan. He hastily clarified, fearing for his life. Tsunade quickly moved to Shizune's side, checking her pulse, which was strong and rhythmic. She was merely asleep. Examining Shizune's chest, she found no wound. Only a tear in her clothing where a water pouch had been inserted. The blood was seeping from it. The same went for Rin, whose neck bore a similar pouch. Rising, Tsunade regarded Kakashi with a chilling smile. Now, tell me the rationale behind this. Director Shinkawa insisted on this approach, claiming it was the only way to cure your blood phobia. Kakashi responded without hesitation. So, he has been plotting against me since he directed my journey north? Tsunade's smile darkened. Kakashi shivered. Yes, Lady Tsunade, it was all Shinkawa Hiroshi's idea. I was merely following orders. He divulged everything. Tsunade's laughter was cold. Very well. He wishes for me to return to Konoha? Fine, I shall return and have a word with him. Her teeth clenched in fury. Kakashi awkwardly chuckled, silently mourning for Shinkawa Hiroshi, realizing that Tsunade's wrath was not something to be trifled with. Chapter 59. When it's time to flee, one must flee. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage sat in silence within his office, flanked by others such as Tenzin and Mito. Sai, do you think I am getting old? Tenzin remained silent, aware of the implications behind the third's words. It was clear that this mission would result in the sacrifice of Hayashi. Yet, such an outcome would only sow discord within the Hyuga clan towards the village. In the past, they feared the Hyuga clan's rise, but that was a long time ago. Now, with Kamikawa Hero firmly established in the Konoha police force, everything has changed. A significant number of Hyuga members have joined the ranks of the police, forming a remarkable equilibrium alongside the Uchiha and the commoners. Kamikawa Hero, with his ingenious ideas, has successfully intertwined these three factions into a single cohesive unit. Neither the Hyuga nor the Uchiha pose a threat anymore, as they have become integrated with the village. This approach starkly contrasts with that of the second Hokage. Yet it emerges as the most effective method they have discovered thus far. Their attitude towards the Mist Ninja reflects a generational divergence in ideology. Nevertheless, Kamikawa Hero has once again proven that their perspective is indeed the correct one. No compromise, only courtesy and decorum. This encapsulates the essence of what governance should represent in the hearts of the populace. I shall not bully you, but should you dare to bully me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. The stark contrast between the new generation and their predecessors is vividly displayed, prompting a sigh from the third Hokage. What is Danzo doing? The third inquired. I'm not sure. He hasn't shown his face in quite some time, replied Tenzin Koharu. Currently, Danzo has become like a rat scurrying across the street. The incidents involving Konoha's White Fang and his dealings with Orochimaru have become weapons against him. Typically adept at manipulating public opinion, he has suffered a resounding defeat this time. The recent alliance with the Cloud Ninja has inadvertently provided Danzo with a distraction, diverting the public's attention away from him. However, this does not imply that anyone will forget these matters. For instance, Kakashi is unlikely to let this slide. Leading a successful campaign, Kakashi has amassed considerable political capital, and upon his return, he will firmly secure his position as the head of the Umbu, standing at parity with Danzo. Will Kakashi relinquish his pursuit of the truth? The impending conflict between him and Danzo is palpable, with the only missing element being crucial evidence, merely an excuse. The dilemma facing the third Hokage is particularly challenging. On one side stands a comrade, while on the other, a legitimate descendant of the Hokage. Their incompetence may be forgivable, but at this moment, the third is unwilling to lose either. He even contemplates nurturing Kakashi for the role of Hokage, envisioning a perfect partnership where Kamikawa Hiro stabilizes the rear. However, he quickly dismisses this thought. Hiro's power is so vast that if he were not to become Hokage in the future, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Perhaps we should consider forcing Danzo's retirement, Tenzin Koharu suggested suddenly. Mito gaped and did not oppose this. It might indeed be a viable solution. The third took a deep breath, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Meanwhile, Kamikawa Hiro, the embodiment of unparalleled influence, was frantically packing his belongings. What was he preparing for? Naturally, he was making a hasty retreat. He never anticipated that Kakashi would so thoroughly betray him. Tsunade was already on her way back, and he felt an overwhelming psychological burden at the thought of her. She was the formidable woman who dared to rummage through his belongings. If not now, then when would he escape? Don't worry, I am merely going outside to evade the storm. Once Tsunade's temper has cooled, I shall return, he assured, perspiring profusely as he hurriedly packed. What will happen to the police force if you leave? Asked Hikari. I have already made arrangements. After all, I merely sip tea and sleep here. My absence will not change much, Kamikawa Hiro retorted, tying the package securely to himself. And where are you off to? I'm off to explore the world. I intend to seek out Jiraiya. Haha, he replied. However, there was one matter Kamikawa Hiro had not disclosed to Hikari. He had noticed Danzo's unusual silence. Such tranquility often heralds mischief, prompting him to secretly investigate Danzo's whereabouts. To his surprise, he discovered that the old codger had left Konoha, destination unknown. But his inquiry suggested he had likely ventured to the land of demons, or possibly to find Orochimaru. There must be a conspiracy at play, and he intended to uncover what schemes Danzo had been concocting. Under the cover of night, Kamikawa Hiro stealthily exited the gates of Konoha, unnoticed by the two guards. Should we inform the Hokage? One guard pondered, scratching his head. Inform him of what? I saw nothing. Wait, did I doze off just now? What did you say you didn't see? Good grief, you shameless fool. It was not until 3 days later that the third Hokage learned of Kamikawa Hiro's hasty departure to evade Tsunade. The third felt a sense of disarray. What will happen to the police force now that he is gone? He exclaimed. Don't worry about that, Sarutobi, given his intelligence. Do you truly think he would leave without a plan? Tenzin Koharu reassured him. Indeed. Soon, a jointly signed report landed on the third's desk, authored by Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Hanabi, and Kuruma Saiyan, representing the three factions of Uchiha, Hyuga, and commoners. A division of powers, how intriguing, the third remarked. Setting aside the document, he continued. His willingness to leave to avoid Tsunade shows just how firmly she has him in her grasp. The third's mood lightened, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to diminish. Tenzin Koharu and Mito Gate and also speculated about a possibility. If Tsunade were to become Hokage, it might indeed be more fitting, considering Kamikawa Hiro's youth. Tsunade had saved that boy twice. It was unclear what she had done to him, as he appeared to flee from her like a mouse from a cat. Little did the third know that it was not Tsunade who had done something to him, but rather what he had done to her. Without fleeing, he would likely find himself with broken legs. After distancing himself from Konoha, Kamikawa Hiro finally exhaled a sigh of relief. 3 days later, he found himself near the land of grass. 3 steamed buns, please. He called out to a vendor. Coming right up, 3 steamed buns. The vendor replied cheerfully, wrapping the buns and handing them to Kamikawa Hiro. As he took a bite, he exclaimed, "Delicious." "Of course. My buns are renowned for their exquisite taste." The jovial vendor beamed. Kamiyawa Hiro, weary from his journey and uncertain of how long he would remain away, endeavored to conserve his funds. At first glance, he resembled a refugee, squatting in front of the vendor's stall as he devoured his buns. Observing Kamikawa Hiro's pitiful demeanor, the vendor shook his head. There were far too many refugees in this world. "You're one of the displaced, aren't you?" the vendor inquired. Kamiyawa Hiro paused, slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" He gazed at the vendor in surprise, pondering how this man could discern that he had fled not merely from Tsunade, but as a refugee. "Look at your tattered clothes and your unwashed face for days. What else could you be?" The vendor replied, bemused. Kamiyawa Hiro suddenly understood. A young man, eager for a path forward, was advised to seek employment with a noble's servant who was recruiting staff, rumored to offer generous compensation. Shinkawa Hiro, scratching his head, responded, "All right. Thank you. Nobles, what are they like in this world?" His curiosity piqued. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Encounter with Kaku as Shinkawa Hiro munched on a bun. He followed the direction indicated by the bun vendor. Upon arrival, he spotted a slender young man with glasses, seated at a table, resting his chin on his hand and gazing into the distance. A subtle melancholy shadowed his lean face. Beside him stood a sign announcing the recruitment of guards, boasting attractive benefits for ordinary individuals. It appeared to be a long-term recruitment, with prospects of continued employment and even the potential for enhanced remuneration upon task completion. Such favorable conditions should attract a multitude of applicants, yet curiously, no one approached him. Intrigued, Shinkawa Hiro approached the slender young man. The young man, lost in thought, suddenly noticed Shinkawa's interest in the recruitment notice and his face brightened with excitement. "Are you here to apply? The pay is excellent, double that of a standard guard," he exclaimed. "Indeed, the compensation is quite appealing." Shinkawa Hiro nodded in agreement. "However, one must consider the risks involved," interjected a stout middle-aged man nearby. "Is there an issue here?" Shinkawa Hiro inquired, directing his gaze at the stout man. "They're heading to the land of demons, and as far as I know, that route is rife with bandits, and some are even ninjas. You might not survive the journey," the stout man warned. "What good is money if you're dead before you get there?" "Is that so?" Shinkawa Hiro turned back to the slender young man, who displayed a look of indignation. "So what if it is?" It seemed the stout man's words held some truth. "Why not hire a ninja for protection?" Shinkawa Hiro pondered aloud. Firstly, time is of the essence. Secondly, the young man's expression turned bitter. Shinkawa Hiro realized it was likely due to a lack of funds. "But aren't nobles supposed to be wealthy?" "Young man," the stout man said, "you seem strong and robust. There is no need to risk your life for a mere pittance. I'm also hiring laborers. You could work for me. Though it may be tough, the pay is decent." Shinkawa Hiro turned to see a notice suggesting work as a porter nearby. However, he had aspirations of exploring the world, not settling down as a laborer. "I believe the guard position is quite suitable. I shall apply here," he declared, turning back to the slender young man, who looked pleasantly surprised. Following the young man to a courtyard bustling with activity, Shinkawa Hiro observed an array of warriors, some lifting weights, others practicing with swords against straw dummies. "You've finally returned. Did you really only bring back one person?" chided a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. "Yes, just one," the young man replied. The bearded man scrutinized Shinkawa Hiro, frowning slightly. "You really want him? Well, he can serve as a placeholder." Feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief, Shinkawa Hiro questioned, "Aren't you all well-staffed?" "They were recently hired, but they are all warriors," the bearded man replied. In the realm of ninjas, samurai were the majority. The number of ninjas was relatively sparse. Warriors seeking a livelihood often turned to mercenary guilds for employment, undertaking tasks similar to those of ninjas, albeit at a significantly lower rate. The young man who had recruited Shinkawa Hiro was likely one of many sent by the nobility to find suitable guards. Moreover, the recruitment strategy seemed flawed. One should seek out those eager for tasks at mercenary guilds rather than on the streets. "Go wash up quickly, then provide him with a set of guard armor," the bearded man ordered, eyeing Shinkawa Hiro's soiled attire. After a refreshing bath, Shinkawa Hiro donned a suit of samurai armor. Observing the gleaming metal plates, he mused. This noble doesn't seem impoverished after all. As he stepped out, he encountered the bearded man approaching from a distance. Upon seeing Shinkawa Hiro in armor, he remarked, "Well, you certainly look formidable in that guard uniform. Do you have a weapon?" "Never mind. Here's a sword for self-defense." The bearded man casually tossed him a samurai blade. Shinkawa Hiro caught it deftly, securing it at his waist, standing tall and imposing, striking a pose that captivated the attention of several female warriors, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, beauty often incited envy. A few men, feeling threatened, hurled knives at him, igniting a competitive spirit among the samurai. Startled, Shinkawa Hiro's heart raced. Fear. Naturally. He was terrified. His body felt increasingly alien, and at times, he struggled to maintain control. He feared causing harm and fervently insisted that he was merely an innocent, inexperienced youth. The following day, the group set out. Shinkawa Hiro's duty was to bear a hefty sack of supplies. Noticing the warriors' scrutinizing gazes, he sensed that these provisions had been specifically designated for him. He soon encountered the noble who had employed them, a tall man with a distinctive mustache. Shinkawa Hiro noted that, besides the newly recruited guards, the noble had additional protectors, all clad in armor of a more solid design, perhaps offering greater protection. Their party consisted of over 100 individuals, forming a considerable force, capable of intimidating small bands of robbers. This likely explained the bearded man's earlier comment about his role being merely to fill numbers. As they commenced their journey, Shinkawa Hiro sighed in resignation and hoisted the supplies onto his shoulder. The burden loomed larger than he, drawing attention as he traversed the path, causing even the warriors to cast surprised glances. The female warriors were particularly smitten. A man with such stamina was always in high demand. I wonder how long he can hold out. One warrior scoffed. He probably won't even make it out of town. Another jeered. Yet, under their watchful eyes, Shinkawa Hiro successfully exited the gates, progressing through the town, and continued until midday. Despite the fact that the unencumbered warriors began to falter, he remained steadfast, only starting to perspire lightly. He shed his outer garment, revealing a well-defined physique, and the load he bore had increased, not from the warriors' demands, but from his own insistence. He sought to test the limits of his physical prowess without resorting to any internal energy. Regrettably, the materials at hand proved too light. His gaze even drifted towards the nearby cart, causing the horse to nearly stumble in fright. A blushing female warrior approached, tenderly wiping the sweat from Shinkawa Hiro's brow, an endearing sight that elicited envy from onlookers. As they journeyed, the trees gradually became sparser, while mountains and rivers flourished. What he had presumed to be a leisurely journey to the land of demons transformed into a harsh reality. A green-eyed figure clad in black adorned with red clouds stood defiantly in their path. Hee. Apologies, but I shall be taking your hearts today, the ninja proclaimed. Shinkawa Hiro regarded the intruder, muttering a curse under his breath. Wasn't this the infamous Kakuzu? It seemed he had indeed joined the Akatsuki, as evidenced by his distinctive attire. Kakuzu was a renowned shadow-level powerhouse, rumored to have ambushed the first Hokage, though it remained uncertain if the latter even remembered such an individual. Kakuzu was notorious for eliminating his own comrades. After all, his insatiable greed rendered his allies, in a sense, quite valuable. It stood to reason that his obstruction of their path was motivated by financial gain. What would draw the attention of such a formidable ninja but a noble from the land of demons? Protect the Lord, a bearded man shouted. All the samurai and guards surged forward, drawing their weapons to encircle Kakuzu. Shinkawa Hiro refrained from joining them and instead approached the noble's cart, tearing off a piece of the curtain to conceal his face. He could not allow this man to see his identity. Who knew if his likeness had been posted in the underground exchange? Chapter 61. Who is truly afraid of whom? Shinkawa Hiro crouched nearby, observing the unfolding events. Encountering Kakuzu. Unless there were powerful allies present, it seemed unlikely that anyone here would escape unscathed. Kakuzu, a shadow-level ninja and rogue, was exceptionally skilled in the art of assassination. At this moment, Shinkawa Hiro felt utterly incapable of employing ninjutsu. Facing such a formidable opponent left him feeling utterly intimidated. Setting down his pack, he rummaged through its contents, discovering a plethora of items, pots, pans, tents, and even training equipment, confirming that he had indeed been utilized as a mere porter. Who are you? I, Sanbon Rokusen. Command you to step aside. A samurai stepped forward, boldly confronting Kakuzu. Kakuzu's piercing green gaze fixated on Sanbon Rokusen, a cruel smirk forming on his lips. Sanbon Rokusen had never endured such humiliation. With a powerful shout, he propelled himself forward, kicking up a cloud of dust in a determined, unstoppable rush. Indeed, he fled with the grace of a startled rabbit. Shinkawa Hiro was taken aback, feeling genuine admiration for this individual. He epitomized the wisdom of knowing when to yield. These seasoned samurai were well aware of the consequences of crossing paths with a ninja. Their survival thus far attested to their keen insight and remarkable agility in retreat. One after another, they displayed their unique talents for escape. Some vanished into the thickets, while others leaped from the cliffs. Remarkably, one even produced a glider from seemingly nowhere, wobbling into the distance. A few kind-hearted souls even beckoned Shinkawa Hiro to join their flight, including the enchanting female warrior who attended to him. Before long, Shinkawa Hiro found himself the sole survivor of this hastily assembled band of warriors. The official guards trembled, their eyes fixed on the advancing Kakuzu. One brave soul charged forth, only to be met with a swift demise as Kakuzu's hand pierced through his chest, clutching a still-beating heart. This brutal scene shattered the resolve of the remaining guards, sending them scrambling for safety. Yet, Kakuzu did not permit their escape. Wind release, pressure damage. A violent whirlwind erupted, ensnaring the fleeing guards. Should Kakuzu's ninjutsu fully manifest, the immense wind pressure would surely prove fatal. Just then, a shrill cry pierced the air as an object struck Kakuzu squarely on the head, interrupting his technique and causing the guards to plummet from the sky, miraculously unscathed. A large spoon fell to the ground, and Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. "Who?" he demanded, scanning his surroundings. All he saw were scattered guards groaning on the ground, a cart, and a sizable package behind it. Kakuzu's gaze shifted from the package to the cart, realizing only someone hidden within could be a threat. Concealed behind the package, Shinkawa Hiro silently chanted, "You can't see me. You can't see me. Whoever you are, come out immediately." Kakuzu bellowed. Shinkawa Hiro smirked. "Come on, I'm not foolish enough to expose myself." Kakuzu's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly declared, "Not coming out? Let us see how long you can hide." Fire release, head hardening. Kakuzu unleashed a torrent of flames towards the cart, momentarily obscuring his vision. In that instant, a spinning object intercepted the flames, striking Kakuzu once more, this time with a resounding clang against his head. Staggering back, Kakuzu hurled the offending object to the ground, revealing a large black pot that had left his face smeared with soot. "Who dares?" he demanded, a hint of fear creeping into his tone. The repeated interruptions of his ninjutsu were proving to be a formidable challenge, even for a shadow-level ninja. Behind the package, Shinkawa Hiro murmured, "You, a shadow-level powerhouse. Think I would step out to meet my demise?" Enraged, Kakuzu charged towards the cart, determined to uncover his adversary's location. Just then, a resonant thud echoed as an object expanded rapidly before colliding forcefully with his face, producing a painful crunch. Kakuzu felt his teeth rattle, his head spinning. Gazing at the object that had assaulted him, his pupils contracted in horror. It was a gigantic durian. Finally, Kakuzu's attention shifted to the massive package, the source of the intel he had exchanged 2 of his teeth for. Bang! In an instant, 5 Kakuzus appeared at the scene. Shadow clone technique. The 5 clones surged toward the package, eager to uncover the identity of the mysterious figure hidden within. Suddenly, from behind the package, a frying pan wobbled into view, only to crash down onto Kakuzu's head with a resounding clang, leaving a distinct imprint of his face on the pan. After Kakuzu turned and retreated, he halted only when he believed he had reached a safe distance. His gaze narrowed as he observed the direction of the package. How could he accurately discern his true form? Furthermore, the speed at which the opponent was discarding objects was astonishing. He found himself unable to evade them. This alone indicated that the adversary possessed the strength of a Kaga-level ninja. Yet, why did this individual refrain from revealing himself? "I am unaware of your identity. Might you show yourself?" Kakuzu inquired, his tone markedly more courteous than before. Not only was Kakuzu taken aback, but the disheveled man lying nearby, alongside the slender young man with glasses, was equally astonished as they gazed at Hiroshi Kamikawa, who was concealed behind the package. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly the individual who had been so casually bullied by those samurai? Hiroshi Kamikawa was rummaging through the package when he unearthed a colossal oil hammer. Goodness, who is so shameless as to stuff such a thing in here? His face turned pale at the sight of the hammer. The thought of having carried this utterly useless item for such a distance filled him with dismay. Feeling wronged and then irate, he tossed the oil hammer aside. "You, Sanbon Rokusen, must be plotting against me. We shall see about this. Do not let me catch sight of you again." Hiroshi fumed. Suddenly, A piercing scream echoed through the air, startling him into a shiver as he cautiously peeked from behind the package. To his astonishment, he saw the massive oil hammer pinning someone down, none other than Kakuzu himself. With a thunderous crash, Kakuzu freed himself from the hammer and fled without a moment's hesitation, disappearing in a matter of leaps. Hiroshi sank onto the ground, exclaiming, "Oh my, I nearly met my end today." That was Kakuzu, a Kage-level ninja from the same era as the first Hokage. At that moment, he found himself unable to utilize chakra, and the prospect of facing a formidable opponent like Kakuzu left him feeling utterly defeated. To his surprise, however, it seemed that the few items he had discarded had frightened Kakuzu away. Sheer luck, indeed. Chapter 62. The enemy approaches. It was only after Kakuzu had been gone for some time that Hiroshi stood up and, after cautiously confirming his surroundings, ventured out from behind the package. "How remarkable! I didn't expect you to be so powerful," exclaimed the slender young man as he approached Hiroshi with fervent admiration. "Is that so? Powerful, perhaps just a little," Hiroshi replied, lacking confidence. If he were truly strong, he wouldn't have fled his home to avoid Tsunade. Since returning from his last mission, his self-assurance had waned considerably. Although he often appeared indifferent, the thought of confronting a Kage-level ninja still filled him with trepidation. At that moment, the noble descended from his carriage and addressed Hiroshi. "Thank you for your assistance. How about I promote you to the position of chief guardian?" Hiroshi inquired. "Is it more lucrative than my current salary?" "Indeed, it is tenfold." The noble responded with a hearty laugh. Hiroshi's eyes lit up with excitement. "Deal. If I tire of this, I can simply resign. First, I must earn my wages." After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey, and Hiroshi's treatment had drastically improved. He was now bestowed with a horse of his own, making the journey far smoother. Finally, on the third day, they reached the borders of the land of demons. The landscape was breathtaking, with mountains and rivers that resembled a painting. It was hard to believe such a beautiful realm was known as the land of demons. He recalled that this land was home to a priestess who subdued malevolent spirits. He wondered who that priestess might be, Moroku or Cheyenne. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Danzo had likely also arrived in the land of demons, although he might be with Orochimaru. While it made sense for Danzo to seek Orochimaru, what could he possibly want in the land of demons? He didn't recall Danzo ever expressing interest in this place. With these questions lingering in his mind, the party pressed onward. Upon entering the land of demons, the noble seemed increasingly anxious. The land of demons indeed had a king, akin to the daimyo of the land of fire, but here he was simply referred to as the king. He remembered that over a decade later, Hozuki would release the souls of malevolent spirits, resulting in widespread chaos, prompting an unprecedented alliance of ninja nations against the demonic army. However, they were unable to contend with the spirits. Had it not been for Cheyenne sealing the malevolent entity, the world would have faced annihilation. Though this was a jest, with powerful figures like Obito around, the spirits would hardly pose a threat. At last, the group halted before an opulent edifice, the ancestral home of the noble. As a newcomer, Hiroshi was guided by the slender young man to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The following day, the noble hurriedly entered the king's palace. Returning only by evening, his expression hurried. He summoned Hiroshi and said, "We have discovered that a group of mysterious individuals seems intent on breaching the sealing site. The guards there have suffered grievous losses, and I implore you to lead a team to assist them." The noble's gaze was earnest. Hiroshi narrowed his eyes. Could it be Hozuki? Regardless of who it was, investigating the land of demons aligned with his own objectives, leaving him no grounds to refuse. Nodding, he replied, "Very well. I shall gather a team immediately." As a newcomer, Hiroshi was unaware of the sealing site's location, but fortunately, the soldiers accompanying him were informed. However, lacking chakra for the time being made him feel insecure, prompting him to request a set of high-quality armor as a precaution. This armor was a gift from the noble, enveloping him completely. Even the helmet provided excellent protection. With a simple adjustment, it offered near-perfect defense. While it might not be effective against high-level ninjas, it should suffice to deflect shurikens and similar projectiles. Upon arriving at the sealing site, he needed first to meet the priestess. Guided by one of the soldiers, he proceeded toward her residence. The architecture here was similarly wooden but imposing, surrounded by high walls that gave it the appearance of a military base. The priestess's hall was spacious, echoing with each step. Soon, he beheld a woman seated upon a platform, quietly observing him. Surely, she was the priestess. possessing the power to seal the malevolent spirits. You have arrived. The priestess greeted him. Hiroshi replied, I am the chief guardian of the Duke. You may refer to me as Kamikawa. Kamikawa, the adversaries we face are formidable. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the sealing site. Should the malevolent beings be unleashed, the consequences would be dire. The priestess warned. Hiroshi inquired, how many foes do we confront? Has anyone seen their appearance? The priestess shook her head. All have perished. Had it not been for the enemy's ignorance of the incantation to unlock the secret passage, they would have succeeded last time. Hiroshi frowned at her words. Such ruthlessness? Yet, this was to be expected of someone like Hozuki. He tentatively focused his suspicions on Hozuki, who wielded dark medical ninjutsu akin to Orochimaru, using tentacle-like appendages to infuse his subordinates with chakra, granting them various chakra-based attack methods. He was a formidable character, much like Kakazu, having existed for a considerable time. However, it remained uncertain whether Hozuki had mastered the dark medical ninjutsu by this time. After conversing with the priestess for a while, Hiroshi found no meaningful clues. To unleash the spirits, one must possess a specific incantation. This incantation resides solely within the temple, known only to the priestess. His duty is to vigilantly monitor the priestess's abode and the temple's location. This left Kamikawa Hiro, who was unable to employ spatial ninjutsu, feeling quite at a loss, unable to manage both tasks effectively. However, the likelihood of an assault on the temple was somewhat greater. Fortunately, the temple was not far from their current position. As he exited the priestess's chamber, he encountered a middle-aged man who brushed past him. A fleeting glance revealed that the man was garbed in the distinctive attire of soldiers from the land of demons, seemingly a protector of the priestess. Yet inexplicably, Kamikawa sensed an aura of danger emanating from him. Without hesitation, he turned back towards the entrance of the priestess's quarters. Just as he reached the doorway, the voice of the priestess echoed, "What have you discovered? My lord, the adversary appears to be a well-organized group, exhibiting remarkable coordination and possessing professional assassination experience, akin to the ninjas of the great ninja village." The middle-aged man responded. Kamikawa paused, realizing the man was affiliated with the priestess. Deciding to hear no more, he turned and departed. After leaving a portion of his team to guard the area, he led the others towards the temple. The priestess's legacy began within the temple, where the stone tablet bore inscriptions visible only to the priestesses of generations past. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the adversaries might employ other means to decipher the tablet's contents. Upon entering the temple, Kamikawa found it modest in size, entirely constructed of stone. He ventured deeper until he encountered an unusual stone tablet standing at the innermost recesses. Approaching the tablet, he noticed it was enveloped in a shimmering white light, with faint runes flickering upon its surface. Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing could be discerned. Is there truly divinity in this world? Death gods? Malevolent deities? What a fascinating realm. Before he could fully ponder these thoughts, a sudden sound of something collapsing outside the temple caught his attention. Startled, Kamikawa lowered his mask and unsheathed the dagger at his waist. Just as he prepared himself, a figure slowly entered the temple, seemingly shrouded in a mist-like substance that floated erratically. The foggy aura appeared particularly eerie in the dimness of the temple. As the shadowy figure approached, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Kamikawa, peering through his mask, discerned that the mist surrounding the figure took on an ominous shape, menacing and far from benign. Soon, the figure was close enough for Kamikawa to feel the chill of fear creeping in, retreating cautiously. The figure's grotesque appearance, neither fully human nor entirely otherworldly, was unsettling, especially in such a sacred place. Perhaps we could simply go our separate ways, allowing fate to decide our paths. Free from regret, Kamikawa faltered, realizing he could not utilize chakra. What if he encountered a being akin to a death god? The figure remained silent, and the mist abruptly coalesced, lunging toward him. Why can't you comprehend human speech? Have you not heard the adage about sparing those who deserve mercy? As the billowing darkness surged toward him, Kamikawa instinctively covered his eyes and hurled his steel dagger. The blade, propelled by a spiraling gust, sliced through the mist, striking the figure with a resounding thud. A muffled groan echoed, momentarily halting the shadow, which then retreated, re-encircling the figure. Peeking through his fingers, Kamikawa observed that the mysterious intruder had stumbled back to the entrance, collapsing and gasping for breath. By the heavens, what a sudden turn of events! Kamikawa marveled. Glancing at the dagger he had thrown, now contorted like a twisted pretzel. Cautiously, he took a step forward to retrieve his misshapen weapon. Just then, the enigmatic figure emitted a cold snort, and another wave of black mist surged toward him. Kamikawa was taken aback again, reflexively unleashing a palm strike. A gust of energy erupted, scattering the mist and propelling it towards the assailant. The figure let out a cry as it was sent tumbling away. The 8 trigrams air palm. How could this be? The voice quickly faded into silence. Sighing in relief, Kamikawa patted his chest and sank to the ground. It appeared the adversary was merely a man, not a malevolent spirit, which brought him some solace. The greatest fear stems from the unknown, and as a man, Kamikawa was not immune to this principle. Feeling something unusual beneath him, he reached down, only to discover a handful of insects. Insects? Is the mist composed of insects? He pondered. Could this individual be from the Oil Woman clan? Suddenly, he recalled a character named Yanushi Takan from the original text, known for his mastery of venomous insects and formidable strength. Could this be Yanushi Takan? His poisonous insects were notoriously difficult to contend with, particularly a forbidden technique that indiscriminately affected both friend and foe, akin to a lethal virus that even Tsunade could not suppress. Yet, that couldn't be right. The timeline didn't align. Yanushi Takan was still a mere child, not much older than Shino. Thus, this must be another member of the Oil Woman clan. This meant that Danzo was indeed in the land of demons, plotting to harness the power of the spirits. What a wretched old fool. If he were to gain the strength of the spirits, who knew how insufferable he would become? Was it Danzo who orchestrated the assault on the sealing site? Truly maddening. Did he not fear that the spirits might spiral out of control, bringing devastation to the world? Danzo has truly lost his mind. Kamikawa muttered to himself. Rising, he stepped outside the temple, only to find all the soldiers sprawled on the ground, evidently incapacitated by the insects of the Oil Woman clan. Fortunately, they were merely unconscious. Kamikawa shrugged, bemused. These ordinary folk were inconsequential to a ninja. Why such a vital location had not been entrusted to more powerful guardians remained a mystery. Ninjas, after all, revered strength, their hearts steeped in darkness. What might result from a ninja, consumed by darkness and yearning for power, guarding a site of sealing? At that moment, Kamikawa arrived at the priestess's grand hall and voiced his concerns, to which the priestess provided clarity. Upon receiving her insights, Kamikawa reflected, "It seems I have underestimated the situation." Indeed, ninjas are often shrouded in darkness. Individuals like Naruto are hardly fit to be called ninjas. Can one truly be considered a ninja without darkness in their heart? No wonder Naruto remains a lowly genin, for he lacks the attributes required to ascend to higher ranks. Even Kakashi harbors darkness within, having taken many lives. Yet he is fortunate, having been warmed by the divine art of the paradise of affection, which soothes his troubled soul. In this context, one must recognize that Danzo embodies the essence of a true ninja, willing to employ any means necessary for power and control, devoid of limits. This is the hallmark of a successful ninja, an exemplar for all aspiring shinobi. Hiroshi Kamikawa rose and departed, during which he caught sight of the middle-aged man who had unsettled him. He furrowed his brow, but given the man's affiliation with the priestess, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Upon stepping outside, a loyal guard approached, reporting, "Commander, several of our men have gone missing again today." Kamikawa frowned. They had been stationed there for some time, yet each day someone vanished. Initially, he suspected it was the work of Danzo's men, but soon realized it did not align with their usual tactics. He had no need for these ordinary individuals, as his own ranks were filled with exceptional talent. Where did they disappear? Kamikawa inquired. Still near the temple. The guard's expression was grim. The situation had stirred panic among the troops. If left unaddressed, the soldiers guarding the temple might soon flee. They were not afraid of confronting monsters, but the constant anxiety of facing the unknown was most tormenting. After a moment of contemplation, Kamikawa instructed the guard, "Fetch some paper for talismans." The guard complied, and soon a yellow paper adorned with strange runes was distributed to each soldier, accompanied by the directive to carry it at all times. For 3 consecutive days, peace reigned, and the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, believing the talismans had worked. Their gazes toward Kamikawa shifted, as though they regarded him as a mystic, or perhaps a sage. However, inevitable fate loomed. Yet another soldier went missing, and the terror among the temple's guardians peaked. Kamikawa smirked coldly. This is precisely the moment I awaited. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the temple, He felt his perceptive abilities returning. The talismans served as spatial coordinates. While he could not utilize chakra for spatial traversal, he could sense the locations of the talismans. Should another disappearance occur, he would follow the coordinates to discover the truth. This was akin to the renowned mobile tracking feature from his past life, though he had never employed it. Chapter 64. The Fear of Fear Itself Following the Coordinates. Kamikawa was astonished to find the direction leading directly into the temple. Could it be that deities are abducting our men? One soldier exclaimed in horror. No, it must be that the deities summon us to serve them. Another cried, Commander, we cannot go. It would be unwise to compete for souls with the divine. Indeed, Commander. Being chosen by a deity would be a great honor. Kamikawa rolled his eyes at their superstitions, realizing that such beliefs existed in every world. Yet, observing their trembling forms, he knew that even if he led them, it would only sow chaos. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, You need not follow. I shall ascertain the deity's intentions myself. With that, he boldly entered the temple. Wait, a voice called out from behind. Kamikawa turned in surprise to see the priestess approaching rapidly. I have seen it. I have seen your death, she exclaimed urgently. Kamikawa's heart tightened. Is that true? Yes, no matter what you do, this outcome cannot be altered, she insisted. His expression stiffened. You could have refrained from saying that. He sighed, conceding, since the result is unchangeable, my actions matter not. I shall embrace my fate. With that, he strode forward, leaving behind a grand silhouette charging toward death. Deep within the temple, his heightened perception quickly led him to a concealed door behind a stone tablet inscribed with incantations. With a forceful push, the door creaked open, releasing a foul stench into the air. As he turned inadvertently, a pale visage emerged before him. Kamikawa shivered, nearly crying out. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the priestess's face, illuminated by the tablet's glow, rendered ghostly white. Priestess, I believe my demise is destined to be caused by your fright. Kamikawa jested. Her cheeks flushed. You need not venture into the dangers beyond. I shall investigate, he asserted, preparing to enter the dark passage. Wait, the priestess interjected once more. What is it? Kamikawa asked, perplexed. Follow me. She beckoned him to her side, guiding him back to the glowing stone tablet. Place your hand upon it, she instructed. On this? For what purpose? He questioned. Those with pure hearts may receive the blessings of the divine. I believe you can gain the protection of the heavenly deity, she proclaimed. What nonsense. You think I would believe such a thing? Do you see me as someone with a pure heart? Kamikawa mused internally. Trying costs nothing. She offered a compelling rationale he could not refuse. It felt as though not trying would indeed be a loss, akin to missing a bargain while shopping. After a moment of internal struggle, he succumbed to the remnants of his past life as tendencies, trembling as he placed his hand on the stone tablet. In an instant, the runes upon the tablet flared with light, coalescing toward his palm. The entire stone radiated brilliance. The priestess's eyes sparkled with excitement, tinged with a hint of triumph. Kamikawa instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, yet it felt as though it were glued to the tablet. As he strained to pull away, he witnessed countless runes merging with his palm. The tablet's glow seemed to fade, becoming unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, a faint luminescence lingered. What is happening? Kamikawa felt an unfamiliar warmth swirling within him, akin to a fish gliding through water. When I first encountered you, I sensed your uniqueness. My intuition proved correct. You possess the potential to become the guardian of this realm, much like we priestesses. Priestess? Kamikawa gasped, quickly checking himself, relieved to find everything intact. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She retorted, I meant you have become an onmyoji, capable of sealing demons. What? An onmyoji? Kamikawa recalled a similar title from his past, but believed it to be extinct. Priestesses are also onmyoji, we simply happen to be women. But enough of that. If you continue to speak, my subordinates may no longer be salvageable. I must see for myself. After all, whether you are an onmyoji matters not if I am to perish. With that, Kamikawa strode determinately into the dark passage. The priestess gazed at his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. Yet the essential skill of an onmyoji is the ability to reverse life and death. Beyond the dark door lay a lengthy corridor, winding and twisting, evoking an illusion of entering a labyrinth. Such a grand cavern could not have been constructed in a mere day. One could only wonder how long this entity had lurked within the realm of spirits. Following the spatial runes, Kamikawa finally arrived at the entrance of a hidden chamber. Gently pushing the door ajar, he was greeted by a brilliant illumination. The first sight to meet his eyes was the array of colossal glass tanks surrounding him. Within each glass tank stood a figure, their bodies punctuated with numerous tubes. Indeed, there were those engaging in nefarious experiments through the abduction of innocents. The demeanor of Shinkawa Hao turned icy. Progressing forward, he finally emerged from the rows of glass tanks, revealing an operating table before his eyes. A long-haired individual was engrossed in work upon it. To his astonishment, it was one of the soldiers from his own team who had gone missing. "Did you truly manage to find this place?" The figure spoke, slowly turning to reveal a face that met Shinkawa Hao's gaze. A flicker of recognition swept over him. Was this not the individual who frequently frequented the shrine of the priestess? Was he not one of her followers? Why, then, had he attacked the soldiers guarding the temple? "It is you?" Shinkawa Hao queried, his voice laced with disbelief. "Commander, we meet again." The man responded, tearing away the mask that concealed his visage, unveiling his true identity. "Is it you, Huang Quan?" Shinkawa Hao finally discerned the truth. This individual was none other than the notorious villain Huang Quan he had encountered in animated tales from his youth. "So, you have been lurking beside the priestess all along?" Shinkawa Hao inquired. "Indeed, employing certain methods for Lord Wraith is only fitting," Huang Quan replied. Though surprised by Shinkawa's recognition, he did not appear overly concerned. "You have arrived just in time to test my experimental subjects." Huang Quan smiled faintly. With a crashing sound, the glass tanks surrounding them shattered one by one, and the individuals within began to emerge. Huang Quan bellowed, and a multitude of tentacles erupted from his form, extending towards these newly liberated beings. The tentacles plunged forcefully into the napes of their necks, seemingly injecting something into their bodies. Once infused with Huang Quan's essence, the individuals donned grotesque smiles, fixating their vacant stares upon Shinkawa Hao. Shinkawa Hao's pupils constricted slightly. Could these be the transformed subjects of dark medical ninjutsu? Quite terrifying indeed. Chapter 65. Has Shinkawa Hao truly perished? Shinkawa Hao held a deep-seated disdain for those who disregarded human life. Glancing around, he seized a stone slab beneath his feet and hurled it towards Huang Quan. Huang Quan's pupils narrowed. The stone slab weighed a ton. Yet in the hands of the commander, it was as light as a feather. Could he truly be an ordinary person? But Huang Quan sensed no chakra emanating from him, relying solely on brute strength. However, Huang Quan, a former subordinate of Wraith and a being who had lived for countless ages, would not be intimidated by a mere stone slab. Concentrating chakra in his arm, he unleashed a punch. With a resounding crash, Huang Quan was horrified to discover that his arm had broken. The stone slab collided with his chest like a speeding train, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Huang Quan's gaze shifted to Shinkawa Hao in terror, only to be met with an even greater shock. The commander had bent down to collect several more stone slabs. The furious projectiles once again hurtled towards him. He formed a hand seal, employing the substitution technique. Yet before it could activate, another stone slab struck him violently. He was propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall behind him. Shinkawa Hao paused momentarily, sensing the absence of Huang Quan's presence. Approaching the wall, he pried loose a slab embedded within it, revealing a substantial hole. Evidently, Huang Quan had escaped through a hidden passage. After a brief contemplation, Shinkawa Hao chose not to pursue. Who could ascertain what traps or hidden weapons lay within the passage? Turning around, he froze in place. Huang Quan had fled, but the experimental subjects had not. They had encircled Shinkawa Hao entirely. A pang of anxiety gripped Shinkawa Hao as he crushed the stone slab in his grip. "Do not approach. I am formidable. If you come closer, I shall not hold back." Hey, you there, do not breathe fire. Children should not play with fire." "What is that other one doing?" "Not playing with wind, but what does he intend?" With a thunderous roar, the collision of wind and fire unleashed a colossal explosion, engulfing the cavern in chaos. The entire structure began to collapse violently, burying the scene beneath the earth. Outside the temple, the ground trembled violently, and dust swirled into the air. As the haze began to clear, the onlookers were struck with horror at the realization that the temple had vanished entirely, seemingly consumed by the earth without a trace. "This is disastrous. The commander has met his end. What are we waiting for? Dig." The soldiers hastily commenced their excavation efforts. Meanwhile, the priestess, upon receiving the news, returned to the site, her expression devoid of worry, even hinting at a subtle delight. Time passed, and a soldier exclaimed, "There are hands here. Dig them out." Amidst the flurry of activity, a figure covered in dirt was unearthed, clad in the commander's armor, none other than Shinkawa Hao himself. The priestess approached Shinkawa Hao, checked for a pulse, and, finding no breath, remained unfazed. She addressed the soldiers. Construct a grass hut here and place the commander's body within. After 7 days and nights, he shall awaken once more. Yes, the soldiers replied, their faith in the priestess unshakable. For when she proclaimed life, it was believed to be so, just as her word on death was absolute. Thus, Shinkawa Hao was left to lie like a salted fish for 7 days and nights. Until one fateful noon, he expelled a breath and abruptly sat upright. He was not dead. During the collapse of earth and stone, his mastery of the wind god leg had afforded him the possibility of escape. Yet, at the moment he activated the wind god leg, an inexplicable force surged within him, an energy absorbed from the temple's stone tablet. This sudden interruption had sealed his breath, causing him to fall lifelessly. Therefore, when he was cast out, he was fully aware. He genuinely feared the soldiers might bury him again. Thankfully, the priestess had intervened, sparing him from a second entombment. Could this be what the priestess referred to as death? Had he truly experienced it once? The soldiers rejoiced upon witnessing Shinkawa Hao's awakening. However, none uttered the classic line about a zombie rising from the grave. After all, it was ultimately the priestess's responsibility for his near demise. He rose, indignation simmering within him as he sought to hold the priestess accountable. Yet, to his surprise, she approached him with a beaming smile. Indeed, behind her trailed a throng of individuals, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to a prominent figure in their world. Is he the Onmyoji? The Lord inquired. There can be no mistake. He has inherited the legacy of the Onmyoji, the priestess declared. Thus, the flourishing of our demon nation is at hand. Shinkawa Hao stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Our demon nation has long been constrained by that monstrous entity, preventing our growth. Now, with the Onmyoji among us, we can eradicate that beast entirely, heralding the revival of our nation. What Onmyoji? Do you not have a priestess? Shinkawa Hao interjected. Sigh. The shrine maiden is merely a shrine maiden, a mere puppet suppressed in this place. One could argue that she is nothing more than a tool used by the Onmyoji to subdue the demons, and how could she possibly compare to them? The shrine maiden let out a sigh. It seems she has long suffered under this identity. Her role is akin to a curse, endowing her with the power to suppress demons while simultaneously robbing her of freedom. Well, even if you are correct, I know nothing of Onmyoji. So how am I to subdue demons? Shinkawa Hiro shrugged. Is that so? Do you truly not know? The shrine maiden gazed intently at Shinkawa Hiro. Of course, I don't know. I have never practiced as an Onmyoji, Shinkawa Hiro replied, only to suddenly pause. For within his mind, a plethora of knowledge concerning Onmyoji's secret arts had inexplicably manifested. This is madness. I must be losing my mind. Shinkawa Hiro thought in disbelief. His mind now brimmed with incantations, shikigami, and knowledge of the demon arts. The so-called seals that suppress the spirits are, in fact, a form of Onmyoji talismans. The shrine maiden possesses the ability to activate these talismans to subdue the spirits. The shrine maiden's powers were forcibly infused into an ordinary person by the Onmyoji, giving rise to her existence. It was a desperate measure taken by the Onmyoji, unable to eradicate the demons, to seal them instead, to utterly obliterate the demons. Only the demon arts could accomplish such a feat, however. The requirements for mastering the demon arts are exceedingly high, as it encompasses the manipulation of forces from another realm. The demon arts are divided into binding and destructive forms. At this point, Shinkawa Hiro was astonished. This is the world of Naruto, not that of Death Note. Certainly, it could not be Death Note, for the world of Naruto indeed harbors the profession of Onmyoji. Furthermore, ninjutsu should also be effective against these demons, but alas, he cannot traverse chakra. It appears he must learn the demon arts. Raising his head, he noticed the shrine maiden and the daimyo staring intently at him. Shinkawa Hiro remarked, I cannot do this right now. This learning requires time. The daimyo chuckled. No need to rush. No need to rush. As long as there is an Onmyoji in our land of demons, those demons will not stir up any waves. Chapter 66. The commander struck dumb by lightning in a cave within the land of demons. Huangquan leaned against the stone wall with great difficulty. His chest was bandaged, and faint traces of blood seeped through. Surrounding him lay various medical supplies, including surgical instruments. It appeared he had just performed surgery on himself. At that moment, His eyes were filled with confusion and dread. How could this be? I could not evade the stones thrown by my opponent. How could this be? Huang Quan muttered to himself. At the instant the stone struck him, it felt as if no matter how he dodged, he would be hit, driving him to the brink of madness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huang Quan roared. He had activated his substitution technique, yet it failed to trigger, as if the entire space had been locked down. But the opponent was merely an ordinary person, possessing only somewhat greater strength. How could they wield such power? He pondered for a long time, yet still could not comprehend. Had Shinkawa Hiro known Huang Quan's thoughts, he would have scoffed, for he could effortlessly catch a blade with bare hands. Why then could he not be caught in the same manner? Just as Huang Quan was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Instantly, Huang Quan became alert. Soon, a figure dressed in a high-collared garment and sporting sunglasses emerged, surrounded by swirling dark mist. As the figure approached, Huang Quan realized that it was not mist at all, but rather a swarm of tiny insects. Who are you? Huang Quan asked warily. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that my master wishes to meet you. The figure stood before Huang Quan. What if I refuse? Huang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly. With a low hum, a myriad of insects surged toward him. As the insects landed on him, he felt them siphoning away his chakra, and the areas they crawled over seemed to lose all sensation. Huang Quan collapsed to the ground with a thud. The figure slowly approached him, extending a hand. Just then, Huang Quan suddenly opened his eyes wide and expelled a dark, ink-like substance toward the figure. Startled, the figure summoned a protective barrier of insects. A sizzling sound echoed as countless insects fell to the ground, lifeless. The figure retreated, and when he looked back at Huang Quan, he had vanished. Humph, do you think you can escape? The figure chuckled softly. Instantly, he vanished from sight. Huang Quan was fleeing rapidly. He did not know who the opponent was, but he could not fall into their hands. However, suddenly, two figures blocked his path, both wearing eerie masks and wielding short blades on their backs. One, leaning on a cane, had his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only one eye. If Shinkawa Hiro had been present, he would have recognized this person as Danzo. You are Huang Quan? Danzo inquired. Are you obstructing my path for a reason? Huang Quan asked, eyeing him warily. Indeed, I am here to propose a collaboration, Danzo replied. With a swish, several more figures descended behind Huang Quan, encircling him completely. It seems I have no choice, Huang Quan remarked. Danzo smiled slightly. You have made the right decision. Meanwhile, Shinkawa Hiro diligently practiced the demon arts. He discovered that it was quite similar to ninjutsu, though one required hand seals while the other necessitated incantations. However, perhaps due to his unique constitution, he could perform some simple destructive arts without reciting incantations. This was akin to the use of no-seal ninjutsu. For instance, activating a bloodline limit does not require hand seals. Destructive art number 4, White Lightning. With a crackle, Shinkawa Hiro's hair stood on end, and his body was charred black, collapsing to the ground while puffing out black smoke. After a prolonged convulsion, he groaned. I refuse to believe that I, Shinkawa Hiro, a prodigy, cannot even master destructive art number 4. Again, crackle. Once more. Finally, at a certain moment, Shinkawa Hiro concentrated all his magical energy into his index finger, unleashing a bolt of black lightning as thick as a thigh towards the distance. A massive boulder on the distant mountain was instantaneously obliterated. What the heck? Shinkawa Hiro gasped in surprise. Wasn't it supposed to be white lightning? Why is it black? Could it be due to my ranton, or perhaps my demonic energy? He scratched his head, feeling that his understanding of the demon arts was quite peculiar and entirely different from the descriptions in his mind. Perhaps I have not fully mastered it. I must exercise caution and compress it. Yes, precisely, let us give it a try. Destructive art, white lightning. With a flash, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot forth. A distant boulder was swiftly pierced through, although its appearance had diminished. He noticed its power seemed to have intensified. Once more, destructive art number 4, white lightning. Again, time passed, and when the lightning beam had shrunk down to the size of a thumb, it could no longer be reduced further. However, he felt that this white lightning had transformed, becoming akin to a laser. At the moment he unleashed the white thunder, he merely waved his hand lightly, and a stone wall was effortlessly severed. Such terror. Ha ha ha. A genius truly is a genius. Shinkawa Hiro, his body charred and clad in tattered garments, stood atop a massive boulder, laughing raucously. The soldiers nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Was the commander mad? Who knew? But ever since his resurrection, he had been acting strangely. Could it be that he had been rendered foolish by lightning? It was quite possible. The image of Shinkawa hero appearing before them, charred and blackened amidst the flickering lightning, made it hard for them not to believe he had indeed been struck by lightning. Damn it! Is mastering the way of the ghost so difficult? I can only grasp the fourth path, and I still cannot learn beyond that. With this level of power, how can I possibly vanquish the phantoms? Shinkawa hero muttered to himself while donning his armor. He acknowledged that the fourth path was formidable, even surpassing the storm technique executed by Darui. However, considering Pain's ability to obliterate the hidden leaf village with a single Shinra Tensei, it seemed his own abilities might not suffice. He was uncertain whether Pain's Shinra Tensei could repel his fourth path attack, as the nature of the fourth path's assault was a variant of the Onmyoji's techniques, differing somewhat from ninjutsu. The thought of Pain and Madara made Shinkawa hero's head throb. It had only been less than a decade, and soon Pain would come to the Leaf Village to capture the Nine Tails. He truly did not wish to meet him in battle, yet Pain's fate was unchangeable. From the moment he acquired the Rinnegan, he became a mere tool, a pawn. Unless the Rinnegan were destroyed, perhaps that would allow Pain to escape the clutches of fate. Lost in thought, a soldier hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Commander, the ceiling area is under attack." Shinkawa hero narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be Danzo? Chapter 67. You are surrounded. Hagen gazed at the array of talismans encircling the ceiling area, his expression a mixture of gravity and fear. Behind Hagen, Danzo, cloaked and shadowed, wore a similarly grim countenance. Onmyoji techniques? I recall the last Onmyoji perished over a century ago, Danzo remarked. Though the Onmyoji have been extinguished, their legacy persists. It is merely that those who can master the esoteric arts of Onmyoji are exceedingly rare, Hagen replied solemnly. Before them lay the sealing ground for the phantom souls. However, this sealing ground had changed drastically from its former state. The entire area was now encircled by slender iron chains, upon which talismans inscribed with incantations were affixed. It was these talismans that firmly obstructed their advance. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward the talismans. Suddenly, a golden light flickered, as if a transparent barrier had shielded the fireball from impact. The fireball erupted with a tremendous explosion, yet it could not breach the defenses of the talismans. The power invoked by the talismans is derived from natural forces. Forcibly breaking through is exceedingly difficult, Hagen declared. Is there no way? Danzo asked, his expression darkening. No, certainly not. The talismans draw upon natural energy. Chakra alone will not suffice, nor will other forms of energy. However, if one were to utilize natural energy akin to senjutsu, then the defenses could potentially be overcome. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Senjutsu? He slowly approached the talismans, discarding his cane. Lord Danzo. Members of the Yamanaka clan rushed forward. It's fine, I merely wish to test. Danzo responded, extending his bandaged arm toward the talismans. Golden light shimmered. Yet this time the golden glow did not prevent Danzo's arm from reaching out. He seized one of the talismans, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Just as I thought. First Hokage, you assist me yet again. Suddenly, lightning crackled at Danzo's palm, reducing the talismans affixed to the iron chains to ash. Hagen stared in shock at Danzo. How is this possible? Does he possess the body of a sage? Hagen murmured. Little did he know. Though Danzo did not possess a sage's body, he had transplanted cells from the sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju. That arm contained pure natural energy. As the talismans were dispelled, the soldiers of the land of demons awaited within, yet they were no match for Danzo's elite members. The path ahead was swiftly cleared. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient stone door creaked open once more. Danzo's group finally beheld the entrance to the sealing ground for the phantoms. Hagen stepped forward, stating, My lord, beyond this point, it seems only I, Hagen, may advance. Danzo sneered coldly. Do you think I would allow you to proceed alone? Such words might deceive a child, but you are far too naive to fool me. Hagen's countenance darkened suddenly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door as a multitude of soldiers from the land of demons surrounded them. Danzo turned to peer through the ajar stone door, spotting a figure clad in armor from head to toe, standing before the throng of soldiers. You are surrounded. All weapons are aimed at your heads. You shall find no escape. Do not resist futilely. Simply lay down your arms, and we assure you humane treatment according to international humanitarian law. Should you resist, it will lead to your demise. Surrender now with your hands on your head, or we shall open fire. A voice declared. A soldier beside him asked, Commander, what does open fire mean? Shinkawa Hiro stiffened slightly. Shoot arrows, you fool. So it was to shoot arrows. No sooner had he spoken than countless arrows were already flying toward the door. With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut. The arrows struck the door and broke upon impact. Shinkawa Hiro turned pale. Are you all fools? Did I say to shoot arrows? But didn't you just say, shoot arrows? Shoot arrows? You idiot. I was merely explaining what open fire meant. Shinkawa Hiro chastised the soldier fiercely. The soldier cowered in a corner, looking pitifully at Shinkawa Hiro. Oh, so you feel wronged, do you? Shinkawa Hiro retorted, exasperated. He then turned his attention back to the now closed stone door. There was nothing visible. To charge or not to charge. Charging would mean facing that old silver coin. Danzo, who knows how many traps he has set for me. Yet to refrain would be to lose face. It would seem I am afraid of him. But, well, perhaps I am a tad fearful. Right. Let us give my white thunder laser a try. Shinkawa Hiro decisively clapped his hands. The soldiers around him gasped in horror and scrambled to retreat to the sides. They had personally witnessed the catastrophic aftermath of a failed white thunder attempt. The area within dozens of meters was ravaged by lightning. Should anyone inadvertently come into contact, it would become a sorrowful memory. Shinkawa Hiro observed the quaking soldiers hiding at a distance, rubbing his nose. Was it really that terrifying? My success rate is quite high now. Fourth path, white thunder. Shinkawa Hiro declared confidently. Zizizi boom. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Clad in iron armor, Shinkawa Hiro felt as if he were being roasted alive. Damn it. I was careless. I forgot I was wearing armor. It's conductive. The soldiers surrounding him were filled with trepidation, fortunate to have fled swiftly. Ultimately, the stone gate was cleaved open. As one who prided himself on his genius, how could he possibly relent? After 30 attempts, Hiroshi Shinkawa finally unleashed the white thunder with his armored form, slicing through the stone gate. However, his legs trembled slightly from the exertion. Stealthily approaching the threshold, Shinkawa peered inside, locking eyes with another individual. This person was devoid of the ominous black mist. No, it was swarming insects. He recognized the identity of the newcomer. One of Danzo's staunch loyalists, Kuratsuchi. Yet, concealed behind a mask, Kuratsuchi failed to recognize him. Moreover, he had never witnessed Shinkawa's white thunder, making it impossible to connect the figure before him with Hiroshi Shinkawa. Hey, Shinkawa waved, undoubtedly identifying the visitor as one of Danzo's followers. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as countless insects surged toward him. Shinkawa gasped, realizing the insects were attempting to burrow into his armor. Crackle, crackle. What a lack of decency. Unleashing insects like this. Shinkawa exclaimed, his body crackling with lightning. Countless insects fell to the ground, instantly clearing those that had climbed onto him. Kuratsuchi was taken aback. His specially selected insects seemed utterly powerless against the thunderous force. Drawing a short blade, he lunged at Shinkawa. Yet to Shinkawa, Kuratsuchi's speed appeared alarmingly slow. With a disdainful expression, he kicked Kuratsuchi away. How audacious, daring to strike at me, Shinkawa muttered. Kuratsuchi's body flew like a cannonball, crashing into a distant stone wall before slowly sliding down, clutching his chest in shock. How could this be? He murmured. As an elite jonin, he was not the most proficient in body flicker technique, but was far from weak. Yet, not only had his opponent reacted, he hadn't even seen how the attack was executed before being sent flying. How is this possible? He thought, feeling a sense of indignation. Even Danzo would not dare to disregard his ambush. Chapter 68. An unexpected turn. Shinkawa still hesitated to enter the stone gate, having noticed several individuals converging toward him. These were members of Root, Danzo's loyalists, whom Shinkawa had encountered during his time with Root, though not intimately. Danzo was not foolish. He would not allow anyone to compromise his staunch supporters. Shinkawa's hands rummaged beside the stone gate. The Root members looked on with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Shinkawa placed a stack of stones before him, declaring, "This should suffice." He then picked up a stone, weighing it in his hand and mimicking a throwing motion. The Root members felt insulted. Did he intend to confront them with such juvenile tactics? Don't be so arrogant. One of the Root members shouted, charging at Shinkawa. Yet, how he charged out was precisely how he returned, cradling a stone as he flew back. Crash! He collided with the wall behind him, sliding down next to Kuratsuchi. Everyone, attack! One of the Root members bellowed. With a poof, several shadow clones emerged. Regrettably, Shinkawa could not perceive their clones. Their rudimentary ninjutsu lacked the sophistication to even create a visual illusion. Therefore, he calmly tossed the stone before him. Crash, crash, crash. One by one, the root members, clutching stones, were sent flying back, colliding with the wall and sliding down beside Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi felt like crying. This was beyond bullying. Shinkawa continued to search around the entrance, causing the root members to grow tense. Indeed, a new stack of stones appeared before him. Some root members, refusing to yield, struggled to rise, hands weaving, fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. A roaring fire dragon surged toward Shinkawa. He flinched and hurled 2 stones. Under the gaze of the root members, one stone shattered the fire dragon, while the other struck the jutsu caster in the abdomen. Crash! The root member slammed against the wall, causing it to tremble. Their eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Impossible. How could he disperse a jutsu with sheer force? Kuratsuchi thought, astonished. Alas, Shinkawa would offer no explanation. His gaze shifted toward the inner portal, the core of the sealing ground. With Danzo absent, he had naturally moved to the second door. However, without the incantation to unlock the seal, what purpose would it serve to venture there? Just then, a tremor echoed, followed by a boisterous voice. Ha! The Morio, have finally returned to the light. Shinkawa's heart sank. It appeared Danzo had succeeded. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from within the second door. 2 figures gradually revealed themselves. One was Danzo, and the other was none other than Kaiouzen. Shinkawa understood now. Danzo had located Kaiouzen, who clearly possessed the incantation to unlock the sealing door. Remarkable. Danzo truly is cunning. Shinkawa thought, genuinely impressed. However, Kaiouzen's state appeared peculiar, resembling a mere shell of a being. Danzo also appeared somewhat disheveled, indicating that something clandestine had transpired between them within the second door. My lord, Kuratsuchi spoke weakly. Danzo finally perceived the unusual atmosphere. Casting a wary glance at the battered root members before turning his attention to the heavily cloaked figure outside. Eliminate him, Danzo commanded coldly. Kaiouzen's eyes darkened, emitting a terrifying cry as he lunged toward Shinkawa, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. This was the true essence of malevolence in this world. It appeared that Morio had indeed infiltrated Kaiouzen's being. With a swift motion, a stone struck Kaiouzen squarely on the forehead. However, the impact resembled an egg colliding with marble. The stone shattered, yet Kaiouzen did not falter. Ha! Danzo laughed maniacally. Let the world submit beneath my feet. Kaiouzen roared, a surge of dark energy rushing toward Shinkawa. Startled, Shinkawa recoiled, as an ominous force swept above him, spreading in all directions. He faintly heard countless anguished howls from the depths below, as if innumerable souls were awakening. The earth trembled violently, fissures appearing, and dust rising, resembling the end of the world. A thunderous sound resonated as orderly footsteps emerged from the fissure. Shinkawa Hiro glanced towards the crevice, witnessing countless terracotta warriors marching forth with precise coordination. The overwhelming presence was suffocating. Staring at the multitude of warriors, Shinkawa felt a throbbing headache. How could he possibly deal with them? Should he smash them one by one? How long would that take? In the distance, a group of individuals rushed towards him. It was the priestess and her companions. Upon arriving, her expression shifted dramatically at the sight of the terracotta soldiers. This is dire. The souls of the wraiths have been unleashed. We must prevent their souls from merging with their bodies, or else the world will face annihilation. The priestess exclaimed. Soldiers shot arrows at the terracotta warriors, but the arrows merely bounced off without leaving a mark. Shinkawa's gaze shifted to the nearby figure of Danzo, who had ascended a hill, reveling in the sight of the countless wraiths below, his laughter echoing with manic delight. Shinkawa sighed. Danzo's actions were a blatant disregard for the lives of the ordinary shinobi. These wraiths, once unleashed, could none contain. His attention turned to Huangquan, enshrouded in swirling black mist. Resembling a specter, within him lay a tremendous power, albeit sealed, akin to the Nine Tails confined within Naruto. The wraiths were similarly imprisoned within Huangquan. Thus, if Danzo could control Huangquan, he could command the wraiths. But could he truly master them? Shinkawa felt the force inside Huangquan thrashing against its bindings. Tailed beasts may be considered beasts, but wraiths were undeniably malevolent. Such entities are defiant. They would rather perish than be subjugated. What was to be done? Should he eliminate the wraith or Danzo, who sought to control it? Shinkawa weighed his options. Unfortunately, Danzo seemed to have no intention of granting him time for contemplation. His gaze fixated on the priestess behind Shinkawa, perceiving her as his final threat. If he could eliminate her, no one would be left to restrain his army of wraiths. With a whoosh, several root members sped toward Shinkawa. Fire style, wind style, lightning style, earth style. One by one, they unleashed their signature jutsu, aiming to annihilate Shinkawa and his companions. Shinkawa extended his finger but hesitated, slowly retracting it. As his foot came down, the earth beneath him, disturbed by the jutsu, instantly returned to tranquility. "Begone," he uttered coldly. The sound reverberated like a lion's roar, causing the malevolent beings to recoil. The lion's roar technique, amplified by his demonic energy, became even more devastating. The approaching root members were sent flying backward, and the terracotta warriors also halted in their tracks, seemingly responding to a higher command. Turning to face Shinkawa. "What is happening?" Shinkawa felt a shiver run down his spine, overwhelmed by the multitude of eyes fixed upon him. Even the priestess regarded him with astonishment. Could this be a secret technique of the Onmyoji? She inquired. Perhaps, maybe it could be. Shinkawa replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Should he confess to the priestess that he was indeed a demonic practitioner in the purest sense? Would he not be besieged by righteous warriors? Did he wish to experience the same treatment as Madara? The image of 1,000,000 troops charging at him sent cold sweat cascading down his face. "What's wrong?" the priestess asked with concern. Nothing at all. I'm just nervous," Shinkawa responded. Meanwhile, Huangquan, sensing a challenge, let out a ferocious roar. The eyes of the terracotta warriors glimmered again, and they began marching once more. However, those surrounding Shinkawa remained unaffected, fixated on him as if awaiting his command. "Stop them. They must not take a single step beyond this valley," Shinkawa instinctively commanded. The nearby terracotta warriors' eyes glowed red as they turned to charge at the other warriors. With a thunderous crash, Shinkawa's terracotta warriors, though fewer in number, appeared to possess greater strength, decimating their ordinary counterparts. The priestess and her soldiers stood agape, astonished by the spectacle. "Is this how we can play?" Shinkawa felt invigorated. "Brothers, let us shake it up, come on." The priestess, exasperated, tugged at his sleeve. Shinkawa snapped back to reality with a hearty laugh. "All right, let us do it again. Form a charge formation. Yes, just like that. Charge. Now form a couple formation. Yes, strike. We need to flank them. Yes, let us form a long snake formation. Then a 2 dragons emerging from the water formation, and an 8 gates of the golden lock formation. Oh, you don't know that one? Seems like it's beyond your comprehension." The priestess and her entourage simply stood with mouths agape, watching as part of the terracotta warriors overpowered another faction, driving them back into the fissures of the earth. Not just the priestess, but even Huangquan and Danzo appeared utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Chapter 69. Who is more devious? "Who are you, truly?" Danzo asked, his gaze filled with suspicion. "I am the current leader of the priestess guard from the land of spirits," Shinkawa replied. "And who are you to destroy the land of my seals? To attempt to steal the soul of the wraith?" Danzo sneered. "What do you mean by steal? The wraiths belong to no one," Shinkawa countered, scratching his head in realization. Indeed, wraiths are wraiths. They seem to belong to no one. The priestess, now anxious, tugged at Shinkawa's sleeve. "Do you not understand the consequences of your actions for the world?" "Ha ha." Danzo laughed heartily. "Of course I do. I shall become the king of the world, and it will be under my dominion. And then what? Even if you succeed, what will you have? Once buried, what remains?" Before Danzo could respond, Shinkawa continued, "Do not speak to me of ambition. Such aspirations must be matched by corresponding abilities. The duty of a lord is to ensure that the common folk lead good lives. And you? Can you, leading these malevolent beings, ensure that people live well? No. You lack that capability. This isn't me underestimating you. You cannot even manage a village. You have no support even within your own village. Hence your reliance on these monsters. Am I correct?" Danzo, panting and reddened, glared at Shinkawa. "Silence. Be quiet. Enough. TSK. I've hit a nerve. Haven TI? You are a failure, a complete and utter failure." Shinkawa mocked, his gaze piercing. Any great, wise, and magnanimous ruler would never rely on monsters to help dominate the world. You, allied with these beings, have become the enemy of all humanity, Shinkawa declared. These words struck Danzo's vulnerable spot, leaving him frozen in place, utterly still. Unbeknownst to everyone, The seemingly dazed Huang Quan quietly approached Danzo from behind, a mysterious smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. From Huang Quan's body, a tentacle-like appendage suddenly shot towards Danzo. A muffled thud echoed, and the world seemed to fall silent. Hiroshi Kamikawa stood frozen, watching this scene unfold. Danzo let out a furious roar, attempting to break free, but countless tentacles emerged, ensnaring him tightly. Soon, from Kamikawa's vantage point, Danzo's figure vanished from sight. "Lord, the members of the Root have regained their senses," one exclaimed. Even they were taken aback that the controlled Huang Quan could break free from the seal imposed by Danzo himself. In a moment of negligence, this fiend had successfully launched a surprise attack. The Root members rushed towards Danzo's direction. Just then, a dense, black fog erupted from the transformed Huang Quan. The fog, as if possessing a will of its own, surged forth, engulfing the members of the Root. Screams of horror filled the air. Kamikawa observed as tentacles pierced through the hearts of the Root members, suspending them in midair. "He is absorbing their chakra," the priestess cried out. Kamikawa's expression turned grave. Why hasn't Danzo retaliated? He pondered. After all, Danzo possessed the Sharingan. A mere Izanagi could resurrect him perfectly. Could he be waiting for a new form of Danzo to emerge? Time ticked by, yet Danzo remained absent. How could this be? Kamikawa murmured. Was he to stand by and watch his subordinates perish? Was the tentacle poisonous? Had Danzo lost the ability to use his Sharingan the moment he was struck? Kamikawa speculated. Impossible. Danzo is a shadow-level powerhouse. He cannot fall so easily, he declared. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Kamikawa sensed a familiar aura. Danzo appeared not far away. He gazed at Huang Quan, now revealing his true form, and asked, "How did you know?" Huang Quan replied with an eerie smile, "Your eyes are simply too beautiful. Intoxicatingly so. I cannot see them, yet I can sense them. If I possess them, I shall become a god." An unsettling sound emanated from Huang Quan's throat. Kamikawa realized it was not Huang Quan's voice, but that of a malevolent spirit. "However, this is sufficient. Through these eyes, I shall remain in this world for eternity." Ha ha ha. Huang Quan laughed maniacally, his body fracturing amidst the laughter. A dense mist of blood enveloped the area. Even someone as accustomed to life and death as Danzo furrowed his brow at this grotesque scene. He glanced around, witnessing his once proud Root elites now resembling shriveled fruits suspended in the air, their strength siphoned away into the thick blood mist. Finally, as the blood mist dissipated, a bizarre entity came into view. It was a creature composed of 3 enormous eyes, surrounded by floating red tentacles, resembling an octopus or jellyfish hovering in midair. Within the largest eye, 3 tomo were vividly discernible. The Sharingan? Has he stolen Danzo's Sharingan? Kamikawa gasped in shock. Not only had the entity seized the Sharingan, but it had also mutated, transforming into a wholly new monster. What exquisite eyes! They rival my own body, the 3-eyed creature proclaimed. It was unclear how it produced sound. After speaking, it turned its gaze towards the soldiers of the land of demons. "Do not look at its eyes," Kamikawa shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The soldiers staggered momentarily before drawing their blades and attacking their comrades. The blade cleaved through flesh, blood gushing forth. Ha ha ha, what a delightful taste. The 3-eyed monster's tentacles shot forth, absorbing the blood spraying through the air. "Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" A soldier cried out. Countless arrows surged towards the creature. Yet before they could reach it, an invisible force intercepted them, reducing the arrows to ash. "Everyone retreat," Kamikawa commanded. "Ordinary individuals will only become fodder for this monster." Under the priestess's direction, the soldiers quickly withdrew. The creature cackled ominously, seemingly intent on pursuing the soldiers. Just then, a massive stone came crashing down upon it. The monster paused, astonished that someone could strike it. It turned to see Kamikawa heaving a boulder twice its size and hurling it towards him. The creature's eyes narrowed in mockery. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite feeling it could evade, the massive stone relentlessly struck its form. It did not hurt, but it was a profound humiliation. "I shall kill you," the monster bellowed, its eyes flaring as a swirl of black flames surged towards Kamikawa. Startled, Kamikawa thought, "Isn't that Amaterasu?" In that moment of distraction, Amaterasu ignited upon him, enveloping his armor. In a flash, he stripped off his armor, which quickly disintegrated into ash beneath the black flames. Gazing at the inferno, Danzo inhaled sharply. In an instant, The flames reduced steel to ash. Such ferocity was astounding. Yet, why did the individual beneath the armor appear in such disarray? Charred and disheveled, he resembled a beggar. Were the leaders of the land of demons so unkempt? Oblivious to how uniquely he now looked, Kamikawa was thoroughly incensed. Way of destruction, fourth, white lightning, he declared, extending his finger as a bolt of lightning shot forth towards the monster. With a crackle, the white lightning pierced one of the creature's eyes. A howl of agony erupted. At that moment, Danzo executed a series of swift hand movements, lunging forward and striking the creature's core with his palm. A special formation flickered briefly beneath his hand. 5 elements sealing. To this day, Danzo had not relinquished his attempt to control the creature. Upon Danzo's palm pressing down, the monster ceased its struggles, its tentacles drooping. Chapter 70. 2 more Sharingan acquired. Seeing that he had subdued the monster, Danzo could hardly contain his joy. Controlling the malevolent spirit was the primary objective of his mission, and he was willing to sacrifice all his subordinates for it. Ha ha ha, you ultimately belong to me. Danzo laughed triumphantly, then turned sharply to Kamikawa with a sinister grin. Now it's your turn. Yet just then, the drooping tentacles of the monster suddenly shot up, piercing Danzo's chest. This sudden turn of events caught even Kamikawa off guard, prompting him to roll his eyes at Danzo. Are you even capable? If you cannot seal it, just admit it. You've been ambushed twice. How confident are you in your sealing? Shinkawa Hiro expressed his disdain while observing Tenzo, who was once again under attack. At that moment, one of the creature's eyes had transformed into a kaleidoscope. Shinkawa Hiro keenly sensed an energy enveloping Tenzo tightly. Tenzo activated his Anaji. Yet no matter how many times he attempted it, he always reappeared in the same location, repeatedly pierced through the heart. A spatial confinement? Shinkawa Hiro gasped in astonishment. His figure suddenly darting forward, pointing a finger, Bakudo number 4, Byakurai. With a swift crackle, the white lightning effortlessly breached the creature's defenses. Shinkawa Hiro then deftly severed the tendril that had pierced Tenzo's heart. The creature recoiled with a hiss, seemingly terrified of Shinkawa Hiro, or rather, of the techniques he wielded. However, Bakudo number 4 was still insufficient to vanquish this beast. Unable to utilize ninjutsu, he could only place his hopes on Kido. Gritting his teeth, Shinkawa Hiro suddenly extended his hand towards the creature. Bakudo number 4, Shibari. A gray rope instantaneously ensnared the creature. It shrieked and struggled, but for the time being, it was unable to escape the binding. Oh, sovereign of flesh, mask of blood, omniscient, take flight and bear the name of humanity. Seizing the opportunity, Shinkawa Hiro began his first incantation, knowing that the level of this Bakudo was beyond his current mastery. The incantation would enhance his chances of success. As he chanted, the creature seemed to sense impending danger. Its body ignited with black flames, forcibly severing the bindings of Shibari. Just then, Shinkawa Hiro completed his incantation. Thrusting his palm towards the creature, Bakudo number 33, Soko. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball imbued with dark energy struck the creature fiercely. The flames instantly engulfed it. The creature let out a chilling wail, attempting to break free from the inferno. Yet this was no ordinary fire. It was imbued with demonic energy, conjured by a master sorcerer, specifically designed to combat malevolent beings. Nevertheless, Shinkawa Hiro remained vigilant, aware that the entity known as Morio was a formidable ancient demon. If it could be subdued so easily, what need would there be for a priestess? Indeed, moments later, the Morio let out a howl, decisively abandoning its Sharingan as a host, transforming into a thick smoke and rushing towards the sealing grounds. Without a physical form, it would swiftly vanish under the sunlight. Even as a demon lord, it was bound by the laws of nature. Shinkawa Hiro promptly followed into the sealing grounds, employing the Onmyoji's talisman arts to seal the Morio once more. Perhaps one day, when he had elevated his Kido to a higher level, he would be able to eradicate the Morio entirely. Regrettably, this time, even the Soko was barely executed, leaving a considerable gap to the advanced Kido. With the sealing complete, he exited the sealing grounds and approached Tenzo, who appeared increasingly feeble. After all, they had once been comrades, and Tenzo had been quite considerate during their time in the route. Seeing him in such a state stirred a sense of compassion within Shinkawa Hiro. Can you still rise? He inquired. Tenzo struggled to look at Shinkawa Hiro. Could you lend me a hand? He asked. Do you take me for a fool? Shinkawa Hiro retreated swiftly. Enraged and humiliated, Tenzo abruptly sat up and tore off the bandage covering his left eye. His kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled furiously. It was Shirsue's eye. His desperate use of it aimed to control Shinkawa Hiro with the Kodoha Tsukumi. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong target, as Shinkawa Hiro possessed a Shirsue eye of his own. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Tenzo's gaze, Shinkawa Hiro's eyes gleamed momentarily. He surged forward and seized the eye. Terror washed over Tenzo's face. Impossible. Why are you not affected by Kodoha Tsukumi? This cannot be. Shinkawa Hiro scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. Pondering if he should reveal that after all his deliberation, he had chosen the one person least likely to be influenced by Kodoha Tsukumi. Is this my fault? Shinkawa Hiro's fingers twitched, prompting Tenzo to panic, leaping backward to create distance, then fleeing without looking back. Ultimately, he was a veteran warrior, and such decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could possess. Shinkawa Hiro did not pursue nor strike him down, for no other reason than that Tenzo had once saved Hikari. Refraining from killing him this time would repay that debt. However, Shinkawa Hiro would soon regret this moment of leniency. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze caught a glimmer. Nestled in the corner of a nearby stone was a Sharingan. This eye likely belonged to Kogen, ripped from Tenzo's body, possessing the ability of spatial confinement. He bent down to retrieve the eye, which still bore traces of the Morio's essence. Perhaps it was the Morio's immense spiritual power that had rapidly evolved this eye into a kaleidoscope. Cautiously storing the eye away, he once again glanced in the direction Tenzo had fled. Everything seemed to return to its starting point. The Morio was sealed once more, uncertain if it would be exploited by others again. Yet, this was beyond his control. Having dealt with Tenzo's matter, he found no reason to linger in the land of demons. It was time for him to depart. In the priestess's hall, the priestess looked at Shinkawa Hiro with a sense of reluctance in her eyes. Are you truly going to leave? She asked. Of course. I must venture forth to hone my Kido, that I may completely eradicate the Morio. The priestess bit her lip, appearing quite enchanting. Have you thought this through? Shinkawa Hiro resolutely shook his head. How could anyone withstand such a pitiful gaze? Ultimately, Shinkawa Hiro departed from the land of demons. He wished to return to Amigakure, having not seen Konan for quite some time, and he felt a strong yearning. He just didn't know if Orochimaru had joined Akatsuki yet. Likely not. As Orochimaru's motives for joining were directed at Itachi, there should still be a few years before that happened. Moreover, Itachi no longer had any reason to defect from Konoha. The likelihood of Orochimaru joining Akatsuki was slim, and his identity would remain concealed. With this decision made, Shinkawa Hiro ceased lingering and set off towards Amigakure. The weather in the land of rain remained as detestable as ever, with a relentless drizzle falling, though he could not discern if this was the result of Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Regardless, he did not feel any chakra within the rain. Striding confidently towards the vicinity of Amigakure, he soon saw a paper fluttering before him, forming the image of Konan. Shinkawa Hiro's heart soared with joy as he lunged forward. Embracing Konan. Konan, I missed you so much, he exclaimed. Konan stiffened momentarily, but did not push him away. What brings you here? Were you not to remain hidden in Konoha? She asked. I came out on a mission and decided to drop by, he replied. As for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he's still just a 2-year-old child. It's exhausting to babysit a toddler. Shinkawa Hiro pouted. Konan shook her head in exasperation, lightly tapping his forehead. Following Konan, they arrived at Nagato's room. Nagato appeared quite frail now. It seemed the outer path golem had taken a significant toll on him. Fortunately, being from the Uzumaki clan, he possessed naturally robust chakra. Otherwise, he would have been drained to nothing long ago. As Nagato beheld Kamikawa Hiro, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. Now that you're back, why not assist me with a task? Nagato proposed. Huh, you truly don't regard me as an outsider. Kamikawa Hiro replied. Somewhat speechless. What is it that you need? Kakuzu has encountered some difficulties. I need you to lend him your support. Chapter 71. The Surge of Killing Intent. Kakuzu? Kamikawa Hiro inquired. He is a recent addition to our organization, a rogue ninja with strength on par with that of a Kage. Konan interjected. Kamikawa Hiro stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isn't he a bounty hunter? Indeed, it seems you are somewhat acquainted with him. What task could be beyond his capabilities? Being a Kage-level fighter? Kamikawa Hiro remarked. We must invite someone, Nagato declared. Invite someone? Yes, Konan and I originally intended to go, but this time, it will be you and Konan. Nagato instructed. Teaming up with Sister Konan? No problem, I've got this, Kamikawa Hiro assured. After resting for 2 days in the rain village, they had yet to see Zetsu or Obito. When he asked Konan, she replied, I have no strict expectations of them. We don't interfere with their daily activities, as long as they show up in time for missions. Kamikawa Hiro frowned at her words. Could Obito have infiltrated Konoha again? He shook his head, realizing he could only observe the unfolding events. He is but a man, not a deity, and cannot control everything. Soon, he and Konan set off to rendezvous with Kakuzu. 3 days later, Kamikawa Hiro met Kakuzu once more. It was still just the two of them, which perhaps explained Nagato's insistence on finding another ally. What is the situation? Konan inquired of Kakuzu. The individual in question was confirmed to be the infamous killer. A killer? Kamikawa Hiro asked. Kakuzu had never seen him and looked curiously at Konan. He is one of us, having joined the Akatsuki even before you did, and has come to assist me, Konan explained. Kakuzu regarded Kamikawa Hiro with skepticism, primarily due to Hiro's youth, doubting his ability to match their strength. What does that look? Are you questioning my abilities? Kamikawa Hiro shot back. Enough. I don't care about your strength, but don't hold us back, or I will eliminate you, Kakuzu retorted. Kamikawa Hiro bristled at the slight. How dare you underestimate me? Let us see what you've got. Kakuzu scoffed derisively and turned away. Such a temper, Kamikawa Hiro exclaimed, feeling his anger flare. How could he tolerate being doubted in front of Sister Konan? A man cannot be deemed inadequate. Konan, bemused, watched as Kamikawa Hiro, feeling wronged, crouched down, cradling his head after she playfully tapped him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air ahead. Kamikawa Hiro paused, then hurried towards the source. Upon witnessing the scene, his expression hardened. Blood was everywhere. A man hung upside down from a tree, blood gushing from his neck. Kakuzu glanced at Kamikawa Hiro, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he sensed an icy, killing intent emanating from Hiro. Could this individual possess some skill? Ignoring Kakuzu's thoughts, Kamikawa Hiro approached the lifeless civilian. Underfoot, a peculiar symbol had been drawn in the dirt. If he wasn't mistaken, it bore the mark of the evil god cult. The person Kakuzu sought to invite must be Haiden, the notorious killer who had decimated the hidden hot water village. Konan remained composed. The deceased civilian did not disturb her tranquility. However, she noticed that Kamikawa Hiro had suddenly grown silent, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a somber expression. The trio departed, continuing along the main road. Turning a corner, they spotted a young man in a leather jacket, languidly seated on a rock, seemingly waiting for someone. A scythe-like weapon resting beside him. I'll give it a try, Konan announced. Kamikawa Hiro interjected, Sister Konan, allow me. Without waiting for her consent, he approached Haiden, hands in his pockets. As he neared, Haiden jumped up to block Kamikawa Hiro's path. Hey, want to join the cult? Kamikawa Hiro coldly replied, not interested. Then I shall sacrifice you to the great evil god, Haiden declared with manic fervor. Oh, what does that entail? Kamikawa Hiro queried. Simply put, I will kill you and use your blood as an offering to the evil god, Haiden exclaimed. So, the civilian back there was your doing, was it? Kamikawa Hiro accused. Indeed, he showed no reverence for the evil god. Sacrificing him will please the deity, Haiden replied. At that moment, Haiden lunged at Kamikawa Hiro, swinging his scythe down. Kamikawa Hiro, unflinching, observed Haiden's approach with a chilling gaze. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past, and a projectile pierced Haiden's chest. It was Kakuzu's attack. Kakuzu sauntered past Kamikawa Hiro, disdainfully remarking, Are you stunned? Why are you just standing there? Kamikawa Hiro remained silent, focusing his gaze on Haiden. Stop staring. The man is already dead, Kakuzu insisted. Yet, Kamikawa Hiro remained unresponsive. That hurts, you bastard. A voice erupted, startling Kakuzu as he turned to see Haiden, who had been impaled, roaring back at him. He doesn't appear to be dying at all. How is this possible? Kakuzu exclaimed in disbelief. I will sacrifice your soul to the evil god. Haiden howled, blood pooling beneath him as he drew a strange symbol in the crimson liquid. Kakuzu, in a sudden burst, threw another punch, which again pierced Haiden's chest. Haiden grasped Kakuzu's fist, yanking it out from his body. Ha ha ha, the ritual begins. Enjoy the delightful sacrifice. He cackled, licking the blood from his hands. Kakuzu and Konan exchanged glances, puzzled by Haiden's self-inflicted wounds. At that moment, Kakuzu clutched his chest, collapsing in agony as a mask burst forth from his body, shattering into 2 pieces on the ground. What? Such a bizarre technique. Conan gasped, her shock palpable. Ha! Haydn laughed maniacally. What on earth is happening? Conan asked, bewildered. Just a bit of dark magic. Kamikawa Hiro scoffed, stepping forward past Kakuzu to confront Haydn directly. As Haydn prepared to speak, he noticed Kamikawa Hiro extending his right index finger towards him. The fourth break, binding rope. Kamikawa Hiro declared softly. Instantly, a rope materialized, ensnaring Haydn. In the distance, Conan watched in astonishment, realizing that what Kamikawa Hiro had executed was not ninjutsu. Yet, he remained too preoccupied to explain to her. He fixated intently on Fade Wan. In the original narrative, Fade Wan was impervious to blades and fire alike, much like a specter. Unfortunately for him, today he encountered Hiroshi Shinkawa, an expert on the supernatural. His flames could not only sear the flesh, but also scorch the soul. O Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, the embodiment of all existence, soaring high under the name of humanity. Hiroshi began to chant. As he did, Fade Wan seemed to sense the impending peril, and terror finally flickered across his face. No, you bastard, let me go. Fade Wan was genuinely frightened, sensing a murderous aura emanating from Hiroshi. At that moment, Conan swiftly approached Hiroshi and declared, I need him to be useful. Is this your decision, or Nagato's? Hiroshi inquired, casting a glance at Conan, who had intervened. Nagato insists that this one still has utility. Conan's gaze faltered as she met Hiroshi's eyes. Upon hearing this, Hiroshi slowly lowered his hand. This shouldn't be how it is. He sighed. He understood that even in the absence of him, Nagato would still employ Fade Wan, albeit with a greater inclination towards exploitation, evidenced by the fact that no Akatsuki members came to Fade Wan's aid after he was buried. However, using him was still using him. A murderer remained a murderer. By employing Fade Wan, the Akatsuki had completely strayed from Yahiko's original ideals. Hiroshi knew he could neither prevent nor alter this course, leaving him with a profound sense of disappointment. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes binding Fade Wan vanished. The terror in Fade Wan's eyes dissipated as he realized his life had been spared. He had always held an arrogant belief that no one could kill him. Yet, for reasons unknown, during Hiroshi's incantation, he felt a tremor deep within his soul, a fear he had never experienced before. It felt as though he might perish beneath the weight of Hiroshi's chant. Fortunately, he was interrupted just in time. Subsequently, Conan's invitation for Fade Wan to join the Akatsuki proceeded smoothly, and he even refrained from voicing his demands for sacrifices to his sinister deity. On the way back, Conan hesitated, sensing Hiroshi's growing silence. She keenly observed the rift that had formed between them, more accurately, the gulf that had emerged between Hiroshi and the Akatsuki. Is it just a matter of utilizing a murderer? Only such individuals qualify for the Akatsuki. Kakuzu sneered from the sidelines. Silence. Hiroshi shot a cold glare at Kaku, who had never before encountered such defiance. Who do you think you are? Don't overestimate your worth. Hiroshi's anger flared, and his words turned acerbic. You insolent fool. Kakuzu retorted angrily, throwing a punch at Hiroshi. With a frigid expression, Hiroshi stepped forward, evading Kakuzu's blow and placing himself directly before him. With a resounding strike, Hiroshi delivered a powerful punch to Kakuzu's chest. Kakuzu's body buckled as his eyes bulged in shock. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 large trees before finally halting. A surge coursed through him as 2 monstrous masks erupted from his body, tearing through his clothing and crashing to the ground. Split in 2. With a single punch, Hiroshi had shattered the hearts of Kakuzu's 2 masks. Beside them, Fade Wan swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting fear. He realized that should he receive such a blow, he might survive, but the pain would be unbearable. The force of Hiroshi's punch had nearly torn Kakuzu apart from within. Had Kakuzu not been a formidable shadow-level warrior, he would certainly have perished. Kakuzu gazed at Hiroshi in horror, utterly unprepared for the strength he had just witnessed. Hiroshi had no intention of letting him off the hook. His anger still simmered. Enough. Conan's voice rang out sharply. Hiroshi retracted his leg, his aggression momentarily stifled. Do you think you've grown wings, that I can no longer control you? Conan fixed her gaze on Hiroshi. He turned his head away, snorting in disdain. Observing his defiance, Conan's brows furrowed, and she grasped Hiroshi's ear, forcibly turning his head to face her. Hiroshi, confronted by her fiery demeanor, relented. I merely believe that our Akatsuki should refrain from associating with such tainted individuals, Hiroshi murmured. Conan opened her mouth, but ultimately sighed in resignation. She did not fully endorse Nagato's actions, yet felt powerless against his obstinacy. With Yahiko gone, she was unwilling to lose Nagato as well, even if his methods were not to her liking. Hiroshi, perhaps you are not suited for the Akatsuki, she finally stated. Hiroshi stiffened slightly at her words. Conan, feeling a pang of sympathy, turned away and said, you need not concern yourself with the Akatsuki's affairs, but I know you no longer belong with us. After a prolonged silence, Hiroshi managed a bitter smile. So, what does that mean for me, Conan? Return to your duties. Simply inform me of any news regarding the Nine Tails when needed, Conan replied. Are you casting me aside? Hiroshi's voice carried a note of dejection. Conan clenched her fists, forcing herself to look back, and declared, yes, you are no longer needed here. With that, she departed, taking Kakuzu and Fadewan with her. Hiroshi felt little sorrow. He had never truly belonged to the Akatsuki. What saddened him was witnessing Conan, once so kind-hearted, now disregarding lives. All of this was a consequence of Nagato's stubbornness. No, perhaps Nagato was also a victim. The true puppeteer was Uchiha Obito, the embodiment of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was a form of negative energy. Ordinary ninjutsu had no effect on him. Only Yin-Yang release could. In theory, a Yin-Yang master should be capable of eradicating Black Zetsu, but with his rudimentary skills, Hiroshi doubted he could even catch a glimpse of him, especially considering Black Zetsu's ability to merge and possess souls. It was akin to a specter from his previous life. Unless the enemy came willingly, killing him would be exceedingly difficult. Should he seek out Black Zetsu now and attempt to eliminate him? Perhaps it would be unwise. Who could predict who would end up dead in such a confrontation? He dared not underestimate any of the prominent figures who survived until the end. Hiroshi had not anticipated his visit to the Rain Village would be so brief. He had hoped to linger and uncover what Obito was plotting. However, it seemed he could not return. He also dared not venture back to Konoha. Who knew if Tsunade had departed yet? He would only consider returning if he could ensure absolute safety. Otherwise, perhaps he should visit the Land of Water again. Encountering Fadewan had rekindled memories of the events in the Hot Springs village. The Otsutsuki from that village remained a thorn in his side, and that mysterious cult of the evil deity lurked like a venomous snake, ready to strike. Moreover, the mutations in his body were a result of that encounter after receiving a certain injection. Unbeknownst to him, there lurked potential peril, a danger that could erupt suddenly. Leaving him utterly unprepared, he felt compelled to eliminate this hidden threat. With resolution in mind, he resolved not to delay any further. Thus, Hiroshi Kamikawa turned towards the direction of Yuin village. Traveling eastward, he arrived at the land of rice fields. It was said that Orochimaru had established a sound ninja village here. He hoped to avoid a misfortune of encountering this serpentine madman. The last time, he had taken advantage of Jiraiya's presence to seize the grass cutter sword from the snake uncle. Who could guarantee that Orochimaru would not seek vengeance upon seeing him? Perhaps even taking the opportunity to eliminate him while reclaiming the sword? Such a notion sent a chill through him. In truth, Orochimaru was a remarkable individual, willing to forsake the position of Hokage in pursuit of scientific knowledge, betraying Konoha in the process, a resolve that the average person lacked. Hiroshi Kamikawa, being an ordinary man himself, could never muster the audacity to defy Konoha. In this regard, Orochimaru stood as a paragon for Hiroshi to emulate. Yet, contemplating such a role model was sufficient. It would be best to avoid an actual encounter. Circumventing the area by traversing the borders of the Land of Fire would be a wiser choice. However, it seemed that Hiroshi had forgotten that fate often has a way of intervening. Debts incurred must eventually be repaid. And so, several ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Sound Ninja Village obstructed Hiroshi's path. Chapter 73. First Encounter with Honglian. Among the 5 individuals, a woman led the group. Possessing an appealing visage, Hiroshi scrutinized them for a moment. If his memory served him correctly, these individuals were among the earliest followers of Orochimaru. The leading woman was likely Honglian, a ninja with the crystal release bloodline limit. Behind her stood a robust figure, presumably the one known as Nyo2. While the awkwardly dressed figure in a swimsuit, neither distinctly male nor female, was likely Ryu Lee. The last 2 were named Lin Ci and Gue Feng. Observing the group blocking his way, Hiroshi awkwardly smiled and said, "Hello everyone. What lovely weather we have today. Engaging in exercise is beneficial. Please continue. And I shall not intrude." He attempted to turn away. "Wait, are you planning to leave?" Honglian regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes. "Might I inquire if you have business to attend to?" Hiroshi replied with a hint of flattery. Ah, you are quite the charmer, Honglian giggled. Hiroshi rubbed his hands together. Nay, it is you who possesses a sweet demeanor. Humph, a shifty-eyed fellow, clearly not virtuous. Goei Feng interjected from behind Honglian. Dear Honglian, Lord Orochimaru is in dire need of experimental subjects. This individual cannot be spared. Lin Xiai chimed in. Understood. I shall not delay Lord Orochimaru's endeavors. Honglian waved her hand, and then turned to Hiroshi. How about you come with me? Hiroshi awkwardly chuckled, stepping backward. If I express my unwillingness, does that mean I can refuse? Do you think so? I say you can. With that, she dashed away. At that moment, a cold snort resonated. Crystal release. Crystal wall. With a gentle sound, a towering crystal wall abruptly appeared before Hiroshi. He could not halt in time, crashing heavily against the crystalline barrier. Fortunately, he managed to extricate himself. Can you escape? Honglian approached leisurely from behind. Please, do not come any closer. If you do, I shall scream. Hiroshi warned. Scream away, even if you shatter your throat. No one will come to your aid. Honglian observed him with an amused expression. Hiroshi felt a surge of familiarity with her words, perhaps a slight alteration in gender. Ultimately, he was captured. The one who transformed into Nyo-2 seized him and hurried towards the Sound Ninja village. They arrived at a concealed underground cavern, where Hiroshi was cast into a prison cell. With a resounding thud, the door closed, enveloping him in darkness. He smirked slightly. He had not intended to meet Orochimaru. However, since fate had brought them together, perhaps it was worth the encounter. He might glean insights into the peculiar transformations he had experienced. Though he could wield yin-yang techniques, he found himself incapable of utilizing chakra. Strangely, his body felt increasingly robust and resilient. Even his height was rapidly increasing. Compared to his peers, especially Kakashi, he now stood taller by at least half a head. Handsome, tall, and strong. Was it shameless to compliment himself so? As arcs of electricity flickered, the lock on the door posed no challenge to him, even with its runes inscribed upon it. While it could restrain ninjas, it could not contain a practitioner of yin-yang arts like him. After a series of stops and starts, he arrived at a hidden chamber. Pushing open the door revealed a vast laboratory, filled with an array of experimental apparatuses. Most prominently were numerous test tubes and racks, unmistakably Orochimaru's domain. Venturing further, he stumbled upon several glass tanks, and as expected, humanoid figures floated within, submerged in an unknown liquid. These beings, while resembling humans, had undergone such transformations that they were no longer fully human. Their organs had been replaced with those of animals. The Nyo-2 who had captured him was likely one of these experimental subjects, a relatively successful one, while the others appeared to be failures. Continuing onward, he encountered an assortment of bizarre creatures. Indeed, a true testament to deviance. Soon, he reached the central area, which was cordoned off. Upon closer inspection, he found a table and a bed, likely where Orochimaru rested after his experiments. On the table lay a diary. Approaching it, Hiroshi hesitated to open it, wary of any traps Orochimaru might have set. With a swift motion, he conjured a gust of wind that flipped the pages. Nothing seemed amiss. Hiroshi tore a strip from his sleeve to shield his fingers and began to peruse the diary. It contained summaries of various failed experiments. However, one sensitive term caught his eye: vitality and immortality, detailing the experimental processes involving Hashirama's cells. Unfortunately, the entries concluded with accounts of failure. This perhaps elucidated why Orochimaru had not utilized Hashirama's cells to enhance his own lifespan. After all, if they could grant immortality, how had Hashirama met his demise? A self-deprecating smile crept across Hiroshi's face. The latter sections of the diary discussed concepts of soul reincarnation. Hiroshi felt overwhelmed by this information, but increasingly admired Orochimaru, the scientific mind of the ninja world. It appeared that Honglian was also one of Orochimaru's intended vessels. Hiroshi could only think of one word: deviant, blurring the lines between genders. One wondered if Orochimaru's progeny were hermaphroditic, capable of self-reproduction. Just as he was engrossed in reading, a chilling aura enveloped him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Orochimaru's pallid visage. Hiroshi, I did not expect it to be you. Orochimaru spoke first. Ah, it has been a long time since we last met, Lord Orochimaru. Shinkawa Hiroto. The faces of Honglian and the others trailing behind Orochimaru turned pale. They never anticipated that the person they had captured would appear here. As they stepped forward to take action, Orochimaru raised his hand and said, Enough, You may leave. Honglian replied, My lord, what about him? He is not someone you can handle, Orochimaru remarked. Under his gaze, Honglian and the others hurriedly retreated from the scene. Shinkawa Hiroto shrugged and said, I initially had no intention of coming, but your subordinate's earnest invitation made it hard for me to refuse. Not at all. In fact, I am quite intrigued by you. Hiro-kun, Orochimaru responded. Upon hearing this, Shinkawa Hiroto stiffened and chuckled awkwardly. That's unnecessary, I believe. Orochimaru smiled without uttering a word, his serpent-like eyes continuously scanning Shinkawa Hiroto. At that moment, a massive serpent's head slowly emerged behind Shinkawa Hiroto, then opened wide, revealing its fangs as it lunged fiercely at him. Chapter 74. Unusual. Quite unusual. With a sharp clap, Shinkawa Hiroto placed his notebook on the table. Simultaneously, the venomous serpent that lunged at him was pierced by a searing laser, vanishing with a resounding bang. Orochimaru's pupils slightly contracted as he smiled ominously. Hiro-kun, you remain ever so enigmatic. Shinkawa Hiroto replied in confusion. Is that so? I believe I am quite simple. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. He shifted his body toward the side guard station, where several test tubes bubbled with unknown liquids. I wonder what brings you here today? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, I have a question I wish to ask. Shinkawa Hiroto stated. Oh, please, go ahead. Shinkawa Hiroto then recounted his experiences in the mysterious space of Tangin village, leaving no detail omitted. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intense interest. It seemed he was captivated by the place. How fascinating that there are others in this world like me. Orochimaru suddenly exclaimed. Shinkawa Hiroto was taken aback, beginning to understand why Orochimaru made such a remark. Orochimaru was powerful, yet profoundly lonely. His ideals transcended this world far too much, and his methods were exceedingly radical. This led to a profound lack of understanding from others. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade could not comprehend Orochimaru at this moment. Orochimaru, too, was human and felt loneliness. Yet he had not anticipated that Shinkawa Hiroto would bring him such news. A group of individuals, possessing advanced thoughts akin to his own, was engaged in similar endeavors, seemingly ahead of him. Or perhaps their ideologies diverged from his own. Orochimaru suddenly fixed his fervent gaze upon Shinkawa Hiroto, igniting a spark of fear in the latter, who braced himself for a hasty retreat. Hiro-kun, may I conduct a thorough examination on you? Examination? What sort of examination? Blood tests, CT scans, and ultrasounds. Orochimaru listed a few terms. Hey, why do those terms sound so familiar? Shinkawa Hiroto exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that what you mentioned? Isn't it the same at the Konoha hospital? Orochimaru replied. Shinkawa Hiroto suddenly understood. These terms were indeed what he had discussed with Hikari. She had implemented such procedures, significantly enhancing the healing rates at Konoha hospital. After all, Hikari held a high position there, and her words were naturally put into practice. It seemed that Orochimaru had informants within Konoha hospital. Upon reflection, it appeared there was such an individual who had provided Orochimaru with information during the later Konoha collapse plan. Shinkawa Hiroto nodded in agreement. After all, it was only reasonable for an expert like Orochimaru to wish to clarify any issues through blood tests and CT scans. Once the examination was complete, Orochimaru surprisingly did not tamper with any aspect of the process. His desire for knowledge regarding that organization evidently prevented him from influencing the results of Shinkawa Hiroto's examination. How did the results compare to those of an ordinary person? Am I growing a horn? Shinkawa Hiroto inquired, touching his forehead. A subtle protrusion had been a persistent source of concern for him. Would he transform into a little dragon? No, it should be referred to as a unicorn dragon instead. Your bone density is 10 times that of an average person, and your blood contains a peculiar substance that is incessantly altering your body. Altering? Shinkawa Hiroto recalled the individuals within the glass tanks outside and shivered. He quickly shook his head. No, I cannot become like that. At this moment, Orochimaru spoke again. Logically, the horn on your forehead should have emerged long ago, but it has been suppressed by the energy emitted from another force. As Orochimaru spoke, his gaze focused intently on Shinkawa Hiroto's left eye. That eye of yours is not truly yours, is it? Shinkawa Hiroto was slightly taken aback, then elatedly replied. Are you suggesting that the energy from this eye suppressed the growth of the horn? No, it did not suppress it, it decomposed it. That eye is absorbing the energy of the horn. Orochimaru clarified. Is that so? But why hasn't the horn shrunk? Shinkawa Hiroto questioned. Clearly, the decomposition's intensity is insufficient. Orochimaru explained. Upon hearing this, Shinkawa Hiroto rummaged through his sleeve and produced a small vial. Inside lay a Sharingan, quietly resting. This eye was the one he had retrieved from Danzo, belonging to Shursui. Initially, he had intended to use the eye with space-based ninjutsu, but he was uncertain if it would suppress the abnormalities within him. Thus, he decided to utilize Shursui's eye instead. Please, help me switch it to my right eye. Shinkawa Hiroto handed the vial to Orochimaru. Sharingan. So your left eye is a Sharingan? Orochimaru realized. Due to the magical energy, Shinkawa Hiroto's left eye had been well concealed, making it impossible for anyone to discern that it was, in fact, a Sharingan. Orochimaru examined the eye in his hand and chuckled softly. He had often assisted Danzo in implanting Sharingan, but he never expected that someone would seek him out for an eye transplant after leaving Konoha. Hirokun, are you not concerned that I might tamper with it? Orochimaru inquired. Do as you please. Shinkawa Hiroto responded nonchalantly. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Very well, let us begin preparations. It must be said that Orochimaru's surgical skills surpassed even Ikari's. In a remarkably brief time, the eye was successfully transplanted, leaving no trace of surgical scars around it. The magical energy surged within him once more, flooding into the newly implanted eye. Simultaneously, Shinkawa Hiroto delightedly sensed his vision absorbing the mysterious liquid within his body, converting it into the magical energy he was familiar with. What a relief! He would not have to transform into a unicorn monster. Shinkawa Hiroto could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Shinkawa Hiroto remembered Rin. He recalled Tsunade mentioning that Orochimaru possessed profound expertise in curse seal techniques. There was a curse seal located at the position of Rin's heart, which had yet to be resolved. He had not sought Orochimaru before, so why not implore him now to assist with the curse seal on Rin's heart? Shinkawa Hiroto lifted his gaze toward Orochimaru, his eyes shimmering with hope. Lord Orochimaru, I have heard that you possess knowledge regarding curse seals. Orochimaru replied, I have a basic understanding, but I wouldn't say I am an expert. Then could you assist me with a favor? Orochimaru looked up at Shinkawa Hiroto and asked, What is it that you desire? Shinkawa was astounded. Orochimaru had surprisingly not rejected the request immediately, which was uncharacteristic of him. Are you willing to assist? Shinkawa inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Orochimaru. Indeed. I am willing to help, Orochimaru replied. Shinkawa's composure faltered, and he instinctively distanced himself from Orochimaru. What had caused such a peculiar shift in Orochimaru's demeanor? However, observing Orochimaru meticulously organizing medical instruments, there seemed to be nothing amiss. This was perplexing. Something was definitely off. Was he perhaps focusing on the three tails within Rin? Shinkawa speculated. That does seem quite probable. Do not worry. You can personally bring her here. Given your strength, even if complications arise, you should be able to handle them. Orochimaru seemed to read Shinkawa's thoughts. As Shinkawa gazed into Orochimaru's earnest eyes, he suddenly felt the world around him become unfamiliar. Chapter 75. The Reunion of the Three Ninjas. What, then, is the reward for saving Rin? Shinkawa pondered, realizing that Orochimaru's cooperation must harbor ulterior motives. Hurry and disclose your intentions, he internally screamed. Suddenly, Orochimaru lifted his head and addressed Shinkawa. I wish to visit the Hot Springs village. That is my intention. Is this a trade? Indeed, it is a trade, Orochimaru affirmed. Gritting his teeth, Shinkawa resolved, let us take the plunge. Exiting Orochimaru's laboratory, he encountered Honglien approaching him. Could you please fetch me some paper and a pen? Shinkawa requested. Honglien nodded, of course, and naturally turned to walk into a nearby room. Even Shinkawa, typically oblivious, sensed something was amiss. When had Honglien become so obedient? Suddenly, he recalled that his own eyes were now fully transplanted with Shursui's, renowned for their unparalleled jinjutsu, especially the powerful Konoha Tsukimi. Could it be that others were unconsciously compelled to execute his thoughts due to his eyes? Before long, Honglien emerged from the room, holding paper and a pen. This time, instead of speaking, Shinkawa silently willed, bring me a ninja hawk. To his astonishment, Honglien spoke. Are you writing a letter? I will find you a ninja hawk. Shinkawa was utterly taken aback. At that moment, he felt his vision blur. Oh no, have I overexerted my ocular powers? He thought. Startled, closing his eyes, he adjusted his control over them. After some time, he finally reopened his eyes, noticing the shimmering light within them had gradually faded. I see. It was the surge of chakra that involuntarily activated Konoha Tsukimi. Shinkawa finally understood. With that realization, he felt reassured, believing he could indeed eliminate the hidden dangers surrounding Rin with Orochimaru's assistance. In Konoha, Tsunade stood on the balcony of the hospital, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat foreign landscape of the village. The changes in Konoha were striking. The police force had transformed beyond recognition, now comprising not only Uchiha clan members but also those from the Hyuga clan, along with a significant number of commoners. The village exuded tranquility and prosperity, with several new streets contributing to its expansion, elevating even the remote Uchiha district. As a result, Uchiha families with nearby properties reaped considerable profits, fostering a sense of gratitude towards the village. To suggest that the Uchiha might rebel now would seem ludicrous. Moreover, the emergence of the Konoha news agency had ensured that information flowed freely, leaving no secrets within the village. This not only enhanced the villagers' trust in their home, but also encouraged their active participation in its development, providing valuable suggestions for Konoha's improvement. The stability of life had spurred economic growth, increasing tax revenues. Konoha was thriving like never before, a fact that did not account for the profits amassed by the news agency. Ironically, the instigator of these changes was Shinkawa, who had fled to evade Tsunade, while Danzo, whose departure had incited her ire, had fallen into a state of stagnation. It had been ages since Danzo had made an appearance, reportedly nursing an injury that had yet to heal. Tsunade remarked, "Unfortunately, we have not completely eradicated the issue. We cannot eliminate everything." The higher-ups still harbored doubts about the Uchiha. Total eradication could diminish their leverage. Jiraiya interjected, having returned to Konoha and, like Tsunade, was captivated by the village's transformation, choosing to stay a few extra days, which coincidentally aligned with Tsunade's return. This made it even less likely he would leave Konoha. Consequently, the third Hokage had been all smiles, moving with a lightness of spirit he had not experienced in a long time. Tsunade remained silent, uncertain about her feelings towards Root and the Uchiha. Suddenly, a ninja hawk emitted a soft cry, but it was not from Konoha. Tsunade frowned slightly as the hawk descended towards her. Immediately, some umbu revealed themselves. Tsunade gestured for them to withdraw. The hawk landed on a nearby railing, its leg bearing a bamboo tube. Tsunade retrieved a note from the tube and slowly unfolded it, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon reading its contents. Jiraiya, curious, leaned in for a glance, his pupils narrowing as he suppressed a name that nearly escaped his lips. He glanced around cautiously before whispering in Tsunade's ear, "Can we trust this? If it were just that individual, I would have my doubts, but with Shinkawa involved, it changes everything," Tsunade replied. "Then let us test this. I will accompany you," Jiraiya proposed. Tsunade nodded in agreement. With the two of them together, even if that individual attempted something untoward, they could manage it. The situation regarding the Three Tails could not be prolonged. It represented a significant threat, especially as Rin's condition was deteriorating. "Should we inform the old man?" Jiraiya asked. "What do you think his reaction would be if he found out?" Tsunade inquired. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya replied, "Forget it. Let's not burden him. We can handle it ourselves." Tsunade smiled but said nothing. 3 days later, at a small town on the border of the Land of Fire, Tsunade finally met Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Long time no see, Tsunade. Let us hope we never meet again," Tsunade replied, crossing her arms. Orochimaru chuckled, "Hee. You should be aware of my purpose for coming this time, right? Speak. What has that individual promised you?" Tsunade asked. "That is a matter between him and me. Not for you to know," Orochimaru stated. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Humph. Very well. Daring to conduct dealings behind my back, are we?" "Very well." Tsunade gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shinkawa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's over. There's no turning back now. If I return, won't I just be interrupting my third leg?" Shinkawa trembled in a corner, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Lin, who stood beside Tsunade. Lin had previously served under Tsunade and addressed Orochimaru. "I am Lin Noera. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru nodded and replied, "Please, follow me." He then entered the room, where the surgical table had already been prepared. The cursed seal was intricately branded upon her heart, as far as I know. Only the former Uzumaki clan possessed the skill to imprint the seal directly onto the heart through the skin. After conducting an examination, Orochimaru pondered, "Is there a way?" Tsunade inquired. "I shall do my utmost," Orochimaru responded, without providing a definitive answer. He drew forth a scalpel. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, after a series of fluctuations. The cursed seal in Lin's heart transformed into an inky substance and vanished entirely. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intensity, for observing Orochimaru perform surgery was, in itself, a form of learning and inspiration. All done here. I must take my leave, Orochimaru declared as he tidied his instruments and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a towering figure blocked the doorway. It was Jiraiya. Chapter 76. A prayer for his safety. Shouldn't you be returning? Jiraiya spoke. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. Jiraiya, you remain ever so naive. Can you enlighten me as to why all of this is happening? I once provided you with the answer. Jiraiya retorted. That was in the past. Have you seen Konoha in its current state? Perhaps there have been some changes, but all of that was under the influence of Shinagawa Hiro. Do you not believe that once he is gone, Konoha will plunge even more swiftly into decay? Why? Jiraiya suddenly grew calm. Why? Because it is the decayed ideology, the corrupt system, the antiquated traditions that lie at the core of this deterioration. These cannot be eradicated. The prosperity of Konoha, without them, is merely a facade, which can be shattered in an instant. Do you believe it or not? Jiraiya stood frozen in place, and Tsunade remained motionless as well. Orochimaru's words rang true. Konoha's prosperity could only be sustained while Shinagawa Hiro existed. His presence acted as a third force within the village, maintaining a balance among the three factions. Once he was gone, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would lose their restraint in the eyes of the third Hokage and his allies. To secure their own dominion, they would undoubtedly strike against the noble houses. Tsunade could easily envision the outcome, which would remain unchanged. The root of the issue lay in the outdated thinking of the third Hokage and others, which could no longer keep pace with the village's evolution. To govern a capitalist society with feudalistic ideologies? It was absurd. Shinagawa Hiro's existence had merely enforced a rudimentary form of separation of powers within Konoha. This forced development, however, would collapse catastrophically should anything happen to him, reverting everything to its original state, a calamity that neither Konoha nor its leaders could endure. Orochimaru slowly approached the doorway beside Jiraiya, casting a sidelong glance at him as he remarked, pray that fellow remains unharmed. Jiraiya stood in a daze, unable to regain his senses until Orochimaru vanished. It was rare for someone of Orochimaru's stature to hold such regard for a junior. Tsunade mused, recalling Shinagawa Hiro's somewhat insufferable demeanor. Well, it is what it is. With a soft groan, Lin awakened on the surgical table. She felt the tumultuous sensations within her body dissipate. She would no longer have to endure the torment of energy searing her flesh. Lady Tsunade, am I truly healed? Lin asked incredulously. Indeed. Orochimaru possesses a deeper understanding of cursed seals than we do, Tsunade affirmed. With Lin now transformed into a perfect Jinchuriki, Konoha boasted 2 such individuals. Tsunade wondered how the mist shinobi would react, but given Konoha's current might, their opinions were of little consequence. She had heard that the mist had entered a period of blood mist and had closed off its borders. She was indifferent to the specifics. Tsunade accompanied Lin back to the village, while Shinagawa Hiro and Orochimaru sped toward the hidden hot water village. Along the way, Shinagawa Hiro recounted his experiences there. Orochimaru expressed keen interest in the horned individual he had encountered. What could possibly attract Orochimaru, that peculiar man, to such a being? Did he possess a penchant for the grotesque? In their previous confrontation with the suspected Otsutsuki clan member, Shinagawa Hiro had sensed that the individual's strength was far beyond what was displayed, likely toying with him. Had it not been for his superior Jinjutsu, he might not have escaped unscathed. Finally, they reached the vicinity of the hidden hot water village, but Shinagawa Hiro hesitated, cautiously trailing behind Orochimaru. Are you afraid, Hiro-kun? Orochimaru inquired. Fear? Nonsense. How could I be afraid? Shinagawa Hiro exclaimed loudly, yet his furtive movements and darting glances betrayed his inner turmoil. Orochimaru let out an enigmatic chuckle. They approached the entrance of the hidden hot water village, following the path that Shinagawa Hiro remembered. The area was desolate, with neglected buildings surrounded by cobwebs and dust, evoking horrific memories from his past life. Upon reaching the site of their previous battle, Shinagawa Hiro surveyed the surroundings but found nothing amiss. He looked skyward, recalling that the subspace had been suspended in the air. Yet now, nothing appeared to be there. Orochimaru regarded Shinagawa Hiro with a skeptical gaze. I assure you, I am not lying. It was definitely here, at night, during a full moon. Shinagawa Hiro insisted. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. A full moon? It seems that may be a specific condition for accessing that space. Shinagawa Hiro paused, realizing this was something he had not considered. In retrospect, it could very well be the case, but it required verification. Arriving at the town where they had previously stayed, Shinagawa Hiro inquired once more about the missing populace. After 2 days of meticulous questioning, he finally discovered that the disappearances coincided with full moons. How had he overlooked this detail before? I have conducted some research on the Flying Thunder God technique, and I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the spatial secret arts it involves. The Flying Thunder God opens a spatial gateway using runes as coordinates for transportation, and thus far, only the 4th and 2nd Hokages have mastered this technique. It is said that one must inscribe coordinates upon oneself as well. The 2 coordinates resonate with each other for precise transmission. I suspect it resembles a form of passive transportation. Passive transportation? Indeed, passive transportation. It is not the 4th who opens the spatial gate. Rather, it is his seals that summon him through the open gateway, akin to reverse summoning. Shinagawa Hiro found himself utterly perplexed. The technical jargon eluded him. It was reminiscent of the Cloud Shinobi's heaven-sent technique, which opened a portal for transportation rather than for the individual themselves. Gradually, Shinagawa Hiro began to comprehend. In essence, the 4th's transportation relied on the seals inscribed upon that peculiar kunai, effectuating a form of summoning. The 4th generation's talismans resemble miniature teleportation arrays, merely facilitating reverse summoning for him. Thus, it can be stated that the 4th generation's spatial ninjutsu indeed qualifies as spatial ninjutsu. Yet it operates under the rules of summoning techniques to effectuate reverse summoning? Precisely. Orochimaru interjected. What, then, is the connection to the subspace of the hidden hot springs village? Hiro Kawakawa inquired. The opening of the spatial gate demands energy. During a full moon, the tidal forces manifest, representing a tremendous power that, if harnessed correctly— I understand. I understand. I am familiar with the tidal forces, Hiro exclaimed. In his past life, he had encountered numerous myths, including tales of utilizing the alignment of the 7 stars to enter alternate spaces. At that moment, Orochimaru's analysis resonated with him perfectly. Truly, he is a mad scientist. Chapter 77. An astronomer as well on a moonless, windy night. The atmosphere is most tantalizing. Pa, I am a serious person, Hiro murmured behind Orochimaru. The moonlight that night was exceptionally bright, yet tinged with a hint of crimson, an ominous portent. I suggest we reconsider. That horned fiend is formidable. We must tread carefully lest we end up worse off. Hiro voiced his concern. Orochimaru felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that every utterance from Hiro's lips was laced with negativity. No, I believe my intellect shall earn their admiration, Orochimaru replied. Very well, your knowledge is beyond reproach. But do consider my position. Although I am also well-versed and knowledgeable, I feel I still fall short in comparison to you. Hiro-kun, you are remarkably modest, Orochimaru remarked. Hiro nodded, saying, Fine, I shall take that as a compliment. Haha, you are the first person I have encountered bold enough to make such a statement. Orochimaru continued. Hiro stiffened slightly before laughing awkwardly. You're too kind. They soon arrived at the hidden hot springs village. However, to their astonishment, the village had vanished, replaced by an immense stone gate. Torches flanked the gate, casting flickering shadows upon it. Hiro gasped in astonishment. Could it be that another space has overlapped with our current one? Hiro's mind raced with disbelief. The stone gate appeared ancient, adorned with intricate engravings that inexplicably quickened the flow of his blood. His Sharingan glowed with a brilliant red light. Orochimaru noticed Hiro's peculiar reaction and smirked. Indeed, you share an unknown connection with this place, Orochimaru stated. I truly appreciate your analysis. Hiro retorted, exasperated. What shall we do next? Naturally, we shall enter. Orochimaru slowly approached the stone gate. After a meticulous examination, a great serpent emerged from his sleeve, slithering toward the gate. Yet, just as the serpent was about to touch the gate, it silently transformed into a skeletal remains. The bones quickly decayed and fell to the ground. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. What is the meaning of this? Hiro was equally astonished. Orochimaru remained silent for a long moment. A temporal barrier? Eventually he spoke. This place is not merely a development of ours. It is a secret treasure trove we have claimed. It seems you possess some knowledge? Hiro inquired. The time within this stone gate differs from our own, Perhaps it diverges by several thousand, or even tens of thousands of years. Orochimaru explained. You might as well not say anything. I am even more confused now. If we are not in the same time, how can we perceive it? Just as you observe the light of the stars, what you see may be the light from stars that existed thousands of years ago, not the stars of the present. Hiro gazed at Orochimaru in astonishment. Goodness, he is also an astronomer. You do not seem particularly surprised. Orochimaru regarded Hiro with intrigue. Hiro rolled his eyes and muttered, I have heard this theory in my past life. You know, since we cannot enter, let us return home. Hiro turned to leave. Wait. Orochimaru called out. What more is there to discuss? After all, this is merely an illusion. Who told you it is an illusion? Since we can see it, it must be real. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Are you not observing the past? How can it be real? Is the past not genuine? Orochimaru countered. Perhaps, maybe. It could indeed be real. Hiro conceded, unable to refute. So what shall we do? How did you enter before? Orochimaru prompted. Hiro paused momentarily, recalling that he had used spatial ninjutsu to enter back then. Precisely. Ignoring the rules of time with spatial ninjutsu is the key to reaching there, Orochimaru affirmed. However, I cannot use ninjutsu now. It's still 1T work. Moreover, I cannot perceive the coordinates inside. Suddenly, Hiro froze. He distinctly felt a specific location within. He suddenly remembered that during the rescue of Akane, he had been pricked by a needle, which bore his essence. With his spatial perception abilities, he could sense it. Since he could detect it, he could utilize spatial ninjutsu to traverse through. You must have noticed the peculiarities in your body since arriving here, right? Perhaps within lies something that can enhance your physical capabilities. Orochimaru whispered. Hiro took a deep breath and said to Orochimaru, You have won. He gave Orochimaru a thumbs up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Attempting to employ spatial ninjutsu, a soft sound was heard as they vanished from their location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a highly modern room. Surrounding them were various jars and bottles, resembling a storeroom filled with refuse. Upon entering, Hiro felt as though a dormant aspect within him was awakening. Approaching the door, he slowly pushed it open. Before him lay a clean and orderly corridor. The floor was covered in an unfamiliar type of tile, spotless and gleaming. The walls were pure white, and above, modern incandescent lights illuminated the corridor as brightly as day. The air was saturated with the scent of formaldehyde, and as Hiro walked, he instinctively believed they had arrived at a hospital from his past life. Following his intuition and an overwhelming desire, he headed in a specific direction, with Orochimaru naturally trailing behind. Before long, they found themselves back in that cave-like place. It was here that he had first discovered Akane, and where he had been ambushed, losing all his chakra. His body had transformed into something monstrous. Yet this metamorphosis brought him not joy, but terror. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed. I knew you would eventually return here. Hiro gasped in shock. To his disbelief, he had failed to notice another presence in the vicinity. Following the sound, he was taken aback to see a man clad in a long robe confined within a cage. He appeared to be imprisoned. Is it you? Hiro seemed to recognize the individual. It was this person who had injected him with that mysterious liquid. Why have you not transformed into the appearance I had envisioned? As he gazed at Kamikawa Hiro, the man seemed somewhat astonished. Do you envision me with horns atop my head? Kamikawa inquired. Indeed, for I am administering an exceedingly rare genetic enhancement, extracted from an ancient divine beast, he replied. Ancient divine beast? What sort of creature is that? I shan't transform into such a being, will I? Of course, my intention is to metamorphose you into its likeness. I aim to forge a deity, and you are the epitome of perfection, the most flawless. His laughter echoed maniacally, while the captive in the cage began to lose his sanity, erupting into wild laughter. Chapter 78. Overwhelmed, creating a deity? What a splendid notion. Orochimaru suddenly interjected. The man turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. I see the shadow of a kindred spirit within you. Kindred, indeed. You both must be of the same ilk, madman. Of course, he dared not voice the latter sentiment. I wish to join you, Orochimaru proclaimed. Join? No. You shall never be one of us. The man guffawed. Why? Inquired Orochimaru. Why? Because, to us, you are merely a laboratory rat. The man replied with a haunting tone. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. At that moment, a foot suddenly emerged from the void and struck Orochimaru squarely in the face. He emitted a muffled groan and was propelled backwards. crashing violently against the stone wall. With a soft thud, a figure descended gracefully to the ground. Kamikawa's pupils dilated. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the Otsutsuki clan. However, Kamikawa surmised that this was not the true Otsutsuki, but rather a genetically modified being, utilizing the clan's genetic material. The figure turned to face Kamikawa, who began to slowly retreat. With a swish, the Otsutsuki vanished, prompting Kamikawa to instinctively throw a punch towards the side. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, and to his astonishment, he sent the Otsutsuki flying with a single blow. Goodness, have I truly become this powerful? Kamikawa thought, shaking off his earlier trepidation. He gestured provocatively with his middle finger, beckoning the Otsutsuki closer. In an instant, the Otsutsuki reappeared, a blade of light descending towards Kamikawa. With a scoff, he unleashed a laser-like beam from his fingertip, piercing through the Otsutsuki's shoulder. Ignoring the shock on his opponent's face, he delivered a swift kick, sending the Otsutsuki hurtling once more. Heh, I nearly allowed you to defeat me before. This time, I shall reclaim every bit of that loss. Kamikawa thought, resembling a great wolf stalking its prey. You would do well not to squander time on him. The deranged captive in the cage interjected. He is but an inconsequential creator, one of many like him here. Your time is running short. The madman turned his gaze towards Kamikawa. Stiffening slightly, Kamikawa swallowed hard. What did you say? There are many more like him here? Indeed, he is merely the weakest among them. The madman scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the Otsutsuki. Kamikawa was genuinely taken aback. If this being was the weakest, how formidable must the strongest be? Should they invade the ninja world, would it not spell doom for it? Is this the true power of the evil god cult? The madman continued. Your current genetic enhancement has barely reached 1,000th of its potential. With your present strength, you would merely be slaughtered by them. Kamikawa's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Do you yearn for greater power? Do you wish to ascend to divinity? The madman continued to tempt him. Behold, what is this? He produced a test tube from his pocket, a golden liquid swirling within. The moment the liquid was revealed, Kamikawa's inner desire surged to its zenith. This test tube was the very source of his longing. Consume it, and you shall gain unparalleled divine strength. Your genetic enhancement will reach completion, and you will become a god. The madman raved. Humph, I shan't be deceived. Drinking it would turn me into a monster. Kamikawa retorted scornfully at the madman in the cage. But the choice lies with you. However, without it, will you stand a chance against those others? What will you do when that day arrives? The madman replied slowly. At that moment, a powerful aura approached. A figure clad in martial attire materialized before them. The newcomer, a bald man, surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the Otsutsuki with a hint of disdain before shifting to Kamikawa. You are the invader? He queried. Kamikawa realized that this individual was levitating in the air, emanating a terrifying presence akin to an unfathomable abyss. Perhaps, Kamikawa responded. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he felt as if struck by lightning. He was flung backward, crashing against the stone wall with a searing pain in his chest, as if his very organs had been displaced. A mouthful of blood escaped his lips. How swift! How is it possible that I could not perceive his strike? Kamikawa's eyes widened in fear. The man remained floating, seemingly unperturbed. Who are you? Kamikawa demanded. If you can endure my first blow, I shall reveal my name. You may call me Amaterasu Orochimaru, the newcomer declared. Kamikawa's expression hardened, and he activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing only to reappear at the man's flank. However, the moment he materialized, he was again sent flying. A peculiar energy gnawed at his skin, corroding him. Kamikawa grimaced, activating his Beiming divine skill for the first time with full force, managing to absorb the invading energy. Yet, he groaned. The energy was too vast, too pure, and his attempt to absorb it quickly transformed it into his own energy was futile, leaving him internally injured from the assault. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Amaterasu Orochimaru. I did not expect you to withstand my second strike. Should you endure my third, I shall allow you to depart, he stated calmly. Kamikawa felt a wave of despair wash over him. The very fact that Amaterasu Orochimaru could utter such words signified his absolute confidence in subduing him. Their battle had yet to escalate to earnestness. What might he face with the next strike? Kamikawa could easily surmise. However, the initiative was not his to seize. His gaze fell upon the enhancer in the madman's hands. Gritting his teeth, he vanished once more. This time, He did not attack Amaterasu Orochimaru but instead appeared within the cage. Amaterasu Orochimaru immediately redirected his attention. Yet he refrained from assaulting the cage or Kamikawa, as if wary of something. Kamikawa snatched the enhancer from the madman's grasp and swallowed it whole. A searing sensation coursed through him. The madman's eyes sparkled with delight. Ha ha ha, splendid. You shall become a true god. At that moment, Kamikawa was oblivious to the madman's words. Suddenly, his figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was once more beside the sun-illuminated serpent. This time, Hiroshi Shinkawa discovered that he could finally discern the serpent's movements. The sound of a collision echoed through the air. Boom! A figure crashed to the ground. It was Hiroshi Shinkawa. Yet, as if unscathed, he rose once again and gazed at the sun-illuminated serpent. He extended his finger, and a beam of laser shot forth with startling swiftness. Even the serpent managed to shift slightly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The laser instantaneously pierced through the serpent's shoulder, yet the wound healed within moments, returning to normal. Hiroshi's eyes shimmered with a fluorescent glow as he fixed his gaze upon the serpent. However, the creature hesitated only briefly before recovering completely. Despite Hiroshi's formidable strength, he was unable to exert a significant influence on the sun-illuminated serpent with his Sharingan. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment was sufficient. Hiroshi unleashed his full power. Chapter 79, The Proxy Shadow. His fist finally landed upon the sun-illuminated serpent. Yet, Hiroshi felt as though his punch struck solid stone. The serpent merely floated back slightly, regarding him with an air of indifference. Hiroshi noticed a transparent shield beginning to form around the serpent, gradually expanding. A profound sense of danger surged within him as he dashed forward, intent on delivering another blow. However, upon contact with the shield, an overwhelming force propelled him backward. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, reduced to mere fragments, teetering on the brink of powder. Furthermore, dark flames ignited upon his body, as though his very soul were ablaze. He howled in anguish, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. At that moment, a surge of golden energy erupted from within him, rushing forth to engulf the black flames, swiftly consuming them. The maniac in the cage gasped in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Hiroshi's transformation. The golden energy surged through his bones like a tidal wave, rapidly mending the shattered fragments, with a faint golden glow flickering through the restored bones. At that juncture, the sun-illuminated serpent extended its hand toward Hiroshi. Sensing an impending crisis, he vanished once more. After his departure, a stone wall behind him was instantaneously compressed into a black, vanishing into the void. Hiroshi's pupils contracted slightly. This was more astounding than the dust release of the Tsuchikage. Hiro-kun, we must depart. Orochimaru's voice suddenly echoed from afar. Since he began battling the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru had vanished from sight, only to re-emerge now, clutching a notebook or something similar in his arms. It seemed he had seized the opportunity to pilfer while Hiroshi fought valiantly. Damn it, always playing the underhanded card. Now I've become a shield. Hiroshi lamented silently. Uncle Snake, are you aware that you are the greatest underhanded player of all? Hiroshi's figure abruptly vanished again, only to reappear with his hand resting upon Orochimaru's shoulder. This time, he distinctly saw that the sun-illuminated serpent had approached him directly. Such a feat had been impossible moments before, and Hiroshi felt his strength gradually surging. However, if he lingered any longer, he feared he might not survive long enough to surpass the serpent's power. The sun-illuminated serpent appeared to be taking the situation seriously. If he did not leave now, he would truly be trapped. At last, as the serpent stood before him, Hiroshi instantly vanished from his original position. The serpent halted as well, its gaze fixed in a particular direction. The maniac in the cage spoke up. I doubt your orders include pursuing him, do they? The serpent turned to regard the maniac, and the transparent shield beside him slowly dissipated. He then floated away from the area. Soon, only two figures remained, a mad scientist and an Otsutsuki who had nearly been dispatched by Hiroshi's kick. The maniac sneered at the Otsutsuki. A defective product is merely a defective product, hardly superior to discarded refuse. It remained unclear who the madman referred to as discarded refuse. Meanwhile, Hiroshi and Orochimaru materialized outside the hidden hot springs village. He glanced back, only to find the stone gate had vanished, replaced by the dilapidated entrance of the village. The sun-illuminated serpent had not pursued them, which allowed Hiroshi to breathe a sigh of relief. Hiro-kun, you seem to be in quite poor condition, Orochimaru remarked. Of course, I'm in poor condition. Do you not realize I was nearly killed? Hiroshi retorted, rolling his eyes. No, I make your current state appears rather alarming. Orochimaru continued. Hiroshi suddenly grasped Orochimaru's implication. He glanced down at his body, his pupils narrowing in shock. Scales had begun to manifest upon his skin. He hastily touched his forehead, where the previously diminished protrusion re-emerged, seemingly larger than before. Oh no, I'm going to turn into a monster. Hiroshi nearly burst into tears. This time, even the Sharingan could not suppress the energy coursing within him. Uncle Snake, you must have a solution, right? Hiroshi implored, his expression pleading. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Flipping through his notebook, perhaps there is a way. Hiroshi was almost propelled into the air with excitement, wishing to embrace Orochimaru in gratitude. Do you still possess a Sharingan? Orochimaru inquired. Sharingan. But I just tried it. It didn't work. Hiroshi replied. No, this time I will use the Sharingan as a vessel, implanting it within you. You must control all the energy and channel it into this Sharingan. The location of the transplant is crucial. It must be here. Orochimaru pointed to a spot on Hiroshi's body, his dantian. Implanting it internally? Replacing the dantian? Hiroshi questioned. Precisely, Hirokuen, you are astute. Orochimaru affirmed. Of course, whether you comply or not is inconsequential. This power should merely alter your genes, slightly modifying your appearance, but it should not be fatal. So there is no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing this, Hiroshi nearly leapt up in exasperation. Listen to yourself. Are you claiming I want to be transformed into a monster? Orochimaru chuckled softly. If you are so worried about your appearance, then this is the sole method I can conceive. Hiroshi grasped Orochimaru's arm resolutely. Uncle Snake, I will do it. He then retrieved another Sharingan, one possessing spatial abilities, which was perfectly suited to serve as a dantian. Fortunately, the implantation would be internal. Otherwise, having an eye on his abdomen would surely frighten everyone. With a leap through space, Hiroshi had already returned to the Sound Village alongside Orochimaru. Such a long-distance spatial transfer astonished even Orochimaru. This space ninjutsu had indeed surpassed that of the fourth Hokage. Hirokuen, perhaps under your leadership, Konoha will experience a truly unique development. Orochimaru suddenly declared, seemingly out of nowhere. Hurricane Shun had no inkling that, at this very moment, Orochimaru had conceived a plan for the collapse of Konoha, and astonishingly, the motive behind it was none other than him. One can only speculate what thoughts might swirl in Hurricane's mind if he were to discover this truth. With Orochimaru at the helm, the operation proved to be remarkably successful. The Sharingan was transplanted to his dantian, akin to expanding one's memory capacity. As the Sharingan was integrated, the overwhelming energy that his dantian could not contain flowed into the Sharingan, like the Yangtze River merging with the sea. Hurricane watched as the scales on his skin gradually faded away, and the protrusions on his head diminished, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After accomplishing this feat, Orochimaru secluded himself, engrossed in stolen notes. The vast Sound Village seemed to be disregarded. Well, to be fair, the Sound Village was not particularly large. With only a handful of inhabitants, perhaps I could temporarily assume the role of the village leader? This notion sparked a mischievous smile. However, Orochimaru merely waved his hand and remarked, do as you wish, but it would be prudent to wear a mask. Otherwise, Konoha will designate you as a rogue. Thinking back, if I were to become a leader of another nation, wouldn't that classify me as a traitor to Konoha? In Chapter 80, upon encountering Kimimaro, Hurricane remarked, Honglien, do not keep a stern face all day. After all, I am merely the acting leader of the Sound Village, am I not? Honglien rolled her eyes and turned her head away. By the way, how many people do we actually have in our village? Counting myself, there are just over 200. And the rest are mere test subjects, Honglien replied. Indeed, how pitiful. Hurricane lamented. With such a small number, he would be better off as a captain in Konoha. So, what is the current financial status of our village? Hurricane pressed on, unwilling to relent. Not much. As you know, Orochimaru's experiments require substantial funding, Honglien explained. Hurricane felt he was foolishly wasting his time here as the acting leader. I wonder if it's too late for me to back out now, he mused. Honglien's brows furrowed. Do you dare defy Orochimaru's orders? Please, it's not a big deal. Hurricane retorted with a haughty lift of his chin. Crystal release, earth release, water release. Wait, why the urgency? I can do it. Why is everyone so riled up? Hurricane exclaimed, startled, and quickly added, I'll comply. Hong Lian and the others let out a dismissive huff and lowered their hands from forming seals. For the village to develop, we must have funds. How did you all make money before? Of course, Lord Orochimaru acted as a bounty hunter, Hong Lian stated. Oh, just like the Akatsuki, exchanging heads for money? Hurricane pondered inwardly. Don't you take on missions? Yes, but rarely, and the commission for missions is quite meager, Hong Lian responded. Actually, there is another way to amass wealth. Hurricane said with a subtle smile. What method? Hong Lian and the others looked at him with curiosity. Eliminate bandits, Hurricane grinned sinisterly. You see, those bandits are the most suitable targets. They possess wealth. Hong Lian and the others' eyes lit up momentarily, but soon dimmed as they remarked, easier said than done. Just locating the bandits' hideout would consume a great deal of time. Are you foolish? Why would we search ourselves when we can simply buy information? What can't be purchased from underground banks? Hong Lian and the others suddenly understood. What are you waiting for? Go buy the information. Hong Lian decisively turned to leave. Yes, that's the attitude we need. A young lady should be gentle and considerate. Crystal release, crystal spike. Oh no, Hurricane exclaimed as he tumbled from his seat, which was overturned by the crystal spike. His handsome face met the ground with an intimate embrace. A collective cold sweat broke out among the onlookers as they questioned Hurricane's capability to lead the Sound Village. Does he truly have the ability to act as the leader? He seems rather foolish. Hurricane stood up and said, Could you lower your voices a bit? Have some consideration for my tender psyche. Honestly, you should learn from Kimimaro. See how quiet he is. Beside him, a small, white-haired figure rolled his eyes and huffed before giving Hurricane a light smack on the back of the head. It was a pleasant surprise to see Kimimaro at that moment. The child, merely 5 or 6 years old, already exhibited remarkable talent, especially in taijutsu, and had recently awakened his bloodline limit. However, contemplating Kimimaro's future fate left Hurricane speechless. Hereditary diseases were not easily cured, and he wondered if Orochimaru would have a solution upon his return. Bone marrow transplantation? It was a possibility worth exploring. Hurricane stroked his chin, thinking of Wolverine, who, despite having exposed bones, could attain immortality. Why couldn't he Kimimaro? Lost in his thoughts, he teasingly flicked Kimimaro on the forehead. Ow! How many times must I tell you not to flick my forehead? I just did. You want to fight? Kimimaro charged at him, only to be sent flying with a kick. Unfazed, he charged again, only to be thwarted once more. This cycle continued until Hong Lian, overwhelmed, had to take Kimimaro along for the bandit extermination. With Hong Lian's resounding success in eliminating bandits, not only did they acquire substantial wealth, but the security of the land of rice also improved significantly, which was a rarity in the ninja world. As security enhanced, it attracted a multitude of wanderers seeking to settle. Proximity to the land of fire made it appealing to countless merchants who preferred to traverse through the land of rice into the land of fire. Without hesitation, Hurricane delineated several trade routes and dispatched newly joined ninjas to safeguard their security. Soon, commerce along these routes flourished, drawing many to settle alongside them, leading to the rapid establishment of numerous villages within just a few years. Hurricane clarified the tax regulations, assuring that the collected taxes would guarantee the safety of the villagers. Subsequently, everything fell into place, and the land of rice entered a period of rapid development. Hong Lian and the others were thoroughly occupied. Who could blame them for having an absent-minded acting leader? The current scale of the Sound Village was over tenfold compared to before, bustling with construction workers everywhere. Such a large influx of people naturally attracted numerous merchants, bringing liveliness to the village. The volume of missions for the Sound Village also surged. We are truly short-handed. Hong Lian stood before Hurricane, holding a report. Hurricane lounged in his chair, his feet propped up on the table, sound asleep. Hong Lian's patience wore thin as she clenched and relaxed her fingers repeatedly. Eventually, Hurricane awoke with a yawn. What did you say? I said we are short-handed. Despite her frustration, Hong Lian chose not to act against him. Over the years, she had come to understand Hurricane, especially after he faced off against a Ningji rogue ninja, returning shortly after with a significant bounty, a fitting price for the rogue's head. From that day forward, she recognized Hurricane as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Short-handed? Then let us reassign some personnel from the academy. However, they have yet to graduate. What of it? There are those as young as 5 or 6 who have seen the battlefield. Assigning them tasks in some villages could save a significant amount of manpower. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Lian respectfully addressed Kamikawa Hiroto. I understand. Lord Hiroto. Kamikawa Hiroto was momentarily taken aback, observing the increasingly mature and charming Honglian, and remarked, "Oh, have you begun to notice my merits? Ha ha. Do not become enamored with me. I am destined to be a legend. Ha ha." Honglian, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Fine. I take back what I just said." Cough, cough. Kamikawa Hiroto almost choked on his own saliva. Could one truly retract their words? Honglian rolled her eyes, the kind filled with charm. "By the way, how do you intend to handle the matter with the Mist Ninja envoy?" "Mist Ninja? What matter?" Honglian explained. "They wish to establish diplomatic relations with us to jointly combat Konoha." Kamikawa Hiroto stroked his chin thoughtfully, a fine pretext for an alliance against Konoha. "I must say, do you see any issues? They merely wish to exploit us. Do you believe it? Their condition for diplomacy is that we assist them in quelling their rebellion. Rebellion, of course, is organized and premeditated. Presently, the Mist Ninja is infamously known as the Blood Mist Village. Their brutal training strategies have transformed their ninjas into psychopaths. For instance, the notorious Zabuza Momochi was a quintessential product of such a system. Since they are deranged, would it be excessive for me to rebel and assassinate the fourth Mizukage? My recollection indicates that Zabuza fled after his failure, without any known organization backing him. However, rebellion and assassination require a certain degree of power. Thus, in a climate of public outrage against the fourth Mizukage, the families and ninjas tasked with suppressing the rebellion lacked motivation. Even Zabuza's subsequent actions were intertwined with the Mist Ninja clans. Hence, the Mizukage turned his gaze toward the newly established Sound Village, hoping to utilize their strength to suppress the rebellion and potentially eradicate the Mist Ninja aristocrats. As for what the Mist Ninja may ultimately become, the Mizukage would not concern himself with such matters. Of course, the current fourth Mizukage is likely under the control of Obito. After all, the Mist Ninja's actions against Rin led her to become a Jinchuriki, suffering greatly, and with Obito's obsession with Rin, he would not rest until the Mist Ninja was brought to its knees. No wonder I have yet to encounter Obito and Zetsu in the Akatsuki. They were likely busy with schemes in the mist. What shall we do? Should we reject the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Mist Ninja? Honglian inquired. Rejection is unnecessary. Instead, you shall inform them that our representative from the Sound Village will personally visit the mist to demonstrate our seriousness regarding the alliance. Kamikawa Hiroto said with a sly smile. What treachery is brewing within his mind? It is evident he harbors ill intentions. Honglian couldn't help but scoff at Kamikawa Hiroto's demeanor. Is it that obvious? Kamikawa Hiroto quickly pulled out a mirror to examine himself, chuckling. Indeed, I appear rather sinister. It seems I have learned from Orochimaru. Honglian found it hard to suppress her exasperation. It was rare to encounter someone so audaciously slandering Orochimaru, though Orochimaru had long since concluded his seclusion. Upon witnessing Kamikawa Hiroto manage the village with such efficiency, he had taken to being a hands-off manager, disappearing for days, likely engrossed in some human experimentation. Upon receiving a clear response, the Mist Ninja envoy departed contentedly. Kamikawa Hiroto resolved to set out for the Mist Ninja in the coming days. Who do you plan to take with you? Honglian had been accompanying Kamikawa Hiroto throughout the day. Certainly not you. Kamikawa Hiroto replied. Why not? I am the most suitable candidate. Who here possesses greater strength than I? Honglian protested. What use is strength if you persist in irritating me? Why would I want to bring you along for that? Kamikawa Hiroto huffed. Honglian took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and forced a smile. Very well. I shall follow your every command this time. If you send me east, I will not venture west. If you instruct me to chase dogs, I will not pursue chickens. How about that? Observing Honglian's insincere smile, Kamikawa Hiroto shivered. Her smile was more treacherous than his own. Crystal release, crystal spike, crystal release, blooming lotus. Honglian finally lost her temper. Subsequently, Kamikawa Hiroto signed a humiliating agreement, necessitating that Honglian accompany him to the mist. Humph. It would have been better to do this from the start. One does not drink to avoid punishment. Honglian strutted away with an air of pride. At the entrance, Kimamaro's head peeked out. Noticing the disheveled Kamikawa Hiroto lying amidst shards of crystal, he lamented, I wish to go as well. Kamikawa Hiroto rubbed his backside and replied, Then go. You must go. But could someone apply some medicine to me first? After finalizing matters concerning the Sound Village, Kamikawa Hiroto set forth with Honglian and Kimamaro on their journey to the mist. As for Honglian, I shall not elaborate. She has yet to experience the world. However, why does Kimimaro wish to venture to the mist? Kamikawa Hiroto inquired curiously. I wish to know why they slaughtered my entire clan. Kimimaro responded. Alas, he is also a pitiable soul. Kamikawa Hiroto felt a pang of sympathy. The complexities surrounding the Mist Ninjas massacre of bloodline ninjas are undoubtedly intricate. It is likely not solely due to the Mizukage being controlled. There are probably others instigating the situation. Otherwise, the events concerning the hidden hot water village would remain inexplicable. In this regard, whether it be Madara or Obito, they too may have been mere pawns. Sigh. The mere thought of the hidden hot water village incident caused Kamikawa Hiroto to wince. He wonders what level the Amaterasu serpent he battled was at. During that confrontation, it was evident that the Amaterasu serpent did not employ all its abilities, as if it were holding back. If it had unleashed its full power in an open area, that protective aura surrounding it would have expanded instantaneously, and Kamikawa Hiroto could have been reduced to ashes. That mysterious aura possesses not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also unparalleled offensive strength, far surpassing Susanoo. How would he respond if he were to encounter it again? It seems I must prioritize mastering the 5 Thunder Transformation technique. The 5 Thunder Transformation is capable of neutralizing divine weapons, and surely it could also counteract the opponent's aura. Susanoo would be trivial in comparison. However, cultivating the 5 Thunder Transformation technique is exceedingly difficult. Firstly, one must possess the power of the 5 elements within. That part is manageable. The second requirement is that the practitioner must have only one type of internal energy. Thus, he must unify the chaotic energies within him into a singular force. However, the energy sealed within his dantian, the Sharingan, is immensely vast. It remains uncertain how long it will take to refine that power. During this period, he will be entirely unable to utilize chakra. For while chakra is miraculous, it seems to lack a certain level of energy. It is uncertain whether this choice is right or wrong. Nevertheless, I commit to it. The journey is slow. And while Honglien enjoys the sights, Kamikawa Hiroto and Kimimaro sees every opportunity to train. Kimimaro's dedication is understandable, as he strives to strengthen his physique to become Orochimaru's perfect vessel. Yet Kamikawa Hiroto, typically the epitome of laziness, has suddenly begun to train diligently, leaving Honglien perplexed. As time passes, Honglien senses that Kamikawa Hiroto's aura fluctuates wildly. At times, he resembles a ferocious beast, and at other times, there is no discernible energy emanating from him at all. Shinkawa Hiro's condition was far from favorable, exhibiting a distinct sense of lethargy. This perplexed Honglien immensely. A journey that should have taken only a few days had stretched into a grueling half-month. Yet, on a certain day, after this prolonged duration, the aura surrounding Shinkawa finally stabilized. Apart from the power sealed within his Tanden Sharingan, he had devoted the entirety of those 2 weeks to merging the spectral arts, chakra, and his own magical energy within his body. This process was fraught with challenges. Although chakra and spectral arts bore a striking resemblance, their convergence sparked considerable conflict. Had it not been for the suppression by his magical energy, he would likely have perished from the ensuing turmoil. However, the infusion of magical energy led to the assimilation and refinement of both the spectral arts and chakra, transforming them into a more pure form of magical energy. In essence, Shinkawa Hiro remained the same formidable sorcerer he had always been. This realization left him quite unsettled. At long last, the group set foot on the soil of the Land of Water. Regrettably, they were not met with flowers or a warm welcome, but rather a gleaming blade. With a resounding clash, the blade was intercepted by a white figure, Konoha. Armed with a bone dagger, he forcefully deflected the attack and charged at the assailant. The sounds of clashing metal echoed in rapid succession as a faint mist began to rise, thickening until it obscured all vision. The cacophony of battle faded into an eerie silence. Prepare to experience my silent assassination technique. A chilling voice resonated from all directions, leaving one disoriented. Your hearts, your livers, your throats will all be mine. Konoharu's voice suddenly rang out. Dance of the Bone Pulse Willow. The sounds of clashing resumed. How is this possible? How could you sense my position? The assailant expressed disbelief. Is it so difficult? You can obscure my sight, but can you conceal your presence? Fool. Your tricks are useless against a taijutsu ninja. Konoharu retorted. Dance of the Bone Pulse Larch. A muffled sound echoed as the assailant grunted in pain. The mist began to dissipate. With a thunderous crash, waves surged. Konoharu, drenched in water, fell back onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shinkawa shook his head. Konoha, though adept in taijutsu, was still young and lacking when faced with an elite jonin like Zabuza. Were it not for Honglian's interference, Zabuza would have been more cautious. And given Konoharu's current abilities, inflicting harm upon Zabuza was nearly impossible. Elite jonin were not to be trifled with. The assailant was indeed Zabuza. How did I know? Anyone could guess by that lack of eyebrows. As the mist cleared, Zabuza's figurehead vanished. However, the absence of any welcoming party from the Mist Ninja was rather excessive. Am I not an important figure? Is this how little I am valued? Shinkawa scoffed. Honglian's brows furrowed in anger. Yet, having arrived, there was little reason to retreat immediately. Guided by his memory, Shinkawa led them towards the hidden mist village. As they passed through each village, the inhabitants regarded them with wary eyes, fearful, bewildered, and, of course, hostile. Yet joy was conspicuously absent. Why are the villagers so vigilant? Konoha queried. They're likely frightened. Under oppressive rule, it's remarkable they even dare to glance at us. Shinkawa shrugged. Do you think the person who attacked us today is a good person or a bad person? Shinkawa suddenly asked. Certainly a bad person. To dare assault us, they must possess a wicked conscience. After all, we are their esteemed guests. Honglian replied indignantly. Oh, so that's your stance, Honglian. And what do you think, Konoha? Shinkawa inquired. I recall you once said that pure villains are a rarity. It's merely differing perspectives that define good and evil. To oneself, a beneficial entity is good, and a detrimental one is bad. Therefore, from our standpoint, he is indeed a villain. Yet, perhaps from theirs, he is a paragon of virtue. Konoha gestured towards the villagers. Honglian looked at Konoha in astonishment. Did you come up with that? No, I merely recounted Lord Hero's words. Konoha replied. Shinkawa laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Ah, how delightful. Konoha has indeed matured. Having undergone a surgical procedure, Konoha, free from the virus's torment, appeared notably more cheerful. Let us quicken our pace. It seems no one from the Mist Ninja will greet us. Aside from the Mizukage, there is likely no warm welcome awaiting us. With that, Shinkawa accelerated his stride. In merely half a day's time, they arrived at the entrance of the hidden mist village. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Shinkawa and his companions, the two gate guards became instantly alert. We are here to visit the Mizukage, under the auspices of the acting sound shadow, Shinkawa announced. The guards exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing their identities, yet their lack of astonishment was disconcerting. To treat a shadow with such indifference was indeed excessive. Shinkawa brushed it off, still feeling a twinge of guilt for having previously detonated explosives in their village. However, Honglian and Konoha were less than pleased. The hidden mist village is nothing special. To treat our shadow with such disdain is an affront. Do they seek a conflict? Honglian exclaimed vehemently. Konoha slowly brandished his bone dagger. The guards, noticing the weapon, froze momentarily, their tension palpable. A piercing alarm erupted. Suddenly, a throng of villagers poured forth, surrounding Shinkawa and his two companions, their gazes fixed warily upon Konoha. Shinkawa chuckled lightly. Ah, it appears Konoharu's reputation precedes him. The Kagaya clan, after all, has a history of rebellion against the village. They are quite the formidable bunch. In the hidden mist, their name is notorious. Why they rebelled remains a mystery, but it is likely connected to that enigmatic organization, the evil god cult. Linked to the village of hot water, one cannot help but draw parallels between the combative and neurotic nature of Haiden and the Kagaya clan. His immortality encompasses the regeneration of bone. Could it not be derived from their genetic lineage? Pondering these thoughts left Shinkawa feeling overwhelmed. Frustration mounted, and he felt an urge to unleash his anger. Why do you encircle me? Such a lack of civility. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? Kneel before me. A formidable aura emanated from Shinkawa. With a resounding crack, all the mist ninjas encircling them fell to their knees under his overwhelming presence. Sweat cascaded down every face, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Could a single individual truly exude such a commanding presence? Even the nearby Honglian and Junmaru gazed curiously at Kamikawa Hero. At that moment, Kamikawa Hero radiated an overwhelming aura. Each word he uttered sent shivers down the spine. With a cold snort, the great doors of the Mist Ninja village collapsed, and a fierce gust of wind surged forth, akin to the onset of a tornado. This chilling sound was none other than the martial arts technique known as the lion's roar. Lord Eniing, please calm your anger. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. Kamikawa Hiro subdued his imposing aura and turned to see an unfamiliar elder standing before him. I apologize. I was muddled and failed to greet you properly. That is my fault, my fault. The elder began. Following him was none other than Terumi Mei. Fortunately, Kamikawa Hiro wore a mask reminiscent of Zoro. Otherwise, he would surely have been recognized by Terumi Mei. Even with the mask, her eyes were filled with suspicion as she regarded him. At this moment, Terumi Mei was in the prime of her youth, exuding charm and grace, her figure voluptuous and alluring, yet it was of no concern to Kamikawa Hiro. Feeling uncomfortable under Terumi Mei's gaze, he instinctively blurted out, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 83. The transaction. Fortunately, Terumi Mei refrained from retorting with a snappy comeback. Otherwise, Kamikawa Hiro felt that his diplomatic mission might have been doomed. However, it was intriguing that this time, it was not the Mizukichi, but Terumi Mei's faction that had arrived. They were ushered into a lavish room, where the elder spoke slowly. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Lord?" Kamikawa Hiro, puzzled, replied, "Isn't your esteemed village seeking an alliance with us? I am here for that very matter." "Are you saying you are unaware?" The elder and Terumi Mei exchanged glances. Observing their expressions, Kamikawa Hiro remarked, "It seems I have misjudged the situation. Since your village has no intention of collaborating, I shall consider this trip a wasted effort." He made a motion to leave. "Wait, Lord Inying, please." The elder hastily interjected. "We certainly wish to cooperate with you. However, it appears you seem completely uninformed about this matter. Moreover, do you possess the qualifications to negotiate an alliance with me?" Kamikawa Hiro asserted. His current status was that of a shadow, not someone to be treated as equals by mere commoners, even if the elder was a noble of the Mist Ninja Village. "I heard you are merely acting as the Mizukichi." Terumi Mei suddenly interjected. "What do you mean by that?" Honglian glared at Terumi Mei, clearly displeased. "In our village, you are indeed the Mizukichi." Junmaru shot a cold glance at Terumi Mei, asserting that she had no right to question him. Kamikawa Hiro felt a surge of gratitude towards Honglian and Junmaru for standing up for him, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm so touched. Come here for a hug." He reached out to embrace Honglian. She promptly placed a hand on his face and pushed him away with disdain. "Get away from me." Kamikawa Hiro, taken aback, felt as though he had been struck down, immediately wilted. He then turned to Junmaru, who quickly distanced himself, signaling that he did not know this person. Terumi Mei's lips twitched slightly as she clarified, "That's not what I meant. I intended to say, as the future fifth Mizukichi, I wish to discuss the alliance with you. I wonder if that is sufficient." "Indeed, it is more than sufficient," Kamikawa Hiro replied eagerly, moving closer, hoping to shake her hand amicably. However, before he could reach her, Honglian seized him by the ear and yanked him back. "Ouch, let go, let go." Kamikawa Hiro bent over, feigning pitifulness. This was merely a minor interlude. Negotiations resumed. Now, Terumi Mei took the elder's place and sat solemnly opposite Kamikawa Hiro. "Let us discuss the terms of the alliance," Kamikawa Hiro initiated. "Since I am negotiating with you, does that not imply that you will assist me in assuming the position of Mizukichi?" Terumi Mei inquired. Benefits," Kamikawa Hiro answered straightforwardly. "Do you not wish to know the reason behind this?" Terumi Mei questioned, perplexed. Yes, why?" Kamikawa Hiro responded. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes. "Jin, come in," she suddenly commanded. Kamikawa Hiro narrowed his eyes. A young man entered, a cyclops. However, Kamikawa Hiro knew that this was not merely a cyclops. The eye concealed was a Byakugan. "Ching, let this esteemed guest see your eyes," Terumi Mei instructed. Ching nodded and removed the black cover from his eye, revealing a glowing Byakugan. Honglian and Junmaru gasped in astonishment. A Byakugan? Capable of seeing through illusions and perceiving the human body? How could the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit be here? Honglian exclaimed. Kamikawa Hiro remained silent, taking a sip of tea without speaking. Lord Inying does not seem surprised? Terumi Mei observed. "That is not the point. Please continue," Kamikawa Hiro replied coolly. Ching discovered that our Mizukichi has been ensnared by an illusion. The individual currently occupying the Mizukichi's office is no longer our Mizukichi. Terumi Mei revealed. Honglian and Junmaru gasped again. To control a village leader with an illusion was bold, audacious, and undoubtedly indicative of great strength. "So what now?" Kamikawa Hiro inquired. "Thus, Lord Inying, you would not wish to engage in dealings with a puppet, would you?" Terumi Mei speculated. "Indeed, I find your attitude curious," she continued. "But I seek to replace him and in the cruel reign of the fourth Mizukage. No, he is not the fourth. He is an enemy, an unknown enemy. Kamikawa Hiro remained silent. Are you not curious why no one from the Mizukage's faction came to greet you, leading me to intercept you? That is because we recently experienced a rebellion. Unfortunately, those who were sent to welcome you perished during this uprising. Honglian raised an eyebrow. What is your connection to the rebel? If the rebel had ties to Terumi Mei, did that imply that the attack upon them upon their arrival in the Land of Water was orchestrated by her? He is merely a pawn we have been utilizing. We are merely taking advantage of the situation, and it has nothing to do with us. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly. Why divulge such confidential information to outsiders? Kamikawa Hiro suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Terumi Mei. Because our time is limited, and we lack any certainty of victory. We can only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. We urgently require your strength. Kamikawa Hiro chuckled lightly. Surely you jest. You have already joined forces. How could the Mizukage's faction possibly contend against your esteemed clans? Our concern does not lie with the Mizukage, despite his strength. Rather, we fear those behind him. Or, to be more precise, the organization behind him. Kamikawa Hiro's expression shifted slightly as he instantly thought of the Akatsuki. Could it be that Obito had entangled the Akatsuki in this turmoil? Yet, Kamikawa Hiro did not recall the Akatsuki ever participating in the coup in the Land of Water. An organization? Do you know what kind of organization is behind the Mizukage? Kamikawa Hiro asked Terumi Mei. A mysterious organization. I suspect this very organization manipulated the Mizukage to act against the bloodline clans. Terumi Mei explained. Indeed, were it not for Mei's protection from us old-timers, she too would likely have fallen victim to their schemes. The elder behind Terumi Mei chimed in. Kamikawa Hiro's expression darkened. It was not the Akatsuki, but rather the enigmatic organization of the Hidden Water Village. Just as with Haiden, there are still others working for them. However, it remains uncertain whether the individuals here possess strength akin to that of Amaterasu or Yamada no Orochi. Very well, I shall assist with this matter. I will confront those behind the Mizukage, while you are free to deal with the Mizukage's faction. However, my fees are rather steep. Rest assured, we shall ensure you do not incur any losses. Terumi Mei said. Let us agree first. How much are we discussing? Honglian inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Terumi Mei replied. Half of our village's discretionary funds for this year, totaling 200 million ryo. I must reserve the other half for post-event appeasement and reconstruction. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer. Upon hearing the figure of 200 million ryo, Honglian felt her breath grow labored. That amount represented several years of income for their Sound Ninja village. We will accept this deal, Honglian declared. Wait. I am the Sound Shadow, after all. While I agree, shouldn't you consult me first? Your opinion is irrelevant. Honglian retorted assertively. Ah, how disheartening. Shinkawa Hao clutched his chest, addressing her as a woman blinded by greed. Fine, I'll let you embrace me, Honglian whispered. Deal. Shinkawa Hao immediately felt invigorated. Chapter 84, Acquaintances? Terumi Mei was gambling, wagering her entire fortune in life. She gambled on Shinkawa Hao standing by her side. If Shinkawa Hao were to suddenly betray her, it would be Terumi Mei who would face death. This situation reveals that the predicament facing the Mist Ninja Village has reached a precipice. The emergence of that mysterious organization has exerted unprecedented pressure on Terumi Mei. Nonetheless, it appears that she has succeeded. This implies that the mysterious organization did not involve themselves in their power struggle. Their focus lay solely on those with Kekkei Jinkai, showing indifference towards other matters. Shinkawa Hao infiltrated twice and escaped twice, yet the adversaries did not pursue him, suggesting they currently harbor little interest in the ninja world, observing them more like experimental subjects. However, he must remain cautious, as his presence was an unexpected variable. The landscape of the ninja world has changed drastically. No one can guarantee that the members of that organization won't suddenly alter their stance and attack Terumi Mei and her allies. On yet another moonless and tempestuous night, Terumi Mei donned armor and led a large contingent towards the Mizukage Tower. As she advanced, the sounds of battle intensified. Shinkawa Hao stood atop a high building, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. The operation proceeded smoothly, indicating the Mizukage's power was waning. Yet, he recalled that the Mizukage had previously escaped Tobi's control and willingly ceded his position to Terumi Mei. He wondered if events would unfold similarly this time. As the familiar figure of Kisame appeared before the Mizukage's tower, Shinkawa realized that history had indeed shifted. Behind Kisame stood hundreds of figures. At that moment, the windows of the Mizuki's tower opened, revealing an expressionless Mizuki Yagura, who gazed down upon Terumi Mei and her party, fixating solely on Terumi Mei. Observing Yagura, Shinkawa's pupils constricted slightly. He sensed another's presence within Yagura. However, it was certainly not Obito. Could it be Kagaya? That seemed improbable. For Yagura held no particular value for him, and he had no need to expend energy controlling Yagura. If it wasn't Kagaya, then whose soul was it? Shinkawa pondered. Is something amiss? Honglian noticed the sudden change in Shinkawa's expression and asked, Amiss? Quite so. This situation has become troublesome. Shinkawa replied. Honglian looked at him in surprise. She had never heard him use the word troublesome before. In her memory, Shinkawa had always appeared to have everything under control, perhaps even unaware of this perception. Yet today, upon seeing the Mizuki, he uttered a word that indicated trouble, suggesting this situation would indeed be quite complicated. Meanwhile, the battle below had commenced. The figures behind Kisame charged towards Terumi Mei's forces, laughing uproariously. A figure named Ao advanced, swinging his blade. With a swift sound, he severed a throat. However, a strange occurrence ensued. The individual whose throat had been cut ignored the pain, and no blood flowed from the wound. That individual laughed maniacally, wielding a sharp katana toward Ao. Ao, taken aback, stumbled backward. Yet, it was too late. He was still grazed by the attack. The assailant extended his tongue, licking the blood left on Ao's blade, reminiscent of Haydn. However, unlike Haydn, this individual performed no rituals nor drew any strange symbols beneath him. Instead, he launched another frenzied attack on Ao. Ao's weapon pierced the assailant's shoulder, yet inexplicably, Ao gasped in pain, retreating repeatedly with a pained expression. The assailant exhibited no sign of injury, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Ao glanced at his shoulder, where a wound had appeared, blood cascading down. Ao's face reflected shock, bewildered as to how he had been injured. Shinkawa, equally astonished, had not anticipated that these individuals could operate without rituals. Just then, something unusual caught Shinkawa's attention. Aside from Ao, another had struck the assailant, yet that wound did not manifest on Ao. A hypothesis formed in Shinkawa's mind. Whoever's blood the assailant licked would have their injuries reflected back upon them if they attacked the assailant. Conversely, those who had not been licked would inflict damage on the assailant when they attacked. However, like Haydn, these individuals were also immortal. Ordinary attacks proved ineffective against them. Even if limbs were severed and casually placed upon the wounds, they would instantly revert to their original state. These beings had evolved beyond Haydn in complexity. Faced with such a group of indestructible foes, Terumi Mei and her allies found themselves at a disadvantage. A significant number of mist ninjas were slain by these immortal creatures. Lord Sound Shadow, it is time for you to take action, Terumi Mei shouted, feeling somewhat beleaguered. She had not anticipated that her boiling and dissolving techniques would be ineffective against these entities. They were entirely beyond her comprehension. Unable to contend with the adversary, she could only watch helplessly as her comrades fell victim to slaughter. The situation had taken a dire turn. Without effective countermeasures, their mission would be deemed a failure. Her sole hope now lay with the enigmatic Sound Shadow. Shinkawa clicked his tongue, his form instantly appearing before the horde of monsters. Way of Destruction, 4th, White Lightning. The magical energy unleashed a laser that pierced through the throng of monstrous beings, also penetrating several of their bodies. The assailants emitted high-pitched shrieks, feeling pain as they regarded Shinkawa with terror. Their wounds began to widen. The power of White Lightning was dissolving their immortality. Indeed, magical energy was the bane of these creatures. If they cannot be killed, then their strength shall be entirely absorbed. As Shinkawa materialized in this place, Yagura's gaze within the Mizuki's tower suddenly sharpened. Even in his gaze, there lingered a trace of apprehension. At this moment, Kamikawa Hiro had no time to consider the thoughts of Mizuki Yagura. He had already commenced his chant. An ancient and melancholic intonation resonated. O Sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad manifestations, take flight, thou who bear the name of humanity. Burning path of the 33, abyssal flame. Countless black flames materialized from the void, cascading towards the ground and striking the grotesque figures below. The flames seemed to possess sentience, relentlessly pursuing their targets, rendering the monstrosities unable to evade their fiery onslaught. Piercing cries of anguish echoed as they writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the inferno upon them. Yet these flames were no ordinary fire. They were not easily quelled. Perhaps these flames targeted the very souls of the afflicted, far more terrifying than Amaterasu itself. Both Mizuki Jigura and Kagayame gazed at Kamikawa Hiro in astonishment, while Ao looked on with deep trepidation. What was the nature of these flames? It was known that even dissolution techniques were ineffective against these aberrations, yet this sound-based fire technique could incinerate them utterly. Little did Ao comprehend that this was not mere destruction. Rather, every ounce of power and soul within those grotesque beings was being refined into energy, absorbed by Kamikawa Hiro. Despite dispatching these monstrosities, Kamikawa Hiro did not feel a sense of relief. His expression grave, he raised his gaze towards Mizuki Jigura, who was now slowly levitating. Gliding towards him, "We meet again. This time, I shall not fall to your hands." Jigura spoke slowly. Kamikawa Hiro's pupils narrowed slightly. "Who are you?" Chapter 85, Cult of the Evil God? How could you not recognize me? Yet the aura and essence you bear are indelibly etched in my memory. Jigura replied languidly. Beside them, Kagayame regarded the exchange with suspicion, her eyes reflecting an eerie light. Kamikawa Hiro chuckled awkwardly. "Do not misconstrue. It is not what you think." Jigura retorted. "What? Are you too ashamed to admit it?" Kagayame's gaze towards Kamikawa Hiro grew even more peculiar. "What are you suggesting? We have done nothing of the sort." "Do not slander me," Kamikawa Hiro exclaimed in a fit of anger, baring his teeth at Jigura. At that moment, even Honglian and Junmaro regarded him with skepticism. Honglian even curling her lip in disdain. "You must believe me," Kamikawa Hiro pleaded weakly. "Humph," was the only response he received from Honglian. "This time, I shall surely kill you. You drove me away, subjected me to ridicule. Today, you shall suffer a fate worse than death." With a cold huff, Jigura vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a fierce wind surged towards the back of Kamikawa Hiro's head. He swiftly turned, bracing for the impact. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending nearby mist ninjas flying. The ground itself sank by more than 3 feet. Kamikawa Hiro's expression hardened. With a cold grunt, he unleashed his power, instantly repelling Jigura, who once again vanished from sight. "Be cautious." Kamikawa Hiro's form flickered as he appeared beside Honglian, pushing her aside just as a glint of steel flashed past. Jigura had disappeared yet again. "Everyone scatter!" Kamikawa Hiro shouted, but it was too late. The blade flickered with deadly speed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of mist ninjas had perished. A resounding crash signaled Kagayame being thrown back, while Ao found one of his arms severed from his body. They looked on in pallor as Jigura reappeared in the distance. "Space ninjutsu? How is this possible?" Kagayame gasped in terror. "Did you not foresee this? He is not merely a shadow," Kamikawa Hiro lamented, having sealed the power that transformed him into a monster with his Sharingan. He found himself at a disadvantage against this shadowy foe. "What shall we do? At this rate, we will be annihilated," Honglian exclaimed. Some mist ninjas attempted to counter with ninjutsu, but it was futile. Their attack speed was far too slow. For Jigura, their assaults were akin to a snail's pace. Although Kamikawa Hiro could retaliate in an instant, it was only when Jigura engaged him. Should distance be created, even with Kamikawa Hiro's remarkable speed, he could not reach in time. In matters of velocity, time could not compete. Space reigned supreme. Kamikawa Hiro's quick reactions, while impressive, were still outmatched by the spatial abilities of his adversary. This opponent had exploited his Achilles heel, opting to target the innocents, forcing him to exhaust his efforts. It was chilling to contemplate the devastation that would ensue if this controlled shadow were to unleash indiscriminate slaughter like Haydn. It appeared that he had no choice but to tap into that ominous power. With a sigh, Kamikawa Hiro acknowledged the perils of wielding that liquid force, as its consequences were unpredictable. Yet time was of the essence. He could not afford to meticulously refine that power. With a sudden widening of his eyes, he executed a shuanpa. His figure abruptly vanished, reappearing above Jigura. With a powerful kick, a sickening crack echoed as the shadow's shoulder collapsed under the force, crashing to the ground. "What? Space ninjutsu? He can wield it too?" Kagayame was left in shock. Kamikawa Hiro's skin began to show faint scales. He dared not delay. Vanishing once more, he materialized before Otsutsuki, his pupils aglow with the power of the 10 tails. As Jigura's gaze met Kamikawa Hiro's, he fell into a daze. A piercing shriek echoed as a figure detached from Yagura's form, revealing the true identity of the Otsutsuki that Kamikawa Hiro had encountered in the hidden hot water village. Kagayame gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kamikawa Hiro sighed, addressing her, "Go check on your shadow. His time is fleeting." As Kagayame turned to gaze at Yagura, she saw him lying on the ground, struggling to turn his head towards her, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Kamikawa Hiro was not faring well. A savage aura surged within him, threatening to break free. Should this energy explode forth, he would undoubtedly become a monster. Die! Kamikawa Hiro unleashed a fist. Otsutsuki coldly snorted and retaliated with a punch of his own. A sly smile crept across Kamikawa Hiro's lips, causing Otsutsuki to startle. However, it was too late for him to retract his fist. Kamikawa Hiro's hand clamped tightly around Otsutsuki's fist. A look of terror etched across the latter's face as his body began to visibly wither, power being siphoned away in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Kamikawa Hiro's fingers flickered, unleashing the unique radiance of Raijin's power. A massive bolt of lightning enveloped Otsutsuki, and when the storm subsided, there was no trace of him left. Kamikawa Hiro immediately activated the Sharingan in his dantian, absorbing and sealing the ceaseless flow of power. Gradually, the scales on his body began to fade. He let out a sigh of relief. If that scale had fully formed, he would have been unable to revert to his human form, as Orochimaru had informed him. However, this time, he had acquired a surge of Otsutsuki power within him. He swiftly transformed this immense energy. The power was overwhelming. Shinkawa Hiro had to absorb it from the major chakra points within the 8 gates of East. The combination of the Beiming divine technique and magic was simply a perfect match, promising the potential to become an unparalleled divine art. Even in its nascent form, it could completely refine the Otsutsuki power. Thankfully, no one witnessed this. Otherwise, I would have been branded a monster once again. At that moment, the only obstacle for Kimi was the ever-present Kisame, who stood unwavering. Shinkawa Hiro had no desire to involve himself in these matters. Kisame could never submit to Kimi, for he bore the heavy burden of having slain the daimyo of the Land of Water. Even if Kimi wished to employ him, she would not dare to do so. Shinkawa Hiro was reaping substantial rewards. He had successfully utilized magic to activate the demon path. Perhaps with a bit more experimentation, he could also employ magic to perform ninjutsu. This breakthrough alleviated his significant dilemma, and perhaps now he could dare to return to Konoha. However, Kimimaro appeared somewhat distracted. Is that person the one who once incited the Mizukage to attack the bloodline clans? Kimimaro inquired. Did you not learn the answer from the Mizukage's own lips just now? Shinkawa Hiro glanced at Kimimaro. From his reference to the Mizukage, it was evident that Kimimaro had already gleaned some information. Shinkawa Hiro interrupted. You won't find what you're looking for. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Why? Kimimaro asked. What do you think of the person I killed? Strong? Indeed, very strong. Would you believe me if I said he was stronger than Orochimaru? Kimimaro remained silent. So, what use is there for you to pursue him if you haven't yet reached Orochimaru's level? What if I told you he was merely a pawn discarded by that organization? Kimimaro suddenly looked up at Shinkawa Hiro, disbelief etched across his face. While a certain degree of strength could be accepted, encountering someone significantly stronger would only lead to despair. Chapter 86. Return to Konoha. With the support of the Mist Village, the development of the Sound Village accelerated rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, Shinkawa Hiro had been the shadow of the Sound Village for 5 years. Considering the passage of time, Naruto should now be attending the Ninja Academy. He had not intended to serve as the Sound Shadow for such an extended period. However, Orochimaru had mysteriously vanished without a word. It wasn't until one day, when he returned badly injured, that Shinkawa learned the truth. That rascal had gone and joined Akatsuki, attempting to seize Pain's Rinnegan, nearly getting himself killed in the process. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since become fertilizer. From Orochimaru's account, he learned that Akatsuki was now fully assembled. It had lost Itachi but gained a very mysterious individual. Orochimaru had encountered this person and was swiftly defeated. He had wielded immense power, akin to Tsunade's. Orochimaru sensed an overwhelming force emanating from him, likely the power of a bloodline awakening. Bloodline? What kind of bloodline? Shinkawa Hiro inquired, intrigued. A capability to manipulate metal at will. Orochimaru licked his lips. What a perfect vessel. Shinkawa shuddered. Uncle Snake, has anyone ever told you that your interests are quite perverse? Orochimaru chuckled. If I weren't at a disadvantage against you, do you think I would let you off so easily? Shinkawa stroked his chin. Indeed. As expected of Uncle Snake. So candid. You make me want to punch you. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's brow. The fellow before him was becoming increasingly enigmatic. In the past, he could sense Shinkawa's strength, but now Shinkawa Hero was a complete enigma to him. However, Shinkawa Hero's mood had soured. He felt an undeniable connection between that mysterious figure and the enigmatic organization. Uncle Snake, who do you think is stronger, that mysterious person or Pain? Orochimaru replied. What about you? Including you? Well, who would be stronger if I were included? Pain. Orochimaru asserted decisively. Then why include me? Because I don't want that person to be at the bottom. Orochimaru chuckled. Shinkawa Hero couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is he on the level of the Amaterasu serpent? Shinkawa asked. No, he shouldn't be as strong as the Amaterasu serpent. During the last encounter in the land of hot water, that Amaterasu serpent clearly didn't use his full strength. In fact, he was deliberately restraining himself, and yet he almost killed you. This person, though I was defeated in an instant, I sensed he was only slightly stronger than you. Shinkawa rubbed his nose. I feel somewhat belittled. Your intuition is quite accurate. Hey, must you be so obvious? Can't we be a bit more tactful? Shinkawa retorted. Simultaneously, Shinkawa began to compare. Indeed, Pain currently possessed a level of strength akin to his ceiling. He commanded the powers of the 6 paths, wielded summoning techniques, and could create a moon with the almighty push. The universal pull and the heavenly decree were divine techniques in their own right. If Pain were endowed with sufficient chakra, or sage chakra, he would embody a god, mastering the cycle of life and death. In the original narrative, it was only due to Nagato's body being unable to withstand the Rinnegan's consumption that he was ultimately defeated by Naruto. In his prime, Nagato would have rendered Naruto utterly insignificant. The fact that this mysterious individual could rank after Nagato was indeed alarming. When did Shaoying level warriors become as common as cabbages? Controlling metal? Could he be of the same caliber as Magneto? Shinkawa wondered. The future appeared bleak. Wait, hold on. What does their strength have to do with me? I vowed to be the 6th wheel, didn't I? Why not let the taller ones take the lead? Shinkawa suddenly came to a realization. I should return and nurture Naruto and Sasuke well. The future of the ninja world depends on these 2 destined children. Wouldn't it be splendid if I could sit back, read the newspaper, and sip tea? Shinkawa thought he had devised a perfect plan. Even if Kagaya were to emerge, as long as he hid well and perfectly, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Hero, what are you thinking? Orochimaru's voice broke through his musings. I was contemplating how to be the 6th wheel. What? I was thinking it's time for me to return to Konoha. Shinkawa replied. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, filtering out the first half of the statement. Returning to Konoha? Speaking of which, I am a rogue ninja from Konoha. Don't you plan to capture me and take me back? Orochimaru asked. Shinkawa's eyes brightened. Uncle Snake, are you planning to return? Not at all. TCH, then what's the point of discussing this? What could happen if I brought you back? It would only cause chaos in Konoha, a loss that outweighs the gains. Shinkawa remarked. Hee. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Good, you've begun to consider Konoha. Splendid, splendid. Shinkawa rolled his eyes, finding it peculiar to hear such words from Orochimaru. Without saying goodbye to Honglien or Kimimaro, Shinkawa vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already back at the old home in Konoha. The room remained as tidy and pristine as ever, with a photograph of him and Sakura adorning the table. Of course, it was not a wedding photo. Noticing that it was still early, he surmised that Sakura would not return for some time. Thus, he ventured out for a leisurely stroll towards the Hokage building. After several years, the changes in Konohagakure were quite significant. While the structures surrounding the Hokage building had remained largely unchanged, the Hokage rock still bore its distinctive features. Yet none of the figures carved into it had met a favorable fate. Hiroshi Shinkawa certainly did not wish for his own visage to be etched there, only to be prematurely commemorated. Before he realized it, he arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. 2 young leaf ninjas stationed outside gaped at Shinkawa as he approached, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is that the 2nd Hokage? One of them stammered. Shinkawa felt a surge of irritation at their incredulity. You're the 2nd one. You're all second-rate, he exclaimed in fury. At that moment, an older ninja emerged from within the Hokage building and bowed deeply before Shinkawa. Lord Shinkawa, you have returned. His words sent a ripple of excitement throughout the building. Countless ninjas surged forth, some even getting stuck in the windows. It's really Lord Shinkawa. Oh my. Lord Shinkawa has returned. Their fervor was palpable. Observing the scene akin to a starstruck frenzy, Shinkawa couldn't help but smile wider. Am I truly this popular? Yes, yes. Just a bit more enthusiasm. Ha. He laughed maniacally. However, a sarcastic voice interrupted his revelry. You seem to be enjoying yourself, it said. Shinkawa's laughter abruptly ceased, cold sweat cascading down his face as he turned to see the source. Tsunade-sama, greetings. He stuttered, managing a grimace that was more pitiable than a frown. Tsunade smirked ominously. Oh, I'm feeling particularly splendid today. She revealed her pristine fist, and with a resounding thud, Shinkawa was launched into the air in a perfect parabolic arc, spinning 360 degrees before crashing through the Hokage office window, landing unceremoniously in front of the third Hokage and others in a rather undignified manner. Chapter 87. The defection of the centipede. The third Hokage gazed speechlessly at Tsunade, who was now atop Shinkawa, delivering a relentless and brutal assault. Shinkawa's pitiful cries of despair echoed throughout the room. Scream all you want. The more you do, the more excited I become. Ha. Tsunade laughed maniacally. With a sigh, the third Hokage finally rapped his desk. All right, Tsunade, that's enough. Grumbling, Tsunade rose and took a seat beside him, arms crossed. Hiroshi, you've finally returned. The third Hokage remarked, turning to Shinkawa. Why yes, I'm back. Shinkawa struggled to rise from the floor. Your timing couldn't be better. There's a matter that only you can handle, the third Hokage stated. Shinkawa's eyes widened, and he slumped back down, feigning injury. Oh dear, I can't move. I'm gravely wounded, and on the brink of death. The third Hokage rolled his eyes, ignoring Shinkawa's antics. This concerns Kakashi and Danzo. Their conflict has escalated to a breaking point. They both heed your counsel, so you must mediate, he urged. If Kakashi ceased his inquiries, Danzo would likely retreat. The third Hokage believed this to be the most prudent course of action, hoping that Shinkawa could persuade Danzo to step back. Shinkawa chuckled inwardly at the third Hokage's naivety. Danzo was ruthless, willing to resort to extreme measures for power. Expecting him to retire voluntarily was ludicrous. The depletion of Danzo's forces had weakened his position significantly, especially after the third Hokage forcibly removed a contingent, leaving Shinkawa's loyal followers. Moreover, many had perished in the land of demons. Now, without the Sharingan, Danzo was experiencing a downturn in power, thus the current predicament. As they spoke, an Umbu agent suddenly materialized. Sir, the Jonin centipede has defected. The agent whispered. What? The third Hokage sprang to his feet, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Shinkawa sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Centipede's identity was not that of an ordinary Jonin. Immediately, the third Hokage issued orders to pursue the rogue ninja. Coincidentally, Kakashi was also dispatched to the scene. Shinkawa smirked, recognizing the third Hokage's unwavering support for Danzo. However, Centipede's defection had occurred years prior, likely a consequence of the butterfly effect. As he exited the Hokage office, the sky was nearly dark. Tsunade followed him out, her expression somewhat dazed after their earlier encounter. The Shinkawa clan must be a branch of the Senju clan, correct? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Indeed. Is there a problem? Shinkawa replied. Confused. He didn't possess extensive knowledge of his own lineage, but was aware that his family had been a direct branch of the Senju clan long before the establishment of Konoha, which was why the third Hokage referred to him as a legitimate descendant of the Hokage lineage. If I'm not mistaken, does that mean the Shinkawa clan has matrimonial ties with the Senju? Tsunade pondered. Well, I'm not certain, but it wouldn't be impossible for a Senju woman to marry into the Shinkawa clan, Shinkawa remarked. No wonder. Tsunade exclaimed unexpectedly. What do you mean? It's no surprise you resemble great uncle so closely. It turns out you also possess Senju blood. Tsunade clarified. Shinkawa shrugged. In those days, the Senju had frequently intermarried with their direct descendants to consolidate power, a common political maneuver. If true, it would imply that he and Tsunade were indeed related. But this was hardly advantageous for him, as it granted her a legitimate excuse to exert pressure upon him. Desiring to shift the conversation away from this topic, Shinkawa asked, What is Centipede's status? Tsunade paused, slightly bewildered by his line of questioning, and shook her head. I'm not sure, but he is definitely not an Umbu. Hirakawa Shinkawa furrowed his brow, sensing that the recent defection of Baizu was rather peculiar. It seemed as though there were ulterior motives at play. Baizu was supposed to be heading to the ancient nation of Lulan in the Land of Wind, seeking the dragon vein. Was it his desire or that of Danzo? Shinkawa pondered silently. Humph, if it were indeed one of Danzo's men, it would appear that Danzo's treachery knows no bounds. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Shinkawa swiftly made his way to the police headquarters. Shirzue and others promptly approached to greet him. Without indulging in idle chatter, Shinkawa addressed Itachi. Itachi, keep a close watch on Danzo. Inform me immediately of any unusual movements. Itachi nodded and departed. Might there be some unusual activity from Danzo? Shirzue inquired, astonished as he gazed at Shinkawa. Unusual activity? The absence of any activity is the most alarming sign, Shirzue. Never underestimate Danzo's ambition. Shinkawa replied. How is the police force developing? He continued. Splendidly. Our police force has deeply ingrained itself within the community, garnering tremendous recognition from the populace. We have established dedicated hotlines for public safety, fire emergencies, and even medical emergencies. Over the years, we have extinguished over 100 fires, apprehended countless criminals, and rendered aid to an innumerable number of patients. The Konoha police force has become an indispensable part of the villagers' lives. Shinkawa expressed his satisfaction. That is not solely my achievement. Itachi, Yamato, and Kairon have all contributed significantly, Shirzue humbly remarked. Shinkawa nodded repeatedly. Recognizing Shirzue's substantial growth over the years, he had matured into a composed leader. Indeed, only through growth can one truly thrive. After addressing matters concerning the police force, Shinkawa strolled through the illuminated streets of Konoha, where the nightlife was just beginning. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, suggesting a dispute was unfolding. Get lost, you fox demon. Do you think you can steal when you have no money? A feeble voice retorted, I didn't steal, I gave you money. Shinkawa pushed through the crowd and discovered a young boy with yellow hair sprawled on the ground. A burly, aggressive middle-aged man was berating him, brandishing his hands menacingly. But I really paid. The yellow-haired boy protested. So you're accusing me of lying, you fox demon? You're asking for death. The man raised a rolling pin threateningly. The onlookers appeared to revel in the spectacle. Wait, Shinkawa interjected. The middle-aged man paused, glancing at Shinkawa. Look at your feet. Shinkawa instructed. The man glanced down, noticing 2 bills stuck to his shoe, just enough to buy a bun. Realizing he had wronged the boy, he refused to apologize. Instead, he yanked the money off his foot and tossed it at the boy, saying, Even if I gave you money, I won't sell you a bun. Now scram. The yellow-haired boy cautiously picked up the money and hurried away through the crowd. Shinkawa observed the boy's retreating figure and surmised that it was none other than Naruto. Sighing, Shinkawa lamented the ignorance of the common folk regarding the Jinchuriki. They only knew that the fox demon had caused the 4th Hokage's demise. The transformation of the fox demon into Naruto was a simple, yet tragic narrative. At that moment, Naruto was alone, shunned by those who refused to play with him. Was the rotund shopkeeper a villain? Not quite. He was rather kind to other stray children. He merely regarded Naruto as the fox demon. The collective resentment towards Naruto rendered him unable to purchase even the simplest of items, as no one would sell to him. In his quest to satiate his hunger, he resorted to scavenging at the 3rd Hokage's home for meals. However, the 3rd Hokage was busy and couldn't cook for him daily, leading Naruto to rummage through trash bins for expired food or catch fish from the river, his daily routine. It was truly pitiful that such a young child had to endure so much injustice, especially when he was not a demon but a hero who had saved the village. Shinkawa set his course towards the direction Naruto had fled, opting not to return to his residence, but rather to venture towards the outskirts of Konoha. Following closely, he soon spotted the small figure crouched by a stream, gazing vacantly at the fish. Approaching him, Shinkawa overheard the boy's stomach rumbling. Do you want to catch fish? Shinkawa inquired. Startled, Naruto turned to see a man with short, silver-blue hair smiling warmly at him. In Shinkawa's eyes, Naruto found solace. You're not afraid of me? I'm a fox demon. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. Not at all. Besides, you are not a fox demon. Shinkawa reassured him. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? I'm really not a fox demon. Certainly not. Shinkawa affirmed. But, I know what you're about to say, but it's all right. One day, they will understand that you are not a fox demon. You are the hero who protects the village, Shinkawa proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Shinkawa noticed a radiant transformation in Naruto. His face lit up with the purest of smiles. Can I really become the hero who protects the village? Of course. Do you wish to be recognized as a hero by everyone? Yes. I want everyone to acknowledge me. I want to become Hokage. That is my dream. Naruto declared loudly. Your dream is commendable, but dreams alone will not suffice. You must possess the strength to realize that dream. Shinkawa attempted, gazing intently at Naruto. Strength? Without uttering another word. Shinkawa extended his hand towards the surface of the water. With a subtle motion, a fish leapt into his grasp as if drawn by an invisible force. Dragon catching technique. Naruto's eyes sparkled with wonder as he exclaimed, I want to learn. I want to learn. Then you must take me as your master. Yes, master. Shinkawa thought to himself, grinning inwardly, huh? Hooked. The innocence of youth is so easily deceived. And as for any guilt for manipulating a child, do I, of such character, possess a sense of guilt? Master, let us begin right away. Naruto urged, stamping his little feet. Not so fast. We must eat first. Shinkawa picked up a leaf from the ground. With a flick of his fingers, the leaf shot forth like an arrow, striking a rabbit that was swiftly bounding in the distance. Naruto watched in astonishment, his eyes filled with stars as he gazed at Shinkawa. Shinkawa reveled in Naruto's admiration, savoring a delightful meal. All right, where shall we commence our training? How about I teach you the art of vitality first? When you feel a warm energy in your abdomen, you will be ready to progress to the next stage. Shinkawa gently tapped Naruto's abdomen, subtly infusing him with a barely perceptible energy. At that moment, the sealed Ninetales suddenly sensed something, lifting its head abruptly. Yet before it could react, a massive chain fell upon it, pinning its immense form down with unyielding force. The Ninetales struggled, but the more it resisted, the heavier the chains became, seemingly on the verge of crushing it entirely. The Ninetales, paralyzed by fear, remained motionless, consolidating all its overflowing energy to avoid being crushed. At that moment, a voice whispered in its ear, Consolidate, dare to explode, and I shall end you. The Ninetales did not dare to even twitch its tail, for it understood the gravity of the threat. It gazed upward, where a pair of eerie eyes were fixated upon it. Those eyes were so immense that they extinguished any flicker of rebellion within the Ninetales. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Shinchuanhao chuckled softly. The complete form of the Ninetales might have earned some respect, but a half-baked version was beneath his notice. Having dealt with the Ninetales, Shinchuanhao began imparting health techniques to Naruto. He sought to determine if he could cultivate a martial arts master locally, utilizing his own aura as a guide. He instructed Naruto on how to circulate his energy through his meridians. Remember this route. Once you can complete 49 cycles, you will achieve minor success. This was the advantage of having a great teacher, as it saved Naruto months of trial and error in understanding energy sensations and circulation paths. Truly, as the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto exhibited remarkable talent, and without the Ninetales' interference. He finally felt the energy sensation on the 7th day and completed his first cycle on the 9th. Though it was merely one cycle, Naruto's physical condition improved significantly, shedding his earlier frailness. He believed he would grow taller and would no longer be called a short winter melon. The third Hokage was already aware of Shinchuanhao's interaction with Naruto, yet he made no comment, for such expressions were futile. The advisory council of Konoha also remained silent. While others might falter, this particular individual certainly did not include Shinchuanhao. Days passed, and at last, after half a month, a message arrived. Kakashi and his team had suffered severe losses and sent out a distress signal. Simultaneously, Itachi stood before Shinchuanhao and declared, "The Roots Danzo is an imposter." Chapter 89. What is the objective? The third Hokage urgently summoned Shinchuanhao. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found the third seated, smoking. His expression one of deep concern. How could Kakashi, an elite jonin, suffer such grievous injuries? Who could possibly be their opponent? The third spoke, not expecting a reply. Yet a voice broke the silence. If it were Danzo, everything would make sense. Shinchuanhao interjected. How? Your assertions require evidence. Tsunade scrutinized him. Danzo has always been in Konoha. Shinchuanhao shrugged and replied, let us see if that holds true. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Shinchuanhao for a long moment before instructing. Go, summon Elder Danzo to meet me. How Koen, why do you suspect Danzo? The third inquired. Shinchuanhao looked at him and asked, Hokage-sama, do you truly remain unaware of where and how Danzo sustained his injuries? He did not believe the third was ignorant of the existence of the dragon vein in Lull. At this, the third's pupils narrowed slightly. Tsunade and the others fell silent. A hint of derision flickered in Shinchuanhao's eyes. This was the third. He had grown old and was becoming overly lenient, displaying blind favoritism towards Danzo. As time ticked by, Danzo ultimately did not arrive. The Umbu returned with the report that they could not locate Danzo. However, this did not prove Danzo's innocence. As Kakashi was, after all, a ninja of Konoha, Danzo had no reason to act this way, the third concluded. Shinchuanhao suddenly felt that discussing this with the third was futile. The third was well aware of Danzo's previous assassination attempts against him and had chosen to forgive. What could he possibly expect from such a third Hokage? Shinchuanhao wanted to slap himself for seeking trouble. With this thought, he lost interest in speaking and squatted in a corner, tending to his nails. The atmosphere grew awkward. Haokuen, the reason I summoned you is to request that you lead a team to Lulan. Mito Gateyin spoke. To Lulan? Very well, but what is my purpose there? Shinchuanhao replied. To assist Kakashi. Mito Gateyin clarified. Is that also the Hokage's intention? To support Kakashi in defeating the enemy that severely injured him? The third remained silent. Shinchuanhao coldly laughed and stood, stating, I cannot accept this mission. Find someone else. He left the Hokage's office, and throughout, the Hokage did not call after him. Shinchuanhao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Had age truly made the third nostalgic? Ultimately, the third did not allow Shinchuanhao to lead the team, but dispatched the capable Inuzuka Rado, Yamanaka Aoi, and Nara Shikamaru to support Kakashi. These were all direct subordinates of the Hokage, leaving Shinchuanhao with little room to object. He decided to focus solely on teaching Naruto, refusing to believe that under his guidance, Naruto would remain at the bottom. Now, Naruto was making significant progress in his cultivation of health techniques. Already capable of circulating his energy twice, his strength had notably increased, and his control over chakra was nearly flawless. Naruto's innate talent was truly commendable. Just then, Hikari approached, carrying a lunchbox, and sat beside Shinchuanhao, who was lying on the ground, gazing at the sky in a daze. Half a month had passed, surely. Matters concerning Lulan had reached a conclusion by now. Hearing Hikari's voice, he sat up and glanced at Naruto, who was diligently practicing in the distance. With a flick of his hand, several kunai shot forth, striking the tree trunk with a series of light thuds. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each kunai was embedded with a fallen leaf, demonstrating the force behind his throw. All right, Naruto, take a break and eat. Hikari called out. Yay! Naruto exclaimed as he dashed over. Just then, a figure landed nearby, kneeling on one knee before Shinchuanhao and stating, My lord, the third Hokage requests your presence. Shinchuanhao's heart sank. It seemed the situation in Lulan had reached a resolution. He stood and walked towards the Hokage building. Upon entering the room, an unusual silence enveloped him. A figure was kneeling before the third Hokage, Nara Shikamaru, appearing particularly wretched, his chest soaked in blood. Tsunade was present, evidently having treated him. Inuzuka Rado is dead, and Yamanaka Aoi has also perished. The third announced. What of Kakashi? Shinchuanhao inquired. Kakashi's fate remains uncertain. He sacrificed himself to provide me the opportunity to return with this news. Nara Shikamaru replied. Who was the assailant? Shinchuanhao pressed on. Nara Shikamaru cast a furtive glance at the third. Speak. Shinchuanhao commanded, a domineering aura enveloping him. Nara Shikamaru's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he stammered. My lord, the assailant is suspected to be Danzo. Suspected? Shinchuanhao's dissatisfaction was palpable as he glared at him. Nara Shikamaru's eyes darted in panic. Kneeling and unable to raise his head, stammering, it can be confirmed without a doubt that it was Danzo. Tsunade, observing Shinchuanhao, revealed a trace of astonishment in her eyes. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, leaving her profoundly startled. The third Hokage slowly settled into his seat, letting out a resigned sigh. That sigh seemed to drain his vitality, rendering him considerably more despondent. How, perhaps you should go this time? The third suggested. What is the objective? Shinchuanhao inquired once more. The corners of the third's mouth twitched slightly before he finally stated, rescue Kakashi, if Danzo is involved. Eliminate him on the spot. Eliminate him on the spot? Perhaps you could have said that last time, but now, pray that I can rescue Kakashi. Shinchuanhao replied, gazing at the third with incredulity. Enough with the morose demeanor. One would think I've mistreated you, he continued. Even you doubt that we are a match for Danzo at this moment? Tsunade interjected suddenly. His target must be the dragon vein. Surely you are aware of that. Lady Tsunade, Shinchuanhao remarked. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. The dragon vein possesses the most pure chakra, The power unleashed during its eruption could even reverse time itself. Surely, the fourth Hokage recorded this. The third affirmed with a nod, recalling the fourth's mission in Lull, a matter he was quite familiar with. Such pure chakra. After nearly a month, or even longer, Danzo must have absorbed quite a bit by now. Do you really think I stand a chance against him? He is, after all, a seasoned shadow-level ninja, Shinkawa Hao said with a wry smile. I even suspect. Shinkawa Hao hesitated. What? The third looked at him, intrigued. For now, it's merely a conjecture. I can only confirm it upon my arrival. Shinkawa Hao's expression turned grave. I will accompany you, Tsunade declared unexpectedly. After a moment's contemplation, Shinkawa Hao nodded slightly. The two immediately set off towards Lull with great haste. With two shadow-level ninjas racing towards their destination, they traveled at remarkable speed. To expedite their journey, Shinkawa Hao employed the body flicker technique while carrying Tsunade. You didn't finish your earlier thought. What are your suspicions? Chapter 90. The mysterious altar. I suspect that Kakashi may have been one of Danzo's targets all along. Tsunade responded, puzzled. Is it related to White Fang? No. It's not about White Fang. How could you forget, Lady Tsunade, that Kakashi possesses a Sharingan? Shinkawa Hao explained. Tsunade stiffened at his words, realizing the implication of targeting the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What? Are you surprised? Shinkawa Hao chuckled lightly. Imagine how Tsunade would react if she knew that Danzo not only coveted the Sharingan, but also sought the first Hokage's cells. As they sped along, they soon arrived at the site of the ancient city of Lull. What was once a magnificent marvel had now crumbled into ruins. Though only a mere decade had passed, most of the structures lay buried beneath the sands. Only the remnants of walls protruded from the ground, whispering tales of past grandeur. Shinkawa Hao leaped onto a higher portion of the ruins, surveying the desolate expanse. The devastation stretched endlessly before him. The eruption of the dragon vein had been akin to a nuclear explosion, obliterating all that was visible. Lull was built upon the dragon vein, and only the queens of Lull possessed the knowledge to harness its chakra. Thus, the core of the dragon vein should lie at the heart of Lull. Tsunade spoke at this moment. Shinkawa Hao nodded and dashed towards the center of Lull. The journey was eerily tranquil, aside from the wind swirling the sand against their faces. There was no sound. Tsunade furrowed her brow, brushing off the dust from her attire, clearly displeased with the desolate surroundings. Lady Tsunade, I can't shake the feeling that it's too quiet here. Something feels amiss. Shinkawa Hao remarked. The journey had been too smooth. If he were Danzo, he would surely have set up barriers to prevent anyone from disturbing his absorption of the dragon vein's power. Yet, as they neared the ruin's center, they had seen no signs of life, which was exceedingly illogical. Moreover, upon his arrival at Lull's outskirts, he sensed someone was watching him. Though he could not pinpoint the source of that feeling, everything felt exceedingly strange. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this. Being a shadow-level ninja herself, she was equally perceptive. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught their attention. Shinkawa Hao glanced over to see a lizard that, upon noticing him, darted into the ruins. He furrowed his brow, feeling there was something peculiar about that lizard. Continuing onward, they finally reached the center of the ruins. Here, signs of a fierce battle were evident, with scorch marks on the stone walls resembling Kakashi's Raikiri. The fact that Kakashi was compelled to use Raikiri indicated that his opponent was at least a Jounin-level ninja. It appeared that the root organization still held some formidable assets, that old Coot Danzo must have concealed some powerful allies. At the center stood a vast structure resembling a dome, immense in size. Shinkawa Hao estimated it was at least as large as a football field. Next to this building was a stone door, inscribed with seals indicative of a sealing technique. Tsunade approached the stone door, preparing to push it open. Wait! Shinkawa Hao suddenly interjected. Just as Tsunade was about to open the door, he sensed a profound danger. Suddenly, with a crash, a flurry of steel needles shot forth from the stone door, raining down upon Tsunade. The speed of the needles was astonishing. They were too close for her to evade. Binding technique number 8. Strike. A voice resonated, and Tsunade found herself shielded by a transparent barrier that deflected all the steel needles. She stumbled back, shaken. It's been too long since I've been on the battlefield. I let my guard down. She chided herself. No, with your strength. Ordinary steel needles could not harm you, but these needles are different. Do you not find their speed alarming? Shinkawa Hao countered. Shadow-level ninjas could dodge bullets, let alone someone like Tsunade, who specialized in physical combat. Evading ordinary steel needle attacks posed no challenge. However, those needles were unlike any she had encountered before. Their speed was extraordinary, and their penetrating power was unparalleled. They must have been propelled by the power of the dragon vein. After all, the Sand Ninja's puppetry techniques originated from lull, making such intricate mechanisms utilizing the dragon vein entirely plausible. As Shinobi spoke, he extended his index finger towards the stone door. White lightning. A bolt of dark lightning surged forth, obliterating the stone door. No seal ninjutsu? More precisely, it's the cursed techniques of the onmyoji. Onmyoji? That long-extinct profession? Tsunade responded, her knowledge evidently expansive. Indeed, it is the once-thriving profession that has now vanished. Shinobi confirmed. The extinction of the onmyoji was not due to incompetence, but rather the stringent requirements placed on individuals. With the advent of ninjutsu, fewer sought to learn onmyo techniques, leading to their gradual disappearance, as the barriers to learning ninjutsu are far more accessible for those seeking quick results. However, perhaps it is precisely because the Yin-Yang secret technique is a product of this world, harmonizing with the natural energies, that once Shinagawa Hiro's energy unified. The first offensive means he could employ was the demon path. As for ninjutsu, he would need a period of adaptation before he could wield it. Therefore, on this journey, he utilized the instant step instead of space ninjutsu. The stone door was blasted open, and Shinagawa Hiro took the lead into the passage. Inside, the space was vast, filled with fallen stone tablets, each inscribed with intricate characters, resembling vivid paintings. Shinagawa Hiro had not studied these inscriptions, thus he did not dwell on them. As he advanced, he suddenly caught sight of an altar ahead, emanating a soft glow. He exchanged a glance with Tsunade, then in an instant, he appeared beside the altar. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Shinagawa Hiro's pupils involuntarily constricted. There, kneeling on the altar, was a figure, motionless and bound by iron chains. The chains were inscribed with runes capable of suppressing one's physical strength, a type of talisman used by Yin-Yang masters. The wear of the chains suggested they were not hastily crafted. Their condition indicated they had been in existence for centuries. They were likely once used to bind a demon, but had now been repurposed to restrain the person before him. In addition to the chains, Shinagawa Hiro noticed numerous tube-like attachments connected to the kneeling figure, siphoning away his chakra. The faint luminescence emanated from the chakra being extracted through the tubes, indicating that someone was treating this individual as a source of nourishment. Following the tubes, Shinagawa Hiro discovered several grotesque figures standing nearby. It would be more appropriate to refer to them as puppets, for he sensed no life force emanating from them. These creatures had ghastly, green faces and menacing fangs. Their muscular forms towering at least 2.5 meters tall, exuding an oppressive aura. It was these monstrosities that were relentlessly draining the chakra from the person at the center of the altar. At that moment, the kneeling figure appeared emaciated, his muscles shriveling. If this continued, death would be imminent. Kakashi? Tsunade voiced her confusion, gazing at the figure. Shinagawa Hiro was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a resemblance to Kakashi. Without delay, he swung his sword, severing the tubes. He stepped forward to support Kakashi. Unbeknownst to them, as the tubes were cut, a flicker of crimson light flashed in the eyes of the surrounding grotesque beings. Shinagawa Hiro cautiously laid Kakashi flat. When he beheld Kakashi's face, his expression shifted from shock to a pale fury. Both of Kakashi's eyes had been gouged out, leaving his skeletal visage hauntingly grotesque. Danzo! Shinagawa Hiro roared in rage. He regretted not having eliminated him back then, believing it would have spared them from this calamity. Tsunade approached to examine Kakashi, stating, he still has a pulse. Perhaps he can be saved. She then summoned a green light, pressing her palm against Kakashi's chest, prioritizing his survival before considering the restoration of his eyes, which would likely have to wait until they returned to Konoha. Just then, Shinagawa Hiro's countenance shifted as he noticed one of the grotesque figures suddenly appearing behind Tsunade, claw poised to strike her head. Watch out, he shouted. With a flick of his finger, a flash of lightning erupted. The creature let out a roar, taking a step back, yet its sharp claws still grazed Tsunade's hair. With Kakashi's condition still unstable, halting her healing would jeopardize his chances of survival. Having repelled the creature that threatened Tsunade, Shinagawa Hiro felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively executing an instant step to evade the imminent danger. As he moved, another claw swiped through the space he had just occupied. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword, the Kusanagi, and slashed downward. For two more creatures had already lunged at him midair, their claws aimed to strike. The instant step activated, allowing him to maneuver gracefully through the air. The sounds of clashing reverberating. With a resounding crash, Shinagawa Hiro was struck by a powerful fist, sending him careening through the air. He coughed up blood, astonished by the incredible strength of his assailant. What kind of being possesses such fortitude? Could it be a demon's body? Though his full strength was formidable, capable of cleaving mountains, it was evident that he was no match for these creatures. How on earth can I combat such foes? He muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had no time to ponder his injuries as he spotted another creature launching an attack on Tsunade. Gritting his teeth, he pointed into the void, invoking Demon Path, for Beast's Gate. With a thunderous sound, the gates of the Dragon Tail, Tiger Bite, Phoenix Wing, and Turtle Shell encircled Tsunade, shielding her from the creature's onslaught. The violent attacks crashed against the gates, yet they remained resolute, unyielding. Shinagawa Hiro exhaled in relief, knowing that with Tsunade and Kakashi safe, he could now unleash his full potential against their adversaries. The grotesque beings, deprived of their target, turned their attention towards Shinagawa Hiro. A shiver ran through him. Anyone would feel dread under the gaze of multiple monsters. Utilizing an instant step akin to space ninjutsu, he appeared before one of the creatures and struck down with his sword, invoking Binding Path, Eightfold Restraint. A dark glow enveloped the Kusanagi as it cleaved through the creature, its strength combining with the power of the demon lantern. Unlike before, when he could not harm his opponent, this strike sent the creature flying. Without hesitation, he reversed the blade, thrusting it backward, breaking path for white lightning. The blade, now devoid of dark energy, crackled with black lightning as it pierced the arm of another creature behind him. Activating the instant step, he vanished, narrowly avoiding a fist that materialized in his previous location. Binding Path, 61, Six-Span Light Prison. In an instant, 6 dark planes of light enveloped the creature, immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Shinagawa Hiro swung his sword, and with a muffled sound, he severed the creature's throat. Yet, the wound healed almost instantaneously. What? He gasped, astonished. At that moment, an immense force struck him from behind, akin to Tsunade's most powerful blow. Shinagawa Hiro spat blood as he crashed to the ground, feeling as though he had been struck by a meteor. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely perished. What exactly are these creatures? He pondered, horrified. The legendary 4 Demon Kings had been summoned to this realm. The 4 Demon Kings, figures of myth and legend, possessing physical qualities rivaling those of monstrous beasts, thriving on human blood, and wielding immense power. However, each of their strikes must be accompanied by a substantial offering of blood, summoning 4 of them at once. One cannot fathom how many lives Danzo has claimed here. Tsunade's voice resounded within the 4 Beasts Gate. How do we deal with them? Asked Kamikawa Hiro. They belong to the realm of demons. It was an Onmyoji who initially sealed them away. Ordinary ninjutsu poses no threat to them. Kamikawa Hiro suddenly understood why his sword had failed to inflict any harm earlier. It was only after he infused his attacks with demon arts that he could easily breach their defenses. Yet, these beings dared to call themselves Demon Kings, which indicated their formidable level. It would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish them with mere common demon arts. He would need to employ more advanced techniques. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the 4 Demon Kings had already launched their assault with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to invoke higher demon arts. After all, for him at this moment, advanced techniques still required incantations. Simple binding arts would scarcely hold them for long. The battle had reached a tense stalemate. Kamikawa Hiro found himself powerless against the Demon Kings, while the Demon Kings, wary of his demon arts, were also hesitant to engage him. Yet, a Demon King is a Demon King. They require no respite. Although Kamikawa Hiro possessed great strength, the intense exertion was beginning to take its toll. He still had one crucial acupoint, the Death Gate, that remained unbroken, preventing him from achieving an unending flow of inner strength. And he had now fallen into a passive state. What to do? If he didn't devise a solution, he would perish here today. Cold sweat trickled down his face. He could use the body flicker technique to escape, but what about Tsunade? What about Kakashi? At that moment, he found himself yearning for space ninjutsu. Although the Yin-Yang secret techniques contain methods for spatial displacement and even pausing time, unfortunately, those were forbidden arts he had yet to master and could not invoke. Just then, The four demon kings charged at Kamikawa Hero once more. Instinctively, he pointed and called out, "Demon arts, for Beast Gate." Boom. The massive stone gate blocked and trapped the demon kings. A glint of brilliance flashed in Kamikawa Hero's eyes as he reached out, summoning the iron chains that had ensnared Kakashi into his grasp. The chains coiled around the four beasts' gate like a dragon. At the moment the chains bound it, the runes glowed with a vibrant light, and the four beasts' gate, which was on the verge of being breached, forcefully pushed back the demon kings once more. Haha, it truly works. Kamikawa Hero exclaimed with delight. He had anticipated that the chains used to bind Kakashi would become his lifeline. Now, he had ample time to perform the sealing technique and bind them. Without further delay, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Using the four beasts' gate as a talisman, he began to inscribe the seals. Once the runes adorned all 8 sides, a faint surge of rule-bound power began to flow in the void, acting upon the four beasts' gate, and the commotion within ceased entirely. Kamikawa Hero released the sealing of Tsunade's four beasts' gate. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his chest as a violent force surged chaotically within him. He had unknowingly invoked the North mysterious divine skill, absorbing a fragment of the Demon King's power. The clash between the Demon King's power and magical energy erupted into fierce conflict, causing the sealed power within his Dantian and Sharingan to leak out. This is it. This is absurd. The epitome of absurdity. Chapter 92. Ching disappeared when Kamikawa Hero awoke again. The night had fallen completely. Beside him, Tsunade was kindling a campfire. The four beasts' gate, which had sealed the four demon kings, still stood resolutely nearby. Kamikawa Hero felt as though his body had been trampled by 1,000 horses, a searing pain coursing through him. The slightest movement sent waves of agony crashing over him, prompting a groan to escape his lips. "You're awake?" Tsunade looked over at him. "Am I useless now?" Kamikawa Hero inquired. "Useless? You're perfectly fine. What makes you think you're useless?" Tsunade regarded him with suspicion. "I feel as though I've been ravaged 1,000 times." Kamikawa Hero retorted, exasperated. "I can't say for certain. I've never encountered anything like this before." Tsunade replied. "And what about the matter within your Dantian?" Tsunade gazed intently at Kamikawa Hero. He knew she was referring to the Sharingan within his Dantian. For Tsunade, discerning the issue with his Dantian would be a simple task. "I seized it from Danzo. I'm using it for self-preservation," Kamikawa Hero said weakly. Tsunade remained silent. He realized she did not believe him. Reluctantly, he divulged his collaboration with Orochimaru to investigate the Hot Springs Village. Tsunade was somewhat familiar with the events in Hot Springs Village, and upon hearing Kamikawa Hero's account, her skepticism began to wane. "I do not wish for you to become the second Danzo," Tsunade stated. "Humph, do you truly believe I am that kind of person?" "Yes," Tsunade declared resolutely. Kamikawa Hero nearly choked at her response, exclaiming, "How could someone as dashing and charming as I resemble Danzo?" After a brief exchange, Kamikawa Hero felt some strength returning to his body. He slowly propped himself up, pressing his hand against a nearby stone. With a soft crunch, the marble crumbled to dust under his touch. Taken aback, he glanced at another large rock and, upon lightly grasping it, found it crushed as easily as sand. "What is happening? Have the stones here weathered to this extent?" Kamikawa Hero questioned with suspicion. Tsunade furrowed her brow and, with a swift motion, hurled a shuriken at Kamikawa Hero. He instinctively caught it and, with a slight squeeze, twisted it into a spiral. To him, it felt like kneading a lump of clay. "What on earth is going on?" Tsunade approached, inspecting Kamikawa Hero's body closely, declaring, "You have transformed into a demon king." What? What does that mean?" "I've turned into a demon?" "A demon king, not a demon," Tsunade corrected. "Is there a difference?" "You should ask a demon king." Kamikawa Hero glanced at the sealed demon kings nearby, shrinking back slightly. "What are you still doing here? What if there are other dangers lurking?" Kamikawa Hero shifted the topic. This was originally a death trap. It would have been exceedingly difficult for anyone from Konoha to survive against the combined might of the four demon kings. However, Danzo would never have anticipated that you are an onmyoji capable of sealing the demon kings. Kamikawa Hero mused. If anyone else had come, even Jiraiya would have had no means to contend with these demon kings, aside from fleeing. Kamikawa Hero reflected that the intensity of the magical energy within him was still greater than Jiraiya's sage arts. He turned to Kakashi, who lay nearby, and asked, "What is his condition?" "He is alive, but his bodily functions are severely compromised. Recovery will be arduous." Tsunade replied, her brow furrowed. He must have endured tremendous torment. His limbs are broken, and his knees shattered. He may have even had his vital essence drained by the Demon Kings. Tsunade shook her head. Is there a way to help him? Perhaps by infusing chakra? No. Tsunade continued to shake her head. His meridians are already too fragile. He can only recuperate slowly. A forceful infusion of chakra would only destroy his body. Kamikawa Hiro looked at Kakashi's pitiful state and sighed softly. This was the result of a moment's hesitation from the third Hokage, leading Konoha to lose a potential powerhouse who could have become a future leader. How could Danzo have descended to such madness? And did the third Hokage remain unaware? Why is the third Hokage so indulgent towards Danzo without any boundaries? The third is aging. It is time for him to step down. Shinkawa Hiro suddenly spoke up. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. She understood that Shinkawa Hiro was beginning to express dissatisfaction with the higher-ups of Konoha, unlike Orochimaru, who felt discontent yet could only betray the village. Shinkawa Hiro had no need to do so. By merely expressing his intentions, he could easily find someone to help him ascend to a higher position. Sensing the sensitivity of the topic, he quickly shifted the conversation, asking, Lady Tsunade, can you track Danzo's whereabouts? Tsunade shook her head, replying no. Danzo has already left this place. Shinkawa Hiro furrowed his brow in thought, suppressing the soreness in his body as he approached the altar. He noticed that the sealing technique on the altar had vanished, confirming that Danzo had indeed opened the seal. But did that mean the dragon vein was gone as well? Placing his hand on the altar, he perceived its emptiness. Impossible. Just like tailed beasts, chakra can regenerate. Furthermore, Danzo lacks the strength to excavate the dragon vein. Thus, there is only one explanation. Danzo must have absorbed a significant amount of chakra from the dragon vein. For a considerable time, the chakra in this place would not recover. What a travesty. The invaders left nothing behind. Only someone with such insatiable greed could commit such an act. How did those 4 demon kings emerge? Could they also be local specialties? Shinkawa Hiro returned, feeling disgruntled. Indeed, using the dragon vein to suppress the demon kings would weaken its power, allowing the demon kings to be unleashed. Danzo took advantage of this, using Kakashi's blood as a catalyst to awaken them. Kakashi was merely a catalyst. This meant that regardless of our actions, the moment Kakashi dies, the demon kings would awaken completely, correct? Exactly, Tsunade affirmed. Danzo shows utter disregard for the lives of the common people in the shinobi world. Does he not understand the catastrophic consequences of releasing the demon kings? If they were to consume enough blood, how could the world possibly contain them? Is this truly what the elder, who constantly proclaims to act for Konoha, should be doing? Ridiculous. Tsunade fell silent, recalling how many heinous acts Danzo had committed under the guise of doing everything for Konoha. Even attempting to assassinate the third Hokage. Was that also for Konoha? Yet the third forgave him, undoubtedly emboldening Danzo's arrogance. Is this not one of the reasons why Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and she herself left Konoha? Now what? After venting his frustrations, Shinkawa Hiro turned to Tsunade. Seal this place. We must return. What about Danzo? We have no idea where he is. How can we manage him? Just then, a hawk's cry echoed from the sky, through a shattered opening in the dome. They spotted a ninja hawk circling above them, the Konoha ninja hawk. Shinkawa Hiro aimed to leap onto the dome, but unexpectedly, his leap created a massive crater beneath him. His body shot upwards like an arrow, creating an even larger hole in the dome as he soared into the sky, quickly surpassing the height of the hawk. Startled, Shinkawa Hiro activated his Shuinpa to halt his ascent. Otherwise, he would not know how high he would have to jump to reach the end. He gracefully descended towards the hawk, reaching for the secret message. Tsunade watched in astonishment as he performed this feat. Shinkawa Hiro unfolded the message, and upon reading its contents, fury surged within him. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him. What's wrong? Tsunade inquired, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. Haru is missing. Chapter 93. Confrontation with Danzo. Tsunade's expression darkened upon hearing this. She was acutely aware of Haru's significance to Shinkawa Hiro. Lady Tsunade, if you wish to stay here a few more days, Konoha is not in a rush to return. Shinkawa Hiro's expression turned cold. Tsunade shivered slightly, abruptly lifting her gaze to him. Ignoring her expression, he continued, this way, perhaps you will find it easier to handle. With that, Shinkawa Hiro's figure suddenly vanished from sight. He suspected that Haru's disappearance was likely connected to Danzo. Upon his arrival, He sensed someone watching him, yet he could not identify the source. Now, it seemed clear that Danzo had likely implanted some sort of surveillance using his puppet techniques, such as that strange lizard he had noticed. This time, returning would inevitably lead to conflict. However, given the third stance, he would not overlook this, leaving Tsunade, as his disciple, in a difficult position. Thus, it would be better to let her return later, avoiding any complications between her and the third Hokage. Shinkai Hiro's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Reaching the gates of Konoha in a fraction of the time it took him to leave, his physical prowess rivaled that of the Demon Kings. With a swift motion, he appeared above the police force headquarters, standing atop the flagpole. Shirzue, Itachi, assemble all members of the police force. His suppressed anger reverberated through the area. Countless police force members rushed in from all directions. Shirzue and Itachi were the first to arrive, respectfully kneeling to listen to Shinkai Hiro's orders. All members of the police force on duty abandoned their tasks, hastening to the headquarters. Konoha's police force had grown into a formidable entity. Shinkai Hiro stood there, calmly awaiting their arrival. At that moment, a masked Umbu suddenly appeared. Lord Hokage has a message, the Umbu stated. Shinkai Hiro coldly regarded the Umbu, remaining silent. The Umbu, drenched in cold sweat, dared not disregard the Hokage's words. Lord Hokage has issued a strict order for you, Shinkai Hiro. Before the Umbu could finish, Shinkai Hiro waved his hand dismissively, no longer paying attention. In an instant, Shirzue appeared before the Umbu, pressing the latter's head to the ground under the gaze of the terrified Umbu. Several police members quickly bound the Umbu. The Umbu looked at Shinkai Hiro in horror, a shocking thought crossing his mind, causing his face to turn pale. At this point, the police force had fully assembled. You all know the situation. If there is any obstruction, eliminate them. Shinkai Hiro's final words chilled the air. Yes, the police force responded in unison. With a whoosh, all members of the police force vanished from sight. The advantage of the police force's integration into the community became evident as numerous civilians provided leads about Haru's disappearance. The clues grew increasingly clear, all pointing towards the forest of death. Alongside Haru, Shizune and Rin had also vanished. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage observed the multitude of ninjas heading towards the forest of death, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Sarutobi, what are your thoughts? Asked Koharu. The third remained silent. I find his audacity intolerable. Although Danzo has erred, he is still an elder of Konoha, and it is not up to Shinkai Hiro to dictate his actions. An elder spoke up. Indeed, Shinkai Hiro's actions are a blatant breach of protocol, a display of utter disrespect. Other elders echoed this sentiment. His arrogance is truly remarkable. It is evident that Danzo's constraints on his power are justified. Another voice chimed in. So what shall we do now? Humph, the Umbu cannot handle him. We shall confront him ourselves. With us present, I wonder how he dares to challenge Danzo? An elder remarked. Sarutobi, what are your thoughts? Tansho Koharu turned to the third Hokage. Regardless of Shinkai Hiro's contributions to the village, insubordination is unacceptable. Even if Danzo is at fault, he is not the one to pass judgment. Shinkai Hiro should be aware of his place. Someone shouted. In this society, where hierarchy is rigidly enforced, reverence for authority is ingrained in people's very bones. To them, Shinkai Hiro, no matter how formidable, is merely the head of the police force, an institution they have always looked down upon, despite the police's significant transformation at present. Yet, the arrogance etched in their bones prevents them from acknowledging the police force's status, let alone respecting Shinkai Hiro. The third Hokage sighed helplessly. Let us go and see. Shinkai Hiro raced forward, and soon a flash of crimson caught his eye. It was Shizune. Her chest had been pierced. Her limbs twisted grotesquely, and her body was marred by numerous deep gashes. Blood soaked her clothing, and her gaze grew vacant. Upon seeing Shinkai Hiro, her lips parted slightly. Hiro, Hiro, Hiro. Her trembling finger pointed in a direction. Grasping her hand, Shinkai Hiro felt a twinge in his heart. Memories flooded his mind of this cheerful girl serving him tea, urging him to take his medicine with a pout, rolling her eyes at him, and playfully pinching his sides. Now, this woman lay dying in his arms. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm so sorry, Shinkai Hiro murmured. He gently placed a finger on Shizune's forehead. A soft light seeped into her brow, and her eyes slowly closed, as if she were drifting into slumber. Rest now. I will come to see you again, he whispered softly, rising his voice hoarse. He commanded. Let us go. He sped forward, soon encountering a group ahead. Instantly activating his shunshin, he positioned himself before them. Shinkawa Hiro spotted the unconscious Lin Yawahara. Several crucial acupoints on her body had been pierced by massive steel nails. His pupils contracted sharply as he realized the locations of the nails were meant to confine the tailed beast. They intended to extract the beast from Lin using the most brutal method possible, a sacrificial technique that ensured the beast's smooth extraction. This method had long been outlawed, yet Danzo had cruelly employed it on Lin. An inferno of rage ignited within Shinkawa Hiro. Release her, and I will leave you with a complete corpse, he declared. The leader of the group appeared utterly unfamiliar with Shinkawa Hiro, likely a covert member of Danzo's route. He coldly sneered at Shinkawa Hiro. You think you can speak to me like that? The girl is in my grasp. Do you truly believe you have the right? He slowly tightened his grip around Lin's throat, taunting, want to save her? Then gouge out your own eyes, and I will let her go. What do you say? Chapter 94. Confrontation with Danzo to Shinkawa Hiro's gaze turned as frigid as death. I have given you a chance, he said softly. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the leader of Root. The leader's expression dulled as a crimson line appeared on his neck. Moments later, blood gushed forth, and without warning, his head tilted to the side, falling away. Shinkawa Hiro disappeared once more, along with Lin. Not far off, Shinkawa Hiro reappeared, cradling Lin in his arms. While Shursui and others had encircled the remaining members of Root, Shinkawa Hiro gestured for an execution. Shursui and Itachi lunged at the assailants. Their pupils spun, quickly uniting into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. The sound of steel plunging into flesh echoed as they showed no mercy. Lin's pitiful state ignited their fury. What a gentle girl she was. To suppress the three tails, she had never cried out, even in the face of unbearable pain. Often, she would hide in corners, trembling, enduring agony that few could withstand. Yet, after suffering, she would still greet everyone with a warm smile, terrified of being seen as a monster. Her gentle nature made her life a careful balancing act, unwilling to burden anyone. Yet now, this very soul was treated with such cruelty. The steel nails embedded in her body pierced their hearts, causing profound sorrow. Shinkawa Hiro trembled as he held Lin. Their interactions had been few, but her gentleness always stirred a tender feeling within him. She possessed a calming influence that reminded him that the shinobi world was not entirely dark. Unbeknownst to her, she had become a beacon of light in his heart, a star shining brightly in the night sky. Now would he lose this glimmer? No. You are a light that should not be extinguished. You are suffering because of me, so let me descend into darkness. Shinkawa Hiro whispered. He concentrated, gathering a radiant force in his palm, a remnant of pure light from the Yin-Yang secret technique. Having already bestowed a portion to Shizun, he resolved to give this final fragment to Lin. The luminous orb merged with Lin's body, and her anguished expression gradually softened, as if she were falling into a peaceful sleep. Take her away, Shinkawa Hiro commanded as he rose. His body swayed slightly, and a chilling aura enveloped him. In Shursui and Itachi's eyes, a faint dark mist swirled around him, and his expression grew increasingly cold. It seemed a ferocious energy stirred deep within him. Let us meet our old friend, Shinkawa Hiro said, stepping forward and vanishing. Shursui and the others hurriedly pursued him. In the forest of death, before an abandoned structure, Shinkawa Hiro's figure suddenly materialized. Come out. You've gone to such lengths to lure me here, he called out. As his voice echoed, Danzo's silhouette emerged slowly from the platform atop the derelict building. Surrounding him, a multitude of Root members encircled Shinkawa Hiro, while a transparent barrier sealed the area. When Shursui and the others arrived, they desperately attempted to breach the barrier, but it remained unyielding. Danzo laughed maniacally at Shinkawa Hiro, his demeanor bordering on madness. It's futile. This seal was meticulously prepared for you, utilizing the chakra of the dragon vein. No one can penetrate it. Release Shizun. In the depths of Shinagawa's eyes, a crimson glimmer flickered. Danzo chuckled ominously. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate with me? It is indeed surprising that you managed to survive in Lulan, but I have already grasped all your trump cards. Ha! At that moment, with a sudden whoosh, the third Hokage and others appeared at the periphery. They beheld Danzo and the hostage, Haru. Danzo, stand down. The third Hokage commanded. Silence. You have no say here. If you had handed over the position of Hokage to me back then, none of this would have happened. Danzo sneered at the third Hokage. Danzo, You are still an elder of Konoha. If you choose to relent, no one can harm you. After all, everything you have done is for the sake of Konoha. An elder chimed in, casting a pointed glance at Shinagawa, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. For Konoha? Shinagawa scoffed coldly at the elder. Is it justifiable to cruelly torment Shizune for Konoha? To employ barbaric forbidden techniques in a bid to extract the three tails from Rin for Konoha? To murder Konoha's ninjas in Lulan and gouge out Kakashi's eyes for Konoha? To frame others and drive White Fang to his demise? All in the name of Konoha? Is this truly what you refer to as for Konoha? The elder's face flushed crimson, pointing an accusatory finger at Shinagawa. Do not forget your place. Even if Danzo has erred, he is still part of the higher echelon. It is not your place to criticize. Shinagawa retorted coldly. Should I take this as the stance of Konoha's upper echelons? The third remained silent. Ha ha ha. Shinagawa, do you finally comprehend? No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, you are merely a disposable tool. Once you cease to be useful, I shall discard you. Danzo laughed maniacally. The expressions of Shursui and the others darkened. Surrounding them were various clans, all wearing grim expressions. The Inazuka, the Yamanaka, the Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Aburame, and the Akimichi, all casting somber glances at Danzo. They regarded the village as their home and were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. During the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars, they had charged to the front lines, losing countless clan ninjas without a word of complaint. They simply wished to see the village prosper, yet Danzo had the audacity to label them as mere tools, discardable at will. This was an affront they could hardly bear. Speak. What do you truly desire? Shinagawa inquired. What do I desire? I want you dead. Danzo raved madly. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Shinagawa's eyes as he vanished, reappearing beside Haru, intent on rescuing her. At that moment, Danzo chuckled darkly. Unleashing a massive surge of chakra, a four purple flames formation materialized around him, forcing Shinagawa back, who had reached Haru's side. With a fierce punch, Shinagawa struck the four purple flames formation, but it remained unmoved, flames beginning to creep towards his hand. With a disdainful huff, he repelled the flames, returning them to their original position. I told you, I have accounted for all your tricks. How could I not prepare for this? Danzo replied, brimming with arrogance. Shinagawa's expression darkened. Danzo erupted in laughter, slowly drawing a kunai as he approached Haru, who appeared listless, enduring immense pain. He positioned the kunai against her eye. What exquisite eyes you have. What if I were to extract them as a trophy? Danzo, do you even realize what you are doing? Someone shouted. Release Haru. Release Haru. Release Haru. Haru was Konoha Hospital's most renowned medical ninja. Countless Konoha ninjas, including many clan heirs, owed their lives to her. Danzo's treatment of her ignited a blazing fury in their hearts. Danzo, do not tell us that you have kidnapped Haru for the sake of Konoha? Riku spoke up. Riku was a staunch ally of the Hokage. His words suggested a growing dissatisfaction among the Hokage's faction regarding Danzo. More significantly, the third Hokage did not intervene to stop Riku's confrontation with Danzo.